what it is. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Game day is finally here. It felt great driving into the city knowing that Game 1 of the NBA Finals will be tipping off tonight at 6 p.m. We'll have all the coverage right here on 95.7 The Game, NBC Sports Bay Area. It's going to be going down as we say good morning to everybody out there on YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line. You already know what it is. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, you better be tapped into the roast right now because we're fired up. 888-957-9570. We're going to be talking about this game all day long. X factors, keys to the series, you name it. Jordan Poole, Wiggins, how are they going to defend Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown? How are the Celtics going to defend the Golden State Warriors? We're going to break it all down here on the Morning Roast. We cannot wait. Good morning to Lutman. Good morning to Langford. Good morning to you, Joe Shasky. It is finally game day, baby. How'd you sleep last night?
I slept like a baby because we ready. I'm so ready for tonight's game. Like, inject this all into my veins. You've been talking about the 75th year anniversary, the two blue blood franchises, and it's wild to me that the Warriors have gone from one of the worst organizations in all of professional sports to being one of the gold standards. From the business operating standpoint, a stadium entertainment standpoint, a legacy standpoint for players, for organizations, hanging banners. Pick the way you want to quantify how good this Warrior organization is. They're there. And now they're going up against what I deem to be one of the legacy franchises in sports. Like, if you were to just rattle off 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that you go, these are generational franchises. Celtics are one of them.
No doubt.
I mean, this is as good as it can get. I'm fired up for it. They got young players that you got to love. The Warriors have battle-tested champions. Sign me up, man.
Dude, driving into the city, you see that fog over the skyline today, and I'm look to the right, there's Chase Center getting ready. You see Oracle Park, and I'm just thinking to myself, at around 12 o'clock, people start diving into the city, and there's going to be a scene. It's going to be a zoo down at Thrive City, and then people will start ramping up. Loud packs will be smoked. People will be liquored up at around 3 o'clock. Hell, some people may not make it to tip-off. That's how big this game, this is enormous. As we went through Media Day yesterday, everybody got the final things out. Marcus Smart, you heard from him, you heard from Ime Udoka, you heard from Curry, you heard from everybody. Now they get to play today. And so we got a couple questions today. 888-957-9570. Number one question is, what do the Warriors have to do to win this series? Point blank. What do they have to do to win this NBA championship? What's the concern for both teams? What is your concern? What is your level of confidence for the Golden State Warriors in winning this championship? And Stephen Curry, I did a hit today in Houston. They're saying, no, what does it mean for Steph Curry's legacy? His legacy is already cemented. It's already submitted.
Well,
he's a legend.
I don't know about that.
But locally, I think he's submitted.
Well, no, locally, he's undoubtedly crowned.
And that's how I phrase it. Locally, he can do no wrong. Nationally, he can shut a lot of people up.
Well, I was listening to a couple of different national podcasts, the Le Batard Show being one of them, and they just went back to the same exact thing. Well, he doesn't have any finals MVPs.
It's tired.
It is tired, but it lacks context, and I wanted you to call into the show to argue with Mike Ryan, who's one of the producers and does a great job on that show. I love the Le Batard Show, but Dan Le Batard was the only one sticking up for Steph Curry, and they were all saying, well, why doesn't he have a finals MVP?
It's so
He's
stupid.
never been the second best or best player on his own team. And I feel like we've recalibrated because he didn't get any votes in that 2015 finals, right? And I know you've gone up to Sam Amick, but so many different writers did not put him even on the ballot.
It's crazy.
And then the fact that we have now, and Dibs did this too when he was in here. Yeah. Oh, Iggy was better than Steph Curry. No, you need to go back and watch those games.
He was not better than Steph Curry.
Your memory is lying to you. It's like the famous thing with the catch. People think that the catch with Dwight Clark and Joe Montana, because it was 40 years ago, that's the end of the game.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, people forget that there's a Drew Pearson play.
Almost broke off a touchdown.
But we forgot about that.
Right.
We've forgotten about that, right?
No doubt.
So history forgets certain elements, like, for example, the Jordan shot at the end. They think that was a buzzer beater.
Right.
The push-off on Brian Russell. No, it was not. There was actually like 5 seconds left on the clock.
And Stockton had a great shot to try to win the game, try to tie it.
History forgets those things. History has forgotten how great Steph was in the 2015 finals.
No doubt.
And it drives me nuts. So more than anything, I want this to put to bed all of the Steph Curry dilution.
Well, let me ask you a question. Who won the finals MVP for the Detroit Pistons against the LA Lakers?
I have no clue.
Chauncey Billups, right? Nobody knows. Nobody cares.
No.
Right? Nobody cares. Who won the champion?
I
Who won
just
the
know it
Finals
was a
MVP?
great upset.
Who won the Finals MVP when the Spurs beat the Heat in 2014?
Was that Kawhi?
It was Kawhi.
But I only know that because I know about Kawhi so well.
Exactly.
When we faced him, I did all my homework.
Look, man.
Oh, that laugh.
Kobe never didn't win the Finals MVP when Shaq was there. Nobody gave a damn. We still gave Kobe his flowers. We still say Kobe is one of the best players in the NBA. So this whole thing about Finals MVP, I have no idea when it became a big deal. I have no idea when it became a big deal. Growing up watching the finals, whether it was Jordan, whether it was the San Antonio Spurs, whether it was the Houston Rockets, I did not care who won Finals MVP. It was like the cherry on top, like the Celtics when they beat the Lakers. Who won the Finals MVP for the Celtics?
Don't know.
A lot of people say Kevin Garnett. It was Paul Pierce, but nobody cares. We all look at Kevin Garnett as the guy who was basically the straw to stir the drink for that team. So
all I remember is Leon Poe had a great game.
There you go.
History forgotten that. Remember how good Leon Poe was in that series?
So this whole Finals MVP thing. If he gets it, if he doesn't get it, does people know that James Worthy one time won the Finals MVP? You think Magic gave a damn?
Well, you've seen the winning time, and I know that this has been written and documented. Even Magic's first MVP in the Finals, they lobbied for it. Jared West was lobbying for it.
Yep, and Kareem should have won MVP.
For narrative building.
Right, for narrative building. So it's all these narratives with the Finals MVP, but I do want Steph Curry to shut people up. I want Draymond Green to shut people up. I want this Golden State Warriors organization to shut everybody up by winning his 4th championship. Because you can no longer say, oh, well, they couldn't win without Kevin Durant. Oh, well, this guy was hurt or that guy was hurt.
He was never the best player in the series.
Yeah, they caught the lucky breaks. They did this, they did that. 4th championship is the icing on the cake, and it starts today, Roasters. It starts today. Starts today, June 2nd, Chase Center, 6 p.m. Game number 1 between the Celtics and the Warriors. And there's a couple X factors. And the more and more we get into this series, the more and more we break down the series, Shasky, the more and more I gain confidence. I gain confidence in the Golden State Warriors.
Here we go, baby. Here we go.
And look, I've told you over the last month, I've had nightmares about the Celtics.
Which is fair.
I've had nightmares. They switch. They got a bunch of dogs. They don't have no punks on that team. They really don't. But I'm looking at this Golden State Warriors team saying, they haven't played a backcourt like this all postseason.
No, one that moves this way,
right.
too.
Hey, you're not playing against Grayson Allen.
No.
You're playing against Klay Thompson, all right? You're not playing against Max Strus. You're playing against Stephen Curry.
Well, I think that's one of the things, and I'll let you continue, one of the things that if you just dig a little deeper, think about who the second best scorer was on the court in the last couple series that they've played. Now, the Brooklyn one, I will give them. KD and Kyrie, that's a formidable group.
Yeah.
But it's Giannis and who?
Yeah.
It's Jimmy Butler and who?
Right.
No consistent second scorer out there.
No consistent second
scorer. The Warriors
scorer.
have 3 or 4 consistent scorers depending on, who's hot on a given night.
Right. What are they going to do when Jordan Poole and Steph Curry's in the backcourt? How do you defend that?
Yeah, that's a great question.
How do you defend Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins there as a 3? So dynamic matchups, and I'm looking for a lot of ball screens against Robert Williams and Al Horford.
Yeah, I want to see him backpedal.
They're going to have a tough time going up against these guards, especially off a week off. Now, usually a week off, I'm saying, man, there's going to be a rust factor. But we've seen how the Warriors have played and all the injuries they've dealt with. This is perfect for this team. To get that rest, to get Otto Porter Jr. back, to get Gary Payton II back. And now all of a sudden you see Andre Iguodala practicing with this team. All of a sudden the Warriors are wholesome for basically the first time all season, sans James Wiseman.
Well, now that you're saying how healthy that they seem to feel, doesn't it also feel like they're playing their best basketball over the last 3 weeks?
Absolutely.
If I were to just chart, like the beginning of the year was great, but you didn't have Klay Thompson, right? And so it's tough to look at that version and correlate it to this version. In terms of this version of the team, I feel like they're playing their best basketball over the last 3 weeks.
No doubt.
They're probably their also most healthy basketball over the last 3 weeks.
Not only that, though, they've lost Otto Porter Jr. for a couple closeout games.
Yeah, and
think about the feeling we had
this year
going into that Friday night against Memphis in Game 6, and the report came out that Otto Porter Jr. was not playing.
Yeah,
we said, "Oh my God, what are they going to do?"
I know.
What are they going to do
after he was so good on the offensive glass?
What are they going to do? The depth, everything. What's happened here? They find a way. That's the thing about sports, man, and the thing about a championship team. Like you think about the Houston Rockets when they went back-to-back. That second championship team, they were a number 6 seed. And that whole run, they fell behind Utah 2-1. They fell behind the Phoenix Suns 3-1. They're sitting there struggling. But Rudy Tomjanovich, at the end of that run, where they swept the Orlando Magic, don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yeah.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion. And I think that thing gets lost. A lot of people scoff at that.
Yeah.
You know, it's the whole momentum thing, right? A lot of people don't believe in momentum. Oh, that doesn't exist. Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah.
If you play the sport, you know it exists.
Yeah.
That 3 starts followed, all of a sudden you get a couple breaks, and it just snowballs for that other team. The heart of a champion we've underestimated with Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. Kevon Looney, you want to throw him in the mix? Steve Kerr. They've been thinking about getting back to this point. How many naysayers said they couldn't even get back to this point?
Well, I feel like in real time, we're watching a team turn into a dynasty that is now, on the back end of it, but they've reinvented themselves on the fly. The 2 teams in the NBA that I always look at, like everyone points to the Spurs, but they never won those back-to-backs. Yep. Not to dilute them, they were always great, but they never won those back-to-backs. Let's look at just the Lakers and the Bulls. We know, after watching The Last Dance, even if you weren't alive when it happened, that Bulls team from the first 3 titles to the second 3 titles, it's a very different team, though there were key main figures that were exactly the same. I look at the Lakers group, obviously Shaq and Kobe for the first 3, and then the other 2 is a different supporting cast, and then they obviously added Gasol, and so made it a little different. That Warrior team that we saw from 2015 through, the KD years, and what they have now, similar, yet very, very different.
Yep.
And so I feel like this is the icing on the cake if you want to cement yourself as one of these dynastic type of teams. It's got an 88 Niner feel to it.
Well, and not only that, you like that.
I know 88
it does.
Niner feel, it really does.
It does. And think about this. I was asked yesterday in Boston, did a little Zoom in Boston, and they were like, is this the last run for the Golden State Warriors? And then I get asked a question today. Is this the last run? Think about the questions that are surrounding this team. Is this the last run? Is this it for the Golden State Warriors? Is this their last chance to get to the big dance? And then today, is this team similar to 2015? First of all, I was like, this team's completely different than 2015. There's no Livingston, there's no Barbosa, there's no Mo Spates. Veterans on that team. Got a young core coming off this bench, right? But then you think about whether or not it's the last run. No, this could be the start of another run for this team.
Well, it feels very much like the Patriots once they finally got over the hump. When they won those 3 rings early, and then there was like a pause where they obviously lost to the New York Giants.
Twice,
and then all of a sudden they kind of regrouped, and the next thing you know, you look around and random guys are making plays all over the field for them, but the constant of Brady and Belichick was that cementing factor. And what they did on the back end, I think, was more impressive than what they did in the front end of that dynasty.
Well, coming back by 10 against Seattle.
Exactly.
Right, in the fourth quarter, one of the greatest fourth quarters I've ever seen from a team.
And we thought that was the end for New England.
We thought that was the end. And then they come back and get to Atlanta 28-3. You know what I'm saying? Then they beat the Rams 13-3. They win 3 championships. Could have beat the Eagles, but the Eagles they're a little bit better.
Yeah.
They had it was their magic. It was their year. They were due for a Super Bowl win. This team, if they can win this one, they can win it, and it's going to be tough, folks. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a bumpy ride. But if they win this one, I got Poole feeling good in his 4th year.
Yeah.
They get Kuminga and Moody, who's been part of the rotation in these playoffs. Others saying, let me work on my game because I want to make sure I'm getting 30 minutes next year in the playoffs. And Steph is still giving you 27, 6, and 5.
And then all those ring chasers are going to want to come to you. Look, we've got all summer to talk about that.
But that's the setup, though.
Know.
So that's why when people say, man, this is the last run. You know what? They're old. Klay Thompson's going to be better next year.
Yeah.
And he's now getting his rhythm in the playoffs. Draymond Green has turned back the clock. Now all of a sudden everybody's saying, you know what, Andrew Wiggins, you may want to extend him. Now, again, that's all season stuff. But that's where this team is at, and they're humming right now. They took apart the Dallas Mavericks in a way I didn't think it was possible.
What's the beauty of this team is that all the Steph Curry narrative stuff doesn't bother the role players on this team, and it doesn't bother Steph Curry. Look,
Nobody cares.
If Klay goes out and drops 30, who's the guy most happy for his success?
Stephen Curry.
Right? If Otto Porter Jr. has a game where he has 16 and 16, who's the guy most happy for his success?
Steph Curry, Draymond Green.
Exactly. So the way this team is built, it doesn't matter who has those great games.
Nobody cares.
That's the beauty of what's going on. When you see some of the teams that the Warriors have faced, if Luka doesn't play well, they have no chance.
No chance.
Right? If Jokic doesn't play well, they had no chance. I'm looking at Boston. If Tatum doesn't play well, I don't think they have a chance.
No. And you see Steph Curry in Game 5 against the Dallas Mavericks. Didn't play well.
No.
15 points, struggled with the shot, 5 of 17.
Yeah, when we needed him the most in the fourth quarter.
Guess what? They were up 25 in that game, 26.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he had hit a couple big shots in the fourth quarter. They play well as a unit.
Yes.
That's what's so special about this. Everybody said every single series, whether it's Denver, whether it's Memphis, whether it's Dallas, whether it's Boston, we've all heard that other team has the best player on the floor.
Oh, God.
That other team. Now it's Jason Tatum. But it doesn't matter.
No. Teams win championships.
Teams win championships. Teams hang banners.
And I know that we're going to get somebody to have a performance that none of us have accounted for. Who had Bielitsa being a factor at the end of the Mavs series?
Nobody.
Heading into it. No
I was
one
like,
did.
wow, he's playing Bielitsa? Whoa.
Who had Gary Payton Jr. being a factor at the end of the Denver Nuggets series?
Wow, Gary Payton II, he's back too.
You know what I'm saying? So
10 points in the fourth quarter in Game 5.
Everybody's going to have their moment. And GP2, to me, is the guy. I know Iggy. A lot of people love Iggy. I love Iggy, too. GP2 is the factor for me in terms of defensive tenacity, because I want to see him go up against Jaylen Brown. I want to make Jaylen Brown put the ball on the floor.
Yeah, no, and that's the key to me when he's pressuring Jaylen Brown and he's pressuring Marcus Smart. They haven't seen this yet. Boston Celtics haven't seen this yet from a group that knows how to win. Miami, did they know how to win?
Well, I mean, just look at the sum of their parts. They played a certain way of basketball all year. Then come playoff time, it was all Jimmy Butler. That's not how they played throughout the regular season. They had balanced scoring all year. And then they get to the playoffs and they became a Jimmy Butler-heavy team. That's not how the Warriors are going to play.
No, they're not. They're not.
B, let me ask you this one, too. I'm looking at this squad right now, the Golden State Warriors, and there's so much like, oh, they got Marcus Smart's going to lock down Steph Curry. Is that really what Boston wants to do? Throw Marcus Smart exclusively on Steph Curry?
With a sprained ankle. With a sprained ankle that said is serious.
When he gets 2 quick ones, then what?
Right, then what? And that's the thing. I don't think they're going to put Marcus Smart on Curry right away.
I'm with you on that.
I think they're going to put Jaylen Brown on Stephen Curry. They're going to put Marcus Smart on maybe Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson to start. We may see Marcus Smart on Curry late in the game.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to open up with that. That's just my hunch.
No, I'm with you on that because you don't want to obviously wear him down. But secondarily, why would I want to put that guy into foul trouble?
Yeah, no doubt. Why?
I don't know.
With the sprained ankle.
That's going to be a key for me. Can Steph Curry get to the free throw line?
Here's what Darrell said about the Warriors being physical yesterday.
Yeah.
The Warriors do a good job of wearing any team down. You can be as physical as you want to, but the cardio and tip-top shape these guys are in is what allows the Warriors to beat teams because you don't have most guys at this time of the year in the best shape of their life. You know, they might be in good shape, but we see Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, these guys running off screens and moving without the basketball. I think that's what's wearing these teams down. And you can't be that physical with them because you're going to be in foul trouble because, you know, they're going by you or they're moving that basketball, make you defend for 24 seconds. So I think it's going to be hard on them to be any type of physical.
There you go. There you go. That's how the Warriors can combat physicality against the Boston Celtics. That's Darrell Wright, who joins us every single Wednesday. You'll see him later today on TV on NBC Sports Bay Area for Warriors Live Finals Edition. It's going down, game one of these finals. And that's the thing that I think people underestimate, the conditioning of Stephen Curry, the conditioning of Klay Thompson. They just wear you out. It's tough to chase around these dudes all game long. In Boston, Grant Williams was saying yesterday, we're built for this.
Yeah.
We're built for this. Well, it's different when you play it. You know, this ain't the regular season, and that's another thing.
We're built for this. I love when guys hype themselves up.
But here's the other thing, Shasky, that bothers me here going into the series. It really does. How much stock people put in the regular season NBA games.
Well, it's just so funny.
The Warriors lost 3-4 to the Denver Nuggets in the regular season. What happened? They got bounced in 5.
Yeah.
The Memphis Grizzlies beat the Warriors 3 or 4 games. And, oh, my, Warriors won 1 game against Memphis. Oh, boy, this is going to be tough. They bounced them at 6.
Yeah.
All right, they beat 2 different Memphis Grizzlies teams. 2 different teams, one with Ja, one without Ja. And a lot of people said without Ja, they're better. Like, think about that. They said, oh, Ja's out? This is better for Memphis. Yeah, they got bounced in 6. The Dallas Mavericks, oh, they won 3 or 4 against the Golden State Warriors. Luka, who's going to guard Luka? Oh, my gosh, Luka. They got bounced in 5, and it should have been a sweep. So this whole thing about regular season matchups, what happened at Chase Center a couple months ago, has no bearing on these finals.
No. Did we do that for like the LeBron Curry years when they were going up against it? Did we go back to the regular season?
No idea.
I don't remember us like using that as a context for what was going to happen throughout the playoff series.
I don't know why this stuff is used against the Golden State Warriors. You're like, I'm watching the national shows yesterday. The questions that they're asking, one, they keep bringing up Kevin Durant. Like, shut up about KD. KD's at home. The Warriors are in the finals. All right, enough about Kevin Durant.
What a bunch of crap.
Seriously, but it's like the Curry legacy. Who's going to guard Tatum? Who's going to guard Brown? Oh, the Warriors only have a 14% chance to win the finals according to BPI index. I don't care about the computer. I don't care about your spreadsheet. The spreadsheets have been wrong all playoffs.
83% chance for the Celtics to win.
No, I said 86.
Was that what it was?
86 to 14.
I mean, look, what are we doing? How do you even compute that?
I don't know.
The Warriors had the least likely percentage once they got to the conference finals of getting to the finals.
Yes.
And yet they got there faster than anyone. Like, I'm so sick of 538 and predictions and algorithms and stuff like that. It's just driving me nuts. I feel like we're talking baseball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 888-957.
Who's going to win the finals?
888-957-9570. We're going to get into a lot today. We're going to break down the series X Factors. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, how confident are you? Or how amped up are you? How did you sleep, Dub Nation? I slept great. But I'm not going to lie. I woke up in the middle of the night saying, man, is it 6 o'clock yet? Whew, I need to get to the studio.
Did you lay out your suit?
You know, I fell asleep.
Gucci!
I meant to because Anna's going to be out the house. I'm a little worried. So I'm going to have to tell her, yo, can you put something to the side for me?
FaceTime me as I'm getting ready.
Please do. Please do. All right, what's coming up on the game?
Oh, I'm so
Brought to you
fired
by
up. Let's
Lucky
go.
and Lucky California. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. We ready? Are you ready? Because we ready over here on The Roast. Lucky Californians bring you quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. Right now, T-bone steaks are just $6.99 a pound in the Max Pack. Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. Nothing I like more than betting on the WNBA. Smart bettors know the WNBA offers.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals, and we gave some tickets away. But guess what? Sunday's Game 2. And tomorrow morning, listen to 95.7 The Game for your chance to win tickets to see Game 2. Sunday night between the Warriors and the Celtics in the NBA Finals. Just listen during the crosstalk between this show and Willard Dibs. Tomorrow for your chance to qualify. There will once again be a sounder, and when you hear that sounder, the first 5 callers will qualify to win tickets to see game number 2. For all your playoff ticket needs, be sure to go to Warriors.com. That is Warriors.com. We'll play the sounder a little bit later as we break down game number 1 of these NBA Finals. Right off the rip, Shasky, who's your X factor in the series?
Well, he's probably too good of a player to be quote-unquote X factor because you need him to play every single game. This is going to sound very niche. It's Draymond Green's attention to detail and his emotional stability. To me, when he was focused in that Game 5 last series, that's the Draymond Green that I want. Now, does he drive me crazy with the not squaring up to the hoop and not shooting at times? Absolutely, it drives me crazy. But I loved his demeanor when dealing with the officials. I loved his attention to detail on defense, the way he came flying up, hands up, getting vertical, him blocking shots as a weak side defender. Offensively, the way that he was taking care of the basketball, right? Not just throwing it away like he's Dan Marino. So to me, Draymond Green and his emotional stability and his focus is going to be the key to this entire series. When he plays great, they're almost unstoppable.
Yeah, they are unbeatable, especially when he's scoring, right? You look at the last 3 games in the Western Conference Finals, he scores 10, he scores 17 in the closeout game.
He was so good in that. I think hidden in that closeout game, he was so good.
17
so
points.
Good.
17 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, a block shot. He hit a 3, 6 or 7 from the floor. It's really good. I'm gonna go with Looney again.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Looney.
Is Dre too good to be an X factor?
No, not at all.
Okay,
not at all.
just
Not at all. You can have whoever your X factor is. I got no problem. Some people are gonna say Wiggins. Some people are going to say Clay getting off the better starts.
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole, of course.
I want to hear from people.
Yeah. Jordan Poole. But I'm going to go with Kevon Looney again.
Okay.
Kevon Looney in the paint, being in the right spot at the right time, rebounding the basketball, boxing out, and his screen setting against his tough and scrappy Celtics team. How can he free up Clay and Steph and Jordan Poole off these screens? To me, Kevon Looney is my X factor. If he plays well, he's been a stable force for this Warriors team. And you think about the cherry on top for his season, playing all 82 games. The closeout game against Memphis, and the gotta-have-it game. Yeah. That was an absolute gotta-have-it game. When we look back at this season, and if the Warriors win this championship, we're going to look back at Game 6 against Memphis and say, damn, was Looney a boss. I mean, I'm saying, Jessica, I told you where I watched the game back. That was grown man basketball. The carnage that was left on the court. I said, damn, I'm hurting from watching this game. 22 rebounds, and then you see him close out against the Dallas Mavericks, and he grabs 18 rebounds against the Mavs.
How about his scoring around the rim?
It's been special.
I mean, he scored more around the rim, it felt like, in the Dallas series than he had over multiple seasons.
I mean, think about how far his game has come in the paint.
Yeah.
The pump fakes that he's using.
It's crazy.
And he looks a little more, I'm not going to, I don't want to say explosive at Kevon Looney. Some people are going to look at me crazy, but he does look a bit more spry, doesn't he? He looks a bit more spry in these playoffs. I don't know what it is. Fit aid. I don't know what the hell's going on with Looney.
His touch around the rim, in terms of him banking it off the backboard, his touch is undeniably better.
He shot 68% against the Dallas Mavericks.
And don't you think his creativity on the pump fake and then the little scoop shots and then the little one-arm little bankers, he's gotten really creative around the bucket.
So Game 6, he grabs 22 rebounds, 11 offensive rebounds. It's the most rebounds for a Warriors center since 1987 when Mr. Mean, Larry Smith,
crazy.
Grabbed 23 rebounds, right?
Crazy.
And then you think about Game 2. That was the series for the Dallas Mavericks. They're up 19.
Yeah.
They are rolling. What does Looney do in that third quarter? Well, he scores 11, right? He scores 11, and they come all the way back. And you look at Looney's stat line, 21 points, 12 rebounds, 10 of 14 from the floor. But those numbers don't even do his game justice. No. He was a monster in Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks.
Who you got coming today? We got E40, we got Fabby Davis. Which of the rappers are going to be in the building firing up the crowd for the Golden State Warriors?
I took a turn. I would have segued there.
Well, no, because I don't know if you know this. They play better when E40's yelling at them on the bench. He keeps talking about Looney. That's why. He loves Looney.
He loves Looney.
And Looney and him dap each other up every time Looney checks out.
Fody will be in the building. That will be in the building.
I heard my Filipino brethren is going to be doing the
Pilo?
halftime show.
Pilo's doing the halftime.
That's the rumor.
Pilo gets that place rocking.
Yeah, he does.
They got a little video, right? And it's between timeouts. And I saw it for the first time in the Memphis series. And Memphis was, they were up. It's nip and tuck. And they throw Pilo on the video board. And Pilo's like, West Bay, where you at? East Bay, where you at? North Bay, where you at? San Jose, where you at? Kids, where you at? Adults, where you at? Dumbass. And it was like rocking. I said, damn, Pilo's a hell of a hype man.
Yeah, California on my license plate.
Holiday, that thing, I need that, Langford. Matter of fact, I need that.
That
one
one jams. I don't care what anyone says.
I just love you got to rewind it every time. 30 seconds in. The beginning says California on my license plate. It just makes you feel so good.
But no, I think we have the advantage in a lot of different areas, but I just keep going back to this crowd at Chase Center. I think is going to be rocking. I think it's going to be absolutely insane. And I think that this fan base has been dying and salivating to get back to this point, and we're not going to take it for granted.
9-0 at Chase Center in the postseason.
It's insane.
9-0 in the postseason.
And I hope that the team starts off well because you got to give this fan base something to cheer for. It gets tough when they're missing shots and there's in foul trouble and guys are going to the free throw line. Do we have the officials?
Not yet. Oh, I could get the officials real quick. We'll get the referee assignments.
Because I worry about a clunky, foul-driven game one.
Oh, my gosh.
Who is it? Scott Foster.
Oh, my gosh.
Mark Davis.
John Goble, James Williams. James Williams, Gucci Man. Wow. That's Gucci.
Wow.
Mark Davis, John Goble, and Gucci Man are your Game 1 NBA Finals referees.
God.
Yeah, that's
and
exactly.
Dan Dibley had the audacity to wear a referee shirt yesterday.
I mean,
and Mark Davis is the crew chief for game number 1. That just put me in a bad mood. Tamir, we'll get you on the other side.
Smug look on his face when he knows that he made a horrible call. Oh, God.
Lubman, I got a homework assignment for you during the break.
Warrior all-time record.
Yeah. How many teams have gone undefeated at home in the postseason?
Oh.
How many teams
did the Warriors
2017.
I was going to say the
2017 Warriors went undefeated at home. Well, they were 2-0.
They lost game 3.
They were 9-0. Yeah, they were 9-0 in the postseason.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Wow. The reality is you lose one of these first two, and
that's a whole new series.
Exactly.
It's
you
a long
gotta
series.
Defend the house.
Damn, Mark Davis is your
you got to be kidding.
I just popped the balloon, huh?
Oh, man. All right. Jermaine Wiggins is going to join us at 8:30. He works at WEEI in Boston. Also won a Super Bowl with the Patriots. He loves his Celtics, so we'll get into it with him at 8:30 here on The Morning Roast, as this segment was presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Your phone calls coming up. 888-957-9570. Who's your X Factor in these NBA Finals? Who's the X Factor for you? Shatsky has Draymond Green. I have Kevon Looney. Who do you have, Roasters? Who's your X Factor? I want to hear from you on the other side here on The Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The NBA Finals, Game 1.
Never know what kind of angle. Nope. Crossover, break your ankle. Yep. Sloppy with the rock. Nope. Steph Curry with the shot. Yep. Suckers. Nope. Splash Brothers. Yep. Ain't no stopping. Nope.
You know, before he dropped that, we came a long way. We came a long way. And now, I know he was talking about the first championship when the Warriors came a long way in franchise history, when their first championships in 75. When you think about where they're at now compared to where they were in 2019. 2019 NBA Finals ends. KD, torn Achilles. He's gone to Brooklyn. Klay Thompson, torn ACL. He's not playing at all. You know, Steph Curry breaks his hand 4 games into the season. They win 15 games.
God, that was such a horrible year.
15 games.
I mean,
remember after the finals, they said that was it?
We were talking about, could Eric Pascal be one of the best players on this team? Remember those conversations?
Oh, I do. Oh, I absolutely do.
Alan Smilageach, 888-957-9570.
Pascal with the MIDI.
With the MIDI.
That guy literally had the square button jammed on the controller.
Yeah.
He had never hit the X, a.k.a. the pass button, his entire career.
No, he didn't.
And God bless him.
Now he's in Utah. Think about that. Leaving those finals at Oakland, thinking, are the Warriors, what is it going to look like? And then they go into that first game ever at Chase Center, the first regular season game, and they play the L.A. Clippers. And they get smashed by 30-plus. Smashed.
Yeah, they looked like they didn't even belong in the NBA.
They got smashed, right? And I remember being in that Clippers locker room, and Pat Bev was just yucking it up. Oh, it's done. Curry with that loose-ass dribble. Oh, he's going to find out how tough it is. Oh, he's going to find out. Dame Dollar, C.J. McCollum were taking their shots. Oh, Curry's going to find out what it's like to be double-teamed all day long. You don't got help now.
I forgot about the Dame
That was
Lillard.
last season.
Yeah.
And then Curry dropped 62 on their ass.
A lot of talking from them. That's right.
A lot of talking.
Where are they at?
From a team that never beat the Warriors in the playoffs.
Well, they've never done anything.
They never took
As a team
them past
that's never done anything.
They never took them past Game 5 to Portland Trail Blazers. Never took the Warriors past Game 5. What do you think about 40 dropping that line? Would he come a long way?
Never took them past.
We come a long way? Yup. This team's come a long way in just 2 short years. 15-win season, they get blown out. They trade for Wiggins. You know, you got Jordan Poole, who's up and down from the G League. JTA, they find on the scrap heap. They find GP2 on the scrap heap last season. And now they're back in the NBA Finals. They're back. They're back, folks. Dub Nation is back. And you know what? I think this is just the beginning of something special again. I really do. But think about that, Shasky. I love these shows. There's no chance they're getting back to the finals. Hell, it was sacrilegious to say they'd be a contender in the Western Conference this year. Remember arguing with Coles?
I know.
Dude, Joe Lacob's paid you, dog. They're going to be a 7th or 8th seed. There's no way they're going to be better than this team, that team, this team, that team, this team, that team. All right, we're going to find out. And we found out. And now they're 4 wins away, Shasky. 4 wins away.
So a little running and a little throwing.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked so much about the legacy of Steph Curry and you know, getting that 4th ring. And forget basketball, just in sports.
It's not just Steph. It's Steph, Clay, and Dre.
No, I know that.
The winningest trio in NBA history.
But like you start to become, you know, the way that we look at the Steelers of the 70s, the way that we look at the Cowboys, all these different teams that have 4 or 5 different rings and all these different players across sports. Like Derek Jeter just joined Twitter. Bonte, I don't know if you paid attention.
Yeah, I broke the news.
You know, 5-time champion, right? And Joe Torre, what he did with the Yankees is cemented. Derek Jeter, what he did with the Yankees is cemented. Not just because they won 3 or 4. They won 5. They won 5 with different teams, you know? And obviously they won a lot in a row. And I look at Derek Jeter and like what he means to the Yankees. It's very similar to what Steph Curry means to the Golden State Warriors. The captain, you know, the aura that's around him. I don't know if Jeter, you know, was the best player from day one all the way through to the end because they had so many great players on there.
Number 2.
They weren't winning nothing without Derek Jeter. And you know I hate Derek Jeter.
Yeah, they were winning nothing. And the Warriors were winning nothing without number 30.
Exactly.
However, Tom Curran from NBC Sports Boston, he joined us yesterday. And he doesn't even think Curry will have the biggest impact on his series. Check this out.
Oh, God.
Over the course of the series, Tatum is going to impact more on both ends of the floor than Steph Curry is. Steph Curry is going to be able to facilitate more offense in more ways because he's an absolute friggin' genius. But I just look at Tatum as a rebounder, passer, defender, offensive player. He's not a better offensive player than Steph. Steph does effortless what Tatum has to really work to do.
So another guy, another market, another person saying that the other player is going to have a bigger impact in the series. And you know what? We'll see about that. We'll just see how they defend Steph Curry. We'll see who has a bigger impact. Jason Tatum could be had defensively too. Jimmy Butler was getting wherever he wanted to go. And I believe Andrew Wiggins, if Jason Tatum takes that assignment, Andrew Wiggins will be able to get to wherever he needs to go to. And he'll be able to score at will against Jason Tatum.
Tatum's awesome, right? But this thing that, Curry doesn't do anything but on the offensive side is just such a misnomer. He actually rebounds very well for a guard.
No doubt.
If you look at just the raw numbers and then watching the game, he'll clear big rebounds. And then obviously the assist numbers are there. But what people never quantify for, they just never quantify for, is the way he gets into the passing lanes on defense. And then offensively, his gravity, obviously, that we always talk about. What about the double passes, meaning the skip pass that he makes to someone else who makes a pass to the corner, the hockey assist, if you will? You get a lot of those. And just his raw movement opening up the floor, he's just so unique. And I love every series we get ex-beat reporter, ex-columnist from this particular city who doesn't watch Steph Curry nightly, doesn't understand what he really does throughout a series. And then come game 6 or game 5, they're beaten into submission. I mean, it happens. But it's happened for 7 straight years.
It's happened a lot when they're healthy. When he's healthy, Stephen Curry, that is. And even Robert Parrish. You think about Robert Parrish, right? 4-time NBA champion. Mm-hmm. 4-time NBA champion. Part of one of the greatest trios in NBA history.
Yes.
Kevin McHale, Larry Bird, Robert Parrish. We all know about that front line. Possibly the greatest front line in NBA history. Robert Parrish joined Steiny Guru yesterday. Steiny was jacked up about this. But all NBA fans, too. Because Robert Parrish is a legend, the chief, a Hall of Famer, one of the 75 best players in NBA history. Here's what he had to say about Stephen Curry.
Steph revolutionized the game of basketball, in my opinion. And they need to start giving Steph more credit, too. Steph is a transcendent player, historically great player. And they need to stop, should I say, downplaying Steph's accomplishment just because he hadn't won a finals MVP. And they for whatever reason, they're holding it against him. I don't understand that. A 2-time MVP, 3 championships, scoring titles. What more the man got to do to be considered an all-time great, which he is, by the way?
That's Robert Parrish, folks.
Love it.
That's Robert Parrish. Why are we holding finals? Why do they do that? Why does Kendrick Perkins get on there? By the way, he said something yesterday.
What did he say?
I caught it. I give the coaching edge to the Boston Celtics. It's we got people on TV saying crap like that. They're saying anything, getting a check. Rookie head coach. We're going to give the rookie head coach an advantage over a coach who's helped the Warriors win 3 championships and has Mike Brown as an assistant and Kenny Atkinson as an assistant. But let's give the coaching edge to the Boston Celtics.
Who've never been here.
What? But Robert Parrish.
Could you imagine, wait, just for a second, could you imagine Popovich, Phil Jackson, pick Larry Brown, pick any of the Rudy Tomjanovich, any of the great coaches that you would like to put out there and say that the rookie head coach, and I'm not trying to dismiss him.
Ime Udoka's a really good coach.
But come on, can we have a little bit of respect for Steve Kerr?
It's disrespectful.
And the way that they've gotten there with the totally different teams. I mean, think about the 2015 team, how different it is to now. Think about the 2017 and 18 teams, totally different from now. Come on, can we give a little respect to Steve Kerr? For real. For real, 6 finals in the last 8 years.
But we're going to get the coaching guys to the Boston Celtics. Not only that.
I mean, that's just so disrespectful.
But Robert Parrish, he's speaking for every fan of the Golden State Warriors. What does Curry have to do to get your respect?
I mean, you know what?
Like he said, he pointed it all out for you.
He needs 11. He needs 11 writers to vote for him in 2015, and then everything's different.
Yep.
No, I'm dead serious.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. And Robert Parrish laid it out perfectly there. 2-time scoring champ, 2-time MVP. You got a head coach who's got a 736 winning percentage, which is the best in NBA history when it comes to the playoffs. Better than Phil, better than Popovich, better than Red Auerbach, better than Pat Riley, better than Eric Spoelstra, better than Red Holtzman, better than Doc, better than whatever coach you got out there. Steve Kerr has a better winning percentage, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
But then you get Steph Curry, who Robert Parrish has watched a lot of basketball. He knows a lot more about basketball than everybody in this market.
Former Warrior.
Former Warrior. Steph Curry Finals MVP means nothing. His legacy is already cemented. What does that mean when you hear that from a legend like Robert Parrish?
Well, I think it goes to speak how great the guy really is. Take a step back from social media and wild hot takes and listen to somebody who actually, had his foot in the paint and went through the wars of the 1980s. I mean, when you think of the tough teams and all the Celtics epitomize that, right?
Yep.
And so for him to have the utmost respect to Steph Curry, that to me, that's where I look at. I don't look at what, Kendrick Perkins says. Kendrick Perkins, you were garbage, and you're just saying things on air so that you can get re-upped by ESPN, and you flip-flop so many times I can't even pay attention to it. I look at what the peers say. I look at what the guys that were up at that top 75 players of all time podium were saying and the reverence they showed Steph Curry. That's the true indicator. Listen to how Magic Johnson talks about Steph Curry. Listen to how Robert Parrish talks about Steph Curry. Come on, man. I mean, he's one of the all-time. Shaq said on the TNT set, "You're my favorite player."
Yep.
Shaq.
Yeah. He's been saying it for years. He said the first time he sees Steph Curry bombing, he's like, what the hell is he doing? And I think it may have been the Garden game when he dropped 54 on ESPN. And Mike Breen was like, oh my gosh. Everybody was going crazy in a loss to the Knicks, but Curry stole the show. Shaq's like, yeah, that's my favorite player. I roll with Steph. That's who I roll with. Well, how about Allen Iverson? Steph Curry is my favorite player to watch. And he was like,
Reggie Miller.
Advocating for Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's like, I want Giannis to go play with Steph. I want him to go join Golden State and play with Steph. So all these media members who are watching again, the legends tell you how they feel about Steph Curry. Also, the legends tell you how they feel about the Splash Brothers. Here's Robert Parrish on the Splash Brothers, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson.
They believe in playing the game the right way, getting everybody involved, sharing the basketball. Because when you're sharing the basketball, you're very difficult to defend, and I think that's one of the reasons why the Warriors have had so much success. Not only are they explosive offensively, but they're tough to guard because they not only have ball movement, but they have player movement also. So they are very difficult to contend with, especially when everybody's healthy. They are a tough cover.
A tough cover, the Splash Brothers. And guess what? They're healthy. And everybody's healthy on the Warriors right now.
I love listening to people talk about how they play the game the right way because it really, the juxtaposition of the way we've seen the last two series where it's, I got the ball the entire time and I'm just going to dribble, try to get my own, and then I'm going to throw it out to a corner three, and please hit that, Reggie Bullock.
No,
please.
The ball's hopping.
Right? And I love that. And it's the movement without the ball. It's the ability that anyone could set a screen for anybody out there. We just watched a series. How many back screens did Luka set? Just in general.
Not many.
I didn't see one.
Not many.
I didn't see one, right?
He doesn't have the ball. He stands in the corner.
Exactly.
Same thing with James Harden.
Now, do I love Steph Curry setting back screens all game? No. But you got to be a team player. Pass and move. Pass and cut. Go screen for somebody else. Open the floor up. You know that you back screening, they think you're going to flare out, and they're going to double team you, which opens up the dribble drive handoffs, which opens up the curls and all the flares. And so I love the way that this team plays basketball, and I'm ready for the entire world to just shut the hell up and start praising them.
No, I mean, maybe they will. 4 games later. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. And that's the key, off-the-ball movement. I don't get why more teams don't mimic the Golden State Warriors and why they mimic teams like the Rockets and all these teams that run pick and roll. Everybody's standing around the three-point line while 2 people play the 2-man game and everybody else is standing around. I don't get why more people don't try to play the Warriors way. You know what I'm saying? Like, move around, screen, ball movement, pass the ball. I love the stat. One of the stats, and I love the traditional stats, but one of the stats the Warriors always love is 300 passes per game.
Yeah.
Can we get to 300 passes per game? Everybody's touching it. Everybody's involved. Everybody's engaged. I love what Robert Parrish said right there, and I don't get why more teams just don't mimic the Golden State Warriors.
Well, and when we talk about all the great duos, it's interesting how few times those 2 great duos actually pass to each other. Like Stockton and Malone, clearly Stockton was the point guard throwing it to Malone. And I mean, the one Kobe to Shaq play is the alley-oop play. Go back and watch them. Very few times is Kobe at the top of the key like, let me feed Shaq at the bottom. It was your turn, my turn. And I think we're going to get a lot of that in this Boston series. I really do. I think you're going to get a lot of my turn, your turn with Tatum and Brown. Just watching 6 and 7, game 6. Very few times they pass to each other.
They try to implement the ball movement. Ime Udoka has tried to get them to move the ball, and sometimes they do. Game 7 against Milwaukee, that ball was hopping around.
It was.
It's on the open man. He hit shots. That open man was Grant Williams, who scored 27 in that Game 7. They try to do it, but they still have stretches to where they go ISO heavy. Marcus Smart took the last 5 shots of the balls for the Boston Celtics in Game 7 and almost blew the game.
I mean, it would have been one of the biggest collapses in the history of the NBA.
So they try to do it, but they always revert back to old habits, which is my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn.
Well, and that's why I keep going back to Al Horford. I'm real worried about Al Horford. Not only can he knock down just at a decent clip the three-pointer, he does a really good job of finding the open guy at the top of the key. He's a really great defender. I think him in that pick and roll, how active he is with his hands, how good he is with his lateral movement. I think we're going to know right away whether Al Horford's going to be a factor in this series or not.
Well, he's one of those guys who's been, in this postseason, he'll have a game where he scores 3 points, he'll come back and drop 30. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he's just he's a guy who's going to give you that 12, that 9. But can you play him defensively?
That's what I meant. I didn't mean about scoring.
Is this more of a Daniel Tice series than it is an Al Horford series?
Or do they just go small too with Grant Williams?
Ooh.
Right? Like I could see them doing that. I can really see them playing him a lot because to me he feels like a guy that's going to give them Draymond elements for them on their team.
If the Celtics decide to go small, that's advantage go to State Warriors.
Well, I agree with that.
Because I think the biggest advantage Boston has is their rim protection with Robert Williams III and Al Horford.
How healthy is he?
Exactly. If he's not healthy and Al Horford's not on the floor and Boston goes small, then the Warriors are going to just pick them apart and get to the cup, and it will. And they're going to dominate the points in the paint. So pick your poison if you're the Boston Celtics. Let's take some calls.
Yeah, let's do them. I'm so fired up.
Let's get to Adam, and then we'll get to Tamir in Oakland. Adam, what's happening? He's in the city. Who's your X Factor, Adam? How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime.
Appreciate it. X Factor. All right. So obviously, Steph is the biggest gravity, whatever changing person, on the floor today, has been it for a while. But I'm gonna have to go with Wiggins again. I've been singing Wiggins' praises since the Denver series. It's just he's never been on this stage before. He's gotten better each series. And everyone that keeps talking about, Steph and Clay, and not discrediting our team or anything, but I don't hear Wiggins getting talked about a lot, and that man is balling right now. So I think he's going to be the X factor for us in the series. One of the other things that you guys asked too was on Twitter is Warriors will win if. Here are my 4 things: limit the careless, lazy turnovers, get out to fast starts, average near 30 or more assists or near that number, and then out rebound the Celtics. I think that's how they win. And that's how they're going to get it done. Last thing you said, too, you're like, Bonte, why don't the more people play like the Warriors? And Zaza said it a couple weeks ago because no one else has Steph Curry or Klay Thompson.
That's a good point. But at least try. I mean, try. I get it. The Warriors had the splash, but try. Well, the San Antonio Spurs kind of played like this before the Warriors. They didn't have the Splash Brothers, but they still moved that ball. That ball was hopping. When they picked apart the Miami Heat in 5 games in the 2014 NBA Finals, that was beautiful basketball.
Today might not be the day for this, but I've had a long hypothesis on this. Do you know why people don't play without the ball?
Why is that?
Because growing up, at least in this era that you're in right now, there is so much individual skill development that goes on, right? All of the skill development is with the ball in your hand. Bonte, you have an individual trainer who's working on your ball handling, your shooting, you with the ball the entire time. You can't really work out, in this era, this youngster era that we're in now. Like everything is with you and the ball in your hand, and you and your shooting, and you and your footwork with shooting, and your dribbling, and you with the ball in your hand. You don't work coming off of screens. You don't work the whole nuance of how to receive a pass, how to make yourself open, how to showcase yourself. And then you're also not working in tandem with other people. We used to go to the Park B and we play a lot of games, right? Like that's the one thing I'll give Luka. He clearly played tons and tons of 2-on-2, 3-on-3 growing up. He knows how to run a pick and roll. He knows how to play a 2-man game.
But he can't play off the ball.
He can't play off the ball. He's used to having the ball in his hands. But I don't think it's exclusive to him. I think it's this era of basketball player. And I also think the advantage that Clay and Steph have is both of their fathers played in the NBA, and they watch that if one guy has the ball, the other guys on the court have to be moving to create open shots.
And to further that point, Jordan Poole played at Michigan, so where they preach ball movement,
Yes.
screening, and playing off the basketball. Their system with John Beeline, cutting, backdoor screens, backdoor cuts. It's a good point there, Shasky. That's problematic for the future of the league. If people can't play off the ball, like, that's what made Reggie Miller great. That's what made Ray Allen great.
Think of how many guys come into the draft every year. How few of them are guys like, hey, he could be the next Rip Hamilton.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
There's not a lot. Most of the guys that come in are ball-dominant players at whatever position they're in when they're offensively skilled players. So that's just a hypothesis that I've had long about basketball over the last 20 years. We've really reverted back to and it's great because the skill has never been higher with the ball in your hand. I also feel like the skill without the ball in your hand has never been worse.
Right. No doubt. Like, think about how deadly John Morant could be if he learned how to play off the ball.
Yeah.
James Harden has never learned how to play off the ball. It's the same thing that's happening with Russell Westbrook. Lakers, oh man, he can't play off the ball. Well, he hasn't been able to do that his entire league because he doesn't work on it.
How many catch and shoot shooters are there right now in the league that are just snipers?
We're about 20.
There should be like 90.
Yeah,
you know what I
maybe
mean?
about 20.
Considering how many 3-point shots are taken, how much the game has evolved towards it's so much catch and shoot. There's just not a lot. It's like, when this guy hits, he hits, but then he goes through long stretches where he doesn't.
It's funny. Xfinity Mobile text line 510. Teams can copy Dub's recipe, but you will never be able to replicate their sauce. That's interesting.
Well, and I also think there's an element of selflessness that you have to have if you want to play that style.
But I wonder,
it's
though.
Not sexy.
I wonder. Yeah, it's not sexy, but
it
it's
wins.
devastating.
It wins.
It's devastating. So, like, you make that point because you're around the youth a lot, and you make a great point about the personal training, and they're playing with the ball in their hands. Why don't they practice off the... Steph Curry's been in the league for 13 years.
Because you got to work really, 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 really hard to build up your
So you're saying basically these kids don't want to work hard. They don't want to condition.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is that it's just a different skill set that people don't highlight. The second part of this is that imagine the amount of trust you have to have in your teammates. I throw you the ball, and I got to hope that you're going to give it back to me. So few people are willing. What do they all do? Go to any... I don't care what age it is. I throw you the ball and I go, Bonte. Every kid on every court does it, no matter where you go. And so what happens is we have so little faith. We were taught growing up, hey, I'll throw you the ball. I got to trust that you're going to give it back to me in a good spot.
Yeah, you come off this curl.
I live for the great pass. This is why I love LeBron James. Say what you want about LeBron. He's a pass-first player. He's trying to make the right pass and the right play. So forget all the other stuff that LeBron drives me crazy on. The way he plays the game, I love.
But to that point, LeBron still dominates the ball.
No, he does.
He still dominates the ball. If he ever learned to play off the ball, like he's a great player.
At it.
He's gotten better at it, but it's not there. So I'm just
more
thinking,
of a point guard now
Steph
than
Curry
he ever
is
was.
basically LeBron and Steph have dominated the last decade to throw in Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
and kids love Stephen Curry. Why wouldn't they try to play off the ball? Why didn't they take that part of his game? Let's go to Tamir real quick.
It's just, you're right. I'm telling you, this is a larger conversation for down the line.
Yeah, no doubt.
But no one wants to replicate it because it takes a lot of selflessness.
We'll get to Tamir on the other side. Tamir and Coach. Tamir will get to you first on the other side to talk about the X Factors in his series. That's what's coming up on A Game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in an accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
I mean, I'm
all
just
you got?
super fired up. I mean, San Francisco, are you ready? The finals are back in our town, ready to go. The first ever go-round for the NBA Finals in the city of San Francisco for Chase Center. I'm just super fired up for this. I think that this is going to be an epic, epic, epic series. You got the Boston Celtics, you got the Golden State Warriors, you got Steph Curry, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Klay Thompson, Marcus Smart, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole. You got a rookie head coach versus the grizzled vet, Steve Kerr. This has just got all the storylines you could ask for.
No, it does. It's just, I mean, it's the 75th anniversary season, right? And I think back to the Niners when they played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl a few years ago. That was the 100th anniversary of the NFL season. You saw the legends before the game in the red blazers.
The commercial.
You saw Montana. You saw the commercial. You saw the kids running, and then the kid runs into the stadium but places the football
That was
at the tee.
amazing.
It was amazing, right? 100 years in NFL football, the Niners were there to represent in that football game. Now you get the Warriors in the 75th anniversary NBA Finals.
Yeah.
75th anniversary of this league against the Boston Celtics, who are advancing to their 22nd NBA Finals. They're trying to win their 18th championship. 18th championship. Warriors are back in it for the 11th time, trying to win their 7th championship and be third all time when it comes to NBA titles. This is special. The parquet floor and all those banners at TD Garden against the Golden State Warriors, who are putting up banner and banner and banner over the last 8 years. It's going to be a fun series. And I asked you how many undefeated teams at home in the postseason. Well, you had the Warriors in 2017.
Uh-huh.
You had the LA Lakers in 1982.
Okay.
The Philadelphia 76ers in 83.
Okay.
The Celtics in 86.
Okay.
The Lakers in 87.
Okay.
And the Bulls in 96.
Okay, I thought you were going to keep going.
No. But the last time that's happened
80s,
is
it happened a lot.
It
Wow.
happened a lot in the 80s. You got 96
a lot
Bulls.
of home court advantage.
Yeah, well, Boston Garden. Remember, the
Yeah.
Celtics went through a season where they lost, one home game?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Spurs title.
Red Auerbach wouldn't turn the AC on in the middle of June.
Hey, man, tough place to play. Tough place to play. X factors for the Golden
How
State
many
Warriors.
ghosts of Red Auerbach are we going to hear about this week?
A lot. I mean, you know how it works. I love it, though. I'm a sucker for that stuff.
You are.
I'm a sucker for that. Let's go to Tamir in Oakland. What's up, Tamir? What's happening, man?
Yeah, what's up, guys? First, before we get X Factor, I wanted to say to you guys about the coaching the youth with the read and react offense. It's hard nowadays because a lot of these kids come from AAU basketball.
Mm-hmm.
All they preach is that, one-on-one stuff. So it can happen because I do it. It took me like 3 years and we started winning because I showed them tape of the Warriors and other teams that win. So it goes with that. And then as far as the X factors for me, it only comes down to one thing for me, and that's health. If we're healthy, the Warriors, they'll take care of the rest of the stuff. And like Shelly says, y'all, it's going down tonight. Let's get it. Let's go Warriors. Game 1 finals in SF. Let's get it.
Let's go.
It's going down tonight.
Go.
It's going down tonight. How did Dub Nation sleep last night? That's what was on my, because I was up early, and I was like, man, I got a good 7 hours.
Well,
I got a good 7. 7 hours for me feels like 15 hours of sleep.
I'm really confident in this one. And the reason I'm really confident is I feel like the national narrative, the casual, right? We always talk about the casuals. They're going to go like this. They're going to go Steph, Jason Tatum, right? That's what they're going to do.
Right.
And then they're going to go Jaylen Brown. Because when they think Celtics, they're going to go to those guys first.
Right.
Look, I'm just looking at it this way. We're not talking enough about Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Jordan Poole, Looney. Those guys right there. You could say Steph and Dre. We'll all be listening to that. Think about the other guys. I love our 6 over their 6 or 7. I just do. I like our advantage.
Well, Marcus Smart's played well in this postseason.
No one's saying he hasn't.
15.5 points.
Yeah.
But he's banged up. He admit he's banged up a bit. He's questionable, but he's going to play. He's not sitting this out. Robert Williams, the key to me, a big-time X factor for the Boston Celtics. He's day-to-day. He's day-to-day. He's not moving well at all. And I was listening to Slater yesterday, who joined Damon Ratto in studio. It was a really good hour of radio.
In studio,
studio, Slater.
How did I miss that?
He was really good.
Wow.
He's saying that, if Robert Williams was healthy, he may have flipped this pick. Because Robert Williams could come. He's like Jaren Jackson Jr., but he doesn't foul like Jaren Jackson Jr.
Mm-hmm.
He's an effective rim protector. He may not be able to go every single game. Then I'm looking at Peyton Pritchard and Grant Williams. Just shut them down. Don't give those two guys any life, because they give the Celtics a nice jolt off the bench. Grant Williams and Peyton Pritchard. Peyton Pritchard hit 2 big threes against the Warriors. Look, again, I'm not putting stock in the regular season games, but I've watched a lot of Peyton Pritchard at Oregon. I watched him in the NBA. He does have a knack for hitting a big shot, so you don't want to give those guys any type of confidence, and that's where Gary Payton II comes in, where you could snuff out Peyton Pritchard. That's where Otto Porter Jr. comes in and saying, hey, Grant Williams, not today, buddy. You're not playing. You're not playing well today against us. So that's a big X factor. Those 2 guys are tough. I'm only giving them their credit. They're tough.
I feel like these first 2 games are must-win for both games for the Golden State Warriors. And I know that sounds very dramatic. This is a team, the Boston Celtics, that won 3 out of 4 in Miami. They won 3 out of 4 in Miami. They can win on the road. They're dangerous. Well, and so I always hear, role players play better at home. This team finds a way on the road to win games. And if that's the case, if they're going to steal a game here, I think we're in for a long series.
Let me say this, though. They won the 2 games in Milwaukee, which is very impressive. They're down 3-2. They won Game 6 in Milwaukee. Tatum goes for 46.
Yep.
That was very impressive. I've never been impressed with Miami's home court.
Well,
we always talk about it.
I agree with the atmosphere.
Their home court advantage is nothing like Chase Center. It's nothing like Boston.
Yeah.
It's nothing like Madison Square Garden.
It felt dead throughout that Game
7.
Dude,
it felt dead throughout the series.
Yeah, but specifically the Game 7.
Late arrivals, left and right. We know how Miami rolls. Yeah. They're a front-running crowd. Miami's a front-running crowd, so their home court advantage, although it is impressive that Boston won 3 games at South Beach, they're playing in Miami. There was a lot of green in that stadium.
There's a regular season advantage to playing in South Beach.
Big time.
It's like, it's the Vegas,
but in the playoffs,
of the
but in the playoffs, teams are focused.
Yes.
They're locked in.
Yes.
Unless your name is James Harden, of course, of the Philadelphia 76ers, where you just no-show in the game
he was
5.
at Tootsie's.
Or King of Diamonds. Let's go to Coach in Los Altos.
Or so I'm told.
Coach in Los Altos, what's happening?
You're on the roast.
Coach? Gentlemen, if you're not fired up right now, the Dubs are in the final.
I know.
Are you kidding me? I'm so fired up.
I'll
be there. I don't know who I'm going with, either my wife or my son. They're duking it out.
Coach,
what's up?
I got to ask you, if you had a pregame speech for Steph Curry, Draymond, Looney, Clay, and the rest of the Golden State Warriors, what would your speech be? What would you tell the boys?
Oh my God! I need a little bit of practice on this one. But I will write one, and then I'll call back in. I'll call back in. But no, I think So a couple of quick comments. The first one was the thing about the game that they play, and I loved that dialogue as a coach. Because it is hard to teach. It's hard to teach selflessness. It's hard to teach off ball. And it takes special role players, and it takes special young men that you draft. That's why I'm so excited about a guy like Moody. I think Moody plays with that off ball. Like, he'll spot up, but I've seen him slip screens. I've seen him move without the ball. Kuminga looks a little lost still, but these guys are smart. They're the right mentality, and in the system, I think that's why it took Wiggins a while. That's why the left-handed guy we traded who could really get out of the gym. Oubre. Kelly Oubre was never going to fit in here because he was never going to get there. So I think it's the best basketball in the NBA to watch. It's the hardest to teach. It is a system. It's a culture, and it starts at the top with a superstar like Steph and Clay and Dre, who are all selfless.
No doubt.
So that's why I think it's such a beautiful thing. Now, what I think is the X factor, I think it actually goes back to our strength in numbers. I know that sounds tired, but when you have Steve Kerr, the preeminent role player, off the bench player, he's played 14 guys in these series. The Celtics have played 7. So not only do I like you said, our first 6 against their first 6, I like our 14 against their 7. Because if it goes 7, they're going to be exhausted. And I'll tell you, so I think the X factor is our strength in numbers, our bench, our role players stepping up. And then finally, I think Kerr's a better coach.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think he gets I just think he gets it out of his system, out of his players, out of his entire bench. He keeps them. And I think, by the way, Mike Brown deserves a ton of credit. I think we're going to miss him in Sacramento. But when you look at the coaching tree that's coming out of Steve Kerr and the system, I think it's just good for the NBA.
No doubt.
I'll see you
Yes,
there.
Coach.
I'll wave to you, Bonte.
All right,
and I'll
Coach.
come up with a speech. I'll write it and I'll text it into you.
Sounds good, Coach. Sounds good. Thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar in Stockton.
What's up, Oscar?
What's happening? You're on the roast. Oscar, what's up? Going once. What's up, Oscar?
Just getting ready for this game. Game 1, man. Just make sure we put the haters in check, because only I've been hearing nationally, they talk about Steph being the MVP. Steph needs that. But one thing about basketball is a team sport. We don't go for MVPs. We go for championships.
Yep.
And that's the difference. They keep on talking about Boston. Boston has to prove it to me. Yeah, they up and coming, but they're not consistent. That's one thing about basketball. You have to be consistent, and that's what the Warriors are. I mean, I don't brag. I just tell the truth. I've been a Warrior fan since Rick Barry. I'm from Oakland, me and all my family. So I've been watching the Warriors from thick and thin, and I know basketball. And I told my boys when Steph's in the draft, that's the number 1 player, and look what he's doing today. I mean, basketball is a team sport, and the Warriors, that's what they do. So don't be nervous. Yeah, it may be 6 or 7 games, but at the end of it, we will prevail with the championship. Go Warriors.
Confetti coming down. Confetti coming down. We'll see about that. Robert Parrish, I want to play this one more time about Stephen Curry, and then we'll get into some other sound here. Media Day was yesterday at Chase Center. It was a who's who. You saw Guillermo from the Jimmy Kimmel Show. I like Guillermo. You a Guillermo fan?
Yeah.
He's harmless, dude. He was funny.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said to JTA?
Oh, yeah.
David Lee.
I did.
4 Mexicans in a car who's driving.
Yes.
He said
Pretty funny.
Police. He's like...
We're going to grab that sound as soon as Jimmy Kimmel comes out with that episode. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, I can't
Guillermo at NBA Finals Media Day. It's the best.
It's always the best.
I'm just glad we're allowed to tell jokes again. You know what I mean? Everybody gets so sensitive, and everything's about canceling everybody. We can't tell any questionable jokes at any point anymore. And it was refreshing to be able to see that kind of get laughs across the internet yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's hear from Klay Thompson on how he's feeling being back in the NBA Finals with his buddies.
Being here with Loon, Steph, and Dre and Andre, though, feels great. But I'm also equally as proud of our young guys. Jordan Poole, Wiggs, Otto, GP, Nemanja. He's not young, but, we have such a great team from top to bottom, and give our coaching staff a ton of credit as well. The system that's in place for us to get the most out of our ability is a testament to their knowledge of the game, and just incredible, man. You don't get here 6 times in 8 years without doing something right. But we got big goals. We want to finish it, complete the mission.
Complete the mission. Not just happy being here. It's about completing the mission and winning that 4th championship.
His journey, as much as we keep talking about Steph Curry today, his journey to get back to this point is one of the most incredible sports stories of all time. I mean, Dave Dravecki probably top of the list for a lot of people in terms of, his comeback and how sad it was toward the end and everything.
To me, there's nothing like Klay Thompson in Bay Area history.
I mean, Navarro Bowman just coming back to play is one that is up there. For Klay to not only just come back and be a part of a winning team going to a championship level, I'm shocked we're here this quickly.
Yeah,
I'm really
this quick.
And we say shock a lot. No, this is legitimately shocking. I would be surprised if he ever played again at a high level.
And remember the discourse. There was a lot of conversation. Not only in this market.
What version of himself is
in this market, around the nation? Boy, Klay doesn't look good. Oh, man. He
not
may
explosive.
Be done. He's not explosive. Oh,
Can't defend.
It's getting blown by. Oh, man, he's shot hunting. Well, he got the rust off. And once he got the rust off, he got into a nice rhythm going into the playoffs. Now, he's had some up and down games, right? But when it's mattered, Game 5, closing out a team against Dallas. Klay Thompson showing up. Game 6 against Memphis. How iconic was that?
I mean, it was incredible.
How iconic was that? Tears of joy I saw from some of the fans watching Klay do what he did in Game 6 against Memphis.
And he just carried the team in the first half.
Just carried them. He would have been blown out without him.
I really hope he has a big series.
Wow. He was also talking about the similarities between this Boston team and the 2014 Warriors team.
They're pretty much the age we were back then. I mean, in their mid-20s. And you got to give that organization credit. I feel like Brown and Tatum and Smart have been there for 10 years already. So they worked hard to get here just like we did. And we respect them, and they present unique challenges to us, but it's just going to be a dogfight. We know how physical and athletic they are, and and we expect a hard-fought series.
Love that. It's just going to be a dogfight. Also, he reflected on his career and being back at this point.
Yeah.
I'm definitely more reflective now just because, I mean, it can be taken away from me like that. One misstep or one bad jump. And, you know, back in the day, it just felt like work more. You know, it just kind of programmed you to feel more robotic and just do your daily routines. But now I just try to find joy in every routine I do, whether that's the drive to the arena, being on the trading table. It's just such a awesome job to be a NBA player. And I knew that before, but going through surgeries and rehabs and putting a jersey on just hits so much harder than it did back in the day.
I wonder when those intros start, Shasky. The last time he was in the finals, we know what his last play was.
Yeah.
Him hitting 2 free throws and then getting back on defense, and everybody looking at him like, dude, you got a torn ACL. You can't play. And he's jumping up and down in what was – it was unbelievable. I for sure thought the Warriors were going back to Toronto for a Game 7, and now he's back at this point, just like that. Think about how crazy that is, Shasky, to be back in the finals after going what he went through the last 2 years. It's unbelievable.
I legitimately can't find a sports story anywhere near this. Like we haven't talked enough about it, quite frankly. The other thing that just hearing his voice and talking about how much he loves the game, he's talking, well, you know, it was more business beforehand. I brought this up the other day, and I'll continue to bring it up. It's not just him. It's Draymond, it's Steph, it's Steve Kerr.
It's Looney.
The owner. Their addiction to winning. You either have it or you don't. How many different champions win a championship, fall off? Like the Philadelphia Eagles talked big after they won it. Oh, we love winning. We're the underdogs, blah, blah, blah. And then never to be heard from again. All right? Never to be heard from again. My favorite athletes are the ones that are addicted to winning. Say what you want about Tom Brady. The
He's
dude has
addicted to
dedicated his life to winning.
Doubt. No
all right?
doubt.
I look at somebody like Tiger Woods, and he went through so many pitfalls in his life, and I know this dude's hobbled walking around on a golf course because he's addicted to winning. Not just doing it for the money. Yeah, the money helps, but he's addicted to the winning.
Right.
I'm blown away that this team, after everything they've been through, after all the highs, is still addicted to winning the way they are.
Yep.
That's what I think people should be really appreciative of.
Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan. Nobody talks about that enough. He was addicted to winning. Just did it in a very quiet way. Larry Bird wanted to win.
Parker,
Magic.
those guys.
Yeah, they wanted to win. By the way, some news here we'll get to a little bit later. Rumors are swirling that Alex Mack is set to retire from the 49ers at center. Alex Mack, I don't know. So that's something for another day. The rumors are swirling, that he could be retiring from the 49ers, which would be a huge blow at the center spot. But you know what? Let's uplift everybody from that bad news because our man Duke from Lakeview is on the line.
Let's go.
Duke, what's happening? It's been too long. What's happening, Duke?
Good morning, y'all, man. Good morning, y'all, man. Happy NBA Finals Day, man. You know what I mean? We gonna stay fired up on this show, man. We gonna make it happen, man. We in the Bay, and we gonna do it the Bay way, man. First of all, I want to give a shout out, if I can, y'all, to the Holy Angels basketball team. I'll let y'all know how they've been doing. So they went 14-1 on the season. Won the Daly City Park and Rec Championship. Lost the championship, the CYO championship, but they went 14-1, man. So
congratulations on a great season.
Duke, congratulations to you. For real.
Man,
I know how much time and energy goes into that.
Exactly, man. I love it, man. And my daughter going third place in the national championship. Third place in the national free throw competition in Northern California, man. So that's big, man. So,
nice. Congratulations, Duke.
Thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. You're my brother and nephews, man. I love y'all, man. You know how we do it, man. We're going to do it just like this the Frisco way. And my spiel on the Warriors is Golden State Warriors is playoff time. Morning roast, butter, toast. It's time to ride. Stephen Clay shooting threes for the 415. Tenderloin, that's the gutter for the butter with the garlic inside. Now we all geared up and we ready to ride. JTA still the ball like it's GTA. Spin them tires, swing it back. That's the Oakland way. Since we talking about D, we talking Draymond Green. He's a master of defense and the leader of the team. Sure to get a take and keep the rep and the rest in check. Can't forget JK, Jordan Poole, and Young Glove. This is the Wild Wild West. That's why we hire Young Gloves. 95% of the game is a mothership. With Monta Hill and Joe Shasta shooting straight from the hip. Can't forget Wise Guy. We about to dip. Blast off Dub Nation for this championship. Warriors!
Damn!
That was absolutely.
When Duke hit me with the IMP Wild Wild West,
Dude.
I knew it was Lakeview.
Dude. That was straight gasoline.
Wow.
That was straight gasoline.
He even
That's
hit
straight gasoline.
Oakland, too. That was
He hit Oakland, he hit the
incredible.
Wild Wild West, he hit the TL, he hit everything. 415. Dude, he's a legend.
The ultimate mic drop.
That was gasoline.
Wow.
That was gasoline. I can't. We got 20 minutes till break. I don't even want to talk right now.
Wow.
Mics are on fire right now. Good luck to Good luck to Mike and San Leandro following that up.
That was a Duke Nukem. Remember Doom, the video game back in the day?
Yeah. By the way, since you shouted out the Holy Angels, I want to do something as well. Will O'Hara, brother of Danker D, of course. Will O'Hara, his son, SFO. Baby SFO, their team, the Cardinals, the Little League Cardinals, they lost their championship, unfortunately. Lost the championship on a stupid slaughter rule. A team can't score more than 5 runs in an inning. They had the bases loaded, 1 out, down 6, came back, but they wouldn't let them finish. The kids were super bummed, but they walked off the field in great spirits. So I wanted to shout them out because the SF Little League Cardinals, they did a great job this season. Sean has been unbelievable. He's so old now, man. He's about to be 10 soon, like in a few years. The kid is balling. He's a karate kid. He partakes in karate.
So he's the Steph Curry of 10-year-olds.
Dude, but the whole team, Miles, Parker, Daniel, Orion, Benito,
Congratulations.
Sean, Lucas, Andrew, Sebastian, Lucas, and Quentin. Hold your hands high. Hold your heads up high, folks. You did a great job. Did a great job, kids. The Little League Cardinals making it to the championship game. We know we love our Little League here
course.
on the Morning Roast. We love our high school. We love all that stuff.
I was thinking, and I want to get right back into the Warriors. I was thinking about adding to my bio on Twitter, 11-time CYO San Francisco championship coach.
You should.
You think I should?
Absolutely.
And then just keep adding to the titles?
I would.
You think
I would.
so?
Why not?
Or is it absurd?
No, I would. It's Twitter. Who cares?
I know.
Be a fool.
Well, I'm trying to be more professional.
No, forget that. If I was an 11-time, matter of fact, I may throw on my bio now.
Work with an 11-time CYO champion?
That Ed was part of the Washington Eagles 12-0 football team in 1999 when we beat Galileo in the championship 50-14 in Kezar. I may just add all that.
Those are bona fides.
Those are bona fides. Those are facts, folks.
Yeah.
But no, shout out to Sean and the Little League Cardinals,
seriously,
man.
shout
Hold
them
your
out.
heads high. I seen the
That
team
was
picture,
the
man.
Little League that I did the opening day ceremonies for. So it was really cool. They had more kids participating in Little League this year than ever before. It was good to see baseball come back in the city like that.
Shout out to Will O'Hara. I'm glad he passed that over. They're going to have a team dinner tonight
Shout out
or
the
tomorrow.
O'Haras.
So, yeah, shout out the O'Haras.
If somebody in your family passes away, check out the mortuary.
Yeah, hey, man. I forgot the tagline.
I hate to do that.
Oh, man. Oh, that's the tagline. Hey, McAvoy O'Hara Mortuary, we bury the competition. It's a good tagline.
Is that legitimately their tag?
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
I was
not.
going to say.
It's not. I wouldn't do that. That's not.
Did you catch any of the Draymond Green podcast previewing the Celtics and the Warriors?
I did not catch a lot of it. What did I miss?
Well, in summation, he has tremendous respect for the Boston Celtics. The guy that he does the podcast with, like the producer who will chime in from time to time, is a diehard Celtic fan. He was just talking about kind of the chess match between the players and what it was like for him to kind of go through his first NBA Finals, and that even though you could prepare and you think you're ready and you've played in Eastern Conference games, nothing is like those NBA Finals. Everything takes longer. The halftime feels a little longer. The pregame ceremonies feel a little longer. There's more pomp and circumstance. There's more television timeouts because of the national television thing. And I think we're underrating the amount of experience that the Warriors have in general. And you've talked about how the Celtics say, we're so happy to be here. Not that they're conceding.
They had their game faces on yesterday.
They're not conceding. But what I'm saying is that you could talk yourself up all you want. Once you go through it, there's a reason there's so many repeat champions in the NBA. Now, are there? Yeah, I think there's more repeat champions in the NBA than maybe any other sport.
Well, I think that's the underrated part about the Warriors 2015 championship. Because you're right about the back-to-backs, and there's been a lot of three-peats, a lot of back-to-backs. But the one underrated thing about the Warriors 2015 championship
matters.
Was the only experience they had was from Steve Kerr.
I know.
Steph Curry had never been in the finals game. Draymond Green had never been in the finals game. Livingston, Iguodala, Barbosa, they'd never been in the finals game.
But you look across the court, and outside of LeBron, very few players had that pedigree from the Cavs' perspective as well.
Right.
That's what made that so unique to me.
LeBron had the experience, and nobody else really did.
Yeah.
It was kind of fascinating.
A couple of role players, but not many. So, no, but that's a great point. And look, the fact that the Celtics approximately are the same age as the Warriors were when they won their first one, I feel like we're at the start of a budding rivalry between the two organizations.
I feel like this is the first of a couple finals appearances.
And to me, as much as like I want to say, oh, the Warriors and Cavs rivalry, it was Warriors LeBron.
Yeah.
Because LeBron is bigger than the Cavs. Right? If you could get Warriors Celtics to be a rivalry and that ends up being the Warriors' biggest nemesis. Like right now, if I were to say to you, Bonte, I'm from Charlotte, and I'm asking you who the Warriors' biggest rival is. You would probably go players, right?
Yeah.
CP3, LeBron. Like, you wouldn't say Lakers.
No, you wouldn't say
You wouldn't say Cavaliers. You wouldn't say Rockets.
No.
Right? Because it was like...
You'd probably say Memphis.
Okay.
You'd probably say, but
they
really,
played in, what, 3 playoffs?
Yeah, exactly. Because of the play-in and what happened in the 6 games, Memphis is the closest thing to a rivalry, especially because Memphis can't stand to go to State Warriors now with all the dialogue in that series with the broken code and all that stuff. So I would probably say Memphis, but I hear what you're saying, and I do believe that. And I told this to Boston yesterday. I said, look, you guys are talking about this as the last run for the Go to State Warriors. I think it's the beginning of a new rivalry between the Celtics and the Warriors. I really, truly believe that both these teams can come back to this point next season. Now, a lot of things are going to change in the NBA player movement, trades, whatnot, health, injuries. We'll see what happens with Brooklyn, see what happens with Philly. But I truly believe these two teams can meet up again at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And just from an NBA perspective, like I'm seeing what the NFL is doing right now. Bills, Chiefs, they see it. We all see it. These two teams are going to go through each other. One of them's going to have to knock the other one off for the next, 10 years? Right? There is a rivalry now between the Bills and the Chiefs, whether real or not. Like, it's going to happen. If I'm from the NBA's perspective, dear God, sign me up for Warriors Celtics.
That would be great. East Coast versus West Coast. Steph Curry, Clay, Dre, it gets there.
Tatum and Brown.
And Tatum looks like a future a guy who could carry this league into the future.
But from
he looks
a
like the face of an
perspective,
NBA. It's perfect.
It's amazing.
It's perfect. And Tatum's a
it's
baller.
everything you want.
It's everything you want. Let's go to Mike and San Leandro. Mike, what's happening? He apparently is not
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Mike?
What's going on, guys? I appreciate you getting me on. Hey, look, I just wanted to say, I don't understand why everybody's so impressed with the Boston Celtics. I watched that Game 7, and it's like, everybody doesn't remember how horribly the Miami Heat shot in that third quarter. But if they put 1 2-pointer down and one more 3-pointer down, the Warriors are playing the Miami Heat. I don't. This is my prediction. Okay, Steve Kerr is going to have the Warriors run, and those 3 guys, Horford, Brown, and all them guys that have been around for a while that start for the Celtics, he's going to run their legs right off of their body. By the time the fourth quarter comes around, they're going to have nothing. It's going to be unbelievable. That's what I'm watching for tonight. They're going to run them into the ground.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And the other thing that you brought up is so true. Had the Warriors backed in the way that the Celtics backed, and look, they won, so they're going to get credit. Losing the lead that the Celtics had in that Game 7, losing Game 6, we were ready to throw the Boston Celtics in the finals from the jump.
Jaylen Brown missed 2 free throws late in Game 6.
Yeah, no one talks about that. Their execution down the stretch, that's one thing that I feel pretty good about. Like, I was really worried about Memphis execution down the stretch, Warriors, just because I saw Memphis out-execute the Warriors in the playing game last year. Now, I know it's a different team for the Warriors. I've just watched Boston, and they've won a lot of games, so they get credit for that. It's been really ugly. Final 6 minutes of all of their games.
It's been nasty. It's been nasty. They were really good against Milwaukee, though. I will point that out.
That I agree with.
They were really good in that series against Milwaukee.
It felt like Milwaukee didn't have a counterpunch for them.
They were really good against Milwaukee in the stretch. I wouldn't discredit them at all in that series. Let's go to Coach Lisa. Coach Lisa out in the town. Coach Lisa, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Out here just in Emeryville. Shout out to Emeryville Sports Therapy here, trying to get it in so I can get back to the golf course. But anyway, I just want to comment on the Warriors. Just got to say this. Often imitated, never duplicated. A lot of teams can play, but they can't play at our capacity and never will be. We will be back. I'm not worried about this finals here. We got it, however game, 6, 7, whatever it goes to. But the simple fact that you look at the strength in numbers, you look at the core of the bench, you look at the coaching, like I said, often imitated, but never duplicated. Love you guys.
Can I ask you a question? I played 35 minutes in a basketball game last night. I'm very old and very tired and broken. The Achilles is a little tight today. It's like the calf ankle. Should I be worried?
I wouldn't be worried. I don't want to give away my age, but here, I coached football for 7 years. I had a ruptured Achilles tendon back in 2007. They said I wouldn't walk again straight. That was a lie. I went to a sports doctor out there in Pleasanton, and I'm still playing basketball. I'm just ready to get back to the golf course now. So hopefully
Metro?
I can see Barkley out there.
Good for you. Hit him straight. Hit him straight. Have fun.
Yeah.
By the way,
take care, guys.
I'm just worried about to like pop my Achilles.
Yeah. You always get hurt too, so I'm worried about that as well. You've got a litany of injuries.
Your boy at 40 years old was playing 35 minutes last night. I'm a little tired.
When you're breaking thumbs in the little league and snapping knees and breaking your wrists in CYO 11th grade baseball, pony league baseball, whatever it is. You need to slow down.
Well, this is Olympic Club NCAA basketball. I did not play well last night.
You didn't slow down.
I did score, but thank God.
You need to play 20 minutes.
We had 6 guys. We were tired.
It's like JaVale McGee. I just need you for a 4-minute burst.
But, hey, trust me, I was calling for myself to get subbed out of that game. I took the first blow. I was like, oh no. And then they're like, Joe, go back in there. We got 6. Bro, your boy was gassed.
Yeah. No, we don't need that.
Took the long ice tub.
By the way, Woj is going to be out from game 1. He has COVID.
Adrian Wojnarowski?
Yeah. Jeff Van Gundy. He's out game 1.
Yeah, because he sounded like he had COVID in game 7.
I know he sounded terrible. So it's either going to be Mike Breen or Mark Jones with Mark Jackson to call game 1 of these finals.
1 second on this. The amount of condensation coming down, like the condescending tone toward Jeff Van Gundy, like everyone was like losing their minds. Like, I don't know. The bosses probably told him to work. He was working. Like, I just,
you know what, Jeff Van Gundy, though?
He sounded terrible.
He sounded terrible, but he gets into this mode where he discredits everything.
I know.
Do you enjoy basketball?
No.
Like,
Stan is guilty of that too.
But Stan is better at it. Like, he'll talk about the game. He'll break it down.
Yeah.
Like, Jeff Van Gundy gets into these...
He's so bitter.
Yeah, these rants about, when I saw this, and, sometimes I don't like it.
But this is why
I want Mike Breen to go to TNT.
He sounds like the drunk uncle who's having way too many opinions that have nothing to do with the game.
Nothing to do with it.
Like, the play will happen. It'll be like a sick floater or something. It'll be like, you know what? I don't like the sleeves that these guys are wearing these days. These one-arm sleeves, I don't get it, Mike.
The one thing I'll agree with him on is the amount of complaining on obvious fouls. To me, if you complain during an obvious foul, you should get there should be some sort of reprimand. There should. It's out of control, the amount of crying when you clearly hack someone.
Yeah, no, I want Mike Breen to go to TNT. Be honest with you.
Well, I'm with you there. But here's the thing with Van Gundy.
And I want TNT to get the finals,
I know a lot of people hate Tony Romo, for example. I love Tony Romo.
I love Tony Romo.
You know why I love Tony Romo? Because he celebrates the game.
He's excited about the game.
Exactly.
He gets excited about big plays.
And I'm not a huge Reggie Miller fan in general.
But he gets excited.
That's what I'm saying.
I like that.
At the bare minimum, he's happy to be there.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
And he's celebrating the game.
No doubt.
And that's why I didn't like Chris Webber on any of the broadcasts, because Webber tried to be too analytical.
He was too cool, yeah. He'd be talking about a play. 4 minutes later, he's still talking about the play. It's like, Webb, you got to move on, man.
Webb's terrible.
What happened to him, too? Yeah, what happened to him? He was better in the studio. I liked Webb in the studio.
Okay.
He was a lot better there on Players
I like
Only.
Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade's good,
Wade
too.
does a good job. He celebrates the game.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Let's go to New Hampshire. Justin, all the way out in New Hampshire.
I don't think I've ever met anyone from New Hampshire.
I never have either.
Is this a Celtic fan?
Maybe a Celtic fan. What's up,
Justin? Yeah. Huge Celtic fan, but yeah, guys, I'm just excited for the series like you guys are. I think it's going to be a great series. I'm just surprised the last 4 or 5 years that it looks like the Celtics are going to match up well, and I think experience will probably come into factor probably the first game or so, and after that I think it's all going to be about matchups, and hopefully the Celtics will be able to continue with that defense and just shut the Warriors down like they have in the past. What do you guys think?
Well, so it's interesting. I want to ask you this one because you're obviously a Celtic fan. You've been watching this. I actually don't think you guys do match up that well with us. Who's stopping Jordan Poole when Klay Thompson and Steph Curry are out on the court? Like, Andrew Wiggins has marked up every elite perimeter offensive player all year long and has basically brought them down in terms of their efficiency and their averages. Like, I actually think the Warriors match up at every single spot better than what the Celtics do. Name me where you have the advantage.
Then what happened in March then?
Clay wasn't even playing, and I believe Draymond didn't play in that either.
Clay played. Draymond was there. They looked bad. The Warriors were in a funk. I will say I say out of all the teams in these playoffs, Justin, I do agree that Boston does. We'll get back on here. Justin,
where do they match up?
Their wings. They're long and athletic. Marcus Smart is a good matchup for them. I think they have the better matchup than, say, Dallas, Denver, and Memphis. They're right there with Memphis.
I agree there.
And Memphis made the Warriors work.
But we're really taking Marcus Smart over Steph Curry?
Of course we're not. Go ahead, Justin.
Everyone's long on the Celtics. Even their centers pop out and block threes. And that's part of their success is their ability to rotate and jump out aggressively and not allow you to just spot up and shoot.
No, I agree with that, Justin. Justin, thanks for the call. Call us back after game one. I do agree with them that if Robert Williams is healthy, they match up really well with the Warriors. They do get out and defend. They do block a lot of shots on the three-point line. They do rotate really well. They do communicate really well. Jaylen Brown, you may see him on Stephen Curry, and that's not a bad matchup for the Boston Celtics because he's a great defender. He's a very, very good defender.
He's a very good defender.
He's a very good defender. Jason Tatum has gotten better on defense.
But
they are long and athletic.
We act like Steph's going to get locked up.
No, nobody's saying that.
Up Steph,
nobody's saying
ever.
that. But again, this is where I take the homer glasses off and I say, Boston's good. They match up well. It's about as well as any team can with the way they switch on defense, with the way they get into you defensively. Their problem is offensive basketball. They will force the Warriors into some bad shots. They'll force the Warriors into some bad turnovers. Let's not act like the Warriors are this great team that don't turn the ball over. They throw the ball around, and they're sloppy. And if you're sloppy against the Celtics, they'll get out and run, and they'll make you pay on the other end.
The March game he's referencing was the game that Steph got hurt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, all right. If Steph goes down, they're cooked.
I will say, though, they were snuffing out the Warriors in that first quarter. It was bad. Like, they were into the Warriors in that first quarter.
Yeah, but that was also the clunkiest time of the year for the Warriors.
I agree with that.
It was in the middle of a very bad stretch.
I agree with that, but I'm not going to sit here.
Work Clay back
I'm not going to sit here and make excuses like, oh, Steph got hurt. They were getting smoked when Steph got hurt.
Who's playing a better brand of basketball right now, heading into this series?
It's debatable. Warriors seem to be the fresher team, but Boston just went through KD and Kyrie. The Bucks.
Oh, their route is impressive.
Yeah, so I'm taking the Warriors. Don't get me wrong, folks. I'm taking the Warriors in 6. But I'm not going to discredit the Boston Celtics. They got some dudes, man.
I don't think I'm discrediting them. I'm asking you where their specific ridiculous advantage is, because I keep hearing that. He's not the only one. Well, the Celtics have advantages across the board. I don't think they do. If you throw, for example, you throw Jaylen Brown on Steph Curry. Who's guarding Clay? They can throw Marcus Smart on Clay. Clay's going to shoot right over him, right? Who is staying in front of Jordan Poole in this series?
If Clay gets the ball.
Is Derek White playing against Jordan Poole?
Derek White's
I like
tough.
our advantage there.
Derek White, I do like the advantage, but Derek White's a tough, scrappy player.
No, he's
tough,
solid.
Scrappy player. By the way,
he ain't on
morning,
JP's level.
Tomorrow morning, listen to 95.7. I got some splits on JP that's very, very interesting. I want to bring up on the other side. Tomorrow morning, listen to 95.7 The Game for your chance to win tickets to see Game 2 on Sunday night between the Warriors and the Celtics in the NBA Finals. Just listen during crosstalk between this show and, of course, Willard Dibs tomorrow for your chance to qualify. There will once again be a sounder, and when you hear that sounder, the first 5 callers will qualify to win tickets to see game number 2. For all your playoff ticket needs, be sure to go to Warriors.com. Now it's time for the Boxer and Gerson Law Firm Injury Report.
It's time for the Injury Report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do agree, the regular season does not matter. I've already pointed that out. They lost 3 of 4 to Denver, Dallas, and the Memphis Grizzlies. No problem for the Golden State Warriors in this postseason. I do believe they'll win this series. Boston, they got some dudes, though. I want to respect them. They got some dudes.
For sure, but we're acting like Wiggins is a turnstile.
No,
he's
nobody's
lock
acting
up
like
Tatum.
that. That's Boston's perfected. You got to give him his respect.
Yeah, they don't respect us.
Justin in New Hampshire, man, he feels good about his team.
Organization.
If you're a Celtic fan, how are you supposed to feel? Justin in New Hampshire, he feels confident in his team. I want that.
If I'm a Celtic fan, I'm dusting off the 1960s because that's the only time we've been actually good.
Oh, man. Well, the 80s, too.
Oh, well, the Lakers dominated them, though.
They still won 3 championships.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, come on.
I still think Magic got the upper hand.
Come on, Shasky. Steve Kerr provided some positive updates.
And this Warrior team's been there more than that version of the Boston Celtics.
They have. Steve Kerr provided some positive updates for all 3 injured Warriors yesterday. During Media Day, Kerr announced that Gary Payton II, Otto Porter Jr., and Andre Iguodala are all officially listed as questionable for Game 1 tonight, but that all 3 did participate in full contact scrimmages for the second straight day, an encouraging sign for their playing status for tonight. For the Celtics, head coach Ime Udoka did not have as much good news to share regarding his injured players. Center Robert Williams, a big X factor for the Boston Celtics. He is expected to be day-to-day for the entirety of this series as he deals with swelling on his surgically repaired knee, and guard Marcus Smart is also questionable with a sprained ankle. Smart already missed a pair of games during the Eastern Conference Finals and said yesterday that the injury was somewhat serious, adding that he was thankful to play, let alone walk. That was the injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Jermaine Wiggins at 8:30, former New England Patriot, now a host at WEEI in Boston, will get his thoughts on the Celtics and Warriors, plus your phone calls. Damian, Chris, John, Leon will get you on the other side here on The Roast.
Save the date. Let's celebrate. You're invited to
the master. I feel we y'all ready. They ready. Well, come on. We ready. Y'all ready? They ready. We ready. We ready.
Money time! Money time!
We ready.
I'm gonna break somebody.
Oh, baby. Game 1, NBA Finals. You just heard from X-Man.
I'm gonna break somebody, y'all.
That's how fired up I am. It's money
Money
time.
time!
Money time! Been waiting for this day for a long, long time. It's been a long week. I had to sit through some Giants baseball games. They blow a game yesterday against Philly. It's hoop season, though. It's Warriors. It's Celtics. Game 1 tonight, 6 p.m. Get there early. Thrive City will be cracking. I'm sure a lot of Celtic packs will be smoked at Thrive City before and after game number 1. I fully expect the Warriors to win tonight. Who's your X Factors? How you feeling about the matchup, Dub Nation? Roasters, where you at? 888-957-9570. We'll get to the calls in just a second. Shasky, how you feeling right now? I love the shirt, by the way, the old school Golden State Warriors shirt.
I'm feeling very confident right now. This whole thing about respecting the opponent, of course we're respecting. They're in the NBA Finals together. I just think the Warriors match up really well with this team, and I think they're going to have a really good time on offense. And I think we're overrating some of the defensive tactics from the Boston Celtics. Look, Jason Tatum's going to have to defend as well. You know, Andrew Wiggins has attacked the cup over and over and over in these playoffs. He's hit a lot of big threes for this team, and I think that Jason Tatum is going to be going with that shoulder. Anytime he starts looking a little suspect, he starts doing the shoulder thing. I think Jaylen Brown putting the ball on the floor is going to be a problem for them. I think we have a really good game plan. We're going to mix up the defense. They're going to have different personnel that's healthy that wasn't healthy in series prior. I just love where the Warriors are at right now.
By the way, YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line, it's going down. It is on fire right now. The chats right now is just humming. People are fired up. Dub Nation's fired up. But you brought up zone defense. And, you know, the Warriors have dropped to a lot of zone defense. They did it against Luka Doncic. We saw it at times against Denver. We saw it at times against Memphis. Well, here's what Robert Parrish had to say about zone defenses. Robert Parrish joined Steiny Guru yesterday. Check this out, Shasky.
I like everything about today's game except for the zone defense. I'm not a fan of playing zone defense, even though it works, because it definitely slows down the explosive offensive players, make them work a little harder. But in the NBA, I would feel like man up, mano y mano. I'm not a fan of zone defense. Zone defense, in my opinion, belongs in college and high school in the Pee Wee League.
Well, but here's where I think
I love that. That's old school right there.
It is, but like also back in the day, we didn't just run exclusive pick and rolls for 82 straight games, 48 minutes a night. The way, like, for example, we just saw Luka. What did they? They literally would run 5 different screens to try to get Steph Curry matched up on Luka Doncic.
Yeah,
like at some point, it becomes completely redundant and unwatchable. Like, what are we doing at this point?
No doubt.
So I think that the zone is in there to add a wrinkle. Teams are not playing 48 minutes of zone. Are they, Bonte?
No. You mix it up. You slow it down a little bit.
Exactly. And we've seen this in other sports where the shift is now an acceptable use of practice in Major League Baseball. We've seen in the NFL, the 3-4 was in vogue. The 4-3 was in vogue. We've seen even the 3-3-5 experimented with. Defensive tactics aren't going away, especially if you're going to have defensive 3 in the key, which you didn't have way back in the day. Now you have, obviously, the circle inside the key. There's all these different rules.
That helped Toronto win a championship.
There's no hand checking anymore.
But that's what helped Toronto win a championship in 2019. Going to box and one,
absolutely.
Going to triangle and 2, running some zone here.
Steph still scored 47.
Yeah, he did score, and in the loss, scored 47. He had Quinn Cook, Alfonso McKinney, Jordan Bell on the side of him. Gets no credit for that, though. It's a loss, right? The referees tonight, we brought this up earlier. Mark Davis is your crew chief. Gucci Man is one of the officials. John Goebel is one of the officials. So remember the last time we saw Mark Davis, Draymond got a technical foul against the Dallas Mavericks, game number 3. Of course, Mark Davis is the same referee who called Andrew Wiggins' poster on Luka Doncic, basically called it a charge and had to go to review and overturn the call. You know how I felt about Mark Davis. You should not be reffing the He should have been on vacation already. But
he's game 1. I feel like they pull these names out of a hat.
Yeah, I don't know. But Draymond Green's last tweet. I just got this Warriors World. His last tweet.
So this is a tweet that someone else put out there that
May 23rd.
That Draymond hit the like on.
So look at the avatar. It's no face. The name is the real KD at the real KD 4, right? At NBA at Money Green. Mark Davis should be banned from reffing any more finals matchups. His ego is way too big to make professional calls. For real. Hashtag ban Mark Davis. That's how Draymond feels about it. Look, Mark Davis is atrocious.
Well, he was the one that had the whole sequence where Draymond did not go back over and back.
Right. Yeah, that's the same game.
Yeah,
the Andrew Wiggins dunk.
Yes.
The over and back. Oh, that was Mark Davis.
Well, and it wasn't just the over and back. Then Draymond gets his money's worth and is telling him, hey, you're wrong. They didn't have any huddle up with the officials. The ensuing possession, Draymond goes to close out. Before he's even in the vicinity of the shooter, Mark Davis is calling a foul on Draymond.
I cannot believe they gave Mark Davis the game 1 assignment. Come on, NBA. Come on, dude.
Scott Foster on
you gotta
game
be
2.
kidding me.
I mean, Gucci, man, this is going to be...
It's going to be a who's who.
This is going to be a joke.
You know when they always talk about how many clowns could you fit inside of a car? That's the NBA officials as they start to pull out who's going to officiate every game.
It's 3 dudes running around the court with the Napoleon complex, thinking they're bigger and badder than everybody. And they want to make the game about them. Oh, look at me. I got the power. I got the whistle. Don't say anything to me. It's not about you guys. It's about the players. Not about the referees. This dude's with the Napoleon complex changing games, man. Mark Davis, this is really going to tick me off, man. Can't stand referees. Let's go to Damien out there in the town. Damien, what's happening? You're on the roast.
I'm ready. Bring on the Celtics.
Yeah. All right, look, man, this whole playoffs, everybody been talking about how we going to out-physical the Warriors and all this. Listen, man, when Wiggins goes to the hole, there's bowling pins on the opposite side, man. Them dudes are falling, man. And if not, they bring in Kuminga. They got all these dudes. And I just think that people underestimate the toughness of the Warriors, man. So one thing that I noticed at the end of the Dallas series was Jordan Poole's defense, the fact he was standing in front of people, he was bodying up on people. If that continues in this series, that 4, him, Wiggins, Curry, Thompson, Poole and Green will become a valuable lineup in this series. And the 2 things that's simple that the Warriors are going to have to do with Boston's aggressive defense is on the 3-point line, they're going to have to pump fake. When they drive to the hole, they're going to have to hit floaters instead of trying to go all the way to the hoop. Mm-hmm. And then when they leave, when the inside presence leaves to try to block the shot, they're going to have to crash the offensive rebounds. Once they do that, Warriors in 5.
I like that.
It's a good pick. My confident Warrior fans.
It's a good pick. I almost picked Warriors at 5. I almost did. I respect the Celtics too damn much. You know me, I live in a little fear, appropriate fear. Not saying Franceschi, but I do, Celtics.
I've been the confident one today. I've been
about time.
I know.
It's been a year.
Well, big players show up in the biggest moments. That's what ends up happening.
Where are you at when those jabronis in Dallas was on?
Well, so here, what I want to ask you: had some Jordan Poole information because he referenced Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
I feel like Jordan Poole he's the difference for me for what really makes this Warrior team go to that next level. It's not necessarily that he is this incredible ascending superstar. He's on the cusp of being a star. That's what he is right now.
No doubt.
And what he brings to this table, even in a down game, 14 and 8 assists. Like, that's what he'll bring in a down game. And just his spacing, his ability to set up others around the rim, he provides a jolt of energy off the bench that very few teams have, let alone what Boston has off the bench.
No doubt. I mean, Jordan Poole's been great in this postseason. For his first postseason, 16 games, 18.4 points a game, 4.5 assists, 2.5 rebounds, 53% from the floor. Now, you look at all this stuff, and Kyle, stop distracting my guy, man.
He was asking me if I wanted Starbucks. I said, yes, please.
Damn, really? No, I don't want Starbucks. I want to talk about Jordan Poole, Matson.
He's afraid you're going to spill coffee all over that beautiful white sweatshirt you have.
This baby is clean.
It is really clean.
Nice little shout out to Daniel.
Jelly.
Shout out to Daniel out there. He'll be shooting some photos for the NBA. Shout out to Daniel. But Jordan Poole, right?
Yeah.
18, 4.5, 2.5 rebounds. 53% from the floor in the playoffs.
Okay.
But here's what I look at.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Sounds pretty damn good. But I look at the first 3 games against Denver. 28, 4.5, 3. 59% from the floor.
The Warriors were up 3-0 in those first 3 games?
Yeah, 3-0. 59% from the three-point line, 66.7% from the field.
Okay.
Now you look at the last 2 games against Denver. So things get a little murky. You get deeper into the series.
Yeah.
You boys started to struggle a little bit. 3-10 from the floor, 3-10 from the floor. That's combined 6-20. Combined 19 points, combined 13 assists in those 2 games. So the percentages, 30% from the floor, 22% from 3, 9.5 points per game, and 6.5 assists.
So
I know that's a lot of numbers.
No, but
the numbers
dip
dipped dramatically. Same thing in the Memphis series. First 3 games in the Memphis series, he averaged 26 a game, shot the lights out, 58% from the floor, 42% from the 3. They were up 2-1. Last 3 games against Memphis, it dipped.
Okay.
17.5% from 3, 27 from the field, 9.7 points a game, 3.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. He was 5-21 the last 2 games in that Memphis series. He was forcing it a little bit. I think he'll make the adjustment. But as the series gets deeper and deeper, teams get a little more physical, gets a little more chippy.
The rotations for the second unit get a little tighter.
Shrink.
Yeah.
His play diminished, and then not to speak about his defense. So that's something I'll be watching in this series. He comes out on fire, and then teams adjust, and all of a sudden he scuffles a little bit, which is to be expected. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
It's his first ever postseason.
Yeah, no doubt. And then teams understand your tendencies, and they get a chance to look. If they can get up 2 or by 2 games to 1,
Starbucks. It's about time this coffee. What are you doing, Starbucks? It's time it's coffee around here.
Okay. If they can get up 2-1, I don't care what his stats are, in the final couple of games, because I know that someone by the name of Klay Thompson's going to step up. So that's the beauty of this team. He doesn't carry this team.
No doubt.
They need him to just be his efficient self to get out to a lead in the series. And then the law of averages tells me that I'm going to get a Steph and a Klay game down the stretch.
It's just something I'm looking at.
No,
that's
it's
all.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
And look, Jordan
but don't
Poole's
you
been
also
really
think
good.
He's so explosive with the dribble? It gives teams fits early on, and then as the series goes on, the whistle gets swallowed a little more. It's allowed more physicality. I don't know. I think there's context to those numbers.
Raw father, man. Go grab us some blow mats, and the coffee ain't strong enough for Ponte. Come on.
Wow. Did you, speaking of Blow, because one of my favorite movies is Blow.
Johnny Depp.
Did you see how much money he got awarded?
What, it was like $15 million?
Yeah, it was like 10 just straight for the poop on the bed.
Does his ex-wife have that type of money?
I don't know. Amber Heard. She was in the Avengers stuff. She was in the Aquaman. She's like an Aquaman.
So she owes him $15 million.
Love interest.
But how much did he have to pay for lawyer fees and all
I have no idea. But I know this. Defecating in someone's bed on their side is probably the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of in terms of a breakup. I mean, I've heard some bad breakups. I ain't never heard of that. I've never heard Beyonce or Lil Wayne sing or rap about someone pooping in their bed.
Didn't she blame the dog for that, though?
Come on. Does anyone believe that?
Number 2. I mean, no one does. But I mean, like, who blames a dog? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That's about as bad of a breakup as KD and the Warriors.
It wasn't a bad breakup.
I'm just teasing. That was just a joke. That was just a joke.
KD stuff.
It's a joke. My bad.
KD. No, it wasn't even a bad breakup. He did him a solid. Got Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. Wasn't that bad of a breakup. Everybody bounced back.
I heard it was a solid from Amber Heard, too.
Oh, man. Holly.
I'm not even going to.
San Jose.
Number 2.
Holly is San Jose.
I don't even know what to say.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Holly?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Hey, listen, I'm going to backtrack on you. Oh, man, I'm just waiting for tonight. I can't wait.
No, we can't wait
I
either.
could do my game on tape delay because my kids got Little League practice.
Oh.
So, man.
Stay off the phone. Stay off the Twitter.
Who's coaching this team? Tell them to, like, a reprieve. Come on.
Right? Hello. Anyway, hey, I'm going to backtrack on you guys just a little tiny bit. You were talking about the refs. And let me tell you, my husband and I, the year that we were in the finals that Scott Foster and Draymond Green had all of their issues, he told me, like, we just started talking about how I should never know the name of an NBA ref.
Thank you.
Yep.
I, as a person watching TV, should never know who they are. They should be nameless and faceless to me. I can pick Mark Davis and Scott Foster off of a busy street corner. That's how much I know their names and faces, and that's not right.
Thank you.
Let the guys play.
Hey, Holly, I bet you more people will recognize Scott Foster and Mark Davis than they would Mike Trout.
Oh,
Dude, I can tell you that is for sure.
You know what we need?
That I would.
You know what we need?
Tell me.
That ABC montage as we come in, they're showing all the great Celtics of yesteryear. And I just want like a Joey Crawford, like show me the officials from back in the day as we're blending in like Wilt and Rick Barry and Chris Mullen, grainy footage.
This is why I get on referees.
This is why you've got Mark Davis doing the block charge. You got Scott Foster going charge that way.
This is why I get on referees. I'm dead serious what I'm about to say. They can change the game with a couple whistles, man. What if Draymond picks up a quick two? What if Wiggins picks up a quick two? What if Curry picks up? What if Tatum, Smart? Like, they flip games. Mark Davis loses control of basketball games.
Yeah.
He loses complete control. You cannot have this guy in the finals game. It's a crime, dude.
One of the contexts of one of the games, I think it was
this is bad for the sport.
Game 4 or Game 5, I forget which one it was. It wasn't the blowout game. Curry and Poole, 2 fouls immediately. Both were relegated to the bench. And so, like, we talk about being a non-factor in a game later on in the series, foul trouble does dictate those things. And for a young guy like Jordan Poole, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt on whistles.
He doesn't. Let's go to Amanda. Amanda in San Jose. Got a lot of calls. Look at that. Holly in San Jose, Amanda in San Jose. What's up, Amanda?
Good morning, fellas. I quickly want to backtrack. Joe Shasky. Aquaman is not Avengers. That is DC. Marvel out.
Yeah, it's Justice League, huh? I screwed that up. My bad. Good call. My bad.
You did.
My bad. I should know that. I'm a big superhero guy.
You should. My gosh. Also, Bonte, shout out you. We're kind of family. Mike Hill, his niece, or his daughter is my niece.
Really?
Anyways, I want to say go Warriors. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Hill. He's over there coaching. Where's he at? Menlo now, right? Menlo School.
Yes, yeah, he is. But I wanted to say go Warriors. They're going to come out on fire tonight. They need to shut the Celtics down, set the tone for the rest of the series. Warriors in 5.
No,
I love it.
Let's go.
Warriors in 5.
Let's go.
Chris on the 101. Chris on the 101. Chris on the 101. What's happening?
Fellas, what's up, man? Good morning. Warriors in the finals, man. Not a Warrior fan, but I can't stand the Celtics. They getting too much credit. Look at the matchup this whole playoff. They played megastar, ball-dominant, one-on-one players every round that you can dictate your defense and push them to a certain side of the floor. It started with KD and Kyrie, then Giannis, then Jimmy buckets, and now they're playing an offense that the energy moves the ball. The energy, when you keep moving, it's going to find the open person. They want points in the paint. And another thing, Warriors are not going to go 7 for 45 and threes.
Thank
6
you.
for 30, 4 for 50. I mean, that's what the Bucks and the Heat did. And one other thing, let me tell these Lakers fans like myself, you cannot go for the Celtics. These new generation Laker fans, the Warriors are not our rivals. I cannot stand. I see some that's going for the Celtics. That is against the rules. You can't go for them. Let's go, Warriors. I want to sweep.
I love it. I love his passion. Oh, my gosh, I love his passion. I love it, Chris. Go ahead. Breaking news, baby. Hit the sounder.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sham Charania of The Athletic and Anthony Slater. It's a combination here, a collaboration.
Oh.
Golden State Warriors guard Gary Payton II is on track to dress and be available for Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight against the Boston Celtics. A remarkable return process for Payton after fracturing his left elbow on May 3rd. In less than a month, GP2 is back, baby. He is back in the finals.
I can't wait till he gets that first dunk in someone's face.
Oh, my gosh.
We forgot how many dunks he's had in people's faces.
The crowd's going to rock if he gets a dunk.
And he's going to get all up into Jaylen Brown. I'm telling you, matchup for the series to me, if he can stay healthy, Jaylen Brown dribble against GP2.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Charlie in New York City. Charlie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Let's go.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Charlie?
I think hey, man, I'm a 40-year Warriors fan, native New Yorker. I go back to the days with Joe Barry Cares Less and World Be Free, Bernard King. I think the X factor for this series, for me, other than the turnovers and fast starts, one of your earlier callers had said that. I think it's Poole.
when he's on, when he's playing well, this team is unstoppable.
Agreed.
When he's dribbling into traffic and like trying to play like the Harlem Globetrotters and just playing with a chicken with his head ripped off, that concerns me. If he plays poorly, I don't think that will cost the Warriors this series. But if he plays well, if he's playing on the top of his game, I think they're unstoppable. Prior to the Miami series, I would have, even as a diehard Warriors fan, I would lean towards the Celtics. But the way they played against Miami, the way they, Miami is very much like a Dallas, one player dominant team, and Miami, they could have easily won that series.
Yep.
The way they couldn't keep a lead, and just things I saw in that series, even against Milwaukee without Chris Middleton. That
right.
So I'm feeling a little bit better. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I don't know who's going to win. I'm not making any predictions. But if Poole's on his game, then this is a 5-game series.
No doubt. No doubt.
I'm with him on that. I'm with him on that. I love that New York's calling in. We've got New Hampshire.
We got it all. We got it all here. 408. I just want to thank you guys on the Xfinity mobile text line. I'm hella pumped for today at work. I got my KD jersey on just for the hate. Just why? Man? Why about the KD, man? Why is there KD, dude? I don't get it. You see Nick Wright call out our boy BK Beck. He's a great Twitter follow. This guy.
Which one of his 9 accounts that he's created and been suspended?
He's been suspended. Exactly. Nick Wright shot to hit him out. Was
it Becky?
Yeah, Becky or Beck. I call him Beck.
But, okay, I don't know.
But Nick Wright shot to him out. Nick Wright basically like Kevin Durant remembered his name. The fact that he's had 9 suspended accounts. And Katie still just added him like, yeah, him and all you guys have been hating since 2017. Like Katie remembering all these Twitter accounts. It's just fascinating.
All the haters.
I don't remember all the haters. Not all the haters. I blocked a lot of them.
No, I'm talking about just people that have doubted you throughout the time.
Oh yeah, I'll never forget that. But Katie's he's a different stratosphere.
Yeah, but you're the Katie of the Bay Area market right now.
Yeah, please.
#1 morning show in all the land.
I am the
highest ratings this particular slot has ever gotten.
I'm the Brian Cardinal.
Television.
I'm the Brian Cardinal of the Bay Area. All right, I'm the janitor. I clean things up. That's it. That's all. I'm definitely not on KD's level. Anyway, Jermaine Wiggins is going to join us. WEEI. Former Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl champ with the Patriots.
He is a Super Bowl champ, but I watched him throw out a ceremonial first pitch.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way: Guru got a better arm than him.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt.
It's not debatable.
There's no doubt. And then we'll get to Emil.
Strikes.
We'll get to Emil, John, and Leon on the other side.
Let's go.
And that's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in an accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations, and we're here to help.
legit. Don't forget about these 3-time finals championships. Timer. Draymond Green. Sprinkle me, man.
Oh my
Sprinkle me, man. Sprinkle me,
Sprinkle me, man.
Steph Curry.
Oh,
Draymond Green. Sprinkle me, man.
See, I guarantee you Jermaine Wiggins doesn't even know what that's from. Jermaine Wiggins, our next guest, WEEI, Super Bowl champ with the Pats. Of course, he's out there filling his Celtics or whatnot. But Jermaine, good morning. Welcome back to the roast. The last time we talked to you, the Niners went up to Foxborough Stadium or Gillette Stadium and put a spanking on the Patriots. We haven't heard from you since. So now it's payback time, I guess, for the Boston Celtics to try to pay it back to the Bay Area. But you know who E40 is, Jermaine?
Come on, man. I've been on E40 since Captain Saberhole, man.
Oh, I love it.
You must got me fooled in these streets now. Even though I'm from the East Coast, everybody know who's E40 is. You know what I mean?
What'd you think of that? What'd you think of my little remix?
I liked it. I would have, like I said, I would have rather heard you take it way back to the early times.
Yeah.
Do you a little bit of remix that Captain Saberhole.
I love that.
Captain Saber, you know.
I love it. Dustin and discuss it. All that.
I'm on that high street music.
I love you already, Jermaine. Hey, by the way, before we get to these NBA finals, and we're going to see you next week. We'll be out there in Boston, so we'll see you at the studio. But I mean, what's up with this first pitch? We saw some footage of you throwing out a first pitch out there in the East Coast. Who is this for? I mean, what's going on here?
You only
Explain
took
this one.
7 hops from the pitcher's mound. I was impressed.
No. I think the pitch was good. I go to location. The catcher was framing it low, so it was like a slider that got away from me a little bit. So, you know, hey, I'm used to hitting the ball, not pitching the ball. It wasn't too bad.
You're a DH, right?
I love it.
You're a DH. You're not a starter.
You know what I love about this? This is more Bostonian arrogance and delusion because Warriors are winning in 5. Come on, what? You guys got no shots.
Wow. I got the Celtics in 6, buddy.
Why? I want to hear why.
Because you got no KD. The last time you won a chip, you had KD, but guess what? You don't got him now. But when you look at this series, all seriousness, I tell you what, these are 2 evenly matched up teams. I know that the Golden State Warriors have that championship pedigree when you talk about Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. But, you know, when you start to look at kind of how the Celtics match up, you know, we got our big gun. You got Curry, we got Tatum. You kind of got your Klay Thompson, we got our Jaylen Brown, and you got your Draymond Green, who's our dirt dog, is kind of Marcus Smart. So I think when you look at the big threes and how they compare, I think it's pretty evenly matched up. It's going to come down to the other guys. Andrew Wiggins, great last name, Jordan Poole, Al Horford, Grant Williams, Rob Williams. What are those guys going to be? Derek White. I think that's going to be what we see when we're talking about those others, what they're able to do in this series to determine, you know, which way it ultimately goes.
Yeah, no, I'm with it. Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney, Grant Williams, Peyton Pritchard, Derek White. They're all X factors here, Jermaine. But what about Robert Williams? He doesn't look good right now, and that's the guy who pumped a lot of fear into me because of his paint protection and the way he blocks shots. If he can't go in this series and if he's limited, it could be a long series for the Boston Celtics if Robert Williams isn't right.
Yeah, Robert Williams is definitely the key. I mean, he's missed a game in every series, you know, that the Celtics have been in the playoffs. So he's definitely going to be key. When you talk about the rim protection, I think that would be more for a guy like Andrew Wiggins. But when you look at some of those other guys, you know, Klay and Steph, they love to live behind a three-point line. So I don't know how much he would have been a factor against those guys.
Wait.
Granted,
hey, Jermaine, Warriors been dominating with points in the paint. They love getting to the cup. Warriors believe in a mid-range game. We're not like these analytic geeks who say, "Oh, just shoot a bunch of three-pointers." Warriors love getting to the cup.
Well, I mean, didn't Steph Curry lead the league again in three-pointer attempts? If I was correct,
he did. He does. But he can also hit that mid-range and get to the cup.
I'm not saying he don't get to the paint, but you know where he makes his money is from behind the three-point line. But you're right. I think Robert Williams is obviously a huge factor because he gives you that element defensively. But I think the other thing that he gives you is that little pick and roll off the lob. And, you've seen him make a couple plays that way. And I think when you look at Golden State, I think their biggest issue, and, correct me if I'm wrong, is you guys don't really have the size. Now, you're able to beat up on a Dallas team that doesn't really have much size. But when you look at the Celtics with Al Horford, Grant Williams, kind of throw Robert Williams and Grant Williams into that, I think the physical size of our front court could create problems for offensive rebounds and eliminating offensive rebounds for Golden State.
Jermaine, I find it ironic, and bear with me here for a second. I find it ironic that you immediately revert back to Kevin Durant and kind of dismiss Steph Curry. And the reason why I find it ironic, because everyone around the country dismissed Larry Bird and judged a book by its cover throughout his entirety of his career. No fan base in America should understand what it's like to have their superstar underestimated than the Boston Celtic fan base. Why are you slandering Steph? Why are you doing it?
I'm not slandering Steph Curry. Don't get it twisted. I mean, I know Draymond said he was getting double-teamed, and that's why KD was able to win the Finals MVP, but I think KD averaged 29 one year and 28.5 the next year. Nobody's taking anything away from Curry. And listen, I don't know if you want to compare Curry and Larry Bird. I mean, you don't want to do that. That just don't.
They have the same amount of rings.
Yeah, well, same amount of rings, but Larry Legend could do it all. Steph ain't playing no defense. I don't know if you heard what Antoine Walker said about him. The man ain't playing no defense. You don't create for others, and his assists are not very high. But I'm not taking nothing away from Steph Curry. I think if you do not make it difficult for him, which is extremely hard to do because he can't shoot off the dribble and he can catch and shoot, that's going to be the thing. You got to try to limit him as possible as you can. And Marcus Smart has done a good job on him, but it's going to be tough now. Ain't nobody sleeping on Steph Curry. Don't get it twisted.
Hey, Jermaine Wiggins, WEEI, Super Bowl champ with the Patriots. That first Super Bowl run when they beat the Rams, and we thank you guys for beating the Rams. That was lovely back in 2001. Jermaine, but we can't wait to see you in Boston next week to humble you because, man, there's a lot of things you said right now that got Dub Nation up in arms right now. Klay Thompson's back.
Hey, listen, I got the Celtics in 6, man. It's going to be a good one, but you know what? I got the Celtics in 6. We have, a top 5 All-NBA player in Jason Tatum. You're worried about how do we slow down Steph Curry. You need to worry about how you slow down JT, because that's the issue. That man is a beast right there. So come on to Boston, bring some of that E40 music, because I ride with you on that one.
Hey, look, is Jaylen Brown going to be able to dribble in this series? Did he work on his handles since Game 7 against Miami? What's up with Jaylen Brown and the dribbling?
Yeah, it's the thing with him. He just got to learn to not dribble in traffic. That's his biggest thing. He gets out of control. He likes to dribble in traffic. If he's got to go baseline and stays away from the traffic, that's going to be I think that the two biggest guys to watch in this game, I believe, Klay Thompson and Jaylen Brown, because both of them throughout the playoff run has shown they've been inconsistent. And I think whichever one of those guys can be the most consistent in this series, that's the team that's going to win. And I'm banking on that being Jaylen Brown.
Oh, okay. Jaylen Brown, the guy with the banged-up shoulder. All right, it's interesting. What I find funny, honestly, is the disrespect across the board of the Golden State Warriors. You guys had the Patriots get disrespected for years and counted out, and you had the winningest guy of all of his era, Tom Brady, and Bill Belichick at the helm. We got the winningest guy of his era outside of LeBron and Steph Curry with a nucleus that's been intact for over a decade, battle-tested champions with the guy at the helm who has more rings than anyone on the Celtics, the entire team combined. I just don't understand why you're sleeping on the Warriors here. It's really, it's funny.
I would say this, battle-tested champ, because you keep saying champion, but his other two champions, how many rings does Steph Curry have? I believe it's 3.
3.
Steph, Clay, Dre, 3. Looney, 3. Like, look across the board.
Iguodala, 3. Looney, 2.
2 of them were with KD, and then the first one he won the NBA Finals MVP. If I ain't mistaken, wasn't it Iguodala?
Yeah, well, that was a crime. That was a crime. Go back and watch the game.
Game 5
Everybody
and Game
knows
6.
Curry was the best player of that series.
Here's what I'll say.
The NBA
Here's what
Finals
I'll say to all you. Here's what I'll say to all you Dub fans out there. This is it for Steph Curry, right? This is Steph Curry proving he can win it without KD.
We can't wait till he does. It's going to happen in 5 or 6.
Hey, Jermaine, when I'm in the media section around all of the Dan O'Shaughnessy's and the Bob Ryans, and I'm wearing a Steph Curry jersey, and me and Steph are simultaneously shimmying as we're up in the fourth quarter in both Game 3 and Game 4, you better be out for your boy. You better give me a high five.
Hey, listen, those are you bringing up all the old heads, all the dinosaurs, Dan Shaughnessy and Bob Ryan. You got to deal with us young whippersnappers now, you know.
So you're going to provide protection. Are you going to provide me protection? I'm going to wear my Warrior gear in the media section. Are you going to get my back here?
Oh, and then, hey, listen, you wear Warriors gear in the TD God, and I can't help what happens. You know what I mean? I look the other way. I'm here for the Celtics. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jermaine.
I look the other way.
Hey, Jermaine, I love you, man, because last time you came out here talking this greasy, the Niners humbled you, man. And you were a good sport. You came back on the show. You explained yourself, but it was a beatdown. Right. I love this energy. I love this type of energy.
Let me ask this question real quick. How are the 49ers done since the last time we talked?
I mean, we went to the NFC Championship game. You guys got your doors blown off by Josh Allen.
So you guys have basically been like us. You haven't won nothing.
We haven't won anything. We got it close, but no cigar. No, trust me. Exactly. We're not bragging. We're not bragging about NFC title appearances.
But at least we don't have Matt Patricia running our offense.
I know what's going on there.
Well, you know, hey, listen. We'll talk football when football gets to NBA championship. The Celtics team that nobody predicted to be there. At least with Golden State, there are a lot of people predicting Golden State.
Oh, no, they did not, Jermaine.
Listen, there were a lot more people predicting Golden State to be there than they were the Boston Celtics.
There's people in our own market who said they wouldn't even get past the first round. Nobody predicted that, but hey, they're here now playing the Celtics in the 75th anniversary NBA Finals. We're going to keep you guys from holding up or hanging up that banner number 18, so it'll be a lot of fun, Jermaine. We'll talk next week. Jermaine, we'll see you next week.
One last thing. Did they legalize weed out in Massachusetts? Because some of these takes, I need to know. Can I get my ease delivery to the hotel?
Yeah, no, it's legal out here. Like we had Wick on, the owner of the Celtics, and like I told him real quick before I leave, this is a team of destiny, because when you look at it, they won the Eastern Conference Finals, which is the Bob Cousy Trophy, great Celtics legend. Jason Tatum won the MVP, which is the Larry Bird Trophy,
all
great
from
Celtics
the past.
legend. And they're about to win the NBA title, the trophy. I know it's the Larry O'Brien, but it should be the Bill Russell Trophy, great Celtics legend. So, hey, if this is destiny and dynasty for
it'd be a lot of fun when Steph Curry wins that Bill Russell Finals MVP award.
Yeah.
How ironic would that be? That would be a lot of fun. Jermaine, it's been real. We'll see you next week out in Boston.
You're a good sport.
All right, later, guys.
All right, Jermaine Wiggins. I like the confidence. I love the confidence.
I love how he hit the dartboard of like Steph Curry slander.
All the national
Every
takes.
Single checkpoint.
All the national takes.
If I were to write down all of the dilutions of Steph's career, no Finals MVP, hasn't won one without KD, even though he did. Hasn't won without KD, even though KD hasn't won jack without Steph Curry. What else was on this checklist?
Well, he said he's got to prove himself with the Finals
Prove
MVP.
himself.
They've got nobody else. They don't have the depth.
Oh, that's right. No depth.
You know, where's Klay Thompson at? Andrew Wiggins.
Jason Tatum's better than him.
You don't need rim protection because the Warriors rely on a three-pointer.
Yes.
You have not been watching the playoffs.
He doesn't play any defense. Even though he had a huge block in the final
minute against John Morant.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Oh, and then the Warriors have dominated the points in the paint in every single series. But yet we're, come on. It's all good. It's all good. The humble pie.
If I hear Marcus Smart from a Boston fan, that is my favorite thing in the world. Marcus Smart.
Well, by the way, Marcus Smart is now off the injury report. He is a full
There's no
go.
R. It's all W's.
Yeah, Marcus Smart. He's let me see. Anthony Slater is reporting Gary Payton II may not jump right back into the scripted rotation in Game 1, but his availability is a significant step, an extra defensive ace to eventually break out during the series. There's optimism about Andre Iguodala and Otto Porter's Game 1 availability as well. So the Warriors getting healthy. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these calls, baby. Let's go to Leon in the town. Leon, what's happening? Thanks for waiting on hold. We appreciate your patience here on the roast.
Hey, thanks a lot for having me. First-time caller here on the Morning Roast. Just wanted to touch on a couple of issues. It's good to hear that GP2 will be back, and Otto Porter and Iggy also, too, because that's the X factor I feel like in our series is our depth and our bench. If you look at their box scores and look at their minutes, they only run like Grant Williams and Derek White and Peyton Pritchard every few minutes. We can go 8, 9 deep. We could throw Moody at them. We could throw Iguodala at them, Otto Porter. We could throw multiple defenses at them. So I think, it's going to be a huge, huge test for Boston. They're young. Once again, 0 final appearances. We have 123 games.
Wow.
Finals experience. We've been there. I don't care about what Jermaine Williams or Wiggins, whatever his name is over there in Boston, has to say. Steph can play defense. We're attached. Our defensive scheme, he's gotten better. You got to watch the series. Everybody knows that we're the team. They just count Boston because of how young and athletic they are, but you got to remember something. We also dominate the rebound game. You know every team has had a bigger front line than us, and we've dominated every rebound game in every series. So it's going to be huge. And another thing, somebody earlier said something about we're going to lose Mike Brown. I understand Mike Brown's going to sack, but does anybody forget that Ron Adams is still on the staff?
No doubt.
He's the architect of our defense.
No doubt.
Our earlier championship years. So people need to remember that. Remember, Ron Adams is still there. And I'm with you, Monte. I think Warriors is in 6. I'm a little leery about it, but I'm confident. Yeah. I've been a long-time Warrior fan, but my carpool buddy Terry, he said Warriors in 5 because he just feel like they're just going to explode and dominate. So it's going to be a good series, but this game is going to show what it's worth. And
no
like
doubt.
you said, Steph was robbed of that Finals MVP in our first year, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Steph is still a legend.
Well, he's still a legend, Leon. He's still a legend. Thanks for the call. Great call. Great takes there.
Two times in our life that I feel that we gave the award to the wrong person for a championship team. Okay, and I'm gonna bring these up real quick. Tim Lincecum was robbed by Edgar Renneria in the World Series
for World Series
MVP. Go back and what the team did. What did the team do? They lifted Lincecum up on their shoulders. He was the guy. What did Sports Illustrated do? They put Lincecum on the cover. What did the Chronicle do? They put Lincecum on the cover as they're hoisting him up in the air with a finger up in the air. All right? Same thing happened for Steph Curry. Who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when they won the championship?
Of course, it's Steph Curry. You want to sell more magazines.
Who was on the cover of the San Francisco Chronicle when they won it all?
Well, Steph Curry. You got to sell more newspapers.
But those were the guys who carried them. Just because the award went to someone else, the writers get it wrong. Right. It happens a lot. They got it wrong.
Yeah,
it drives me nuts that this is a stigma that's attached to him.
Yeah, no, it's
ridiculous.
They got it wrong big time. They got it. And I told Sam Ake about it one day during the pandemic. I was like, Sam, and he called me. I said, come on, Sam, really? Really, Iguodala? It looks bad.
What did Sam say?
He had his explanations. A lot of them. Mark Spears too. A lot of them. But you know what? It is what it is. At this point, I don't even give a damn. I don't give a damn. They got the ring.
It is an annoying conversation to have.
It is. By the way, Jermaine Wiggins didn't own us. This is what you do with a Jermaine Wiggins. When he starts talking like that,
you just laugh.
You laugh because you could tell he hasn't really watched the Golden State Warriors this season.
When he said all they do is shoot threes.
Yeah, I mean, you're stuck in 2016. You're stuck in 2015.
Well, technically, they're stuck in the 1980s and 60s because every name he referenced had cobwebs all over it.
Gosh, let's go to before we go to E, because I know what E is going to bring. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these other calls. We're going to end the show with E. We're going to end it with E, then we'll get to the flex moment of the show. Let's go to JB first in Fremont, then we'll get to Emil and Joe, then we're going to finish the show off with E because I already know what E is bringing to the table. JB, what's happening? You're on the roast.
All right, guys, how are you?
Good. Can't complain.
Listen, the reason I was calling is, I listen to Shatsky, and I'm originally from the East Coast, and when he used that word delusional, I said, that's a little bit extreme. But after hearing that interview, that guy is so delusional.
Thank you.
And you know what? Maybe that's a good thing because they're looking at our team as all we do is shoot three-pointers. And a lot of teams did that latter part of this year. And the ones that did that, you watch Steph taking mid-ranges. Mm-hmm. You watch Steph driving. For him, for Jermaine to say that all he does is shoot 3 points, I hope they think like that because we'll eat them alive.
I agree.
So, I mean, Boston has always been arrogant.
Yep.
I mean, you can keep it. They can go park their car.
I love it.
Great pipes.
I love that. Let's go to E. Mill in San Francisco. I think he's a Celtic fan. E.
Fellas,
Mill.
good morning. Thank you very much for having me on. Yeah, I'm from Boston. Been in San Francisco for 13 years, and I got to tell you, for all the football players that apparently know what they're talking about when it comes to basketball, it's kind of sad to disrespect your opponent the way Mr. Wiggins did. So I'm not going to do that on the phone. Represent Boston properly. But I just got to say a couple things. I think this is the best finals we could have gotten.
Yes. I agree. Yes. Yeah.
NBA. That's really exciting. As far as representing the Celtics, they defeated a lot of demons to get here. They were a terrible team in January, and they had to overcome beating the Nets, who they lost to last year, beating the Bucks, who they've lost to in the playoffs previously, beating the Heat, who they lost to previously, and now they're here in the finals. And I got to say, right, like, they're going to bring it with an intensity that they've brought every time they've played the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know that there's another team that plays the Warriors as hard as the Celtics do. Maybe I'm a little bit of a homer because I'm...
No, you're right. It's them in Memphis.
And then, the 73-win season, the home winning streak was snapped by the Celtics, right? It was this squad. It was most of these guys. So, and then the other thing is there's a lot of... I don't want to say a lot. There's some credit that's due to the Celtics. Danny Ainge recommended Bob Myers for his job. Joe Lacob was a minority owner in the Celtics that he had to sell to become the owner of the Warriors.
No doubt.
So, I think there's a lot of common respect and there's a lot of similarities between teams. I actually have to say the biggest difference maker that I'm worried about is Andrew Wiggins. I think Andrew Wiggins is the one guy that the Celtics won't be able to switch onto to cover if he gets hot, just because the rest of the Warriors team can't be ignored. And Wiggins is the one guy that he falls out of the Celtics' defensive coverage rotations. That's the guy that worries me.
Yep. Hey, great calling, Bill. Great call. That was a great breakdown by a Celtic fan there. He's right. Boston's, they had their game face on at Media Day, man. They were fired up. Let's go to Joe in San Jose and then E in Redwood City. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, guys? Good morning. It's going to be a good night tonight. But let me tell you something. Once the Warriors go on a 12-0 run, what's the Boston coach going to do? He don't know what he's doing. He's going to get whooped. Another thing. Next time you talk to Wiggins, tell him. Let me tell you this. We'll give you Cedric Maxwell and Tiny Archibald with this team, and stop smoking what you're smoking because you're crazy. You're going to beat the Warriors. The Warriors are winning this in 5. And you know what? Another ring. That's what we do in the Bay.
Let's go. And let's finish this off with E. Oh, E dropped. You
hyped him for too many calls.
E gets fired up. He's going to be mad.
Let's do an Xfinity Flex moment.
Yeah, he's going to get mad. He's going to see me at Chase Center. He's going to be like, Bonte, I was waiting. He would have been fired up. He loves that We Ready. But anyway, time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show.
Golden State Warriors, it's playoff time. Morning roast, butter toast. It's time to ride. Stephen Clay shooting threes from the 415. Tenderloin, that's the gutter for the butter with the garlic inside. Now we all geared up and we ready to ride. JTA threw the ball like a GTA. Spin them tires, swing it back. That's the Oakland way. Since we talking about D, we talking Draymond Green. He's a master of the fifth and the leader of the team. Shoulder get it taken, keep the ref and the ref in check. Can't forget JK, Jordan Poole, and Young Glove. Just the Wild Wild West. That's why we hired Young Glove. 95.7 the game is the mothership. With Bonte Hill and Joe Shasta shooting straight from the hill. Can't forget Wise Guy, we about to dip. Blast off Dub Nation for the championship.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
You gotta love Duke.
I was gonna chest bump the game, like fly in the air, like on the Titanic, Duke. And then like chest bump him after that rap. That was great.
You gotta love Duke. It's good to hear from Duke. It's good to hear from Dub Nation. Hey, he was on beat. He's got bars.
Great job,
He's got bars for days. As we say, good morning to Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. What is happening, boys?
Hello. Oh, boy. Sometimes the pre-show is so good, you just hope the show can match up. I had a chance to talk to my brother Doug for about 15 minutes this morning. Hadn't caught up with Doug in a while, which is so good to catch up with my brother. Not my oldest brother, I guess the middle brother, if you consider my sister, Hurricane Gale, to be the third brother, which we all kind of do because she, punches harder than all the rest of us. And boy, can she take a punch. I hit her in 1979, Joe, with every ounce of my being. She took the punch, looked at me, and said, "Now what?
Wow.
Now what?"
Wow.
And we both knew what happens next.
Yeah.
I get cuffed around, but
Call that the flex moment of Dibs' childhood.
seriously. I gave it everything I had, Mark, but I came out on the losing end. I think I was 0-23-1 against my siblings growing up.
Was that in Stranger Things season 1?
You basically,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
It gets uncomfortable. But, man, I was watching the Warriors video they tweeted out. I watched
So
it
good.
again today.
Wow.
I've watched it now 5 times. I
Goosebumps.
shared it on Twitter. Goosebumps. They give you the whole, since we lost montage.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
I mean, and then you go through all of it and you see Clay get hurt, and it's like, I can't watch that again. And every time I watch it, it's like, I'm not saying that I was crying or I had tears in my eyes, but
It's emotional.
You get choked up.
It's emotional.
From
And
a
then-
personal
and then
Don't
they
be
throw
afraid to cry, Dibs.
I know. Sorry about that.
Come on, man.
It's what we do in the
Don't
cry.
be afraid to.
We're going to rename the crossover to the cryover.
Yeah, I remember
based on-
Steph and Aisha walking down out the tunnel after that Game 6 against Toronto, and when they got the news of Steph towards ACL, Aisha would just scream like, "No, no!" And it was just like, who cares about winning this chip? Clay's gone,
Right.
and you knew KD was gone, and you had no idea how this team was going to get rebuilt. You
Right.
didn't know if it was going to be the last ride to the NBA Finals until
Steph
that
still had to
video.
sign the extension,
He still had to,
too.
yeah,
That
he
was
still, and
another
that was
element
another comment.
that I
We were
think
like,
we
man,
forgot.
what if he doesn't
So
sign
many
it because of
takeaways,
what's
though.
Yeah.
Like last year when they lose to Memphis and Steph's like, you don't want to face us. You could, Steph, angry Steph.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
see a lot of
Don't wanna
angry
face
Steph.
him.
When LeBron beat him, and he was
Man.
pissed. You could
Oh,
see he
yeah.
was pissed.
Yeah. And, and Draymond, when they lost the finals, this is all in that Warriors montage. And, Draymond's like, we're going to be back. Trust me, we'll be back. And here we are 3 years later, 4 years later, whatever it is. And they're back, baby.
It's a lot of intestinal fortitude
Right?
to get to this moment, and I love that. And I know even if the series had gone a little bit longer, we would have gotten this. But that whole week off to just sort of
Reflect.
just blink and deep breath, and let's go, reintroduce yourself to the rest of your life for a second and build up to tonight. Man, this is good stuff. This is good stuff.
Yes, I
Ready
can't
for the
wait.
night.
Is this the best matchup? If you were just
Yes.
an NBA executive,
Yes.
TV executive, this is the best one?
This is it. Yeah, the Warriors. I wonder if people really acknowledge this even here in the Bay. Like, the Warriors are the show. This is the show.
For sure.
For the NBA. It's not, I know
The
people
TV
go,
numbers back it, too.
Right. If you look historically, there's the Lakers and the way they travel and LeBron, and that's all true. There are probably still to this day, Laker fandom probably spreads around the country.
Everywhere. It's like Cowboy fans.
More than,
Yeah.
but not at this time and in this moment, as you said, the ratings, the ticket prices, wherever you go, the Warriors are the show. And to throw a brand like the Boston Celtics up against them, I mean, tell me what would be better. What would be better than this?
Only
Who's
one.
got it better than us?
The only
That
finals
makes sense.
matchup.
Sorry.
The only
Sorry.
finals matchup that could possibly be better is because it's the New York Knicks. That's it, because New York City and all their media, and they would hype that
Where's
up.
the laugh track?
But
Nice guys
I know it's a
doing
joke,
that.
right?
It's
It's a
an
joke,
absolute
right?
Actually, I mean,
Dude.
if you look at what we ended up talking about, if they had been anywhere near good enough,
Right.
the finals
Yeah,
would have
they're
been Brooklyn and Golden State.
That would have been great.
That would have been, that would have been,
Oh,
If
my
Kyrie
gosh.
and KD are coming
Oh,
to play,
my
I mean,
gosh.
that obviously from the soap
Yeah,
opera standpoint,
that would have been
that would have
Oh.
lit people. I mean,
I know
Sunday.
Bully
Bully,
first takes to the
Bully
table.
wanted out was so bad. He's like, I want the Nets and Warriors so bad.
He was talking about pizza in
Dude,
Brooklyn
oh
that he
yeah,
was
we're
gonna
talking about
take
going
me
to
to.
Flatbush Avenue. He was like, if it's Brooklyn, and look, think about KD. He's being brought up every single
Every
day.
day.
He hasn't been here
Yeah.
since
Every day.
2019.
And-
It's actually kind of sad how that's playing out.
I mean, and Kyrie's not far behind him, knowing that he hit the shot that, essentially the
Yeah.
only shot that beat this team at any point in the last 8 years. And so everything he's been through this year, that would have been different.
Yeah.
But they're just not good enough of a team.
No,
They're not
and
good
he
enough.
actually,
I don't know that Boston is either.
I don't
to be
even know
honest
if
with
he's with us anymore because he went on a sailing trip and he actually fell off the edge of the earth
Oh,
because
tough
the earth,
break.
as we know,
Tough
is
break.
flat. So
That's why the Nets haven't offered that extension yet.
So, Butch, you're going to Boston. Is this what I'm to understand?
It's like I would say 75% locked in.
Oh,
we got processes to the approvals.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but that's what the hope
Gotcha.
is. Yes.
Gotcha.
And things are tight.
Lock it in. 75%.
We need Steph Curry because it's the fourth
Bonte,
quarter.
you're going, right?
I'm
'Cause
going.
You guys are going to do road pre and post, and that's
Yep.
awesome. You guys are doing that road pre and post, and so
that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was a Bonte coattails thing, or if you were going to go for your own flex moment of the day.
Look,
there's nothing wrong with Bonte's coattails. Don't get me wrong.
No, you don't want to ride my coattails.
No, I'm
Before
trying to
you
get on
answer,
board.
Chasky,
I'm trying to get
you're
on board.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ,
What's
FM and
wrong?
HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey
Well, look,
Station.
I'm
Download
already
the Odyssey
thinking-
app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors
Dude, let
coverage.
me on
You're
those
not,
coattails.
I'm not. You don't want to be on my coattails,
So I already
dude.
said to him, I go, all right, so here's the deal. I'm not wearing a collared shirt. I am wearing my Warrior gear. If I sit in the media section, the old stuffy Boston fans are going to hate me, the media people.
Yeah.
So I said, where do you guys sit on the road? Is there any way that I could find my way toward that suite? I do have the media credential. So I'm already trying to set that up, Dibs.
Well, if you need a shirt to wear, and I hate to tip my hand too early, but I got a shirt for you. You can wear.
Oh, the referee one?
I mean, it's the only thing more offensive.
Let's go, baby.
Than,
Mark Davis, baby. Mark
you his
Davis.
+1?
Mark Davis, baby. Look at my boy B Hill right now. Bonte goes from loving me to hating me in one single
That
segment.
was a little snug than yesterday.
No, this is my game. This is my game jersey.
Davis,
Okay. The other one was my old. I'm still kind of
Mark
a fat
Davis.
guy. XL. This
John
is the one I actually
Goble
wear.
and Gucci Man James Williams.
Mark Davis
I
must
mean,
be stopped.
really NBA.
He must
Mark
be
Davis
stopped.
gets a game one assignment.
Honestly, how does he get game one?
Because the NBA likes to mess with people.
It's
I don't
so
know.
weird.
I don't
It's
know.
so weird.
Can I ask a question?
You know what though? Yes. Ask me
You
a
followed
question.
a lot of the Laker teams because you were.
I was down there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did they talk about the officials the
go,
way
B.
that we do nowadays? I don't.
terrible
I know
shirt,
the
man.
Kings fans did in that one series, but like,
Well,
terrible.
right. That's the
because
can't
I know
believe you're
Phil
gonna
would
die on
play
that hill.
psychological mind games in
No,
between games.
I didn't hear about it as much. I actually
You look
think
good in that.
Nice, Butch.
part of it is the way sports has gone into analytics. I don't feel like
I
back
feel
then
like yakking, man.
I don't know who the refs are.
Yeah, you didn't have a Twitter
I didn't
account
like-
tweeting out like,
yeah, there was no
Mark Davis
umpire auditor
Mark
back then.
Davis.
You know what I mean? Like I didn't
Dude.
know. Like Joey Crawford. I'm like,
Yeah.
I know
Yes.
who you
Yes.
are. So there were games.
Dick Bavetta.
You had to do something really well. But Dick Bavetta was best known for like racing Charles
Yes,
Barkley.
yes.
Like I didn't go into a game ever and we're like the three refs tonight.
Bonte
are.
can't even look
And
at me.
we-
I can't even look at him.
So I'm
well,
hoping
Draymond
to-
Green's last tweet was
Yes.
a burner account that said
Yeah.
"Real KD." By the way, that was the burner
Right,
account,
right.
"Real KD." And of course, Draymond Green likes the tweet, and
Probably
he's like,
was, probably
"Mark
was it.
Davis should never ref a finals game ever again. He's horrible." And Draymond Green liked the tweet.
See, I need the montage.
That's
as
a T,
ABC
by the
goes
way.
back in the day. It's black and gray, and white footage of like the old Celtics and the Warriors throughout the years. And just give me all the old officials, just kind of chopped up in there, because that's who I came to see tonight.
Yeah.
Dick Bavetta,
No doubt.
Joey Crawford.
No doubt. That's who I
this.
came to see tonight. So you talked about what you're going to wear in Boston. You know what I'm wearing tonight in press row. And
Unbelievable.
hopefully I have a seat because I do have a credential, but they tell you you may not have a seat.
You may not have a
Credential
seat.
number.
Where are you supposed to go?
Oh, the NBA takes care of all the seats. Trust me, I've been through this before.
Infinite number.
You know, when I was at an old station.
thanks,
when
Dave.
when I was at an
I
old
did not expect him
station,
to
they
make an
gave the
appearance.
flagship 2 seats in the finals, and
Yeah.
Rich Lieberman's walking around like, wow, the flagship only gets 2 seats. Ha ha ha.
Rich
and so,
Lieberman.
Matt
What a
Kolsky and I,
turd.
Matt Kolsky
What an
and I,
absolute
Matt
turd
Kolsky and I remember he was
on the
looking at it.
sidewalk.
Matt
Don't waste your
Kolsky
time.
and
Don't
I,
waste your time.
I said, Kolsky, just follow me. He's like, where are you going to sit? He's all stressing out. I said, dude, relax. Been here, done that before.
Stress out?
Yeah, right? The Cleveland Plain Dealer did not send their writers to that
Exactly.
finals. So I sat in section 119 the entire series, right behind the hoop.
Yeah.
2015, and we sat there the whole series.
It's so funny you
always
say that
somewhere to
because
go.
last
There's always somewhere
NBA
to go.
Finals, I'm in the same boat where I was on the flagship, which we were the flagship for
Yeah.
the last chip, and I didn't have a seat. I had a credential, but no seat, so I'm looking for seats, and I go up into media row, upper media, and there's a seat next to Eddie Johnson.
Oh.
So I'm like, I'm going to sit next to Eddie Johnson. So I sit next to Eddie Johnson, and you know me, Bonte,
Yeah.
I'm running material. And he's like, I don't know who
$2
this-
jokes.
I don't know who this guy is, but he's pretty funny. Second half comes. Eddie Johnson comes back for the second half. He's got a beer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, Eddie
That's
Johnson.
my man.
Eddie Johnson.
My man.
Long day of golfing that day.
I don't want you to worry. As the relative of a former NBA ref, Greg Willard, may he rest in peace.
Thank you.
I will. You can't rip him.
in peace.
Can't rip him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother him.
No.
That would be me.
He's actually
passed away. Anyway,
Greatest referee in history.
I do know. Yes, he was. Yes, he
Small
was.
T or big T?
Anyway, I do know that the referees get tickets to games. So if you don't have a seat, I'm sure Mark Davis will take care of you.
No, and I do want to sit in the
I'm sure
referee's
take-
family section,
Yeah.
and so I can lead the cheer of ref you rule,
No.
ref you rule, ref you rule.
And we're gonna cut off Rule and just have you going ref you.
The moment I
Ref
said
you.
I would never want to be a
bad.
referee was the Pac-12 championship in Vegas. Arizona's playing UCLA, Aaron Gordon and them. And the Arizona fans were just relentless. And at halftime, the referees go in their tunnel, and they got security flanked all around them. And the Arizona fans are over the railing, sticking fingers at them, yelling at them. I said, I would never do that job. And so now when I see the Mark Davises of the world, they walk right by me at halftime, going into wherever they go to. And I'm just looking at them like they just sprinting off. And they got the security guards rushing them. And the fans are just sitting there,
Yeah.
Mark Davis, you stink. And I'm just like, how can you take that, man?
Because
I
he
would never do
relishes in it. Like a heel in the WWE, he relishes in it.
True,
It's so
though.
funny you
Right?
say that because everyone wants to go early to watch Steph and his warm up.
You're watching him stretch.
Dude, oh yeah, Scott Foster.
I
was watching Scott Foster's
Oh my God.
pregame
Backpedal.
routine, and in my mental Rolodex, I'm like, you know what? That's a great routine. He stretch the hammy, stretch the groin, quad, hammy,
Well,
calf,
I mean,
calf.
You gotta work on this. Don't talk to me right now.
Exactly.
Don't talk to me right now,
Put
Draymond.
the hand up.
Yeah.
You got to stretch out the arm in case
You
you need
never
to
know
conquer
when
the
you're going to
hand.
have a hip pointer when you call that block, that hip thrust.
Oh.
You got to be ready for that.
You have to
You
be.
cannot just do
if you're
that.
not stretched out in the third for the hip, we got a block on you, Draymond. You might pull a hammy.
I want to ask you
So
now that
bad.
we're here. Are you the type to warn the 3 seconds before you give one, or how does that work? Because some referees are like, gotta get out of the paint, gotta get out of the paint.
Get out
and
of
those
there,
are my
23.
favorite refs. Yes,
You gotta warn them. Get out of there, 23.
Okay.
Well, that's
Get out of
because
there.
the players you're talking to are 8. Of course,
Right.
you better warn them. It's a little bit different
But
when you're warning.
This is more like dialogue.
This is Jones key number 34.
Yeah.
You're in the key.
8 or 28. God doesn't matter.
It's all the
It's
same.
good. By the way, Basketball Hall of Fame. When we go to Boston, that's at Shaska. We should roll out the Springfield Mass.
Yeah.
That's
I've been to Boston.
Gary St. Jean's hometown.
Springfield, yeah.
The saintly one.
I think Ken's Dressing is also located nearby. I was doing some research.
Dressing?
Ken's Dressing. You can buy it. Sweet Baby Ray's Barbecue. They bought that as well. They do ranch dressing. They do the pizza
I
hut
don't know
and
how I
round
feel
table
about
dressing.
lugging sauces and
No, I'm not
dressings
saying we're going to do that. I'm just saying that's where the fact that's where it started.
So what do you have in your bag? This is ranch dressing.
Yeah. Caesar.
You never know when you're going to need it.
By the way, tomorrow morning,
check that sauce.
tomorrow morning, listen to 95.7 Game for your chance to win tickets to see Game 2 Sunday night between the Warriors and the Celtics in the NBA Finals. Just listen during crosstalk between our show and, of course, Willard Dibs. We'll give out the time tomorrow for your chance to qualify. There will once again be a sounder, and when you hear that sounder, be one of the first 5 callers. You will qualify to win tickets for game number 2 for all your playoff ticket needs. Be sure to go to Warriors.com. Again, that's Warriors.com. And get there early tonight, man. 6 p.m. tip.
I'm hella excited.
Joe, you're 40 now. It's time to graduate. Ranch dressing is a starter dressing. It's time for you to get something that's a little bit more refined in your salad.
I'll eat any kind of salad and any kind of dressing. I'm good with blue cheese. I'll do Caesar. To me, it depends on like what kind of salad is it. Ranch on just basic salad. No. Like I'm like Italian dressing, balsamic, things like that.
Yeah.
Like ranch to me is for pizza, wings, things like that.
And not for pizza, Low Neal.
Well, it depends.
That's a Lorenzo Neal take.
That's
right
a round
there.
table last night.
Yeah.
We had the ranch.
That's what I'm saying. The creamy
Dipped.
garlic.
It was
you
out
can't
there.
slander ranch.
I mean,
By
it's
the way,
a
shout out to
condiment,
Big
not
Matt,
a dressing.
Big Matt in South City. Got some Wingstop the other day. Oh, Ponte Hill. Here's a couple extra ranches for you, big
Exactly.
dog. So we got like 8 tubes of ranch. in the
Bonus
fridge.
ranch.
Bonus
You know
ranch.
you've arrived
When
when you
you
get bonus
arrive,
ranch.
got the free soda and the extra ranch for
Bonte
my boy
walked
Big
out of there
Matt.
like, I got extra ranch.
I got extra
I've
ranch.
arrived.
Big Matt was like, "What's up, big dog? I saw your name come through the ticket." And I was like, "Man, it can't be Ponte Hill coming by Wingstop." I don't know if I should be
Could be
ashamed by that.
Bonte.
Don't tell people not to ride your coattails if you're getting extra ranch.
Extra ranch.
See what I'm saying?
Extra
They'll
ranch.
charge you
McDonald's.
at McDonald's for that.
Dude, he just on the side. ranch on the house, big dog. I was like, man, that's my guy.
Ranch on the house.
The thing is, like, my wife is a vegetarian, so she eats pizza a lot. That's her thing. She loves pizza. And you got to have ranch. So not only do you have the ranch in the fridge, you got the dry backup in the pantry as well. So there's ranch 24/7 in our house.
I'm not getting sucked into this conversation, even though I started it to begin with.
Yeah,
you did
Yeah,
start
the
it.
pizza is not doing...
No, it depends what kind of pizza it
The pizza
is,
got to
too.
stand on its own, man. Or
No,
else
I
you
agree
got
with
bad
that.
pizza. You don't be dipping it in a
But
big
if it's
bucket
Papa
of ranch.
John's,
What are we doing?
If it's Papa John's at 2 a.m, like, you got to have the dippers.
He has no pizza experience.
Exactly. No pizza.
You just got to have it in case of emergency. All right, that's it for us. Game 1, NBA Finals.
I'm so fired up.
Willard and Mark Davis will be doing the show up
Right,
until
it's
I
Mark
do.
and Mark today.
Gucci Man, James Williams, and of course John Goble. Oh boy,
That's a T, Hill.
I'm out.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to say something like I don't even know who you are anymore, but this is who you've been the whole time. I don't know if I can look at you. Are you going to do this for 3 hours?
I'll change.
Okay.
I did it for Bonte, and
All right.
honestly, I do want to ref my way down to the game. We talked about this as a great social media kind of thing where I'm going to be here today. I'm not going back home to the East Bay. I'm staying. I'm going to park it here.
Long haul. Okay.
I'm going to walk down to Chase Center. It's about
Yeah, no, that's plenty
It's
doable.
doable. Yeah, it's doable. I'm going to go early. I'm going to meander down. I'm
Your
going to
walk
bring my
back
whistle.
is the one that's going to get you.
Yeah,
that's going to
the
be the
walk
one that's
back could be
bummer.
tough.
Yeah, because even you got to walk through Thrive City and get a contact high.
Yeah,
which actually probably help you by then.
Dude,
And
where's my car?
Yeah, like I mean,
Oh, wait, it's back at work.
If the Warriors win, I think you'll be juiced all the way to get to at least the Ferry Building or so. But at a certain point, you're just going to be like, I mean,
Yeah.
the
Where's
juice
the
of the whole
pedicab?
thing, right? The juice of the whole thing's going to wear off, and you're just going to be wandering through the city aimlessly.
Yeah, I'll probably go light rail to Embarcadero and then walk it from Embarcadero back here to Battery and Broadway.
All right.
Kind of a combo trip on the way home. But on the way down, my plan was don the stripes and officiate my way down to Chase Center.
Please video it. Please.
Okay.
Either, I don't know if you need a selfie stick or whatever you need to make this happen. Pay somebody to follow you and film this whole thing. If you just call fouls on people the whole way down to
And
the arena,
violations. Because there's plenty of violations out there that need to be officiated.
Oh, my gosh. Walking through the city? Are you kidding? You'd be lucky if you get one block without blowing your whistle. All right. We're ready to go. It's the hype train. It's time. It's game 1 of the NBA Finals. We got both voices coming on the show today. That starts with Tim Roy. Tim Roy's going to be at 11 o'clock, voice of the Dubs, right here on 95.7 The Game. Sean Grandy, voice of the Boston Celtics, is going to join us right before that at about 10:45. And a cool in-studio treat, Megan Ottolini, who is a host for WEEI, and I know we're going to get this 100 times today just to bring people inside the building. Every time I say her name, Spadoni's hands. Yes. I don't know. I don't know if she's going to get in here because she's going to have to stop, and Spadoni and Ottolini are going to have to talk about family history for about 45 minutes, I'm thinking, right? So anyway, she is here doing her show from the Bay Area for the NBA Finals. And so she'll pop in for a good 15, 20 minutes here at the top of the hour. We'll get a little of the flavor from the Boston side.
And I can't wait to hear her, and I've never met her, and I've only seen her Twitter, and her Twitter's fantastic. She's a Boston fan. I know she's a journalist like we all are, but she's Boston through and through, so I look forward to getting the Boston perspective with that Boston sort of a sound right here in studio.
Yeah.
And, before Megan comes in, I will take off the stripes. I don't want to, because everyone gets triggered by the ref shirt.
Well, and just be careful about, like, we're going to have, a female friend walking in and you're going to start taking your shirt off. Please, just get yourself all squared away before she gets
I
here.
won't treat her to the Adonis physique that I have underneath all these layers. I mean, I don't know her well enough to give her that sort of a treat.
Well, I will say that what I say to her when she gets in here, she may not like, because I woke up feeling a little bit of a different kind of way about this series between the Celtics and the Warriors. Before we get into that thought, well, Spadoni, it's Song of the Daytime, and I think this might strike a chord that we're going to just play with all day because it's about to go down.
It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night. You won't remember. I'll be the one. You won't forget. I won't.
I think their song.
Face down, booty up, timber. That's the way we like the world. I'm sicker than an oil spill. She say she won't, but I bet she will. Timber.
Spin your referee round and round. Here we go, Robert Williams. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. It is about to go down. We have been waiting a whole week for this darn thing, and here we go. And sometimes I really do feel this way. It's hard for me to make predictions 2, 3, 4, 5 days in advance because, as I told you during March Madness, I got to let it marinate, Dibs. I got to let it sink. I got to let it feel. I got to let it get all the way in before I really know how I feel about a specific matchup. I woke up today. I'm not changing Warriors in 6. I don't think this is a sweep. But I woke up today and I thought, man, the Warriors, they've got this. They are the better team. They are the better team. They are the more experienced team. They have the answers to the questions that are out there. And then I saw something that almost took me to a mathematical place about the Boston Celtics. And I think they're tough. I think they create problems. Don't get me wrong. But there are a lot of people who are literally picking them to win this series. And I've decided that maybe they're doing that for their own benefit. They are doing that to make this soap opera something more than it is, because did you know that based on the preseason numbers for the Boston Celtics, if they win the championship, they will double, more than double, the biggest Vegas upset in the history of the NBA if they are to win this series. No one has started the season at their Vegas numbers.
Right.
In fact, no one has even started at half of their Vegas number and gone all the way to win the championship. It's never happened before.
Right.
And it's not happening now.
Well, and based on ESPN stats and information, 84% is the chance for Boston to win this championship based on ESPN's numbers. So, well, it's all to be settled on the floor. And you talk about preseason numbers, and ultimately, in a year like this where there's so much parity, those preseason odds don't matter as much as, you know, where we sit now. I'm a little concerned, though, about the song of the day, because I think you played the wrong version of the song of the day, because the lyrics of the song of the day I remember a little bit differently. Spadone?
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
Yeah, it's I'm gathering timber.
Yes, that's
yeah, it's not going timber. We're gathering timber. Is
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
Yeah, so I think you had the wrong version. I love your song of the day choices. You've done really well with that, Mark.
Thank you.
Today's a miss because you didn't have the Steiny remix.
One of my favorite things, and you all know you're all guilty, so am I, so are you. My favorite thing is realizing, and I don't know what age you are in life when you realize this, none of you know any words to anything.
Ever.
No, you don't. No, stop. Don't. Stop nodding. No, you don't. If you sing songs, if you do sing along, I'm telling you, you've got the words wrong.
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever gathered timber. You know,
I haven't tried that yet. I'm not above it. But.
There's a place by the Montclair Golf Course in Oakland where they have timber, and you can go and you can gather timber, bring it home for your own firewood needs.
One of the best ones I've ever heard. I want to rock and roll all night and part of every day. There's all of these. There's a billion of them. So I'm not going to get down on Steiny.
And the Michael
He's gathering
Jackson,
timber.
Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mumakusa. There's great debate as to what he's actually saying there.
Speaking of great debate, I mean, let's get into it with all of you, okay?
Let's do it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, Xfinity mobile text line. You're already rocking and rolling. Keep it coming. Hey, Twitch. Hey, YouTube. We see you. We feel you. Dibs is wearing a freaking Mark Davis jersey today. Get on in here. Let's have some fun. Let's comment there. I really do. I really do think, and I get why. We're in sports media. I get it. I get that if you're, especially on the national side, if you're ESPN, if you're TNT, you have an advantage on the way into this series if everybody feels that angst and feels like, man, this is going to be a really even matchup, and it could go either way. And I don't want to sound cocky because it's not that. I think Boston's fantastic. I think Jason Tatum is as good of a young star as this league has to offer, and I think that Boston's defense has done a wonderful job, and they do provide maybe the biggest challenge that the Warriors will face in these playoffs. All that said, it's not going to be enough. Unless something goes really wrong, knock on wood, health-wise, it's not going to be enough because it never has been. Just, my rule. Remember there's Lawler's Law down there with the Clippers? First team to 100 wins every game.
Rest in peace, Ralph Lawler. His career.
Okay.
His career.
I'm like, wait, what?
Oh, God.
Ralph didn't die.
Ralph's still with us,
did
but
not
he
kill
retired.
Ralph Lawler.
84 still going strong.
Yeah, he's great. Ralph's great.
Oh, he's 84.
He's doing fine.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he had eggs about an hour ago. What are you talking about? He's fine. But Willard's Law, okay? If Steph, Clay, and Dre play in all the games, they win. That's it. It's never not been true. If they play in all the games and Steve Kerr coaches, the Warriors win. And until someone proves that wrong, I'm going to ride that train.
Yeah, high on that train, riding that train. I like that. My official prediction, by the way, refs in 4. That's my official prediction.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And apologies.
I wish that we're only going to talk about the refs 4 times, but however many games this is, that's how many times we're going to talk about the refs, because that's how this works.
Well, first tee tonight, or first tee in the series, Marcus Smart or Draymond Green. That's my official referee prop.
Well,
who gets a tee first, Marcus Smart or Draymond Green?
I'll bet on Draymond. Mark Davis is reffing tonight. Are you kidding me?
Well, Boston has the same feelings about Mark Davis that Golden State does.
Draymond literally said to him last time they were all on the floor, he's just running circles around him, yelling, Mark Davis must be stopped. Mark Davis must be stopped. He's yelling that on the floor a week ago. Yeah, I'll bet Draymond.
Okay.
I'll bet Draymond.
Draymond minus 125. Marcus Smart, by the way, plus 110. Almost co-favorites. Because Marcus Smart, he's down to get a T too.
It is your turn now. What is this series doing to you? How are you feeling? What is your thought on the key? What is your prediction? Any of this is all on the table, and we really want to connect with our audience today more than ever. So 888-957-9570. That is also the Xfinity Mobile text line, always ready for you. Willard and Dibs is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Your phone calls next on 95.7 The Game.
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
feel what's happening in here right now? This is you and me gathering timber right now.
I love it. I got 3 home games and a bunch of problems.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
I hope they don't need 4 home games. Let's keep it at 3.
Yeah.
I'll take 3.
That's what I have it. Warriors in 5. By the way, Refs in 4 is receiving a lot of positive feedback.
Yeah, I bet. Because people think that means the refs won't be there in Game 5. Are we just gonna let's go shirts and skins in Game 5, and we don't need any refs. We'll call our own fouls
From Aunt Will Dibber Donaghy from NRG Manifest. Boo Dibs. People are not loving my refs in 4 tweet.
Dibber Donaghy is good.
Yeah.
Dibber-he. We might just go with
Not
that
bad.
for the rest of the way. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, Willard and Dibs. Your phone calls here in a moment, 888-957-9570. And I'm getting something together for all of you here in about 10 minutes. Because we often ask the question, what are you doing? And today, as we get ready for the NBA Finals, I feel like a lot of us are getting off track with our mentals. We're going to take care of our mentals coming up here in about 10 minutes. So we'll get you all ready for that. It is game number 1 of the NBA Finals right here on 95.7 The Game at Chase Center. Begins tonight. Warriors hosting the Celtics at Chase for the 6 o'clock tip. Reminder, we talked all about it in the Western Conference Finals. Same goes for the NBA Finals. 6 o'clock tips. Get yourself down to the arena early. Experience all it has to offer and get in your seat for the start of this game. It really matters. It matters to the guys. Coverage on 95.7 The Game beginning at 4:30, but let's be honest, coverage on 95.7 The Game has already been going on all morning, and it will continue to all morning and all afternoon until we start. Robert Parrish was on with Steiny Guru yesterday. It was fantastic.
Really cool.
Really interesting. So if you missed any of that, we'll have that for you coming up throughout the show as well, because I thought he had some great things to say about Steph, about basketball today, about the Golden State Warriors and why they're so good. And I don't think he necessarily picked the Warriors. I don't know if he made a pick, but he certainly sounded like he thought the Warriors were going to win this series. And that's coming from one of the Celtics' all-time greats. So we'll get to all of that. But as promised and as hoped, let's hear from you. Let's go to E in Redwood City with Willard and Dibs. Hey, E, welcome to the show. What are you doing?
You guys got me?
We got you.
Got me?
We got you.
Hey, this is the first time calling your guys' show, so it's a pleasure. Thanks for taking the call. I'm usually on the roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Well, glad to have you, man.
But yeah, thank you. Hey, so I'm here. I'm usually loving Dibs, but Dibs, we got one question for you, man. What are you doing?
Thank you.
What are you doing wearing the stripes today?
You got to represent. And there'll be 3 teams on the floor tonight, Boston, Golden State, and the officials. I just want to bring attention to the fact that these 3 young men are out there doing their darndest to keep things fair, keep things even, and before people want to jump on Mark Davis, let him ref the game first. Come on, people.
Hey, Dibs, I'd love to see you there, right? But you keep it up with the zebras and 2 T's, and you're gone. See you guys later.
It's a great uptick.
Wow.
I can appreciate the tick, but no way I'm getting 2 T's. Much like Draymond, you get the first T, you understand what it means, and then you double down and you dare them to give you a second T. Because they won't.
Technical foul.
I'm really proud of E. Seriously. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Come on. You grew up loving this basketball team. You're going to come in here, the NBA Finals are about to start. The emotion that goes into this particular finals, these guys have reclimbed the damn mountain. They have reclimbed the damn mountain.
Not to the top.
You come in here with a referee shirt on? It's disrespectful.
It's actually paying the most respect you possibly can to the fact that it's not going to come down to the referees, people. It's going to come down to whatever team is better. It almost never comes down to the refs. We all look at these.
Games do.
Right.
Games do. Series don't.
At times. And honestly, games really don't. And we can look at the Boston-Miami series where you had that call overturned about 8 minutes later on a three-pointer that, you know, they thought he stepped out. He really didn't step out. In real time, by the way, the ref realized that he didn't step out, but it was overturned erroneously on video later. That call did not change the flow of the game. It didn't change the result of the game. So I brought my stripes in today to remind everyone, lay off.
Well, again, 7 minutes
Lay
away
off.
will help everybody lay off. Although it's not just going to be about the refs.
Good.
Okay? We're going to get Warrior fans ready for this series. Let's go to Daniel in Rodeo. Hey, Daniel, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, what are you doing, man?
What are you doing?
I'm out here. I'm on a Target run right now. I'm going to buy a scooter for my daughter. I'm just getting right.
Hey, man, that
Which
is
Target
elite.
are you going to?
Target in Pinole.
Target
Nice.
and Pinole, strong.
I know people at the Target in Pinole.
Well, and again, I say this to people all the time. 9:39 in the morning, very, very strong time to go to Target. Daniel, did you just drop your daughter off at school and then make your way to Target with the rest of all the moms and dads?
Nope, she's a toddler. We're going there right now.
Oh, she's with you. You're going to buy it while she's sitting there right in front of you. This is very, very risky, but I'll allow it.
We're gonna gear up for the game tonight. Bought some Warrior gear, and we're gonna get this win.
Let's go, Daniel. What do you think?
I think Warriors in 6. He hasn't played a team like the Warriors. We're too explosive on offense. Like Steph Curry is no Max Strus. I don't even know who Jrue Holiday. No, they haven't seen nothing like Steph Curry this playoff. So I think we're gonna take them. We're gonna blow them out tonight.
Well, Daniel, thanks, man. I do think that there's a lot of truth to this. We make so much, and me as much as anyone, we've made a lot of these last few shows about Steph Curry because he is the Q score leader of this team, and we do talk a lot about him and an NBA Finals MVP, the last award that he doesn't have for his trophy case. But I actually think the reason that the Warriors win this series, Steph's a big piece of it, but it's because of all the options. I don't think both of these teams are very good defensively. Both of them are well coached. Both of them are smart. So they're going to adjust. They're going to do things on the fly. They're going to do things that are effective. But the team that wins out is the one that has more to go to, more options. The Warriors have so many different ways they can beat you. We watched it in the Dallas series over and over. Steph wins the MVP of the series, and it was really good 4 out of 5 games, but you didn't walk away from that series going, wow, they just got overwhelmed by Steph. No, they got overwhelmed by what the Warriors were doing. Wiggins and Looney and Clay had a game. And there's just too many options, and the Celtics just don't have that many.
And I think the depth that the Warriors have versus the lack of depth that Boston has, even if Boston is totally 100% healthy, which we don't know if they're going to be, Williams is game time, and Marcus Smart may not play. And even if Williams is able to go tonight, he may not be able to go in game 2. I think the strength in numbers part of this, the depth of the Warriors is a big key. The Steve Kerr coaching experience to me, I know that Udoka's had a great season as Boston's coach, but he's never been in the deep water of the NBA Finals, and I think that is a big key. And the other part of it for me, Mark, is what you just was laying out, and I mentioned this to Steiny yesterday, about different ways to win. If it's a defensive kind of game, the Warriors can win that kind of game. I think Boston is more comfortable in that game. If it's a high-scoring game, I think the Warriors win 4 out of every 5 of those games that go in the 110. So for me, if Boston can't keep this thing under 100 points every game, I don't like their chances.
Yeah, I dig what you're saying on that. Also, just to circle back to the point we were making about 15 minutes ago, and I don't know if y'all speak gambling, but you can bet at the beginning of a year or during a year on a team to win the championship. And if you're plus numbers, that's how much money you would win for a $100 bet. The Boston Celtics, as recently as February 1st, so how many months ago is that? Because this is June 2nd.
4.
Okay, 4. Is that right? Yeah. 4 months ago.
It's 4, Mark.
Thank you. How many?
I'm the math guy.
Norman Dale.
Foe.
How many times are we going to pass the ball?
I thought it was 5 with Norman Dale.
It was 4. Trust me.
Number 4.
Yeah, it was 4. We're going to pass the ball 4 times.
Short of the romance scene, that is the best sports movie of all time. Barbara Hershey and Gene Hackman, stop kissing. Anyway, you were saying.
It got a little uncomfortable. But anyway, 4 months ago, the Boston Celtics were plus 6,000 to win the NBA championship.
60-1.
Huck 520s on a table, and you're going to get $6,000 if Boston wins it all. Now, obviously, that number has gone down, 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 down as Boston has moved into a higher seed and then getting into the playoffs and they start winning. However, no team has ever at any point in an NBA season been higher than plus 2,500 and gone on to win the championship. Dan Dibley, do you know who the team was that was plus 2,500 at one point and won the entire banana?
Well, 25-1. I know you can't go all the way back to the early days because they didn't do things like futures odds. So I was going to go back to the Houston Rockets of the mid-'90s, but I think it happened more recently than that. I'm going to say the Toronto Raptors.
Toronto Raptors is not correct. No, it's not the Toronto Raptors. It's the 2015 Golden State Warriors.
Really?
The 2015 Golden State Warriors and that championship with LeBron losing a couple of his teammates there going in. That's part of the reason why the odds changed once the series already started. But at one point in the season, because the Warriors kind of snuck up on us there, where they lost to the Clippers, and then the next year you felt like they were ascending. You didn't think they were necessarily ready to win it all that year. Plus 2,500. No team has ever been more than that, and Boston was more than double that. I want everybody to understand this, not so that you think Boston can't win this series. Understand how surprising this would be. How much of an upset this would be if that team can beat this team. Possible? Sure. I don't see it.
Well, it's always a weird thing because the start of the year odds are different than where the odds are now.
Sure.
And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the story of Leicester City in the English Premier League, but Leicester City's odds were about 60-1 to win the Premier League. And as you know, Mark, there are no playoffs in the English Premier League. You play 38 games, and whoever's at the top of the table, you are the champion. So you go throughout the regular season, and Leicester was there. They kept hanging around, and then next thing you know, on the last day of the year, they won the championship, and they were equally inexplicable in terms of these odds.
Right.
But in the NBA, it's different.
A little different in the NBA.
It's a lot different in the NBA because they set the odds at the beginning of the year. And I'm sure as Boston went on, and Boston made a nice run in January and February, and they actually became a good team, their odds plummeted at that point.
Jonathan in the city. Next up, Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Doing it well.
Yeah, there you go.
LL
Jonathan.
Cool J.
That's what I'm talking about.
Represent Queens. I was raised out in Brooklyn.
Oh yeah. Hey, I got three keys to the game. Number one key, help. Made the Warriors be full squad in the entirety of the finals. Number two, rebounding. Let's rebound the heck out of the ball, offensive and defensive. Number three, we want that turnover number to be closer to 10 than to 20. And if they sweep the first two games, it's going to be Warriors in 5. If they're tied 2-2 after 4 games, it's going to be Warriors in 6. Let's go, Warriors!
That's what I'm talking about. I like that. I like that breakdown. I think there's some truth in all of that. You keep those turnovers, the average for the series below 15, I think the Warriors are going to be in really, really good shape. And I also like the breakdown of these first 2 games can maybe determine whether this is a 5 or a 6-game series. This may sound dismissive. It's just how I feel, though. If the Warriors win the first 2, I think the series is over, and it's probably a wrap in 5. If they split the first 2, I think it becomes a grinded out, but the Warriors will get it done in 6.
Butcher Boy said that these are both must-wins. And
both of them.
He said that they're both Games 1 and Game 2 are must-wins for the Golden State Warriors.
Why?
I almost crashed my car.
Yeah, that's no, they're not.
No, they're not, because he was afraid of, Boston's ability to win on the road repeatedly, and I was thinking, well, gee, Butch, that the Warriors have won a road game in every single playoff series going back 26 playoff series. So even if, in a worst-case scenario, the Warriors drop both, but let's say the Warriors split these 2 at home, well, the Warriors win on the road with regularity in the playoffs. So if they split at home and they go to Boston and they split in Boston, Now it's 2-2, best of 3, and you have 2 home games.
And Boston hasn't been that great at home. Think how many, you go 7 games and all, they've lost a ton of home games in these playoffs. The Warriors haven't even lost one. Cindy in Richmond, next up. Hi, Cindy. What are you doing?
Hey.
Hey, Cindy.
Sitting here waiting for my turn.
It's
hey,
your turn.
how you doing? Yeah, I just want to say, they're fueling the fire for Steph, because the more they slander him, the wickeder he gets.
I mean, motivation has never been a problem for this group, but I feel you, Cindy. What's bothering you in terms of what they're saying about Steph?
Oh, they don't give him no respect. He sounds like a peon, according to them. Like he has no skills.
Cindy?
Before Durant even put his foot down around here, I think Steph was doing well.
It's all absolutely true. Cindy, this is a perfect statement leading in to what we were going to say coming up next. So thank you very much for the call.
Little Rennell in Cindy's game right
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to ask her to say now batting Buster Posey and see what happened next.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At second base, Tommy LaStella.
But you know what, Cindy?
I'll take it.
And everybody else listening, all the stuff that comes out of Boston and all the stuff that comes from all the national debate shows. Oh, and everything that comes out of a whistle from a referee's mouth. All of it. It's all time to set it aside right over here in a very special What Are You Doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't need us to get you fired up. You're already fired up. And in fact, the game hasn't even started yet. I can feel it, Dibs. I know you can feel it.
Oh, I can feel it.
People are mad at the refs already.
I'm getting crushed on the YouTube feed.
You should be crushed.
Come on.
People are mad at the refs before they've even made a call. They're mad at Boston, having never even visited there before. Jason Tatum hasn't whined about a call yet, and you're already mad at him. And then, those debate shows, those talking heads who've never been to San Francisco and they don't know because they don't see. And we're all angry already, and we haven't even started yet. So if you're angry today, before game 1 even tips, then I have a question for you. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Spadone, do we have some sort of, we need like a calming, maybe meditative type of a vibe, if you would. Thank you.
Man, you're helping me out right now, Mark. This is great. Maybe Never Go Full Jeff on the YouTube can lock in on this and back the truck up.
Well, this'll help you out.
Thank you.
This will help you out because
Please.
People are mad at you. You showed up today in a referee shirt.
I can't help it. It's what I do.
So for all Warrior fans, as we get ready for Thrive City and weed, bad calls, whining people in green jerseys,
shot clock down to 8,
screaming A, and Slip Bayless.
That's disrespectful.
And Max Yellerman.
Not bad.
And Ken Shtick Perkins. Boston fans, and that incredibly annoying accent.
Tommy.
Marcus Smart.
Not bad.
Oh, he'll get in you. He'll guard you. And the referees. Oh, Mark Davis. You know what he might do tonight?
Genius. Perfect game.
He might make it about him. And I want each and every one of you to breathe in, positive in, Darth Vader out.
Positive in.
Positive in, Darth Vader out. The referees are simply people who are,
no, they're not.
Who are doing their best. Marcus Smart, you'd love him if he was on your team. Those people from Boston, they were born there. The hell if they know. They don't know any different. Oh, and Screamin' A and Slip Bayless, Max Yellerman and Ken Stick Perkins.
You better be careful.
They're all just getting paid. They know that their shtick, quite frankly, works. Makes you mad. Makes you tune in again the next day. That $6 million salary is pretty great.
Not bad.
Who needs integrity when you can have $6 million a year? So I want each and every one of you to breathe. It might be hard to find parking tonight. You might want to be in your seat at 6 o'clock.
Pennsylvania and Mariposa.
And your boss may not let you out.
Just
all of
side
these
door.
things. All of these things are true. But you 3-ring Warrior fan, you can handle it. Be above it. And let's do the NBA Finals together.
Oh, it's so good. It's fantastic.
I want each and every one of you to rise now.
And simply say,
go find your hoodie and your shoes over by the door.
Exactly.
It's $30 a head. Thank you for coming. I want you to go out there and have a wonderful day. All right, that's it. That's enough of that, Jeff.
Oh, you
All
need
right,
to pay
let's
it
go.
off
Let's
with
go.
what are you doing? I mean,
well, we started it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And wherever you go today, I would like to know, what are you doing?
Because wherever you are, that's exactly what you're doing.
It matters to me. It does. All right. And thank you for our time together.
That was beautiful.
That was great. Yeah.
That was great. A lot of positive feedback on the various YouTubes and the Twitch for that. That's a good exercise.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you feel better?
I do feel better.
I don't think you do.
I feel great. I actually issued my first block ever on the YouTube feed, so
I didn't know you
that's
could
great.
do that. Why'd you do that?
I won't see.
Wait a minute, you're not going to block someone in the middle of a guided meditation? That's exactly the opposite.
Oh, blocked.
No, you can't.
Oh, blocked.
No, you're supposed to understand what they're going through. Everybody's got problems, Dibs.
Yeah.
Everybody's going through something. Don't you know that?
And you can take your problems and you can take them elsewhere, because the anger directed toward me, just because I happen to love officiating and I happen to respect the craft, doesn't mean you can, come down my road and liken me to a dirty cop.
Of course it does. That's what we're doing here.
Of course.
Of course.
But I also have the right to
Unblock that
say,
person right now.
No.
On your side, Dibs. Block out the bad, harness the good.
Get to stepping, exactly.
Well, I mean, positive in, negative out. Feel the flow, okay? I'm all about it. All about it. Feel the flow.
I do feel the flow.
Unblock that man.
Negative
Mama,
on that tip.
unblock that man.
Mama, unblock that man. No, Mama, there goes that man.
Okay.
Into the trash heap.
All right.
By the way, Jeff Van Gundy not going to be calling tonight.
Well, because he's got COVID and the whole world knew last week.
Right.
It was like, and the Warriors.
Mike Breen, game time decision, so we'll see.
I mean,
if it's Mark Jones and Mark Jackson, there's going to be a lot of Mama worrying about that man.
Mama, where are all the men? Where is the new saying? But anyway, all good. I'll tell you where we're going next. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. We're going to welcome a brand new friend into the building. She is here to do her show for WEEI. Megan Ottolini. We'll see if she can get by Spadoni without the two of them talking about family history together. But she's on her way in. More of your phone calls coming up at 888-957-9570. And if you're good, Dibs will block you at some point during the show. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in an accident? Shilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can't believe we actually haven't talked about this yet, and maybe we need to do it right now with Megan Ottolini, who jumps in from WEEI. Afternoon Drive host will be doing her show right here from our studios back to Boston.
Behind enemy lines.
Here in about an hour. Why have we not brought up which is the real town? Can we're taking that. Boston can't have that.
What?
Oakland is the town.
The town? Oh, you're talking about Charlestown.
Well, you know, the movie,
That's a very
the town.
No,
yeah.
but that's a very specific neighborhood in Boston.
Right.
Like, you wouldn't come from South Boston and say, I'm from the town.
Right.
That would be super weird.
Right,
Like,
but
that would never happen.
But we don't even like the neighborhood having it. So you guys have got to give
It's
that
a
up.
lovely neighborhood. You should visit it.
I think winner of the series
Bunker Hill,
gets
very
the town.
famous battle.
Yeah, Bunker Hill, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, exactly,
Definitely.
right?
Hey, welcome. Welcome
nice
to
home
town.
win.
Thanks for having me,
How you
guys.
doing?
Nice digs here.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I mean, how does the build up to an NBA Finals? I imagine very different, but I'll let you answer it. How does the build up to an NBA Finals sound in California versus Boston?
It's incredibly different.
Yeah.
It's like I'm in a bizarro world. I was listening to your morning show and then listening to you guys, and like your callers are calling in and they're really excited and they think that they're gonna sweep, that the Warriors are gonna sweep. It's a completely different universe on the other coast. And to be fair, you guys have been here a lot more recently and a lot more with this group. This is the inauguration maybe for this Celtics group. But our callers call in and they're like, Jason Tatum's not ready. And our hosts do it too. I mean, I'm guilty of it. So.
And is that just the nature of the market, or is it the fact that, like you're saying, that it's been so long since they've been there and that they really struggled to get by a pretty flawed Miami team?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just Boston. I think it's like it's still hard to believe that they're in the finals to a lot of people because of the way that the first half of the Celtics regular season went and the incredible turnaround that they had after the trade deadline. So it's like, I think a lot of people are still like, okay, is this actually happening? And then it goes back to that old Boston attitude going back to the Red Sox of like, there's no way this can happen, right? People think Bostonians are very arrogant, and they certainly are about like what they know about their teams, because it's like you had to major in the Patriots to talk at a bar about the Patriots,
Right.
with somebody else.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like I think that there's just this, expect the worst at all corners.
But isn't there any, and maybe this is a stupid question, but isn't there any happy to be here? In other words,
no.
Well, but so.
Oh, no.
I laid this out a second ago. I don't wonder if you even have looked this up, or if the average Boston fan knows this. This would be the greatest underdog story in the history of the NBA based on numbers. They were plus 6,000 to win the NBA Finals as recently as late January. Never before has a team that was ever more than plus 2,500 won an NBA Finals. If there's ever a team, if there's ever a fan base that should be giving a standing O to a team simply for being here, it's this team. You're telling me if they lose this story to a group of all-time greats, they're going to be angry?
Can I tell you where we were yesterday?
Please.
Yesterday, we were still talking about if they had lost Game 7, how that would have been the most epic meltdown ever. Like the most epic meltdown ever.
But even 3 days later, to your point, you're still dwelling on what could have been.
I don't it's so different. I feel like I'm speaking a different language out here.
You are. We are. Yes.
I think the expectations are high, but at the same time, like there's this dread because it is the Warriors. Like I think everybody who's an NBA fan, not just a Boston fan, but knows that this is the team of the decade. This is the team of the era. It's a team that changed the style of the NBA, and there's a ton of respect there. And I think that there's definitely a little fear there. Yeah,
and should be fear, but then you look at ESPN and the other metrics and 538 or
the nerds.
520, the nerds, the metrics, the talking heads, they all think that this is Boston's time, and that doesn't do anything to offset Boston's innate fear?
No. I can't speak for the whole region. I think that there's definitely some people out there that, there's always the, we're going to win no matter what. This is the Celtics, and it's time for Banner 18 and yada, yada, yada. But those people are going to feel that way, in September. Or when training camp is going on. And then when November, when things are falling apart and Marcus Smart is calling out Jason and Jalen in press conferences to the media, everything's always rosy with that select group of fans.
Megan Ottolini, WEEI. She's here to do her afternoon drive shows. We get ready for game 1 of the NBA Finals and kind enough to hang out with us for a little bit. So what are some of the takes about the Warriors in Boston? What do they think of Draymond Green? What are the takes about Steph Curry that you're hearing a lot right now?
Well, the one that I really like that I think you guys are not going to appreciate came from Cedric Maxwell, who was legendary Celtic and is a broadcaster out there now. And he called the Warriors a tuxedo team. He said they're tuxedo players. They don't like to be touched. And I think that's a little bit of the attitude that Boston may bring into this, which is everyone knows Draymond's tough and they know that the Warriors are mentally tough, but I think Boston is still patting themselves on the back, especially after that Heat series, about how well they guarded the Nets and how they handcuffed Kevin Durant and, this defensive power that they're bringing in and the physicality that they've had to play through their own playoffs run, getting through Giannis, getting through that ugly, ugly Heat series. And I think that that's the hope from Boston, that they're going to bring that against the Warriors, and the Warriors have this beautiful game, and they have such sleek shooting and everything, but they don't want to be touched. They don't want to be knocked over. They don't want to be bullied in the paint.
Well, Gary Payton II was more than knocked over and bullied. He was outright assaulted, and people here were ready for pitchforks and torches for Dylan Brooks. Draymond Green, not necessarily a tuxedo player, but that notion...
He's like a tuxedo T-shirt player.
Exactly, with kind of...
He wants to look nice, but he's here to party.
Right, frayed edges and maybe exactly torn up at the bottom. My question, though, is about Boston's consistency because, You look at what they did to Brooklyn, and Mark and I actually both were saying, you idiots, why would you lose the last regular season game? You don't want Brooklyn. And then you sweep Brooklyn, and then you scuffle, but you get by Milwaukee, and then really inconsistent against Miami. Has that been the hallmark of this team over the second half, kind of that inconsistency?
Their calling card within their team has been, when our backs are up against the wall, we're always going to respond. And it almost gets to the point where it looks like sometimes they put their backs up against the wall because that's the way that they find success. Mm-hmm. And it's a little bit of what their character is coming from their coach, Ime Udoka, who's like, it's not easy. It's never going to be easy to get here. It's never going to be easy to win. At the same time, it's like, well, two of your two best defensive players, Rob Williams, Time Lord, and Marcus Smart, were hobbling through that Heat series. So maybe you could have given your guys a little bit more rest, but that's just been, they're a young team. It's their first time here. It's their first time making it through the Eastern Conference Finals. So I'm not sure how much of it is composure at this point, a mental, it's mental toughness because they come back, but it's also a lack of inconsistency, like you said, a lack of consistency where they find themselves in those positions again and again anyway.
Yeah, like I'm looking at this, and Grant, you know how it is. Like I'm sure folks out in Boston haven't been grinding on every minute of every Warriors series the same way we haven't been grinding on every minute of every Boston Celtics series, but I've watched a lot of the games, and yes, a very good defensive team, but were they great against Miami? Jimmy Buckets went off a bunch, and he's literally the only guy you had to stop.
It's bizarre. It's funny because when they're on defensively and they're healthy, I really don't think that there's another team that can match them. But in a way, the Heat were like the less talented version of the Celtics in that they were also a very defensive, very physical team. But they were also just, they came at them with this kind of scary intensity. And if there's one thing that this Celtics team has definitely lacked at times, it's urgency. It's like sometimes when you watch them, even in the playoffs past the Nets series, and even sometimes they swept that Nets series, but in some of those Nets games, it was like, hey, come on, like wake up, boys. It's the second quarter. What are you doing? They're not a team that always starts fast. They're not a team that always holds on to the leads that they build. They sometimes get a little lackadaisical with their pace and their play.
Megan Ottolini, WEI here on 95.7 The Game. Marcus Smart, public enemy number one.
Oh, really?
What he did to Steph Curry, he should have been arrested, Megan. It was an out-and-out assault. Now,
he dove, and that was way too intense.
No, how dare you dive for a loose ball? We don't do that out here in Tuxedo, California. What's the impression, though, of Marcus Smart? I'm sorry, I got to say it right, Mark. In Boston.
He's a polarizing figure still. I think the diehard Boston fans, I know they love him. There's a saying out there, love and trust Marcus Smart. He's the longest tenured Celtic, and this is the only team that he seems to want to be with, which is what Boston fans love. And they love his style of play. He dives all over the court. He's always going to for the 50-50 ball. He plays hurt. He's very tough. But he also loves the three-point line. And, at times it jumps out. If people don't like Marcus Smart, it's really the only thing they can focus on. If he misses 2 3-pointers in a row, it's like, oh my God, like this bum. That's the immediate reaction. And I think, to me, it frustrates me personally because I love that style of play. I like a scrappy player. And so it's frustrating to me when people come down on him because I think he's evolved so much as the starting point guard this season. And everybody still makes, mistakes. Everyone still makes errors in judgment. So I think we're all allowed that a little bit. But Marcus Smart is not allowed that.
We have an expression out here for Marcus Smart. It's shoot, Marcus, shoot.
Oh, no.
We want him shooting the rock out here.
We call him the no, yes guy.
Right, yes.
Perfect.
No,
exactly.
yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, he's the Dylan Brooks of this series for sure. By the way, I love that you brought up Scrappy. It feels like Boston. I mean, is Jason Tatum too tall and too pretty to even be a beloved athlete in Boston? I go through from Marcus Smart to Danny Woodhead to Dustin Pedroia
Julian
to Julian Edelman to who
Bay Area guy.
Wes Welker. I mean, if you're little and scrappy, you're Boston.
So Isaiah Thomas was so beloved, but you look, there used to be this really tall, handsome guy who got very beloved through,
Larry
through
Bird.
winning. Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I missed.
Exactly.
No, that was Tom Brady.
My headphones must
Tom
have cut
Brady.
out.
So I think people he's definitely Tatum is he's definitely the most popular Celtic out there, but there has been this feeling with him that I've heard from a lot of fans and saying, well, he wore the Kobe, I don't know if you guys saw, but he wore a Kobe armband that was purple and gold in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
And then texted Kobe.
Right.
I got you, Kobe.
And some people were like, what the hell is this? Like, you're wearing purple and gold in an Eastern Conference Finals with the Celtics? That's more the stuff that I think gets on people's nerves. Not that... And, the yapping at the refs, which is obviously a league-wide disease. Yeah. But people really, really get annoyed with Tatum on that.
I was actually I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm glad you said league-wide disease as I go to my brow over here with my ref shirt.
Well,
thank you for that,
Don't
Megan.
worry. It's not going to work. Everyone will be whining again by tonight, by 6:03. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of complaining. But, no, I wondered how that went over in Boston, because it's a very nouveau thing for an athlete to do. Like the old school sports fan, I don't even want these guys talking to each other. I don't want these guys fraternizing before the game. To text Kobe Bryant and wear purple and gold in a Celtics uniform in a Game 7, that had to hit a certain way.
I think everybody knows the relationship that he had, and if you don't know, Tatum was mentored a little bit by Kobe. Kobe was his idol growing up. That's who he models his game after in a lot of ways. So they had a personal relationship. So obviously with Kobe's passing 2 years ago, I think people give, a little bit of respect there, saying like, okay, well, this is this guy's guy and he's not here anymore. But then at the same time, it's like, what the hell is a Laker? Right. It's more like the purple and gold of it being up against the Celtic green. How could that possibly be in a Game 7? So.
Is there that Laker hate among Celtics fans? Because here we hate the Lakers just because it's Southern California, Northern California. There's that innate rivalry, Giants, Dodgers, etc.
Right.
It seems like the Lakers hate the Celtics more than the Celtics hate the Lakers.
It felt a lot stronger with the last group, the last big playoff group with the big three. I think because they were going up against each other in those two finals, that back in 2010, that felt like peak, beat LA, really hating on LA. But there's still, for some reason, there's still a lot of animosity for New York from everything Boston, and it doesn't help that Kyrie is in Brooklyn. I mean, if the Celtics fans have a rivalry with anything, it's just Kyrie. It's just Kyrie. And then they'll be like, we don't even care about Kyrie. And then whenever Kyrie does something, they're like, this bum.
Megan Ottolini is with us, WEEI Afternoon Drive host, who is doing her show from our studios to get ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals, and kind enough to hang out with us for just a little bit. I want to go back to that, just that idea. I was joking, is Jason Tatum like too tall and too pretty to be beloved out there? But there's something about that in this series, because even when I was listening to you say what fans and even some media members are saying about this matchup, it's kind of it's pretty versus scrappy. I don't even know if that's actually accurate.
You can say ugly.
All right, fine.
You think the Celtics game is ugly?
I think they're ugly. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
I think everything about that whole team is just very hard to look at.
Jason Tatum's game is not that ugly.
No, Jason's fantastic. And Jaylen Brown went to Cal. We love him. We love Jaylen, but
I know Jaylen's a Cal guy. His game can be a little ugly.
Sometimes.
I don't know if you've been watching his ball handling through these playoffs, but there is something going on.
Listen, look, we've got Draymond. We get what ugly three-pointers are all about, but what is Al Horford doing when he shoots the ball? What's happening there?
You talk about beloved Celtics. You cannot speak against Al Horford at this point in Boston for what he's done. Edging up against 36 years old after sitting out the last season. It's pretty much.
That's just because of his last name, though. The last name Horford with a Boston accent is elite.
No, they love that man. He's like I don't even. He's untouchable right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Al Horford.
Absolutely. These are the playoff heroes that are born, through these Boston playoffs.
Well, it's funny you say that because even from a distance, and I remember Al Horford, I actually covered his games in the NCAA tournament, so I remember Al Horford, but he's a guy you cannot hate even from afar. I think even if you're a neutral Warriors fan, he's the one guy who's impossible to hate.
He's a gentleman.
I forgot.
And a scholar.
I think that, by the way, was that, how we met at the Atlanta Final Four?
You and I,
Wasn't that Al Horford's Florida team?
I think so.
It
With
was, right?
Joakim Noah.
With Noah
and
Brewer?
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that Humphreys guy who had like the great weekend and then never was heard from again.
Anyway, yeah. Sorry, quick aside there.
No, great aside. Yeah, shut up, Spadoni.
Stop
We're having
it.
fun in here. It's not about the young people just because, you're in your late 20s and I'm not. The bench. How concerned are you about the Celtics' depth? Because we talk a lot about strength in numbers. It's their big slogan out here. Does Boston have a bench problem?
No. What are you talking about? Are you guys talking about Peyton Pritchard? Is that what you want to bring up?
never heard of him.
Yeah.
Peyton would be a great Warrior. He's a beautiful shooter. He's not.
Looks good in a tuxedo.
He's okay on the defensive end. Nothing special over there.
Wait a minute.
He tries really hard.
Wait a minute. Let's bust a narrative right freaking now.
What?
Because and we've fallen into the same
Tries
trap.
really hard on the boards.
Hold on.
He's right there.
We've fallen into
He's right there.
We've
It started
fallen into
out
the
so
same
pleasantly,
trap.
and now it's getting ugly with
the
Ottolini.
same trap that every show in America has fallen into.
His
which
reflexes are so good on the board.
We're talking about a series, and all we do is talk about when the Warriors have the ball and the Celtics are on defense. What about the other side?
Mm-hmm.
What
and
about
when you
it?
say the Warriors are okay on defense, he'd be a perfect Warrior because he's okay on defense. Hold on now. This is a good defensive team. Yeah. It's not Boston. They don't play that style. But, I mean, I wonder how Luka Doncic feels about the Warriors' defense versus everything he faced before that. And how many pitches do the Celtics have to throw offensively outside of Jason and Jalen?
That is the good point because I think one of the concerns
Finally got to one. That's good.
starting out with this series is that the Celtics don't have a true sharpshooter. They don't have a Ray Allen on this team. They don't have, a Chris Middleton, somebody who they've had guys who have gone off. If you get Grant Williams in the corner, he'll go off and he'll sink some threes. Jason Tatum is obviously a great shooter, but expecting your very strong defensive team to double him up. And at times, the Celtics offense can get really stagnant in the half court. And that has been a problem for them. And I think the biggest thing overall that the Warriors have over, their overall shooting and your strength there is the Celtics will beat themselves on offense. They will turn the ball over. And if you just have active hands on them and you get in on Jalen thinks that he can go to the basket through 4 people every time. And it's a little bit maddening, but that's the downside to a lot of upsides with him. So, yeah, I mean, that certainly is a weaker side of the team.
It's these Pac-12 roots where you actually could go through 4 guys most of the time. Your various Oregon
Stanford's not playing
States.
defense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stanford's letting you through. Robert Williams, I don't know a ton about him. Every time I see him, though, he tends to be blocking a shot or doing wild things in the interior. How important is he that he's healthy and able to play for Boston?
It's kind of 2 different questions because his health has been a concern since he's been in the league, really. He certainly through these playoffs, he went through the MCL surgery and he's been back and forth. He's been available game to game for the most part since the Nets series. It's hard because in that Game 7 against the Miami Heat, he really looked hurt. Like he was having trouble pivoting just under the basket, just trying to get up on the boards. He's a huge presence for them defensively when they can get Al Horford and Rob Williams out there. I wrote about this a couple weeks ago, and they can have those 2 bigs. Like the stuff that they can do keeping everybody out of the paint is incredible, but it's hard to play those 2 guys at the same time because Al's almost 36 and you're asking him to play up to 40 minutes a game. And then Rob Williams is like, we don't even know if he's available for this quarter, let alone this game,
Megan, when did you get here? Yesterday?
Last night.
Okay. And so it's our favorite question. You even asked it at one point in this conversation. You were talking about the Celtics, but we always like to ask, what are you doing? And so what are you doing? Like what's on the list here? I know you got a show here this afternoon, but I imagine you're staying for Game 2 as well.
Yes.
All right. So what's on the Bay Area list of
I have
things
no
for you to
idea.
do?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
What should
thank
I
you.
do? I have no idea.
Well,
I'm
my
looking
gosh,
forward
the
to
list is
sleeping.
Unbelievable
Incredibly long.
walking city,
Yeah.
first and foremost. So
Well, I come from Boston, so we have the Freedom Trail. Like, there's not.
Yeah,
you're
get
not
down
really
to-
going to
get down
sell
to
me
the-
on
get down to-
walking.
No,
No,
you can. But when you walk here, you go. I mean, you've got Coit Tower,
Just
Fisherman's Wharf. There's actual attractions
Yeah,
here.
in
Unlike
Barcadero.
Boston, where you've got the one trail. Here we have actual
There's some
attractions.
interesting smells in this city. I'll tell you that much.
Sure.
Oh, just wait
A
until
lot
you get
of
to
great
Thrive
food.
City tonight.
Yeah,
you want to talk
there's
about
a-
smells.
Also,
Yeah.
I had to stop the guy at CVS like 4 times to buy something.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, I forgot my toothpaste. Can you unlock the toothpaste?
Oh, it has to be unlocked.
for
Press
me?
the button
Did you
for
really-
help.
Did you
Oh,
really
yeah.
forget your
Yes.
toothpaste?
Yeah.
Gosh.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
understand you had
Then
Uber difficulty. I think I saw on your Twitter feed
Oh,
there
that
was
was
an
in
Uber
Boston,
challenge.
though.
Oh,
That was
okay.
a Boston challenge.
Okay.
You guys have Uber and Lyft figured out here.
We do.
You have
do.
that much for
yeah.
sure.
Well, let us know how the place fits with you, because if you have an interesting last name that ends with a vowel, we love to steal you from Boston. We
Oh,
took
really?
Garoppolo.
Yeah.
We took Yastrzemski.
Good
That's
point.
true.
And we've got more openings because Garoppolo's probably on his way out. So just let
Hopefully.
us know.
He's so handsome, that
I
Garoppolo.
mean,
we miss him.
That's
We
why
miss
he
him in
left,
Boston.
because you don't like
You
pretty
know?
in Boston.
He's gorgeous
True.
until he gets to that 5th step in his drop, and then the ugly
Stop
comes
it.
out.
Stop it.
This guy's a Garoppolo apologist.
Well,
so.
not an apologist, but yeah,
You're
an
a fan.
apologist.
You're a fan.
Well, I
Exactly.
don't enjoy the over hate that he receives.
Right.
I don't enjoy that.
He's your Marcus Smart.
I guess so.
Could
That's
be.
where I come from.
The difference is Marcus Smart is going to keep playing for the Celtics, and Jimmy Garoppolo is.
And both,
It's
although
not.
the thing they have in common is both will be runners-up. Jimmy G, of course, in the Super Bowl, and Marcus Smart
Wow, that was well
in
played.
the NBA Finals.
wow.
Well played. What do you think? Like, seriously, what do you think?
What do I think?
What do you think?
I think that you're asking for my prediction.
Yeah. And
Celtics
and
in
you're
7.
You're pausing.
I think they're going to need every game.
You think they're going to win a game 7 in this arena?
Yeah. Oh, they're a road team.
You know the Warriors haven't lost in there yet.
You know the Celtics have a history of winning there, right? Well, no, hold on.
In the NBA Finals?
Not
Now,
in the
playoffs
NBA
are
Finals.
different now.
That is the biggest question to me going into this is how bright it will be for Tatum, Jalen. Smart will be fine.
And with all of their road wins, they keep having to go 7 games, which
They
means they're
love
not
Game 7.
they're not defending their
They love Game
Why are they
7.
not defending their home
It's
court?
kind of rude because the fans at TD Garden are awesome, and they've been having these like Friday night, Saturday night games. Crowds all lubed up, and
Yep.
on Sam Adams and everything. And there's like, they just lay an egg. I don't know what the deal
Crazy.
is.
Enjoy the early tip, by the way. Those 6 o'clock tips, you're gonna start to enjoy those.
It's
those
strange.
It's super
You
nice.
finish
like-
your show and it's like game time.
Yeah, I got to get there.
You got to get over there.
That's nice. Not going to be waiting around. for
Yeah.
hours.
All right. Have a great show, and thank you for coming over.
Fantastic.
Thanks, guys. This
All
is
right.
fun.
Yeah, Megan Ottolini, WEI, 33 minutes away. Her show gets started on the other side. We're not done with the Boston side. Voice of the Celtics, Sean Grandy, is going to join us shortly, and we got time for more of your calls. Happy calls, because, we're Californians. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Save the date. Let's celebrate. You're invited to Outdoor Supply.
fast-paced, in-your-face football. Catch all the Bay Area Panthers games on 95.7 The Game, home of the Panthers. To learn more, visit BayAreaPanthers.com.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's all brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. And speaking of that voice, I don't know if you missed it, if you're just rising and shining, if you're part of the late crowd, the late crew, on your way to wherever you're going. First of all, we appreciate the hell out of you for doing it with us here at 95.7 The Game as we get ready for the NBA freaking finals, which will play out right here. But if you missed the breaking news, GP2, courtesy of Shams, is trending toward available for tonight. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to necessarily be inserted into his regular role right away.
I got you.
You know, what'd you have, a bench spot? I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Steve Kerr feels the need to use him. Do you want to just kind of dip your toe in the water a little bit first, see how it feels, whatnot? I don't think they're going to immediately, late first quarter, boom, go take Jason Tatum. So we'll see. But Gary Payton II, looking like he'll be available for the Warriors for this series, which I think is twofold. There's the basketball side of this. Very, very good defender off the bench, can give Wiggins and Clay a break going up against Tatum or Brown. That's wonderful, but there's an emotional side to this too.
Definitely.
Just to have him back.
To have him back at home and to be able to bring him in late first quarter, early second quarter, whatever it is, and just let the crowd wash him with their emotion and have the noise completely rinse him with emotion, and he can come out and give that crowd a lift. And I think you're right. Give you 4 to 6 minutes of just good, steady, 94 feet of defense. Come on out and guard Jason Tatum, bother Tatum, harass him up and down the floor, and see what you can do to try to maybe bring a little bit of energy defensively if you need it in that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, by the way, the other development that came out with that news, which was a couple hours ago, it was on with Bonte and Joe this morning when Shams tweeted that out. Also, though, Anthony Slater, our Warrior insider, added, oh, by the way, Otto Porter and Andre Iguodala look like they'll be ready to go for this series. The Warriors literally, man, find some wood. I'll just knock on the back of my head. No injuries?
They're healthy?
Zero?
Totally healthy?
Like, full arsenal?
All hands on deck?
I mean, I know this may not sound like great breakdown of an NBA series before it starts, but I honestly think that's it. For me, if they all play, if they are all healthy and they play in all of the games, you're not beating them.
No.
You're not beating them.
And
Robert Parrish said that yesterday, by the way.
Great appearance from the Chief yesterday with Steiny Guru. That was fantastic. Just to hear Steiny, especially Steiny, get all googie-eyed over his Celtics, because he liked that Boston team in his youth with Larry Bird and the rest of them. Obviously, Larry Bird, his favorite player, but he and Goo afterwards, too, pretty funny. They're like, at 2:30 when the interview ended, can we just go home now? And they're like, yeah, let's just call it the show. Let's take the last half hour off, because when you have a good interview, like with Megan Ottolini there, that half hour, that was so good.
She's fun.
You just kind of want to end it on that note, and let's just walk it off in that spot. But to your point, I don't know if Andre Iguodala is that key for me. I don't know how many minutes he'll actually give you. Otto Porter Jr., more important. And then the even more important piece coming off the injury list than that is GP2. So if the three of them can all kind of add up to 24 minutes tonight in game one, that would be huge.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily even mean just those guys, but to have them, and then assuming that the Steph and Clay and Dre, and we'll add in Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, if this is a healthy series, I just don't really see them losing it. Losing games, yes. Losing a series, no, especially with home court advantage and the way they've played at home. I don't really see it. It sounded to me like Robert Parrish, the Chief, agreed. Listen to what he said in terms of why the Warriors are so difficult to beat, especially 4 times. This is from Steiny and Goo yesterday.
they believe in playing the game the right way, getting everybody involved, sharing the basketball. Because when you're sharing the basketball, you're very difficult to defend. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Warriors have had so much success. Not only are they explosive offensively, but they're tough to guard because they not only have ball movement, but they have player movement also. So they are very difficult to contend with, especially when everybody's healthy. They are a tough cover.
Especially when everybody's healthy.
Yeah.
That's what the Chief just said. And this that he's touching on for me, Dibs, this is going to be the forever argument, and I will take it to the grave.
To the grave?
This is the forever NBA argument as to why not only is this team great, but why they're the show, why they're the best show in sports, why they're my favorite basketball team ever, and why I will put them up against Celtics and Lakers and Bulls and all of these things going forward. And I'm not saying that they're better than them or they would beat them in a 7-game series. I'm saying they've connected with these fans more so than maybe any team ever because of what Robert Parrish just said. The NBA world, for some odd reason, gets all excited about mano a mano. That man versus that man.
Bird versus Magic.
Who is the best man? And you don't pass in those moments. You have to shoot because you have to want to be that guy. And mama, there goes that man. And who's that dude? And that's what the NBA is all about. And the Warriors come bebopping out of the locker room and go, no, we're all going to do it. We're all going to do this together.
Right.
And the NBA goes, oh, that's soft. No, it's not soft. It's basketball.
It's smart.
It's beautiful. It's teamwork. It's selflessness. It's all the things we want in real life, which we seem to want to suspend when it comes to sports.
Because we want our guy to be better than their guy. And that's where when we watch NFL games, we don't think about our 5 offensive linemen against their 4 pass rushers and vice versa. We think about our quarterback against their quarterback. It's, Mahomes versus Brady. It's Russell Wilson against Matthew Stafford. Whatever it is, we boil everything down into that mano-a-mano matchup. A lot of times as a sports fan, it's easier that way. And I think baseball lends itself to that perfectly because it truly is mano-a-mano. It's your pitcher against my hitter 27 times over and over and over again. But in basketball, they've kind of broken the mold with that because of what you're talking about, Mark. And think about this last series where Steph Curry was the MVP. He won the Magic Johnson Award, but he wasn't the best player in all 5 games. He wasn't the lone scoring option in all 5 games. You had the Clay game. You had the Kevon double-double game. You had the Wiggins dunk. You had Steph Curry, of course, contributing. You had Draymond Green go for 18 in a game. So it's exactly what you're talking about. This Warrior team kind of belies the traditional notion of mano-a-mano. And what the Chief talked about is why we love watching this team, because you never know where the ball is going to end up. It's a pass, a screen, it's 3 more passes, it's 3 cuts, it's a kick out, it's penetration. It's different every time.
We're going to throw a 1-2 play-by-play punch at you here real shortly. Sean Grandy, voice of the Celtics, is moments away. Tim Roy, in a conversation sensation, will happen coming up at the top of the hour. We'll keep putting your phone calls in there as well at 888-957-9570. Couple things to remind you of. First of all, before today's Warriors game, tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. It's brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports. Live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. And then don't forget Game 2 tickets tomorrow. You want to talk about a happy Friday? You start your day and your morning, all of your morning, bookend your morning with our show tomorrow, starting with the crossover with Bonte and the Butcher. So in the neighborhood of 8:53 or so, 8:55, make sure you get yourself in place for that crossover. And then again in the crossover at the end of our show when Steiny and Goo come on in here. That's going to be your opportunity to win your way into Game 2. There will be 10 of you qualifiers, 5 in the first crossover, 5 in the second crossover. All of you are going to win a Western Conference Finals Warriors hat. And one of you qualifiers will end up at the game on Sunday, Game 2, Warriors and Celtics. So again, about 8:53, and again at about 11:53 tomorrow morning. Those are your opportunities to win.
It's pretty easy, Mark. You tune into the crossover, you listen, you hear the sounder, you call the number, you get qualified, and then you have a 1 in 10 chance to win tickets. And by the way, the retail value of these tickets is pretty high.
Oh.
Not so high that you have to. It's so high. Not so high that you have to claim it on your taxes, but it's a pretty nice prize.
Speaking of so high, which is the great Dave Fleming call of Cody Bellinger absolutely losing a throw over toward third base. The Dodgers are coming to town soon. I just wanted to take 30 seconds to say thank you to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Did you see what happened in L.A.? I know no one's paying attention. Right now, we're so knee-deep in Warriors. I'm certainly not going to think that anybody's paying attention to other baseball teams outside of our market. Did you see that the Dodgers got swept at home by the Pirates?
What?
Yeah. Swept by the Pirates. And the Pirates' social media was really, really good. Sent out a GIF. Yes, I'm on Team GIF, hard G, of their team in the dugout waving, and it just said goodbye to the city of Los, 2 S's, Angeles.
Oh,
yeah. Go get yourself done there, Pittsburgh Pirates. Guru gets to float in here later on today because of that series.
He had his Pirate gear on yesterday, his Pirate jersey for those of us partaking in the YouTube and the Twitch. It would probably feel even better had the Giants not gacked it away in Cincinnati and had they not been so flaccid in Philadelphia. It would have felt even better, but still, Dodgers losing is never a bad thing.
Did you like it when Michael Jackson used to moonwalk? Did you like that?
I did.
Okay, because I need to do it now. My fault.
Uh-oh.
Tomorrow's Game 2 tickets will only be in Crossover 1.
Okay.
Crossover 1 only. Tomorrow morning, Bonte and the Butcher, yours truly, Dan Dibley, also known as America's favorite referee, we will all get together just before 9 o'clock tomorrow, around 8:53, 54, somewhere in there. And that will be your chance to qualify and win your way into Game 2.
That's big.
Okay.
That's big. That's a clarification that we all needed.
Sensation.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sean Grandy, voice of the Celtics, is absolutely moments away. Megan Ottolini was in here, and her prediction was Celtics in 7. And it got my brain thinking a little bit. Look, Game 7's obviously, it's throwing a feather in the air.
It can't be Celtics in 7, Mark. I cannot allow that.
I don't.
Celtics in 6. I would rather have it be Celtics in 6 than Celtics in 7.
Oh gosh. Well,
I cannot have that happen
we've
again.
Seen 2 road Game 7 victories already in these playoffs. Mavs over the Suns, Celtics over the Heat. However, this one feels different. I just feel like people have asked a bunch. How much does experience matter in this matchup? Sometimes we overrate it. To me, I think it matters if we get to the end. If we get to Game 6, if we get to Game 7, that's where the Warriors' experience will become a factor in this series. Let's find out if Sean Grandy, voice of the Celtics, agrees or not, and we'll get into a bunch of stuff on this series. Sean, great to have you. What's going on?
I do agree.
Yeah.
Because here's why. It's not the I love the finals experience angle, right? You know where the NBA finals experience helps you? At Media Day. Because you've been through that insanity and you know where to stand, right? But in terms of the games themselves, it's not finals experience. It's the fact that these guys, that Draymond and Steph and Clay, that they know where the other is going to be before they wake up in the morning. There is just that telepathy, and that's going to lead to baskets that you need, and that's what swings close games against very good defensive teams, which they both are. Is that jumping right in?
No, it's jumping right in.
Phenomenal.
He's a pro's pro, and because you're such a pro, we'll give out the Twitter handle at Sean Grandy PBP. You earned that one, Sean. You earned a Twitter shout out. How much does Boston now have that sense of syncopation, having gone through the year they've gone through, and especially the postseason run they've had?
Well, they've had it defensively for a lot of the year, and I think this has never really happened before, where a team that was 11th in the conference and 3 games under 500 at midseason is playing a game on June 2nd and, playing for the championship. I think if we look back at the start of the year, we realize now the roster wasn't what it was. There were COVID issues. Guys were out. The preseason, which you desperately need with a new coach and a new staff, was destroyed by COVID between key players being out and injuries and the coach missing a lot of the preseason. But it was, listen, this team is built defensively, and that's where the run began. And when they finally started to, click together offensively is when the whole thing took off. You can't have a better crash course. If the Warriors have been doing this for 8 years and have had all these tests to pass to become the machine that they are playing together, this has been a crash course for the Celtics, but it's been a heck of a crash course to have 2 7-game series like this, and as much, basketball intensity and learning how to play together at key moments crammed into a 2-month span, as you could imagine.
Sean, you say correctly that the Celtics are built defensively. Because of that and the attention the Warriors offense gets, I feel like the entire build-up to this series has been about half of the game, when the Warriors have the ball and the Celtics are on defense. What about the other side? What are you looking for the Celtics and how they try to attack the Warriors' defense?
Well, isn't it interesting that nobody thinks of it that way? What's interesting to me, I'm stepping back for a second just to say how, listen, I think the Warriors are the safe pick. Of course they are. It's interesting to me how sort of overwhelming it's been when there is a similarity, not in the style of play, but in the way Golden State was overlooked throughout that entire 14-15 season, when they were doing all of the things that championship teams do, including being the best defensive team in the league that year, which the Celtics were this year. And the Celtics had a very similar second half to what Golden State had in 2015. They've played at a championship level for this long. But you're right, nobody's talking about that. And the fact that the Warriors were much better defensively this year than they were offensively. That's something that slips through the cracks that nobody ever, seems to want to talk about. I think Wiggins, to me, is fascinating because you haven't really seen anybody like that if you're Jason. The problem generally with the Celtics having Tatum and Brown for teams is that there's 2 of them. It's like usually you have that guy. It's like, oh, we got Andrew Wiggins because he's, and he can, well, you got to pick your poison. And there are a lot of nights where Jalen went off in the first quarter because teams decide, okay, we're going to double Tatum. We're going to do, well, there's 2 of them out there. You're not seeing double. There's 2 guys that can do that. And that's what makes it, interesting. What to watch for the Celtics is hesitation in moving the ball. If he who hesitates is lost, when the Celtics hesitate on offense, they lose. And quick decision-making, which has gotten better and better as the season goes on, that's the difference for Boston offensively.
It seems offensively that Boston goes into long funks where they're doing exactly what you described. What's the nature of the offensive stagnation? Is it Marcus Smart and poor shot selection, or is it just as easy as a lack of ball movement like you described?
Well, a lot of it was Marcus not being there. Remember, he missed a couple of games in the in the conference finals. Marcus answered the call too when he had the now very well publicized, speaking out early in the year about them all learning to play together and move the ball better. He had to do that too, and he certainly has as the year has gone on. I think there are moments you look at it at this level and say, man, the ball's not really moving. And yeah, to some degree, you could take some blame for that. On the other hand, you're playing in May against like Giannis and the Bucks, and against the Miami Heat, and against Golden State. And these are, listen, this is not a secret formula. Who are the top 4 defensive teams in the league this year? Boston, Golden State, Dallas, and Miami. Funny about that. That they were the last 4 teams standing. So these are the elite defensive teams. They make you stagnant. They want to make you stagnant. So there's an element of the look at the hill you're climbing and the teams you're playing against. But those bad habits, once in a while, do creep in, and it's a team that has learned just enough of its lesson to get by. But the lessons, the mistakes they've made, and the games they let get away against Milwaukee at home and against Miami at home, that's not going to fly now in the final round.
Sean Grandy, voice of the Celtics, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Sean, you know how this goes. We sort of enter series thinking one thing about players and teams, and then as the emotions of a fan start to rise and you have to play the same team 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a row, if you could tell Warrior fans how agitated will they all be by Marcus Smart by the time this thing's over?
I think that it's one of those things where you'll have to. I think Celtic fans will have to do it too. And trust me when I tell you they will. You're going to have to villainize somebody.
Yeah, right.
It's so hard because how do you root against Tatum and Brown? It's like you'll find a way because they're on the other side. But Celtic fans, listen, there are a lot of kids in Boston who've been running around the last few years with Steph jerseys, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you villainize the guy who's absolutely impossible to villainize? I think Draymond will fill that role nicely. And Marcus will do the same thing. And again, you're exactly right. That's the nature of it. But it's funny because the Celtics have played after years of going against LeBron, as everybody did in the East, and LeBron, could easily be villainized in Boston. How do you do that with Giannis? How do you do that with Steph? I mean, and Jimmy Butler is just that dude, right? Like, it's very difficult to not. It was really easy in the first round when that Kyrie Irving dude was on the other side.
Right.
But it becomes, impossible. These are because everyone's waited so long for this series. To have Boston and Golden State, it's the ultimate storyline of trying to take the torch from the standard bearer. It's the great players will youth, if you want to call it youth, be served. Will this be the changing of the guard? Teams that people wanted to see, nobody outside of Miami wanted to see Miami in the finals because they're banged up and they're beat down and they've been there before. This is what everybody wanted. It didn't happen in 17. It didn't happen in 18. In 2019 was the year that the Celtics seemed to be built and were the favorites to go to the finals, and that season fell apart. So, there's a long history in the NBA of having to wait for the series that you want to see, and so. Of course, Draymond and Marcus will be the villains, 10 days from now. But I think right now, going into it, everyone is just psyched beyond belief that this is finally happening. And I can tell you this: I know what the tickets are like tonight and Sunday out here.
Oh yeah,
you could put in Boston. You could put these games in Gillette Stadium, and you'd still have trouble finding tickets to get in.
It's bananas out here. Just one more bonus question, and this is, if you care to play along, who gets teed up first, Marcus Smart or Draymond Green?
Well, that's why you try to get the best officials, right, for the finals, so they can have a little more, be able to take a little bit more. Why don't we say? Is there some prop where they both get teed up together?
Look at
I
you,
like
look
that.
at Sean
I like the
Grady.
double technical.
The double tech.
Although I got to call you out on best officials. Is there such a thing, Sean?
Well, isn't that the thing? We've got to stop. My hope and prayer every night is like, please, can we get through a game without talking about it? Because there are 100 calls to be made in the game. Some of them are going to go. You just pray that they don't affect the outcome of the game.
Thank you.
Because
I'm with you.
You can't be perfect, and we have enough there's enough hot take theater going on. There's going to be something will happen tonight. The three of us have no idea what it's going to be, but something will happen tonight that's going to be replayed 100 times on all the shows tomorrow. It's going to be some play or some moment that happened in the game, and the series, as you guys said, will take on a life of its own. Pretty soon, without hopefully the officials.
Yep, absolutely. Have fun describing it. Welcome to town, and thanks for doing it, Sean.
You got it, guys.
Okay, Sean Grady, the voice of the Boston Celtics. We let him hand the baton right over to the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy, and a conversation sensation coming up right around the corner. And then more of your phone calls as we build you up for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. How are you feeling? Where's your confidence? Let's keep it rolling at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in an accident? Shilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
rolling, Dibby.
On 95.7 The Game.
Just perusing.
What are you looking at, Mark?
Just scrolling.
Are you looking for a pick for Pick Your Battles? Because you're in some trouble early, kid.
Well, first of all, I'm not in trouble at all. I'm a game out. I'm only a game back. But I'm in trouble from the perspective of, wow, my record's embarrassing.
Yeah.
0-3?
Oh.
What the hell is that? Then again, I could just blame the Giants bullpen rather than blaming myself. Because if we can't blame others for our problems, then we're not Americans.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are we doing
It's
then?
all good. No, perusing the over-unders on player points. Player points for this series. Always interesting. It's funny, the stock numbers for the Warriors appear to have not changed.
Interesting.
From the Dallas series, even though you're going up against a team that is thought to be so much better defensively. Those stock over-under numbers for Warrior total points. Steph Curry, 27.5. Yet again. Draymond Green, 8.5. Jordan Poole, 16.5. Andrew Wiggins, 16.5. Klay Thompson, 20.5. His was 19.5 for some of those games. It's gone up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking for broadcaster props, and I'm looking for a Tim Roy prop, over-under elevation sensations. And I think the line is set at 0.5, Mark, and I'm hoping that we can play the over.
All right, so why don't you just say it right now and make Dibs pay some money? That would be an option. Hey, Tim, what's cooking?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Yeah, just getting ready for a game.
Yeah, just a game, just another game.
It's
the
NBA
thing. Finals.
I hadn't heard, Tim.
What are you talking about?
Does this get old for you? I mean, is this like, ho-hum, another NBA Finals game?
No, I try to, it feels different. Obviously, the first time you go, it's oh my God, and it's so different. Now you know what's coming. You know that it's the NBA show, and the practices are different. The access is different. Everything's a little bit different, but it's still the NBA Finals. I mean, it's so hard for a team to get to this point that you just have to appreciate every second of it. And one thing I am going to do more than I've done in the past is take a lot of pictures. I think went back and looked at that, and I didn't take enough pictures when we were in Cleveland 4 straight years. I did in Toronto, but not as much in Cleveland. So I want to add to my phone's repertoire, if you will.
Taking photojournalism in college, Tim, try to include people in the pictures, just inanimate objects. It doesn't tell enough of a story. So if you need to take a selfie, that's fine. Get your face in there, Tim.
I'm going to take a picture of an apple sitting on a table. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Perfect. As long as you're in it, we're fine with that. It's the great Tim Roy. You'll hear his voice right here throughout the series on 95.7 The Game. I wonder, someone who's been through this whole story of the last 8 years, what is your reaction to the fact that they're here? They're here tonight. I don't know if they're going to win the series. I think they are. But, Tim, they made it. All of that talk for 3 years. They're here.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people, and you know what happens? We get sick of our champions after a while, and we want to see somebody else there. And I think there was some of that league-wide with the Warriors, and people were, they weren't throwing dirt on the grave, but they had the shovel out, and they were ready to go. But the struggle for this team, worst record in the league 2 years ago. And then piece by piece, move by move, that the Warriors were able to do. And, Joe Lacob and Bob Myers able to, turn Kevin Durant leaving, which was catastrophic, obviously, on the heels of the fact that Klay Thompson was out and then Steph Curry got hurt and was out. But you turn that into a win because you get Wiggins, and now you've got Kuminga, and just all the little subtle moves that they made. Taking Gary Payton and saying, you know what, we don't care what you're not. We're going to concentrate on what you can do, and turning him into a great story. It really is a great story, and it's a series I thought we were going to see a few years ago, but Boston ended up losing in a Game 7 to Cleveland, and so now here it is. It's the toughest matchup, I think, for the Warriors, and so I think it's going to be a real dogfight, starting tonight.
You mentioned getting something for Kevin Durant, and it felt almost like addition by subtraction when they got rid of D'Angelo Russell. You got Andrew Wiggins, fine. You got a pick. Hopefully it turns into something. But Wiggins was almost an afterthought, and now Andrew Wiggins is maybe not the most valuable player, but perhaps the most important player. Can you speak to just the transformation that Andrew Wiggins has gone through over the last few months?
I think it was maybe the first or second full practice he had with the Warriors, and I remember looking over, and there was Ron Adams, and basically they were challenging him to say, hey, we're going to make you into a great defender if you want to. You can be a great defender. And they went about, doing it, piece by piece, showing him what he could do defensively. And now he's their defensive stopper. He's the guy you put on the other team's best player most nights. And now you've got Klay Thompson back. But for Wiggins, to me, he's the X factor in this. I was thinking about Michael Mulder there for a second, X-Files. Because now, if you shut down the Splash Brothers or try to slow them down, now you've got Wiggins to contend with, and that just makes it so much harder to defend when you have him, and then you throw Poole into that mix when he comes off the bench. They're much harder to defend, and I think even with Boston being what I think is their toughest matchup league wide, I still I'm really interested to see what happens in this series because Boston has never played this Warrior team. They played versions of it, but they've never played this team whole, and the Warriors are whole now, and I think that's going to be interesting to see.
Tim, I agree with that completely, by the way. Give me something on Steph, because we know that if there is a bugaboo like this, the roots of this go all the way back to when Draymond went into the locker room and texted KD. Like when things bog down and get really physical in the fourth quarter of NBA Finals games, we have a hard time creating our shot because we're all based on ball movement and we don't necessarily have someone at the end of the shot clock where we can say, here, will you just please shoot the ball? So what does Steph look like in this series when it goes to your mind's eye?
I think that it's going to be a tough matchup for them. They're going to try to be physical with him from the start. I think they'll start with Marcus Smart on him, and I think the Warriors will do things to get Steph free. But I think Steph's going to play well. I really do. I think he hears all that, and he, for all the things we love about Stephen Curry, he is quietly very competitive. He's going to beat you in a different way. He's not LeBron. He's not even, say, a Jason Tatum type, but he's going to beat you in a different way. I expect him to have a really good series, and I expect him to be a go-to guy when the game's on the line.
Kevon Looney has become such a huge fan favorite over the course of his time with Golden State, but now he's become a key contributor. Can he be this impactful in this series, considering Boston's got more interior size than Dallas did?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more like the Memphis series, than we saw. They have shot blockers. They have guys that protect the rim and Robert Williams. They've got a little length there with Al Horford. So that the Warriors have to contend with that. And I think Looney and Draymond being offensively active is a real key. They have to make Boston pay if they're not going to guard them. And we've seen them do that. They attack. They get the 2-on-1 off of a double team of Curry, and their interior passing so far has been really good. So I think they have to be active. I don't care if they get 10 points or 6 points, but they have to be taking the ball to the basket, and even with Williams there, get him in a pump fake or something, but they have to make the other team pay for trying to not guard them.
Tim Roy with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Tim, the Warriors have not lost at home yet. It's not like they haven't had bad moments. First half, game 2 against Dallas. But if they can continue to protect home court, obviously they win the NBA championship. What have you noticed in being at all of those games? What have you noticed that's made it so hard for the road opponent?
Well, first and foremost, I think that Chase Center is becoming a lot more like Oracle. It's gotten a lot louder. The atmosphere has been a lot more boisterous than we saw in the regular season. So I think that building's finding its playoff footing. Secondly, I just think the Warriors have been really good. They've played really well at home, and I think their younger players react, as all younger players do, better to a cheering crowd than a booing crowd. And so I think the combination of that I think they tend to move the ball a little bit better at home. They don't get bogged down as much when they do get bogged down. So it's a combination of things. But this is the NBA Finals. You may lose a game at home, and you may play well and lose a game at home. I wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams win a road game in this series. They're both that good.
GP2, OPJ, Andre Iguodala, all expected to possibly be able to come and contribute in this series. Who's the most important, in your opinion, to come in and make an impact off the injured list?
Look at you flashing the letters. Look at you.
That was sweet.
I have a JTA too in my bag that I will unfurl as necessary.
I have an ETA, but anyway.
What is your ETA, by the way? About 1 o'clock?
Yeah, probably today. Yes, because I got to get some things done. But I think what you look for in those guys is situations. I think Gary Payton II will play because he can defend, and I think he can make people uncomfortable on the offensive end. And it doesn't matter that he's smaller than some of their players. I think he'll be out there. I think Otto will give you what Otto has given them throughout the playoffs, and that is he's going to be a guy who can knock down a mid-range jumper, hit an occasional three. But more importantly than that to me is the fact that he gets into the paint and battles for rebounds. The Warriors have been a good rebounding team in this postseason. I hope that continues, against Boston because they're long, they're athletic, that's a really, really, really good basketball team. And if Andre gets on the floor and does anything at all, the best thing he does, I think, for the Warriors right now is he gets them into a calmer state. He settles down the second unit. The ball doesn't fly around as much when Andre is on the floor, and that's huge for the Warriors.
Tim Roy, 4 more wins for the combo of a coronation sensation and a celebration sensation.
There we go.
4 more wins, Tim. Yeah, double. Thank you. Cash me out 2 times. Yeah. All right. Hey, Tim, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Guys, it should be fun tonight. And again, it's right here on your home for the Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Very well played.
He's a pro's pro.
That was really just great broadcasting right there. Tim, awesome. There it is. Tim Roy with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. During that conversation, and we'll keep it with your Warrior phone calls right here at 888-957-9570. Also, your Xfinity mobile text line. Keep those coming. Keep your comments coming on YouTube and Twitch as well. But a couple of things to pass along very briefly about the 49ers. We've sort of seen it coming. We'll even give Hot Take Jake some credit before the show today. He's like, this contract restructuring of Alex Mack tells you one thing. He's done. Mike Silver has officially broken the news as of a couple of minutes ago. 49ers center Alex Mack is retiring.
Okay.
So the 49ers do need to find some different answers this year at the center position.
And I saw that Ryan Fitzpatrick also has announced that he is calling it quits as well.
That's Fitzmagic.
Yeah.
For those of you who speak quarterback.
The Fitzmagic is over, but Alex Mack, it was expected, and I think the organization expected it.
Yes.
So I would hope that they can address and have addressed the center position appropriately, but there's going to be a lot of shuffling on that offensive line with a rookie quarterback coming in next year.
Well, and the 49ers have announced a new signing today as well. They will be bringing in Frank Gore for one day to celebrate him.
That's big, though.
And he will retire as a 49er. Frank Gore, one of the most beloved, obviously, 49ers in the history of the organization, officially calls it quits today as a member of the organization.
Yes, and on his way to Canton, I would imagine, as a Hall of Famer. Not for sure.
For sure.
I think for sure.
I'm telling you right now that Buster Posey and Frank Gore are going to the Hall of Fame. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Lock it in.
Okay.
Lock it up. Lock it in. Let me begin.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Where's he on the all-time rushing list?
Again, if you would have let me finish, not to cut me off, but he's a career aggregator. He almost never was the best running back in the league. I believe he's a Hall of Famer, but a lot of times when you, especially in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you get in that room and I know you spent some time last night with a guy who's been in that room. And when you get in that room, crazy things happen, and career aggregators don't always get the nod that they necessarily deserve.
Guy's got 3,500 yards more than LaDainian Tomlinson.
He's 6th all-time, right? Third all-time now in rushing.
You're not keeping number 3 out. You're not. You're just not. The guy's ahead of Barry Sanders. He's ahead of LaDainian Tomlinson. He's ahead of Eric Dickerson. He's ahead of Jerome Bettis. He's ahead of Tony Dorsett. He's ahead of Jim Brown. He's ahead of Marshall Falk. He's ahead of Edgerrin James. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Buster Posey probably more of an uphill battle than Frank Gore.
I think they're both in.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I think they're in. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, speaking of the wonderful Hot Take Jake, interesting conversation developed last night at that 49er event, which was really fun. By the way, some of these guys just look fantastic. Bryant Young looks fantastic. Terrell Owens was there. Looks fantastic. Patrick Willis was there. Looks fantastic. And to listen to these guys talk about one another was really, really fun. A real treat. So very, very cool. But also, conversation breaks out about how we watch games, why we care so much. And I think it's especially interesting as we start this series. Like, how would you react? Just go to your Warrior fandom. How would you react if they don't win this series?
I would be sad. And I remember when they lost to Cleveland in 7 games, I was very sad. When they lost to Toronto, I was probably less sad because it was a little bit more expected based on everything that had happened leading up to the end of that series. It still hurt, but it hurts. And it doesn't hurt for weeks and weeks and weeks, but it hurts. And the next day you wake up and you think about it and it sucks. And you think about, being a fan, you want your teams to win. It's one thing if you're a fan of the Warriors back in the 80s and 90s when you knew you were going to lose. It was a different experience. When you would win a game, like when you would beat the Lakers, that would be awesome. And then they'd lose 8 of 9 and be like, okay, whatever. This is what we expected. But it's the build-up of expectation followed by the letdown and the disappointment that hurts the most.
I get that all of the expectations always evolves. We started these playoffs, but if they get to the NBA Finals, there's not a one of us.
Yeah.
There is not a one of us that would have been like, bravo, that's great, that's a win, it's a whatever, a birdie, it's an eagle, whatever we all called it, it was better than expected. But now they're here, and they're the favorite, and it's unfolded the way it has, where, like, quite frankly, it's been kind of dominant. Like, Memphis series wasn't. That didn't feel that way. But when you look back and they've only lost 4 games.
12-4.
And none of them at home, and you have home court advantage, your expectations change. By the same token, there's something about just the fact that they're here and this journey and this story and the way we attach ourselves to these teams and how long it sticks with us if it doesn't go well. Sometimes for me it's about, and I don't know why we do this as a fan, it's not like you were out there playing, but it feels embarrassing. When you win 73 games and you're going to be the best team of all time and you have a 3-1 lead in the finals with home court advantage, and then somehow you let that slip through your fingers, as a fan, you feel embarrassed because you probably went out about in town or on social media with a whole lot of swag. You went out there and, they're going to this, and they're going to that, and we're going to do this to you, and we're going to do that, and then they don't. I don't feel that kind of bluster going on in these playoffs. Even Warrior fans are looking at this going like, are we? Well, right? Good enough? I think, maybe. So this one, if they lose, totally disappointing. But I don't think anybody, and players themselves, right? I don't think there'd be anything embarrassing about it. Legacy changing, thought process, all of that stuff. I don't think there's any of that here. I think it's an opportunity. I think the pressure's on the Warriors more than the Celtics.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like that. It's not like when Kevin was on the team.
But I think it becomes the second most disappointing of the 3 losses if they lost in the NBA Finals. When you lose to Cleveland up 3-1, Draymond Green with the Mitch Kupchak on LeBron James, and you lose that in 7, that one will always be the most devastating of NBA Finals losses. Losing to Toronto, where you have KD get hurt, Clay gets hurt, that was disappointing, but you can understand it. You can rationalize what happened, why it happened. It sucks, but it still hurts. If you lose this one, Mark, I think it would hurt not as much as the 73 win loss, but it would hurt more than Toronto because of what you talked about, 12-4. There's been a certain amount of domination. They were pressed by Memphis. They were pushed by Memphis, but ultimately they were able to get by the Memphis Grizzlies. And even though we all, Dallas is real, we got to fear Dallas, you got to respect Dallas, and we all did, and you went out and you boat raced Dallas, and the Mavericks didn't really have that injury. There was no real reason why Dallas got beat other than you just were better than Dallas. And now you have a Boston team, you've got home court advantage, you've got the championship pedigree, and all the rest of it. You should win this NBA Finals, even though the math geeks are saying that Boston's most likely to win it.
Weird deal.
Yeah.
Weird deal. There's all this stuff out there. That matchup predictor thing, like if you ever just click on the game on ESPN, the matchup predictor, and let me see where it's at right now. I'll pull this up. The matchup predictor for the game tonight is at, come on. It is at 50.
Choke artist.
It is at 59.6% in favor of Boston.
On the road.
Does that make any sense to you?
It doesn't.
And they're the underdog in the game. So how does that even work? There's all that kind of odd stuff out there. But I'm with you. It's a should, for sure. And you used the word sad as far as your emotions. I think that's interesting. You said sad, not mad. Usually when you cough up something that you should win, you're mad. But I think the word sad is accurate, and I think it speaks to the way we've connected with this particular team.
Yeah.
If you're a Warrior fan, you know the journey. You know the homegrown nature of this. You know the fact that they had to go on the road at Memphis. You know the injuries they've been through, all of that stuff. I think this is a unique series. This is a unique run. Even though this is number 6 in the finals, if they win, it's the 4th ring. It's closest to the first, but even that's different because that's just like you're just, oh, hey, like we're at this party for the first time. Didn't really think we'd be here this quickly. This one's totally different. This is a redemption story.
Yeah, especially for Klay Thompson. It's a redemption. It's a validation for Steph Curry. And for Draymond Green, it's a prognostication series because he's the one who told you they will win. For Andrew Wiggins, it becomes legacy building. And for Kevon Looney, that's just another day at the office. But I think what you talked about at the top of this, why we all get so tied up in these sports teams, and it's because, and I'm going to borrow from Andy Dolich, the great marketing team president, the guru of pro sports here in the Bay Area, where he said sports in the modern day and age is like the old town hall, where it's the one thing that we all have in common. It's like the old town square where you would go and you'd meet up, in 1910s or whatever, and that was the only way that you shared experiences, and that's how we have sports. It's one of the only things that we all share, especially the Warriors, where there's no East Bay team, Peninsula team. This is everyone's team.
All right, more of your phone calls next. Willard Dibs brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Also, we'll remind you again how you can win your way into Game 2. That's next on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The day is finally here, the beginning of the NBA Finals. The Warriors facing the Celtics at home. The Warriors.
You have to tell the other side that they haven't watched any of the games. We're getting a lot of that from Boston fans right now on the text line. Well, if you think the Warriors are favored in this series, you obviously have not watched 1 second of Boston basketball. Watched a ton of it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something about Boston basketball. Very good defensively. A couple of very good young players in Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And a few very ugly basketball games. Okay? Boston's good. I got nothing but respect for Boston. I think this is going – I've said this about 100 times in the last week. I think this is the hardest thing the NBA has to offer the Warriors. This style, what they do. I think this is the hardest thing that the NBA has to offer the Warriors. I just also happen to think that when the Warriors are healthy, they win. I think they're better. That doesn't mean we haven't watched any of Boston. I've watched a ton of the Boston Celtics. Very, very good. They're going to throw a lot of stuff at the Warriors. The Warriors are very good at adjusting, and the Warriors have a lot of different buttons they can push.
And I think it's interesting what you have laid out before, which we were only talking about half of the series. Boston's defense against the Golden State Warriors offense, and how Boston is built to defend Golden State better than any other team. And you mentioned it, and we talked to Megan Ottolini earlier, and she mentioned it, and that's all fair and good and absolutely true. But the other side of it is a good Warriors defensive team, and better, by the way, with Andre Iguodala and Gary Payton II, both hopefully available at some point in the series. Otto Porter Jr., a good defender, not as good as the other two I mentioned, but the Warriors' ability to defend Boston and how they can slow Jason Tatum. I don't know if you stop Jason Tatum, but can you slow him? Can Jaylen Brown step up and pick up the offensive slack? And if not, I think Boston's in a world of hurt offensively, because I don't see a lot of other offensive weapons that scare me.
Coming up tomorrow morning in the crossover, another reminder, when Bonte and the Butcher and Dibs and I all get together tomorrow morning around 8:53, that's your chance to win your way into Game 2. Win tickets into Game 2 tomorrow morning in the crossover. Very simple. Just be with us. You'll hear the sounder at that time. You'll get instructions to call in. There will be 5 qualifiers, and 1 will go to Game 2. That simple. Make sure you make your plans to be with us. Let's get out to you at 888-957-9570. Josh in Novato on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Josh, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm driving to work. I got a late start. So listening to you guys and having just your show is great. Thank you so much.
We'll appreciate that, Josh.
I just want to say that the one thing the Warriors have that I don't think any other team in the NBA has, right now anyway, is they've had their heart torn out a few times. And what makes a great, great NBA champion is they can take a blow and they can come back. You look at the Bulls, Spurs, all those teams have that. Even the Lakers with Shaq and Kobe. These guys are greater than the sum of their parts. We've never seen anything like it in the NBA as far as I can remember. And I just have to say one more thing. Klay Thompson. You guys can probably speak to this better than I can, but have you ever seen an elite professional athlete ever come back from the injuries that he's sustained and play at that level? I've never seen it. What do you guys think?
Well, I can't think of it in terms of the back-to-back nature of it. I can think of plenty of people who've come back from ACLs, Adrian Peterson. We can think of people who look good after Achilles, including Kobe Bryant.
Kevin Durant, too.
Kevin Durant.
But to his point, he's saying to come back and play at this level. And Klay's not all the way back to where he was, but he's pretty damn close to being at the level he was at before he got hurt.
1-2 punch, though, of one, and right as you're almost all the way back from one, you get the other. I can't think of anybody. I mean, you can think of multiple injuries, but not like that. and not at this high of a level.
Yeah, to come back and play in these spots. I mean, Grant Hill's a guy who had a multitude of injuries.
Yeah.
And, the Alex Smith story was remarkable. And the fact that he was able to come back and play at all is one of the most remarkable comebacks I've ever seen. Tiger Woods, a little bit different because he's in a walk and stand sport, not a dribble, jump, and run sport. But he's come back from how many back surgeries and knee surgeries and the rest of it?
Well, yeah, Alex Smith and Tiger Woods, you're talking about two people who there were moments, a lot of them, where A, they might die, and then B, they might at least lose their leg. And then they were able to perform at a professional level. But obviously, neither one of them are performing anywhere near what they were before.
Yeah.
Clay looks pretty much like Clay.
Pretty close.
Yeah, and it's what we said all year, right? Like, could Clay just be 80% of himself? Could he be 85% of himself? I think he is. I don't know what the exact number is.
I think that's a fair ballpark, though, 80, 85.
Yeah.
Bernard King is a name that I throw out a lot when we talk about these injuries because he had the same injury, the torn ACL, and when he did it, it wasn't as easy to get a repair as it is now, and Bernard King would go on to be on the All-Star team, so that's a whole generation ago, but he's a guy who we need to remember, former Warrior who came back from those kinds of injuries.
Let's go to Diego in Marin, next up on Willard and Dibs. Diego, what are you doing?
How you doing? I'm just in the middle of walking a bunch of dogs.
Oh, my. How many do you have in front of you, Diego? How many?
10.
10 dogs? 10
outside.
dogs outside. Good job.
So I just want to let you guys know that Boston had the top 3 all-time plus-minus for a single season, and 3 of the 4 teams that did that won the championship. So your factoid earlier about Boston being a heavy underdogs is not correct to me.
Well, but they are. Again, the factoid that I give you, Diego, thanks, and good luck with all those dogs.
I thought 10 was over the legal limit. I thought 8 was the max.
Yeah, but we need more dogs.
We need fewer dogs is what we need.
We don't need no meow.
We need fewer dog owners is what we need.
Well, now what are you saying?
Dog owners are the problem. It's not the dogs, it's the dog owners.
What's wrong with the dog owners?
Keep your dog outside. Your dog doesn't need to go with you each and every locale where you need to frequent.
Well, most people don't do that. Some do. Yes, there's some.
Those are the people who need to knock it off. Like dog at graduation guy from last week.
What about dog at youth sports game? Is that okay?
Indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
Fine.
I'm not bringing the dog to a basketball game.
I've seen it.
Can I do it? Well, I bet you have.
Yeah, in Marin.
How about you?
Poodle in the corner. It's like, lady, if that dog barks one more time, you're both out of here.
How about soccer?
Outdoor?
Outdoor.
Depends on the field requirements. If the field says no dogs, then don't bring your dog.
Almost all of them do. But, there's...
Allow dogs or say no dogs?
Almost all of them have a sign.
That says no dogs.
Some usually.
If you bring your dog to a field where it says no dogs allowed, you're a douchebag.
Okay. All right. That's quite a label.
It's a fact. There's a reason why the dog isn't welcome there.
So you follow all the signs.
When it comes to pet ownership, absolutely. If it says no cats, I don't bring my cat.
Okay, but which signs don't we have to follow? Are there other signs we don't have to follow?
Absolutely.
Do you drive 65?
Oh, stop it. Stop it. I mean, you eat in the studio. You're not supposed to eat in the studio.
Ain't no damn sign. Where's the sign?
Check your email. Check your company email.
Check the company email. Who cares?
What did I do
And it's
wrong?
the unwritten rules of radio. We've been over it.
Well, yep, and I'm breaking them. Me and Gabe are breaking them, and I'm eating my turkey tacos right now. I don't care.
Tacos.
Oh, they're freaking delicious. Burns in the city. Hello, Burns. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, boys? I'm just coming from the Lincoln graduation at Kezar, so shout out to those 2022 graduates.
Yes.
Yes, but anyways, I want to quote Dibs on this one. I'm in need of a closer, and that is on both sides of the ball. Wiggins needs to close out defensively, and Jordan Poole is going to need to close out offensively. Let's go, Dubs in 6.
That was a long pool.
That was something.
That was like a deep, deep pool. That was the deep end right there.
My grandpa's old pool was 12 feet, by the way.
Yeah.
12 feet in the deep end.
I'm not thinking too much about Jordan Poole's defense. I'm just thinking if we could limit that for the whole series, that'd be great.
His defense is known as the help defense.
In other words, yell help anytime you're on defense. All right. More of your calls and pick your battles around the corner. Here comes Steiny and Goo, too, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tomorrow, we are giving you another chance to go to the NBA.
I got one for you. This is fun. Jason Gay covers sports for the Wall Street Journal. Says, my son lost a tooth last night, and as is custom, put it under his pillow for the tooth fairy. A couple hours later, after he went to bed, I reached under the pillow and removed the tooth when suddenly he grabbed my hand.
Oh, boy.
And shouted, I got you! Ha 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 ha! Jason says my son has never been happier than that moment.
Oh, my God. Got him.
Got him.
Oh, that's so funny.
My favorite story that's sort of in the neighborhood of that, and I share it because it is only June 2nd, and at 11:49, all you little chitlins should be in school right now, so there's no spoiler alert here.
Uh-oh. Don't do it.
Well, so my mom is over, and it's like, I don't know, October or something, and she's visiting with me and the kids, and they had bought him the Family Feud board game. And this category comes out, and it was like, name a fictional character. Name a fictional American, holiday representation. So she just starts spitting. I mean, she's spitting fire. I'm like, okay, first one. She's like, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy. And the kids are just sitting there and their eyes are like, wait, what? Daddy, what does fictional mean? I'm like, Mom, shh, like, please. Right. It just came in with haymakers on every holiday all at once. I'm like, easy over
Seriously.
here. Calm it down.
That's a tough one. My Tooth Fairy story it just happened over and over and over where a kid loses a tooth. Put it under your pillow, and we did an escalating thing. It was an escalation sensation where $1 for the first tooth and you get $2 for the second, $3 for the third, and all the way up the ladder. I thought it was a quaint way to teach them math and teach them kind of a pyramid scheme. My problem was I would forget. So then in the morning, the kid would peel back the pillow and be like, hey, Dad, tooth is still there. And I'd be like, yeah, I got a late call from the Tooth Fairy. Busy night for teeth in the East Bay. The Tooth Fairy promises to stay sober tomorrow. I mean, the Tooth Fairy says that he or she, they, keep it non-binary, they will be by tomorrow. Just a busy night for teeth in the 510.
Just running late.
What'd you have, truly?
Running late, yeah. Austin in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We hanging.
Well, we were picking up some balloons from graduation.
Nice.
That's what's up. Okay, y'all hanging right here. What I got, man. Hey, I hope $1,000 could come back, man, because this is what we picked them up for, to come back and play that second unit as a Draymond role. Get everybody involved and slow down that offense. So we won't be throwing our ball over everywhere. I got the Warriors coming down. And they said the last caller was like the best comeback from injury. I think Sean Livingston, the best comeback. He had multiple surgeries on his leg, multiple surgeries.
Great call, Austin.
And he's another one who almost had to have an amputation.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. And to see him out there presenting the awards at the end of the Western Conference Finals was just all kinds of feel good for Warrior fans. So that was very, very, very cool. All right, good stuff. Steiny and Guru are going to be in here in just a few. It is a very important, a special, if you will, not an after-school special, but a very special edition of Pick Your Battles. We call this one, Hey, Willard, are you ever going to get one right?
Desperado.
Good grief.
Why don't you come to your senses, Mark Willard? You've been out riding fences, picking L's.
If we're going to sing a country song, it's called 4 Miles to Larkspur.
4 miles to Larkspur.
But we got time.
Yep.
Time is on our side. Tote board, if you will. Let's see. I got me at 0-3. I got Kyle at 1-2. Do I have Spadone and Dibs at 2-1? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? All right. So you know what that means? I get to go first again. And I'm looking at you. Welcome back to town, Jaylen Brown. Cal's own. Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah. Welcome back to town, Jaylen Brown. I see you. I'm looking at you, and I think the Warriors are going to be ready for you. I think your number is way too high. Let's go to the PRNA, if you will. The points, rebounds, and assists total for Jaylen Brown is hanging out all the way up at 34.5. This feels too large for me, Dibs.
Nice.
Take the under 34.5 points, rebounds, and assists by Jaylen Brown.
Thought you could have upticked there, but
I could have. I chose not to.
I'm still waiting for your debut tick.
Yeah.
And I sometimes I feel like you're close. You're going to get closer.
Yeah.
But
I'm on the tick protest.
That's okay. And I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Shout out TikTok, am I right?
Or TikTok.
Shout out TikTok. Yeah. What's up to 12-year-old girls everywhere? Anyway, go ahead.
That would be Hot Take Jake, I think, next up, because I am atop the leaderboard.
Hi, Mr. Jake.
I'm going to go Warriors Celtics under 52.5 points for the first quarter.
Under 52.
I like that a lot.
That's well played.
Really well played. Couple teams coming out a little tight.
Yep.
Rest versus rust.
We got to feel each other out.
Totally,
Dibs.
yeah.
Oh, look, they're feeling each other out, which is like a little suggestive. But anyway.
Junior prom.
All right. Under 52.5 first half, first quarter, that is. Warriors and Celtics. On we go. Who's third? Spadon?
Yes.
Spadon.
Shout out Stephen Langford, by the way, filling in for me yesterday, getting the dub.
That's right. That's
nice
right.
guy, Steven.
Yeah, Kyle texted me like I was taking an afternoon nap. It was great.
Oh,
and
look at you.
Afternoon nap at 11:40.
Yeah, huge. Well,
shout out toddlers.
Shout out Benny. Oh boy, it's been tough lately. Anyways, shout out Steven. I'm also going baseball again today. I'm just going to ride that theme. I like the Giants money line at plus 125. They're going to bounce back, Mark. They're going to bounce back.
Giants on the money line.
Plus 125.
Okay. Who's throwing tonight?
Alex Wood.
Alex Wood. Okay. Watch out for that fifth inning, brother. Oh,
it'll get
watch
you.
out. It's going to be scoreless in the fifth, and then you're going to be like, I went to the bathroom. What happened? House of Horrors for the Giants, Miami. What up, Jose Cruz Jr.? We see you. Look out. But, okay, I like the faith. And now we go to our caboose, our anchor. It's none other than Dan Dibley.
Well, I'm going to the game tonight, and I have a rule that when I go to an NBA Finals game and I have a Pick Your Battle segment, I've got to pick my battle in the game that I'm going to be attending. A little bit of an obtuse one, Mark, for me, because we don't...
Did you just call me obtuse?
30 days in the hole. You're so obtuse.
Did you call me obtuse?
Yes. That's 30 days in the hole. Yeah, that is a party fail.
Ziwatanejo.
We don't know how the first half is going to go, but I'll tell you how the third quarter is going to go. The Warriors are going to win the third quarter. I'm taking the Warriors on the money line, minus 132. Just win, baby.
That's it.
Just win the third quarter.
That's it.
Just win the third quarter.
That is a very adept find.
Just win, baby.
On your large betting sheet. The Warriors have been unbelievable in the third quarter.
Dubcon 3, Mark, is what we used to call it. They're a good third quarter team, but they could be up 22, and then you lose the third quarter by 1. You're up 21 after 3, or vice versa.
Yeah.
So I like the Warriors in the third quarter in general, adjustment-wise, so I'm taking them on the money line.
I do have one real big feeling about this game that goes against maybe the NBA grain so far. There's been a lot of talk about too many blowouts. Gosh, these games, 20, 30. Hell, the Warriors were down by 50-something in one of their games. I don't think that's happening tonight. So, like you just mentioned, they could be up by 22 at half. Be very, very surprised if either team ran and hid in the first half of this game. Someone could end up pulling away by double digits, 11, 13, whatever at the end of the game. But I just think for the reasons you've all talked about, that the excessive lights, the feeling out period, the new styles and whatnot, I don't think someone's going to come out and boat race the other team tonight. So I look for a good one. I look for a really good one. And if you're going tonight, man, good on you. Have a great, great time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, be good to each other out there. And if Thrive City is rolling after the game, as I always tell everyone, build in an extra hour to your night. Whoever you're telling, like when we'll be back at, bye kids, have a good night. We'll be back at about 9. Don't come back at 9. Come back at 10. The game's going to end at about 8:20. I want you to hang at Thrive City and take it all in. And I mean all of it.
No, definitely. And I'll be out at Thrive City pregame, and look for me on the station social media account with my man, the Goo, Daryl the Guru Johnson, who joins us now. We're going to try to do a little pregame social.
Look at that. Well, Guru, you all dressed up for it. I know when the coat comes out, it's a big game.
You got to respect the finals. And I thought I'd throw on them.
And hello, Steiny. Steiny's here. Yeah.
Hey, what up, Stein?
He's got a jacket on too.
Yeah, not the TV jacket.
Not the same kind of jacket.
Hey, Willard.
That's not a sport coat. What's up?
You heard me singing today, didn't you?
I sure did. I sure did.
I'll tell you what, a lot of people in the Bay going to be gathering timber
You're
tonight.
gathering timber tonight, man.
You know it, baby.
It is going down.
I'm lost.
You're lost?
It's going down.
This, remember?
Gathering timber.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta bring your headphones.
So
I got it, dude.
Yeah,
I could never forget it.
Shout out. Absolutely. It's going down.
I heard it.
I'm gathering timber. Yeah, it's a big one. It's about to go down, boys. How we doing?
I'm hanging in.
I'm looking forward to tonight. I'm not like Guru. I try to keep it even keeled till about tip off. But now I'm getting excited for sure.
I feel like I'm playing.
And Guru's gassed already.
Yeah, you okay over there?
This threw me off. I'm fired up. I feel like I'm playing. And I know we do a show and we do certain topics, but being true to myself, if the Warriors can pull this off, all I have for a comp is the Jordan Bulls, the second 3P guys, when they didn't get knocked off the hill. Management broke it up. Everybody left like the last Love Boat episode. But the Warriors technically don't have that team that beat them healthy. And if they can get back and get it after the 2-year hiatus, I mean, I'm in for the movie, Steiny, Willard Dibs.
But you're not going to be in the movie.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to be in on FridayNBA.com. Trying to get in early. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
See if you can.
Thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Look half presentable tomorrow. I get it. And that is an interesting comp. And I know that, we get into comps and the series hasn't even started yet, but management obviously won't break this up no matter what happens with this series. And so that's another sort of beautiful aspect of this, because for me, what the start of this series means is it brings to an end that conversation that happened for 3 years about can they?
Okay.
And it's done. And you guys are myopic and all of that happened for 3 years. And I just cannot imagine how good it feels, especially for Clay, but for all of these guys who've said it's not done. It's not done, right, Steph? You don't want to see us next year. It's not done. And so they were right. Like, no matter what happens next, they were right. And it's only kind of the rebirth of something because of the way they've built this. This doesn't feel like, I stand by my statement from 3 weeks ago, Steiny, we've talked it out so much about this could be the last best chance for Steph, who's about to turn 35. But this is not the end of their story either. It's sort of like the start of the next chapter, if you will, which I think is just really, really cool, especially for the fans.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I keep coming back to is there seems to be a sense among some Warrior fans that everybody counted us out. They didn't think we could do it again, and here we are. And what keeps sticking out to me is that even the big three had doubts about whether they could get back here, because that's why there was so much talk in the offseason about a veteran, because they had doubts that they could get it done with the young players where they were in their career now. Credit to them for buying into it and realizing at some point that they could. I don't know at what point this season did they say, we're pretty good, but actually now we might be a championship team.
It's weird because they started 18-2,
exactly.
And yet even coming up to the trade deadline, there was still that sense of maybe they could make a move or should make a move.
Well, they didn't even see Clay until January, so how could you know? And then once he came back, they started playing their worst basketball of the year, and then Draymond got hurt, and then Steph got hurt. I mean, that's probably an under-discussed part of all this, is that whatever gelling they had to do, this particular group, it couldn't even really start until the playoffs started.
And maybe
they done it on the fly.
Maybe the light bulb moment was when you saw what Andrew Wiggins could become, and Kevon Looney.
All-star.
The guy played 82 games. The Kevon Looney's played every single game that they've had, and you remember he had the double hip surgery, and he was a guy
neuropathy.
You never would have counted on him, and then you mix in the journeyman, quote unquote, the GP2 and the OPJ, and the fact that they've contributed, I think that is what has led all of them to have that great belief.
I love that you brought up the light bulb moment. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Let's go around the room. What was everybody's light bulb moment? Like, actually, maybe they will get to the end. Give me the light bulb moment this year. Here, I'll go first. I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Game 1 in Memphis. Ja misses the layup.
Now that's just a month ago.
Yes, light bulb moment. You know, like I always thought maybe there's
and
a
you
path.
had a big fear of Memphis. You had a well-founded fear of Memphis.
Oh, he had appropriate fear.
Thank you. Appropriate fear.
All year long.
He hates appropriate fear.
But I also hate Willard broadcasts with joy. He broadcasts with such
I've never
joy.
heard that. I like
Steve
that.
Kerr says all the time. Play with joy.
What's wrong with that?
It's a little corn.
A little corn.
You sound like KD over there.
You mean corny?
He ain't got some
Whatever happened to joy?
Let's check it
Not
out.
for you. Not for you.
Like to broadcast with anger. You come in here with a little mean streak.
Well, that wasn't the case
broadcasting
yesterday when the Chief came on. I mean, boy, you were falling
If I
falling
could get
over
that
yourself to
Steiny
give him flowers.
3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
even Norm
seriously.
talked about Steiny was in a good mood.
Steiny was beyond himself.
fun.
I mean, he was beside himself.
Chief was good. No, so what is it? What is it? What's
Mine
the
for me,
light bulb moment.
before you go, Steiny, is Draymond coming back from which looked to be a D. I thought his back issue had him finished. So I'm going multiple games to where he looked like Irvin Magic Johnson up and down the court, and I came in and I said, Steiny, Dre's back. And that to me was like, they could get it done with him playing like that. And that's honest truth.
Okay.
Just off the top of my head, it would be game 2 against Dallas when Dallas blew the 19-point lead.
Okay.
Up to, I thought Phoenix was going to be there. So Phoenix isn't there. So now you think, okay, does Dallas have a shot? And that shot ended after game 2, after they blew that 19-point lead. So maybe I was late to the party, but that's when it was. Because you cannot be an underdog. I've said so much. You cannot be an underdog and blow a big lead in a playoff series. You will not win it. You cannot.
I don't even think you can win this particular Warrior team. I don't think you can lose games 1 and 2. Boston's got to win either tonight or
That's
Sunday.
never happened to the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
They never lost 2 straight to start a series, right?
Nope. Just game 1 to Toronto.
Game 1, I think they've only lost 2 game 1s in their entire run. So, I mean, that's been...
You know, it's like if you look at the Bulls run, when they won 6 and 8, even though those 2 years Jordan wasn't there, they never got behind in a series.
Yeah.
They just never got behind. Every big game, it was like 2-2. They never really, I mean, you could probably look, there's one, but they never really got down 3-2, and now they got to win 2, or 2-1, and now they're in a little trouble. They always jumped out to leads, and it was such a big difference to play from even or ahead.
Yeah, and they had the home court, too, which obviously helps inordinately, especially in the old 2-3-2 format, to have those first 2 at home.
And this group actually, although, I think speaks well, the Bulls never get behind. When this group of the Warriors has gotten behind, they come right back.
I know.
Yeah.
OKC, Memphis, Houston, all of them. What's yours, Dibs?
It's game 1 of the Dallas series because of the way Andrew Wiggins played. And you blasted Dallas. You won that game by, I think, 25. And
it was easy.
It was easy. And, I mean, Andrew Wiggins continues to show that he is part of the core now. It's not just the big 3 anymore. It's the big 4 when you talk about if this thing goes on into next year. Or, now the talk is, how do you keep Wiggins instead of what can you get for Wiggins?
Right.
Now it's how do you keep Wiggins? So when I saw that game 1 thrashing, that's when I knew.
That's what I'm so
Recent
excited.
answers, guys. Recent.
Right. I mean, when it really felt like, again, all of us, I think, and that's what you're speaking to, Steiny, even the guys themselves, Steph, Clay, Dre, over the last few years, somewhere in you, this could work, but obviously you have doubts.
And what I want to ask,
how could you not?
And what I want to ask Steiny about what he just said with that is we wake up every day and we don't know what the next 24 hours are going to be. We know what we like them to be and what our plans are, but you're never the unexpected, and that's what life is. But Steiny, if those guys, I'm asking you, if those guys had doubt, does that make it any less greater that they got to this plateau, even if they admitted we didn't know if we could get there?
No, it
it
means that the horses behind, I told you so fans.
Okay. The fans
are way off base because their own team had doubts. Their own superstars had doubts. And
Not Lake Up though.
Just
we
a
heard
little,
him talk.
whether it's Peyton II instead of Avery Bradley, whether it's Moody can play and he doesn't hurt us because he plays like he's 25, not 19. Like, I think over the course of the year, all that started to happen. And somewhere along the line, Draymond and Iguodala was like the biggest doubter because he's been the most vocal about, I don't know about this timeline. So at some point, I'd like to know that question. When did the big veteran say, actually, we can win this thing? Built as is. Because I really don't think it was day one. I don't think they were saying day one, we have no chance. But somewhere over the course of the season, I think they had to be convinced, and I wonder when that was.
Well, I mean, what month was it when Draymond said we're going to win the whole thing?
That's true.
I
forgot about that.
And was he genuine, or was he sending a message to his teammates?
Well, remember he said, "Don't let us win the championship." So they must have been thinking, maybe we got a chance.
Far away.
I think if you would have asked Steph, Clay, and Draymond at the start of the year what needs to happen for you to win a championship, it would be Jordan Poole becoming a real one, and he is. Andrew Wiggins playing like a number one pick, and he has.
Right.
Kevon Looney being sturdy, and then the rest of the guys being more than just filler, and they have been. Everything they needed to go their way has gone their way.
Well, and the biggest word of all, which is health. And you look at even their three, they're only role players, but all three of them trending toward being ready tonight. There's something poetic about that, and I knock on wood to make sure they get through the next 6 or 7 or whatever it is, and this is still the case. But the fact that all of them, they are at full health for like the first time ever, and that comes today as the finals start? Come on.
And I think we can now look back and say it was a silver lining that Draymond missed a big chunk of the season, right?
Yeah, that way he gets fresh.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other
rested.
silver lining. Clay didn't come back at the start of a season. So right now, he's kind of at the normal halfway point of a season. So I got to believe he's feeling much better than he would be if he just played 82. And even Curry, I think, benefited from the 3-4 weeks right before the postseason. So I think you look at that now. And there's the other thing. You mentioned the role players. They have been really good. Like, when the Warriors won it before, it was Steph, Clay, Draymond, and obviously Durant. But those guys, they've been all really good, but they haven't been as great as they've been in the past. But the guys like Poole, Looney, and Wiggins made up for it.
Well,
that's one thing That's one thing I didn't think could happen. I thought the big three would need to be kind of turning the clock back.
They got more. They've got more options than they've had in a long, long time, and that's provided that Jordan Poole can at least 65% of the time
off the bench, man.
be a real offensive force, and it's provided that Andrew Wiggins was going to play hard. Which I think he's, wrongly been accused for years of not caring and whatnot. No, not caring. Like, we get ourselves into his brain.
Sure.
I get the way he looks. But, Andrew needed, the way I look at it, Andrew needed to learn a culture. And Minnesota didn't do it.
Well, and urgency. I think the urgency of these games has brought out the best in Andrew Wiggins. I always bristle when you say things like wrongly accused because the proof was in the pudding.
Well, no, but not.
And it was a great
not
bit.
for not caring. Not for not caring. Cruising, not, you know what I mean? Not, it doesn't look like he's going 100, or it doesn't look like he's playing, like we're not getting the most out of him. But the idea, like, I don't care, that's putting a thought in somebody's mind. Of course.
Because athletically, I've always talked about it, he's had all the gifts.
Yeah.
This is all about the mental, and whatever clicked, whoever talked to him, or if he did it, his pops, moms, I don't know, but it's working. And now he's showing you why he was the number one pick.
He's going to be big in this series.
Yeah, he's got to be big. How about that? He's got to
be big, yeah. All right, what's cooking? What Celtic great are you talking to today?
Well, look at
Brian Scalabrine.
Jerry Sheesting.
Jerry Sheesting, nice. We're going to bring in Scotty Wedman. And then we have Ryan McDonough, who's been with us all year. He's been great. Yeah. And then the theme of today's show is kind of what questions do you need answered in this series to help you determine, like, who the favorite is? Like, I had about 5 questions. I got to see some things that I don't know yet and see kind of how they play out.
That's always, for me, the beauty of game one. You know, you talked about game one against Dallas. You go in with all these questions.
Right.
And it doesn't end a series at all, but there's a bunch of stuff you don't know until you see it.
Yeah.
Like, let's see.
Because if Boston gets this one, there's nobody walking around the bay saying the Warriors, they're in a position. The series ain't over, but they are.
Right. Like, if the Warriors only score 91 points tonight, I'd be like, uh-oh.
Well, if Jason Tatum goes for 44 and you have no way of stopping him, and I'm sure that's one of your questions, like, can the Warriors guard Jason Tatum one-on-one? And like the Luka thing, once he realized you could guard Luka with Wiggins, that thing was night-night.
Yeah. I feel like there's always a moment, or maybe more, where you say, uh-oh. And for me, it was when I watched Maxi Kleba and Bertans and Powell for a half a game. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
They can't play against the war. You know what I mean? But
there goes that prediction.
in another world, they're hitting threes. Like against Phoenix, and they look like a completely different
Willard,
team.
I had a confession. You did catch me in a moment.
Shout
I'm
out
having
Usher.
some trouble at home. Real quick here, Sunday I do the show with Dibs, BetQL, and now I'm finally on video, and during the commercial we can talk. So the wife's coming in, Dibs is on there, she's congratulating him on the baby, and she's a big family type of have your ring on, know the dates. So they got to talking, I'm trying to get my lunch meat, and I hear Dibs and my wife talking, and she says, our anniversary is September 19th. And I just screamed like a dragon from down the hall in the kitchen, like it's the 20th. But I'm sharing it with you three, and this, it hurt me like an alley punch to the gut. Like, you got it wrong, and you pride yourself on. So I'm dealing with that, and I'm kind of bothered. It's been a bad week for me, man.
Was it September 19th in Hawaii? I mean, like, maybe.
Not bad.
Maybe do a time difference? Or?
I've been down a little bit. Dibs heard it. His look was like, uh-oh.
Well, I got one of those. Maybe I'll share with you.
I'll share one, too.
Now you know how women have been feeling for decades.
Got me in a moment, Will.
Steiny Guru next.
Don't let us win a championship.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yes, sir. You know what they say? There's no better two words than Game 7. I'll tell you what's up there. Game 1. Game 1. And
I
see,
like
I've always been the
negative?
No.
I just thought.
Why would you do that right off the bat?
Hey, come on, let's go. It's Game 1.
I always took my parents always said I took greater enjoyment in things leading up to something than the actual thing. Like Christmas, for example. 10 days before Christmas, so much fun. And at Christmas, it's like, it's over.
That's interesting.
Like,
that's our society.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. What do you got on your mind today, buddy?
The questions you talked about with Willard and Dibs, the 5 things that you need to see happen and manifest. But this is going to be Chase Center's first finals. The Bay's on fire now. As soon as we leave, Steiny, I'm out. Because I want to go just be a part of that ambiance at Thrive City and just embrace it. And you need to talk me off. It's a good ledge. Because I keep trying to come up with that comp about what the Warriors are on the brink of doing if they can get it done. And I know we need to take it game by game, but Matt Steinmetz, they truly, really didn't get knocked off healthy and whole. So, again, does good offense beat good defense, or does good defense beat good offense? That, to me, is what this series represents, man. Seriously.
Well, to me, it's pretty simple, and I'm not sure whether or not they win or lose impacts what I'm about to say, but I think at this point you got to put the Warriors. So we have the Celtics of the 60s, obviously. We got Jordan's Bulls.
Okay.
Obviously. We got the Lakers and Showtime, they were in there. I think somewhere San Antonio fits, although they did it over a longer period of time.
16 years.
But the Warriors, whatever this stretch is, it's top 5 best ever?
Yeah.
You would think.
And it's still going.
It is. And it's gone for 8 years. I mean, even I look at the Celtics back in the day. So Bird got there in 80. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals, lost. But it was pretty much over by 88. They didn't get to the finals in 88. So the Warriors, they're not only in the finals, it's 7 years after 2015. The core's the same. And, it's just, I do think you got to give Myers a lot of credit for believing that they could do it and do it in an unconventional way, which is living and dying with your decisions to get these young players experience even while the veterans are trying to win a title.
No doubt. And, we've been having fun, or you've been sharing with us and the listeners that, you know what, Goo, I'm watching old games, old fights. And for a lot of times when Kobe, the great late Kobe Bryant, passed away, I told you, Steiny, you know what, I took a lot of his career for granted. And I'm looking at this Warrior team, and that's what prompted me over the weekend to go back and dial up the 2016 OKC series or the 2015 Any Game series, Steph at Madison Square, because I want to go just regain greater appreciation for what we've been blessed with in the Bay to watch. And tonight it's what's tips, 6:01? It is going down, and I believe it's the best representative basketball team-wise from the Eastern Conference. So that alone excites me, because a lot of times there's fluke things that happen, and you're not taking away from any team or anybody, but a team benefits from an injury. These are the two best teams to me, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Tip-off at 6 o'clock, starts right here, 4:30, Warriors Live. And it's going to be a fun series, hopefully. I hope it's going to be a long series.
Yeah.
I hope it's going to be a competitive series. I get that Warrior fans probably want it to be stress-free and done in 4 or 5 games. But I'd like to see what they call a classic, and I really would.
I love it.
I do just, again, I got to say this again for Lacob and Bob Myers. Just to do it the way they did it. All right, and to know that Curry and Draymond and Clay were leaning toward getting veterans in here. Can we get some veterans in here? Can we get some veterans in here? And for Lacob and Myers to push back against, and here it is again. This is why the Warriors players clearly are all class. For Lacob and Myers to push back on that and say, no, we think we can meet all our goals with Wiseman, with Kuminga, with Poole, with Moody, and then not have those 3 key players be upset about it. Or at least Curry, Clay, and Draymond saying, you know what? We'll approach it with an open mind. We'll approach it with an open mind, these young kids. And so I am fascinated to know, in a little bit of way, when Curry, Clay, and Draymond thought to themselves, you know what? We can win it all. Because I do not believe they thought they could win it all opening day of the NBA season. That doesn't mean that they had it out of the realm of possibility. I don't think it's ever out of the realm of possibility. But I don't think Draymond Green would have put money on the Golden State Warriors to win the NBA title the day before the season started.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask you, when do you think we'll ever get that? Are some people listening? They don't care.
I'll ask Steph at the parade.
Okay, there you go, because we'll be there, and I just feel like the fact that they even drafted Draymond Green and had envisioned him being what he became. And the fact that Draymond can cite every player that went before him in that draft He's got Lays has nothing on him. He's got so many chips on his shoulder. This is beautiful, and it's a mixture of homegrown talent. And I'll tell you what this offseason won't consist of, to me, Matt Steinmetz, is that big boy question. They know they don't need it now. They got him. They got the big three back healthy. They got Poole, his maturity and his growth. You got Kuminga, Moody. They got like I said, a perfect margarita. They got a perfect blend.
Yeah, and let's not forget, during the offseason, a lot of Warrior fans were disappointed in Myers and Lacob. There's no doubt about it. A lot of Warrior fans looked at what they did in the offseason and said, we didn't really do anything. We didn't really do. Otto Porter Jr., okay, well, guess what? He'd been hurt for a good portion of his career, all right? Nobody thought Otto Porter was going to contribute in a postseason like he did. They get Gary Payton II. Nobody had any clue that he was going to be able to provide the defense that he did. So when the Golden State Warriors, acquired those players, it wasn't like, oh, we're back in it. We're back in it with those guys. Yeah. Nobody thought that was going to be enough.
And that's why your praise on Bob and Joe are incredible.
And here's the other thing. Addition by subtraction. That's a big part of what happens. You know who's not here?
Kelly Oubre.
Kelly Oubre Jr.
Sanumi Papi.
Kent Bazemore. Not here.
Could have been here.
No, I know.
Yeah, he messed up.
I know. Let me tell you something. If Kent Bazemore would have had a role on this team, I don't think they'd be where they are.
Interesting.
Wasn't good enough. Eric Paschal, remember when people thought he was going to be a hell of a player?
We all talked about, we thought he could be six-man.
Wanamaker.
Yeah.
So those guys are no longer here, and they've been replaced by Porter Jr., Kuminga, Moody, Bielitsa, Payton II. So tip of the cap to Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, because to me they were really the only people, and thank goodness the only people that counted, who looked at this team and said, we still think we can reach all our goals without mortgaging the future. So they deserve some credit, absolutely. All right, here we go. Here's what I want to talk about today. A lot of times when you go into a series, at least for me, I've got questions that I need to see answered over the course of the series, and it'll help me to decide, or it'll help determine who wins or who loses a game. So I have 5 questions that I have about this series, and going to ask what you think is going to happen, or what you expect to happen. And I also want to ask Warrior fans, what questions, if any, do you need answered in this series to feel confident that the Golden State Warriors are going to win this NBA Finals? All right, the finals, they begin tonight. The Warriors host the Celtics at Chase Center, 6 o'clock tip. Do not forget, 6 o'clock tip. And coverage on 95.7 The Game begins at 4:30. We'll be here all day talking hoops.
The NBA Finals, Game 1, tonight at 6.
It's taken 40 years, but once again, the Bays team is the best team.
on. NBA Finals, 6 o'clock tonight.
It's going down.
So few of us thought they were going to be here. So few of us.
That road trip when Dre was looking like that back wasn't going to respond. Oh, my goodness. I thought it was like, man, this ain't the year.
Credit to Bob Myers and Joe Lacob in the Golden State Warriors front office for putting something together here, mixing the old and the new, and getting to the NBA Finals. Now, they got to win it, as far as I'm concerned at this point, because they're all about titles. But, boy, to get here is already a heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Heck of an accomplishment. So, all right, Goo, I have 5 questions here that I think will go a long way toward determining who's going to win this series, depending on the answer. All right, I got 5 things that I'm really going to be looking to get an answer to.
I got 5 as well.
All right, you want to go first? You want to go first?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. Can the Boston Celtics turn the Warriors over?
Okay.
I really believe this is a bad Achilles heel for the Golden State Warriors, and we saw it. We saw it too much against an athletic and a good Memphis defense. So I'm trying to be positive, Steiny, and think they fixed that, but I think it will take Boston and that good defense that they're bringing to town to kind of not exploit it, but to let us know if that's still an issue. Because if it is, Steiny, you can't win this series turning it over at the rate that we saw them do it against Memphis. That's number one for me.
Now, interestingly, Goo, when these two teams met in March,
I watched
and the
that
Warriors
last night.
got blown out,
Okay.
110-88, they only turned it over 8 times, the
Now,
Warriors.
What if I told you Curry got hurt, the score was kind
Is
of
that,
not...
you're saying that's why they didn't turn it over?
No, like the game was out of hand. So it wasn't, it didn't go down to the wire.
I mean, I just would... Look, they got to be better with the ball, I think.
Okay.
But
off my list.
But my thing is... it's hard to imagine the Warriors losing a game by 20 points where they take care of the ball.
Okay.
But that's a game where that happens. So, like, whenever we try to figure out what may happen, usually what we think may happen never does.
Hello?
It's like Tom Petty, the late Tom Petty.
Free fall.
Most things I worry about never happen anyway. Ooh, you ever hear that song? I come crawling back to you. Most things I worry about never happen anyway.
Who do I call to get those 20 seconds back? What was that? What song is it, Steiny?
Crawling back to you, Tom Petty.
Yeah. But I hear you.
Yeah. All right. No, but look, turnovers are going to be a big deal, obviously. If the Warriors can take care of the ball, that would suit them. And,
man,
we'll see how that one goes.
What's number one on your list?
How is Marcus Smart's off-the-ball defense?
Interesting.
And I don't know much about it.
Okay.
And I threw it out on Twitter to people who have seen the Celtics a lot. Is Marcus Smart better on the ball or is he better off the ball? Most people think he's better off on the ball, rather. But a lot of people said he's pretty good off the ball, too. And how about this? And this is the other thing about what makes Curry so crazy. He might be harder to guard when he doesn't have the ball. So maybe, let's say in theory, this is why to me Steph Curry is among the greatest. Let's say Marcus Smart, for whatever reason, can bother Curry when he's handling the ball. He's strong. He's beating him to spots. He's turning Steph a little bit. Okay. Steph, go play off the ball.
That's wow.
I mean, Steph's got 2 ways to do it every single game. And the one thing I've always felt about defense is there's 3 different kinds of defense. On the ball defense, then off the ball defense,
and help.
Which leads to help.
Okay.
Yeah, or help. So can Marcus Smart run around with Steph Curry, or is that a little bit of a weakness in his game? And Curry can exploit that matchup as playing off the ball.
And let's not forget, Smart, want to talk about health is wealth. I don't want to call it a bum wheel study, but he's got ankle issues. So if Steph Curry, I call it the Jerry Rice, when he turns into that, and I don't know about you, man, I always hated guarding the guy that did the Reggie Miller and the Steph Curry thing because it just took a lot out of you. So he's perfected it to be this great, but that is a big part and going to play a big part in how this series, who wins it, is Smart being able to check or make it difficult for one Stephen Curry.
Let's go out to Jason in Oakland. Hey, Jason, what's the question that you need answered so as to feel confident about the Warriors winning this series? I got to answer, That's all right. Oh, my gosh.
What happened?
Nahegan's so hot right now. Well,
Look.
It's my fault.
It's the finals game.
It's my fault.
What did you do?
I didn't click the button.
So you fumbled the snap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Choke artist.
You fell on it.
Are you there,
Yeah.
Jason? Hey, Jason,
Yeah,
how you
here.
doing? Thanks for bearing with me. My bad. I choked. Choke artist.
I feel like this. I really feel that Steph is not going to win the MVP because the Warriors is not set up, I believe, for Steph because they're going to double Steph. Steph is going to get the ball off. I believe, they're going to double Steph.
Well, you know what?
They're going to try to trap him a lot.
You know what, though, Jason? Hold on, real quick, and I'm going to let you get your point in for sure. But I think Boston's goal is to just play Steph. Can Marcus Smart do it by himself? I think they're going to try to do it that way first. Go ahead, though, man.
He averaged like 30-something on Marcus Smart.
So I heard a number the other day that Curry's shooting 30%.
28%.
Yeah, Google
We're talking about what he actually scored against all the games that he played Boston up until this point. He averaged over 27, over 28.
All right.
And I believe it's up to Clay. Anytime we really win against teams, Clay, you ever notice Klay Thompson having great games?
Yeah.
When it comes down to the playoffs, we need Clay and Wiggins to step up because we know what Curry's going to give us. He's going to give us that 26, 27, and sometimes a better game. But Clay is the reason why we're here. And I believe because, the 2 years Clay has, it feels like it's up in the air for Clay to really be praised for the warrior that he actually is. And I'm not doing it because I'm a fan. I just feel like it's kind of like Clay time to really, he a veteran, and for him to really get some credit of who he is to the Warriors. And I believe this series is really going to be Clay's series because you can look it in his face. He's ready to go. And that's what I just want to say.
Appreciate it, Jason.
And
that's one of my questions. It was the number 5 I have. Can Klay Thompson be a consistent number 2 for the Warriors?
I got it. That's
because he hasn't been.
Okay, right.
He has not been this
game
season.
to game. Yeah, because I'm
talking about over the course of a series. Can Klay put together a whole series, start to finish? That to me is a big question. If he doesn't, or if he can't, if he's every other game, then I think they're beatable.
Astute point, and to the college point, I'm bringing in everything now, Steiny. I'm bringing in the barbershops. I'm bringing in the jackals. He made a great point. To win this series, you got to try to take away something. And obviously, that's what Boston is going to try to do. And I'm looking at you like, and talking to the listeners, it could be Curry. But that's not a bad thing for Steph if somehow we're at the parade, they win the series in 6, the Golden State Warriors, it's Wiggins, Poole, or even Clay with the finals MVP. I'm so proud of myself that I know now, regardless of who they award that trophy, and I want Steph to win it. I'm just disclaimer. I know now I'm not going to let that erase what this dude has already accomplished. And the fact that the team got back here in the first place he's a big part of it. So I know ESPN. They're talking about this. I call it smut. It's SMUT. They're talking about what it means.
Guru.
I'm telling you, there's a possibility that the others could bring this team home with the help of Steph.
You're talking about yourself.
Oh, no.
Yes, you are.
I used to be this. I graduated.
If Steph Curry does not win the Finals MVP and the Warriors win it, you're going to...
You're going to be hurt.
No, and I'll tell you what you'll do. Steiny, he really has two. He really has two Finals MVPs.
I don't do that on the well, I said the last one when Iggy got it, and LeBron averaged 50, it felt like.
On 40% shooting.
But we went back and looked at the numbers, you and I, and there was a case Curry could have got that.
He didn't
MVP.
get one vote that year.
Yeah, but I'm looking at you man to man telling you I'm ready now.
Well, the two players who got votes were Iguodala and LeBron.
Yeah, right.
So in a year where everybody said, well, Steph could have and should, he got 0 votes. It wasn't like it was a 1-vote difference.
And when we do this exercise or you have this conversation, people think, Guru, you're not looking at you're losing focus on the series. I'm not. It's just I want this guy to have this on his mantle, selfishly. But he's got to earn it. Nothing could be given to him. But last part of this game, the 18 finals when KD came down and hit those threes in LeBron's face, Curry scored 27 in that game where they beat Cleveland.
I'm sure he did. Seriously.
Right. There could have been an argument he could have got it then.
Well, you're still dwelling on it. You're still dwelling on it. And this is what I mean about legacy. Like, if the Warriors win it, whether Steph Curry wins the MVP or not, it's not going to change my opinion of him.
Okay. And
I'm not going to be, in the next 20 years, anytime Steph Curry is one of the greatest players of all time. I never won a Finals MVP.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, no doubt.
He won 4 titles.
Totally get it.
That's all that matters. Yeah. You know who else didn't win? Kevin McHale. He's one of the great. Scottie Pippen.
But what I'm saying to you, and forget we're in the Bay, Steiny, that is a prestigious award. Give me that.
Okay.
And normally, the best player on the team or the face of the franchise usually gets that trophy. Magics, the Kareems, Birds. When you go, and that's why it's kind of perplexing. Not putting blame anywhere. I just kind of selfishly want Steph to kind of just get it this time. And this ain't going to be his last opportunity if somehow Clay gets it. Steph would probably be happy. I don't think it would taint the fact that they're on top of the hill.
See, and this is weird. This is weird to me.
But it's real, man.
Yeah, I know. But it's contrived. When is the last time we've ever gone into an NBA Finals and talked about who's going to win the MVP instead of who's going to win the damn series? Let's watch. Who cares right now who's going to win it? Like people, Steph Curry is going to win it if the Warriors win, and then he'll be this and that and the other. It's like, no, it's about the Warriors winning the title. Nobody cares about the Finals MVP. I'm sorry.
I do.
Well, then you're the smut.
Yeah, but it ain't.
You're smut.
But no,
you're smut.
I gotta take it. I'm not letting it take my eyes off the prize of what this great series represents. And I've told you and the listeners, I can enjoy that, and I'm going to bask in it. I'm going to be out there tonight, and I'm just...
It's just weird,
down,
man.
I'm rooting for my guy. Weird. I'm rooting for my guy to get this.
I'm thinking it's weird, Spinoni. I'm thinking of the Chicago Bulls going up in the NBA Finals against the Utah Jazz.
But there never was that talk before.
And it's game
Michael
one.
Had
Who's going to win the MVP?
Well, you didn't even have to ask then. You knew
who's going to win the MVP?
You didn't have to ask.
Bird and Magic going up against each other. Hey, Bird's got 2, Magic's got 2. Who's going to win the MVP? Who cares? Who's winning the series? No, they're not different.
Why does it get you upset?
Because it's an indication that the fans are more about individual players than the team, and that is a joke.
But you should have known that before the finals even started. Come on now. That's what it is. It's about brands.
It used to not be that way. And when it wasn't that way, it was better. It was better. Like the fact that we're talking about finals MVPs before the series has started, you know what that tells me? That tells me if the Warriors win tonight and Curry has 32, we're going to come in tomorrow and say, he's the front runner for the MVP. Well, how about the Warriors being the front runner for winning the NBA title?
That's obvious.
No, it's
Steiny.
not
Yeah,
obvious because we're not talking about it first. If we're talking about it first,
I don't get how
then it's obvious.
I don't get how that bothers you.
It bothers me a lot.
I mean, but
because it's a team game.
Yeah, but you can't. You're not Ghostbusters game. You can't fix what's broken. And
I
people
can't,
and the masses on Twitter are talking. This is a real thing. Somebody's going to get awarded
It's
this
a real.
trophy.
You know what? And here's where. Call me a jackass.
Right.
It's a real thing. Because you bring it up all the time. Because people like you and the smut bring it up all the time. Like, stop bringing it up. Because I don't think it is a significant part of Steph Curry's legacy and career.
Well, okay, so you're Han Solo with that.
I
but
am?
you know
I am?
that it's not just me with the smut. I just don't let anything get to me like you let that get to you. You need to be out here with armor on, like you understand when it comes to society's ills, when it comes to sports, what it's about. But for you to try to diminish that award,
I'm not diminishing the
award. It sounds like you are.
No,
sounds
what
like
you're trying. No,
that
here's
is
what's
a
happening.
prestigious award, man. Dude, regardless, Steph Curry or not, it's a prestigious award, and all the greats have got that on this
so
stage.
You've basically
this is uncanny. That he doesn't have one.
You've acknowledged that if the Warriors, if the Warriors win the title, and Steph Curry's not the MVP, you're going to be disappointed. You really want one for him. And I'm telling you right now,
that's too strong.
In all my criticism or my praise of Steph Curry not winning an NBA Finals MVP, yeah, I'm sorry. That's not one I'm going to use to detract from.
But I'm not going to apologize because I want the guy to, I want that more than the series. I just want that for him. That don't make me a bad person.
No, but you're dwelling on the wrong thing.
I brought it up. How's that dwelling?
Because we talked about it now for 10 minutes about how I really want him. I really
talked
want
for
him.
2. You went on for 8 on your thing to the masses and the people. Don't make it just seem like it's your partner that's talking about that. We got a great series. We just talked about it.
Just because you're not the only one talking about it doesn't mean that it's worth talking about. I don't think it's worth talking about. Let's let some games play out. To me, we're talking about the NBA Finals before a game's even played, and legacy before games are even played. And if he gets it, what's it mean? And if he doesn't get it, what's it mean?
I get it. All right, I got you.
I mean,
you don't care if he gets it. It's fine. You don't even care about the award. We won't talk about it until it's awarded to the player.
Promise?
But to think I would come in here tomorrow, even if he went for Gertie tonight, and say, Steiny, he's in the league. Come on. Those things are obvious. Somebody's going to have a good game tonight, and you sit back. I'm not going to come in here. We're going to lead with that.
We'll see. We'll see. Because it's already occupied way too much time. It's like
you can't hide from it.
It's a team game. God. And some things, guess what? If Boston doesn't want Curry to win the MVP, they can make it so he doesn't win the MVP. They just double team him all game long.
They could try that.
So who cares?
They could try that, but it ain't as easy as you saying that. He could
go
impose his will and go for Lord knows what. We don't know. That's why we're all eager to watch.
I disagree. So that game in college where McKillop talks about Steph Curry getting double and triple teamed all game.
Right.
He took one shot, but his team won by 30 points. Whoever was the leading scorer for Davidson would get the MVP. We all know Steph's the MVP. Yeah. And you know what? To me, it's going to be an indictment on the fans who say Steph isn't up to Sem level because he didn't win the Finals MVP, and that will be the way they're exposed that they don't get it. That's my feeling, and that's my feeling. Let's go to that guy in Oakland. What's going on, that guy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. A great show. Appreciate you taking my call. Steiny, Guru, you're my guy, but Steiny, I'm rolling with you on this one. I mean, the whole narrative of Curry having to win this MVP before the ball tips off. I mean, the MVP has to be won organically.
Right, and nobody said he had to do anything. I said I wanted him to win it. That don't make me a villain.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm hearing that on the national.
Oh, okay.
Right. The legacy is coming out. You know, if he doesn't win this time, that has to be done organically. You can't go into a title game. I don't care if it's a football, basketball, baseball, and think, oh, Derek Jeter has to hit 400 or Brady has to throw 5 touchdowns and win the MVP. How about winning the game first, and whatever falls out, and whoever the best player at the end of it, like Iguodala was in the first one, is the MVP. And, you know, you see the Larry on the trophy 10 years from now, not the MVP. If now Curry wins it, that'd be great. He wins it, but we can't go in there thinking, you know, and we don't want Curry thinking that. He might be overdoing it and trying too hard, thinking this is it. He's got to get his MVP. Hopefully he's not thinking that, and he's not listening to all the noise out there, because I'm thinking the Warriors should win this thing in 5 or 6, because if you really think about it, you put all these guys out there, the core 3, and Poole and Wiggins and Looney and all these guys, a healthy Warriors team, I don't think there's a team on the planet that can beat them 4 times out of 7. If these guys stay healthy, there's no team, including the Celtics team, that can beat them 4 games out of 7. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
That's that guy in Oakland. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick, what's going on, man? How you doing? I got to do it. Why am I forgetting it today, Spadone? Why am I forgetting how to do it today? Let's go to Nick in San Jose. What's going on? I'm going to blame it on the mouse. What's going on, Nick?
Yeah, that's a party foul. And
how's it going, man?
Appreciate you guys carrying the Warriors all year. Been listening to you guys all year. Just want to say that. And then as far as the Finals MVP thing, I think Guru's just annoyed because if you go on Twitter or if you hear these guys on ESPN, that's all they're talking about. And it does get annoying, but Steiny, you are right in the end, I think. I just don't think that it matters. These guys are playing to win the game as a team. As far as the keys go, I think that, Steiny, what you said about just putting Marcus Smart on Steph and not double him, I think they're going to start like that. But I also think that Steph's got some gas in the tank, and in game 1 or 2, we're going to see a 30 ball or a big 40 ball from him, and then they may go to the double. So I got Warriors in 6, and thanks, guys. Thanks for all you do.
Appreciate the call. Let me ask you a question. If the Warriors win a title and Steph's not the MVP, is anybody going to say that for whatever reason, he's not the greatest player of all time, 6'3" or under?
I mean, if you look around at what's being said and what you can't stand, probably so.
Who's better?
I don't know.
Who will be a better player than Steph, who's, let's say, at his size or smaller, who's going to be better because Steph might not win an MVP? Like, what's the argument? How many players have ever won?
You're making something a different branch when the branch is something you don't want to talk about, and now you go reverting back. That's not what they're talking about.
Yes, it is.
I already told you.
Told me it's what they're
captivated.
Talking about.
I understand how great this dude is, but I'm real enough to know what's being said, and so is Steph. And that's why I said, Steiny, that doesn't supersede the finals. I just want the dude to get it.
That's fine, but it shouldn't be the number one topic instead of who wins the series. And the other thing is, there's no other player in NBA there's no other player in NBA history who's ever won a unanimous MVP. Like, unanimous over the course of a whole season.
I'll try.
They voted on it. Not one person voted for anybody but Steph Curry. Steph Curry, the history of the game, the only unanimous MVP. Like, to me.
So why are they coming for him then? Making it seem like this is a big deal.
I don't know, because they're idiots. Because they have no appreciation for what Steph Curry's done the last 12 or 13 years. They don't watch him every day. They don't see how he impacts this team in games in November and in games in April. Like, again, this is what I was kind of saying. It's like, if no matter what happens, if Steph doesn't win the MVP and the Warriors win, he's going to be the best player on the floor. I think.
I believe
even
that.
Even if he doesn't, even if he's just creating space without doing anything. NBA Finals. Oh, no, that's not the one. Hey, we got Brian Scalabrine, 1:30, Ryan McDonough, 2 o'clock. Lucky California is bringing you quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. This week, 6-ounce packages of organic blueberries are buy one, get one free. Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
The NBA Finals. Warriors coverage.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, game one of the NBA Finals, 5 hours away. 6 o'clock tip, Chase Center, Warriors, Boston Celtics. We're talking about questions we have before this series begins. Questions that we need answers to help us figure out who's going to win this series. Guru talked about, can the Warriors limit their turnovers?
Big.
He talked about Klay Thompson. Can Klay Thompson be consistent in this series? I want to see how Marcus Smart defends off the ball. I know he's a good defender on the ball. I want to see more of him off the ball because that's every bit as important, maybe even more, the key to guarding Steph Curry. Give me another one, Guru. Another question you want to answer. Then we'll take some calls and get to Scal at 1:30.
Can Kevon Olajuwon continue rebounding at this pace? He's not just doing it on the defensive glass. He's doing it on the offensive end. And I think about the Williams boys and Horford. Can Kevon Looney continue to be as dominant and surprising on the glass as he has been? That's big to me, Steiny, because, I mean, like you said, 4 more wins and they got the trophy. But, man, he has been amazing, and I doubted him. No shade, no hate. I thought he couldn't do it against the bigger Memphis team with Jackson and Adams, and he did. Can he do that again in this series?
Yeah, I got something similar, but it's can Al Horford score a little bit in this series? I think he's very similar to Draymond Green. When he can get you 10, 12 or more, Boston's a better team. You look at the last 2 games of the Eastern Conference Finals, he scored 8 combined points. He's had a few games where he just scores 3 or 4. But, yes, here's where I think I actually am going to give the Warriors the edge.
All right.
When we go the 4-5 position, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, Al Horford, Robert Williams. I actually think the Warriors could have the advantage there.
I'm not mad at that. And
if Williams is not himself, and Horford's got a birthday tomorrow. It's going to be 36. Al Horford.
Damn.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Warriors may have the athleticism advantage at 4 and 5, and they're not. The Warriors, Green and Looney aren't overly athletic. Right. But if Williams is compromised,
have you seen him go to the ground? Yeah, have you seen him, Steiny? It's like when he goes to the ground in these last few games against Miami, it's like, he's done. But as the 510 points out, Williams had 1 rebound in 26 minutes in Game 6. So, I know we could find a bad stretch for everybody, but he is a big deal. If he's on a bum wheel, I mean, man, that's a big deal for Golden State down low.
Let's go to Ron. Ron in Redwood City. What's going on, Ron? How you doing, man?
Hi, good. Just one quick number comparison. 2 seasons ago, we won 15 games, and we're about to surpass that with just postseason wins this year.
Wow.
Nice, Ron. Little tidbit.
Ron. Sure.
Little tidbit. Yeah, that's all you wanted to say?
That's it. That's the whole.
Give us a prediction, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay. Take care.
All right. He didn't want to. He's like me.
Well, you did. We both got the same. You hate it. We got the same one. That's a great series. We both pick Warriors in 7. That's a series.
You have no idea what my motives were.
See, that's what I hate. Like, mine came from the heart.
Okay.
You had motive. So you were doing it for clicks.
Warriors in 7 is like the safest pick you can make.
I hate my smut word. You used it against me. That's staying with me, man.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
All we need now is Janet to call in.
Or Suzette.
I forget her.
She got mad at me.
Let's go to Blake.
I apologize.
Blake wants to talk G1. He's in Mountain View. What's going on, Blake, in the View?
Hey, guys. How's it going? I've been hearing you guys argue about the MVP chatter. And as far as going into Game 1, I'm very curious to see how well Poole plays in Game 1, much less the series, just because he's had his ups and downs in the beginning of the series, and I know people have talked about it. He seems to do really well Games 1 through 3. But anything beyond that, he starts to peter off as far as his productivity. What do you guys think about that? And as far as Guru being so gung-ho on Steph having the MVP, let's not forget Jerry West won an MVP. His team lost. As well as, what was it, in the 80s, the 1980 finals, Kareem was going to be the MVP. And then Magic comes out, Game 6, has a monster game. They win. They end up giving the MVP to Magic. So you can't decide on Game 1. Let's finish the series. Let's bring it home. And then we can worry about who's MVP. Have a good one, guys.
Got you.
Steiny, will the Warriors use a zone in this series? Yeah, probably. Probably at times. They won't use it a lot, but they'll use it like consistently here and there over the course of the series, I would think.
And don't you have questions? We have questions about Boston's half-court offense at times?
Yeah. But maybe that's why you don't use a zone, because you feel like your regular man-to-man can slow down the Celtics enough. I got a little piece of news here that we all knew was going to happen.
What we got?
Frank Gore, the number 3 all-time leading rusher in NFL history. He's going to sign a one-day contract with the San Francisco 49ers and retire as a 49er. 49ers officially announced that today. The 49ers announced Gore will be the newest inductee and the 31st member of the Edward J. DiBartolo Sr. San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame. Frank Gore, class act.
Best running back in Niner history, Steiny, to me. Did it long.
I'll take Roger Craig, but that's just me.
Damn,
he had more longevity, for sure. And that's like, how do you judge a guy? Like, okay, Bill Walton. Do you look at his whole career, or do you look at when he was at his best?
When he was at his best. And I want to hear your answer.
I don't know. I mean, to me, when he was at his best, he was one of the greatest ever. Over his whole career, he was okay. Like to me, Roger Craig's 1,000 year
incredible.
Was, better than any year Frank Gore ever had.
Right.
But Gore did it for a longer period of time. There's greatness
Should've
in
had
both.
A Super Bowl.
Who?
Frank.
Was that the Kaepernick one where he overthrew?
Yeah.
Well, if Frank Gore... Maybe we're a little tougher. They would have handed the ball to him.
You see him knocking cats on their ass in the what makes somebody get... You're not a fighter. You told us that the other day. But he's knocking cats out still. When did you just say, I'm going to stay at home and watch the DVR? Just me.
He's a doer, not a watcher.
There you go.
Suzette is on the line.
Our girl.
She wants to talk to you. Are you okay with it?
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't want to.
She's a friend of the program.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Suzette.
Hey, Suzette.
Hi, Goo.
How you doing?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I'm good. I'm just walking back from Kaiser. I had to have a procedure today. I'm going to have surgery coming up. I heard my name, and that just made my day.
I miss you, and I owe you an apology, Suzette. So thoughts and prayers on your procedures coming up. But, yeah, I just was cleaning the closet, and I said, Steiny, I owe Suzette an apology. I'm glad you called in. You excited about the game?
I am. I've been trying to win tickets, but it's all good. I got, going to get my menu together right now to head on home.
That's awesome.
I just wanted to say I love you guys, and I look forward to the game. And I'm wishing my Dubs well. And most of all, I just want them to come out with no injuries.
Yeah, me too. Thanks,
That's
Suzette. Appreciate the call. Absolutely.
She said her menu. Damn. I'm going to be in the house, so I ain't got no menu.
See, now this is strange.
Give it to me.
Remember City Boy?
Our guy.
But he was going to like Portugal or
Spain.
Madagascar or something.
Look at you.
And he said, so I'm not going to be around for a little while. And he's on hold.
You can call from wherever you're at.
I know you can, but when you say you're going to be AWOL for a while, and
he meant physically,
and we're counting on it. All right, City Boy, what's up, man? Where are you at, buddy?
Oh, you're killing me, man. It was 2 weeks ago that I last talked to you guys.
Yeah.
All right, so you're back already?
I'm back.
How was it?
Amazing. I'll tell you what. They're doing a lot of things right out there that we're not here. At
Spain?
Least in San Francisco.
Man.
It's spotless.
Where are we talking?
There's
Spain?
a piece of trash. Madrid.
Madrid.
Rioja also.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. There's no trash. There's no homeless. It's it's cheaper. It's metropolitan. It's great. It's phenomenal. I'm still not moving, but wow.
Gotcha. What do you got, buddy?
So anyway, I'm so stoked for these finals. What a great matchup these two teams are. And I just kind of wanted to give the one real big advantage that I see for the Warriors is their ability to make adjustments throughout the series. Because I think in a 7-game series, the key is adjustments. Because you're going to, it's very unlikely it's going to be a sweep. There's going to be adversity. There's going to be tweaks that Steve Kerr needs to make. And I think that he has the roster to make them. And we have the offense to make those adjustments and the defensive players. I'm not sure Udoka has those luxuries. I think they were playing like 8 players basically in the last series. Their offense is really mundane, kind of bogged down. A lot of one-on-one, a lot of, just high screen. And, I don't know that he can change that. I think he kind of has to roll with what got him here, and that's kind of that. The Warriors, the read and react, when I was a kid, the first athlete star I looked up to or I had admiration for was a guy named Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee developed his own style of martial arts called Jeet Kune Do. And it was basically the style with no style. It was basically the read and react of martial arts. That's the Warriors. They don't call plays, rarely, right? They call plays. They run their offense. They let what the defense is doing dictate what they're going to do. And they're professionals at it. They're the best. Steph Curry is probably the best read and react player in the history of the game. I think that's a big advantage for the Warriors over a 7-game series. I expect us to win the series. I'm picking Warriors in 6. We're going to win it on the road. But we will drop a couple games. I mean, it's going to be a fun series. I can't wait. So
yeah, me too, man. Enjoy it, City Boy. Appreciate it. What do you got?
That champagne that he gave us when we saw him last, and the wife loved it. So I was going to.
Was that the Prosecco?
Yeah, it was great.
You know what?
I kind of went overboard.
My kid drank it.
What?
My kid drank it. My 20-year-old got back from college.
Well, then, hey, you snooze, you lose.
The hell with the kids.
Right. Well, she's grown up now.
You know how much White Claw I have at the house right now?
I just
like
can't
7
get into
cases.
that.
Well, I can't either. I can't either. But the point is,
you got it abundant.
They suck down those White Claws like there's no tomorrow. These 20-year-olds and 22-year-olds.
That's what I remember.
And Dibley. Dibley's a big White Claw guy.
What'd you have?
Along with Supper.
Look at you. I was listening on the bar train to the morning roast and talked to Shasky this week. So, we do a State of the Union once a month, see how he's doing, and we talk. And today he said he thought Boston's defense was overrated.
Can I ask you, there was a drop that I missed something that you said. Who were you talking to?
Shasky.
Okay.
Yeah. So we were chopping it up, and this morning he said that he thought, if I heard him correctly, that Boston's defense was a bit overrated. Okay. And that's what's scaring me from a Warriors standpoint about, did you not see what they did collectively against KD and Kyrie and Jimmy Butler? And I believe there was a lot of let Jimmy get his, we'll stop the others, okay? Or Jimmy got the best of them, a few games. And then who did they have to deal with in the great Giannis coming downhill? So I just wonder how much in awe, if any, are the Celtic defenders going to be when they see this Warrior motion offense come at them? And you're right, a lot of back cuts. It's going to be different, but I just, from a physical standpoint, I don't see how the Warriors are going in here, or Kerr thinking like Shasky, Boston. Not that we can't get them, because we've seen that the Warriors were up 20 on the game. In Boston, Steiny, you mentioned the March game that was here. The NBA TV yesterday last night was showing the game in Boston. The Warriors were up 20. Boston came back and tied it. But is there anything fraudulent, and that might be too strong, about Boston's defense? Because I think they got everything.
Not fraudulent. I mean, they might not be as good as people think, but they're still better than 25 teams in the league. So we'll see. Look, I don't think anybody's going to be able to shut somebody down in this series. It's going to be all about efficiency and making the team miss more than they normally do, all those kind of things. There was one other thing I wanted to.
The official. Let me check Monte's feed because he'll tweet the officials. You got any problems with the official?
I don't know who they are. I don't care who they are, and I don't have judgments on either.
Did you see Foster? There was a meme going around. I was putting it on our Vine. He was in the Celtics jersey, and they're 12-0. So you get the gist of it.
Yeah, I'm with Dibley on all that. By the way, how many Finals MVPs did Kareem have?
I want to say 2.
So in other words, he played. That's correct. So in other words, he played in 5 finals with the LA Lakers and only won 1 Finals MVP. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who many people say is one of the 2 greatest players of all time. They say, oh, you got Jordan, and you got to put Kareem.
Well, yeah.
Got to put Kareem.
You ain't got to do it to me. That you need to put that on Twitter.
Go put it on for me because you're already engaged in this conversation. I don't want to have to, with the.
I've been on Twitter too much. I'm trying to cut back.
It kind of bothered me. I think I'm on social media a lot. I don't know where you get that from.
I'd never said that.
You said it earlier today. You said something like, Steiny, you're on social media. You just don't want to admit you're on as much as you are.
Oh, no, I would. That sounds like something my wife would say to the kids. No, my thing was you can't escape this noise. And why I'm not one of the smuts, I came up with the word, is I'm not one of them.
Puppet.
Yes, that's
a band, right?
My boy texted me about it. Listen, I'm admitting I want him to get it. That's all. It ain't his legacy is tainted, but the people, Jackals are run with it. Go do that. I'm like Robert Parrish, the chief we had yesterday. Why are they not appreciating what this dude has already done? But when we went out there, we all bonded, you, me, and him, and I looked in that man's eyes, and when he said he hears everything, he's coming to be the best Steph Curry he can be, and believe you me, we'll never hear from him if he was awarded this trophy. That would be the double bird. Now how my name tastes. Because it's ridiculous that this narrative is even out there. And your Kareem point was driven home.
Thank you.
But it wasn't Twitter then.
Thank you very much.
Twitter wasn't around.
See what else I have on my list.
I want to hear another one on your top 5.
Okay. This is almost a prediction. Almost.
And you're smiling.
I actually think there's a chance. Yes, you're correct. Zuki Maine, his second MVP was with the Bucks in '71. Well, that was actually his first one. Then he won one with the Lakers. That was 2 total. I think there's a chance. Wiggins outplays Tatum. Mm-hmm. You what?
Like, I wouldn't be shocked if that happened.
Is that on your list?
No,
too?
It didn't make my list.
Okay.
Wiggins made my list, but I'll give you that. I'm not mad at that. And are we going to think if that were to happen, are you going to come away? And I'm not saying you're wrong. Any of the listeners saying, "Oh, Tatum wasn't all that." I'm using Dibs' line. At what point do we draw a line in the sand? The Celtic team or whoever was representing the Eastern Conference to get to this juncture, it was special. You balled out. But if you get swept by the Warriors, do you go blow it up? Hell no. The Warriors not only are prolific on offense, they got a damn good defense, and I think that's being lost in this series because Boston's getting all the kudos for the defensive, end of the court. The Warriors at one point in this season before when they were 18-2 metric-wise were the best defense in the league.
It's actually the Smut Muffins, according to the 707. Thank you, 707. If Wiggins outplays Tatum, Wiggins will be the MVP. Okay.
I have no.
Listen, here's the thing though. When I say outplay Tatum, Wiggins is not going to average more points than Tatum in the series.
He ain't going to have the opportunity.
It's not going to happen.
All right.
But if Wiggins plays like he plays the first 12,
aggressive,
the first 3 series, and he's able to do to Tatum to a greater extent than what he did to Doncic, that to me is outplaying. I guess it's not fair to say Wiggins outplayed Doncic last round, but essentially he was a huge difference in the series because he did do a nice job on Doncic and then played very well on the offensive end, and then he rebounded on top of it. So that's kind of what I mean. Does he have another one of those in him?
Yeah, and that, man, you just covered the whole gamut with that.
I still have a few more.
No, I'm talking about with Wiggins and what he did in that series. Played offense, played defense, and crashed the boards. He was special.
925 says you're on crack if you think this is going to be a sweep.
Our prediction.
Who said that? Who said it was going to be a sweep?
I think when I was going on my little spiel, I said if Boston came in here and got swept, it wouldn't take away from their season. But people take
It might. It'd take away a little bit.
I'm not in for that. It's game one. I'm focused on
There
game
you go.
one.
There you go. Let's go to Scott. He's on I-80. What's to talk about?
Hello, gentlemen.
Yes,
Hey.
sir.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I called today because it's the start of the series, and what we have now is, Matt, you brought it up back in October, like Myers and Lakeup said, we got to bring the three back. Well, now it's all come to pass. I'm kind of feeling like this could be the last dance for us. And if we were to win the title, Guru, this will be the legacy one, whether Steph becomes MVP or not.
Agree.
This will be the legacy. You'll be watching this one with your kids 20 years from now because of the backstory with Clay, because of how they had to all come back together and Dre. So I'm just really happy to see. I've been a Warrior fan for a long time. I'm the guy that had the Phil Smith black room when he was a little boy.
One more time. The Phil Smith what, Scott?
I watched the Chiefs play for the Golden State Warriors at Oracle. So this is going to be the legacy title, Guru. And Matt, you're so good. I don't even have words to describe you.
What? Take that for data.
Was that Dan Daly?
Actually, the correct pronunciation is data.
Take
But
that
he's-
for data.
He said data.
I'm just saying it's the correct pronunciation, and they may have changed it.
Potato.
Because
tomato.
Waiter,
Thank you,
well, it's not
Spadoni.
potato.
I've never.
It's
yeah.
potato.
Yeah, that doesn't work for the saying though, Steiny. It's accents.
The
People
point
learn
is-
accents.
Okay.
You better be careful.
Don't do this with the English language.
You better be careful.
The English language and I were great friends. There you go.
Like people say,
There's a drop.
I want some like biscotti with my coffee. It's biscotti.
Don't tell me. You know what? Don't come down my Italian road either.
Come on.
Just because your
I know
last
you
name's
say-
Spadoni.
I know you say
my
biscotti,
mom's
though.
maiden name is Attili. So you got nothing on me Italian wise.
I saw Mom's golfing.
I got the vowel.
This is weird.
That's my. You
The
brought me
vowel.
to your house. We hit it off. Don't be jealous, but we talk. She's great.
I'm not.
She's out golfing. No Kane. No Walker. You're blessed, man.
She's getting up there too.
It's just
She's
awesome.
got the Spadone. She's got that Italian blood. Her mom lived to be like 97, I think.
Did she drink?
My mom?
Yeah, little shot,
a little bit here and there
before bed.
Like some wine. Now my Grammy, my Nana would have a little bit of wine every night. She was cooking at 96, man.
That's-
She was money. She was money.
kidding me?
Dead serious.
Grandma Inez lived to be 100. A shot of Jack Daniels every night before bed. I told you, you'd be like Granny. No Kane. That's incredible.
I need a new
lemonade, truly.
I need a new shot drink. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Patron ain't it?
Apple cider.
I hear you. Well, tequila.
I can help them.
You know what I found? And I'm not. You got to sip tequila. It's not really a shot type of drink.
Well, I got some friends. If you try sipping it, you got problems.
Really?
They'll Jock Peter send
Oh,
you
put a
some.
little ice in one little
A fam. No, they want you to man up and down it. I'm like, nah.
We got a break. We got a break. Got to go. Brian Scalabrine on the other side. You know him. Former Celtic great. He's up there in the rafters with Bird, McHale, and Parrish. Okay, he's not. Hey, before today's Warriors game, tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports, with live game shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Brian Scalabrine on the other side.
The NBA Finals, Game 1, tonight at 6.
It's taken 40.
this is a legacy game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I see what you did there, Spadoni. Now, Scalabrini's going to think that I actually think that there was a legacy game when I was actually making fun of legacy games. Joining us on the show right now, Odyssey NBA insider Brian Scalabrini. Insider calls brought to us by BetQL. Bet smarter on Boston versus Golden State with expert picks, spread analysis, betting trends, and more. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Scal, what's up, man?
So, you know what's funny that you say that? I'm all about legacy games, man. This is not a legacy game, but don't you feel like it's a legacy series for a lot of the Warriors?
Well, hold on a second.
Hold on. He's about to come at you, Scal.
What were we? What was it? Who said? Somebody said this. Somebody said Game 7, Phoenix, Dallas. It's a legacy game for Chris Paul. Hit the pike. Come on.
I mean, a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Scal. A little bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
We should get off this subject. I might get pissed.
How people love Chris Paul, but if he would have won that game, they would have called it a legacy game. That's for sure.
You're ruining the bit. Come on, Scal.
I love you, Scal.
Hey.
Well, here's why. Let me just touch on that real quick because I don't think anybody's talking about it. Like, as good as Steph Curry is, he doesn't get the love nationally as an all-time great player that he should. And the fact that Klay Thompson not on that top 75 list, Draymond Green not on that top 75 list, I think there's some truth to that. They almost are getting penalized for getting Kevin Durant, but they win this one, that all kind of goes away.
Yeah. No, that I agree with you on. That I absolutely agree with you on. What we were kind of arguing is the specificity of the finals MVP. And it's like, Steph, I don't know. Steph's fine.
He needs that.
You know what I mean?
No, he needs that.
Hey, we had Robert Parrish on yesterday, and Parrish said, get off Steph Curry. He said,
I think he's all-time great. I think, listen, we're debating some of the greatest to ever do it. You have to pick something to debate. Like, what are we doing here? Are you doing radio? I'm just saying, like, everyone is great.
But,
it's not like
Scal,
you got to come up with some stuff.
I love this guy.
He needs this.
Scal, when in finals history, and I go back to Bird and Magic, did we ever talk about the finals MVP before the series even started? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but that's the world we live in right now. The same world that we live in that when James Harden and Joel Embiid won their first 3 games together, they called them Magic Ring.
That was me. I got my hand up.
All right.
We live in the world of overreaction.
All right. After you're off, I'll apologize to Guru because we got into it. Hey, like before a series like this, I always like to. There's just some questions I have that I think will be part of the determining factor of a series, stuff that I don't know. Let me ask you this: Marcus Smart defensively, is he better on the ball or off the ball?
I mean, he's pretty complete both ways.
Is he?
He's very good at getting through screens.
And of course, I ask that because he's probably going to guard Curry most of the, as much as possible.
Yeah, but I mean, the Celtics are going to switch everything. I know it's like they switch everything. They're going to switch all that action. It's just going to be, what makes Marcus Smart great is he could. Like, if Kevon Looney is setting a wide pin down, he'll be in the body of Curry and then get underneath and then keep Kevon Looney from getting to the basket. It's just like, he's like a very, very elite defender for 2022 when you're looking for defensive versatility. That's what you're looking for right here. And he checks all the boxes for defensive versatility.
Scal, I'm so fired up, and I was lighting candles for you guys to take care of business against Miami. I do believe these are the best 2 teams, but this is how my gut's feeling about Boston, and I had you guys on a pedestal. There's no shame in losing to Miami, but you didn't close out in Game 6, okay. But in Game 7, Scal, up 13 with 3 minutes left, and Marcus Smart, not hero ball, and it was a little bit. I'm like, Tatum, you are the man. You go get it. Brown, where are you guys at? Is there anything to how that series finished out that scares you a little bit going into? Because that ain't going to beat the Warriors.
Nah, man, you're like my twin over here. They're exactly the same way I feel. Like you like the way the Celtics play when they're at their best. You look at them, and what I say, you're a little bit afraid of when they're at their best and what they could do defensively and offensively to the Warriors. But then there's things like how you not close out in Game 6, how you let Jimmy Butler go for 47, how you not close out in Game 7 and you give up that 13-0 lead. It's a non-negotiable. You cannot do that against the Golden State Warriors. You blink for 2 minutes, Warriors go 18-2 on you. So I am the only thing, and I know that this might ruffle some feathers the wrong way here. I think the Celtics, and you guys know how much I think the Warriors are elite. And I said from day one, this team's going to the finals. Their ceiling high. They move the ball. They defend at a high clip. They scramble well when they get broken down off the dribble. But in my opinion, the Celtics are a better team that could lose this series because of a 4-minute stretch here, a 6-minute stretch there, a bad third quarter, and you will not dig yourself out of that hole. And everyone says things like, well, that happens all the time. You know what it reminds me of? You remember when Golden State played Oklahoma City? And they were on the ropes before Kevin Durant came over. And that team with Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and Serge Ibaka, that team was nasty. But they could not get over the hump. They couldn't close out games. They had a big lead, 13 points in the third quarter. Klay Thompson goes off. It is very similar, in my opinion, to that young two guys that could do it. When they play there at bet, you're scratching your head, how do you beat this team? But then the Warriors figure out a way to win, and that's what I'm worried about more than anything.
Yeah, it feels like to me, and we're joined by Brian Scalabrine, it kind of feels like to me if the Celtics lose a game on a game when they were up 18 or 19, those are just killers. Like those, then I always feel like, well, now you're going to beat them 5 times. And that's going to be really hard to do. But it's also, the Warriors are so explosive. I kind of feel like Boston is smart enough to, because you got to kind of play through those stretches, but also be really aware of when they're going on.
Yeah, I'm heavily worried about that. I'm worried about when things start going sideways. And by the way, the Warriors turn the ball over more than the Celtics, but it's not the same thing. It's not like when the Celtics are bad, they are so bad. It is like you're really asking yourself, well, what is going on right here? But, the Warriors will sometimes get a little loose with the basketball, but for the most part, they play the same way. They fly around, they move, the ball, is hopping. They let go shots, some good shots, some bad shots. They make bad shots, they miss good shots. It's just we know who they are. It's like the Celtics are the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, where you saw in that Miami game, they come out moving the ball, pushing the ball, running off their defense, and then something happens. Like for 8 minutes, they walk the ball off the floor. I don't understand it. They don't necessarily understand it, but I just wonder. Against Miami, it's probably fine. Against Milwaukee, without Middleton, it's probably fine. I'm not sure it's fine against the Warriors.
Scal was telling Steiny last night, the NBA TV showed the game where the Warriors were up in Boston, and there was a healthy Robert Williams. And he's my key to the series for you guys. One of them, Scal. But how healthy is this man?
I don't think he's very healthy at all. I saw him barely. He was trucking in that Game 7. So I'd be surprised if he plays in 1. I would probably expect him to play in 2, but it wouldn't shock me if he doesn't play in 2. And then the Celtics just go out there and just see if they can get the most out of him. The thing is, like back in the day when Willis Reed came limping out of the tunnel, like if Willis Reed was out there playing against the Warriors, it would not be okay for Willis Reed to be checking those guys, The game is so different now. I don't think you can limp out of the tunnel and expect to have an impact. They will go at your you-know-what.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that him limping up and down the floor is just not a good look. And you act like Draymond Green's not going to see that and go at that guy every single time. However, it could be a dribble handout to a guy. It could be I'm not sure that you can play in the NBA in 2022 while you're nursing an injury where we can physically or visually see it. You out there limping.
We're joined by Brian Scalabrine. Here's another thing I was thinking. Can Pritchard and Tice play in this series?
Pritchard can, Tice can't. No.
Okay.
Wow.
He might have to,
right,
at times, but it's tough. Like So I mean, the Warriors they're high IQ, and they know how to attack certain guys. Pritchard, don't look at him because he's like a little white guy. It's not how it is, man. He guards, man. He really guards. He guards. So I think Pritchard will be fine in this series. I don't think Daniel Tice has the speed to play in this series.
Yeah.
Scal, you in the Bay?
I am in the Bay.
How you liking
it? I'll be there today. I'm excited about it.
You going to rip San Francisco like everybody else?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to rip San Francisco like every other media guy who's coming in here?
No. So, in general, I like it, but I'm staying right across the street from the ballpark, and I walk out, and I'm walking to Chase Center.
Yeah.
There's a guy, as I was walking up, I was like, dude, I might have some short shorts on. And as I got closer, sure enough, no pants, no draw.
He's in his birthday suit, Scal.
Welcome to the city.
What kind of city is this? So, hey, listen, there's some people that like me as a player. It's not like I have some faults. So don't act like your city don't have any faults.
I love it. Hey, Scal, let me give you a quick little nugget. Steiny's the skin's gonna crawl. But I used to coach CYO, and I had a player, Eddie House, 3rd grade, 4th grade, coached him all the way.
He's with me down here.
I know, and he's supposed to come on tomorrow. Just tell him you talked to his boy Guru. He calls me coach, Scal. But your boy was Steph before Steph, shooting threes. Incredible. Steiny's looking at me crazy now.
It's funny. We were talking the other day, and I said, how come Cal didn't offer you a scholarship? And he was going on about it, like, it wasn't it. They didn't want me. I go, nah, man, you ain't smart enough to get into school. Me and E House, man, we bust chops all day long.
Steiny Guru said, "What's up, man?"
Yeah,
I will.
He'd end up laying 61 on Cal in a game.
I know.
College.
I saw that game.
It was incredible, actually. I saw that game too. Hey, Scal, man, have fun when you're in town. Appreciate it as always, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. See ya.
All right, Brian Scalabrine. All right. Get ready to cut this, Spinoni. Ready?
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry, Guru.
4?
I was wrong. about the Steph Curry MVP.
No, you
know what?
If
he doesn't get it this year, I don't think he's going to get into the Hall of Fame.
I've been a part of organizations.
If he doesn't win the Finals MVP, he's going to drop down on my list probably 27 spots.
Well, you're going Dibs. That's material. I took one for the team, and I've done that. I've been part of groups, Steiny, where you do it, for the betterment of others. I was just telling you what was being said that but your venom, shout out Spider-Man, came at me, but I did it differently, and that's why I am the author of smut. It's out there.
You actually did it in a way that bothers me more than anybody else.
And I was studying you.
You know why?
You were in a cage, and I was just, look at this man change. And you change, but I get it.
And you badgered. You know how to get me, too.
I'll let you go on, though. I was studying you. I was writing notes.
You tell me you didn't interrupt me?
I'll let you get it off your chest.
By the way, that was Brian Scalabrine, Odyssey NBA Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by BetQL. Bet smarter on Boston versus Golden State with expert picks, spread analysis, betting trends, and more. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Somebody who said that 925 is hot in Cali. Sometimes you got to air it out. So maybe that's what the person was doing, Scal. So.
I mean, of all the issues San Francisco has, a dude walking around naked ain't a big deal. You know what I'm saying?
It's just weird to see. It's like, yeah.
All right, let's go to Hanks in San Jose. He wants to talk about the MVP debate. Got to get into it. It's the theme of the series.
Yeah, I'm out.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Hank.
How you guys doing today?
Hanging in there. How are you? What do you got?
Awesome. Hey, here's the thing about the MVP. Let's say Curry scores 35 points a game. Warriors end up losing the series. He gets the MVP. What good is it going to do?
Well, he'd be the... Thanks a lot for the call, Hank. Not much. He'd be only the second MVP Finals winner to come from a losing team. You know, the year Jerry West won the Finals MVP in '69, it was the first year they ever gave out an MVP trophy.
Come on.
Ever. A Finals MVP trophy. So
that happened in the... Wow.
Oh, boy. Somebody doesn't get my humor again on the text line. Curry will not be in the Hall of Fame if he doesn't win the Finals MVP, Steiny. This needs to stop. Your takes are ridiculous now. Hey, dude. I was coming at it from the other end.
Right. Have some fun. It's game one.
I was actually sticking up for Curry.
And
the fact that I don't give a rat's ass if he doesn't This win is the a finals legacy MVP. game.
When did you say that?
I was about Chris Paul.
Yeah, but Scal it wasn't you, but he said, this is what we do. I didn't come in here and say, hey, well, let's talk about the I'm mad at the Jackals talking about it like Steph needs this to be validated. That's a bunch of hogwash. But from a personal standpoint, I know what's being said, so I want him to get it. And did you see my Twitter last night?
No.
I give you the stuff you want to know. They're wearing the traditional white, the Warriors, and the Celtics will be in the Larry Bird greens with the white trim. That's thank you.
By the way, before Scal came on, I was talking about, I need a new shot to do.
Yeah.
And a couple Jamesons came over.
Yeah.
That's usually the one I'll do.
It's like Kool-Aid. Yeah.
And I know this one isn't like high class, high end. If I'm going to do a shot, I'll tell you what I'm at right. Just give me the Fireball.
That is like a liquid starburst.
Just give me a Fireball.
That's nothing. It's to go to these.
It's a bourbon, right?
Happy hours when my corporate day. Fireball. It's
Fireball
candy.
Fridays.
It tastes like. That's what we used to call it. Now I need something strong. People calling me peasants because I said Patron.
I don't know.
Like Patron is the best.
Say Reposado, apparently.
Reposado.
Fireball is what you drink in college.
Okay.
Wow.
So does Fireball have the same amount of alcohol as like Jameson? I'm sure it does.
Not that
right?
I'm aware of. I think Jameson has more.
Does Fireball have 40%? I mean, you know what? It's not about getting drunk.
Well, you want that 180. What's the stuff? You know what I'm talking. Richard Pryor was sipping. You almost helped him get on fire.
That was freebasing cocaine.
No, well, if that was part of it, but he was drinking too. What's the whiskey? Like it'll burn your insides up.
Somebody,
I think
not Jameson.
No, it's
the whiskey.
It's like once you do it, it's 187 proof.
Grain alcohol?
No, what is it?
Maker's Mark?
Moonshine?
Yeah, no, not moonshine.
By the way, if you like Fireball, you'd love White Claws.
Well, I'm just not into
What's with the low blows today? Try some Whistle Pig rye whiskey. People don't like my Fireball.
Yeah, people.
I know. Everclear.
Yeah,
Everclear.
Everclear, y'all.
Thank you.
Now that's what you sound like you need, Steiny. You'll be like, I'm done. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I found with our listeners.
Everclear.
They know their alcohol. We got an alcohol issue in here. Hey, boom, 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 boom.
Look at the gas prices. Everybody's drinking alcohol, man.
Let's go to. Oh, you know what? I know how much a lot of people like hypotheticals. Let's go to Diego in Marin. Hey, Diego, what's the hypothetical for us?
Hi, I'm just curious what you think it says about the Warriors that they've lost the first opportunity to close out each team they faced in the series, and if you think if they do that against Boston, if they'll still win.
Thanks, Diego. Yeah, I guess the Warriors are 0-3 in their first closeout game. I don't know. You don't want to play with fire, but what? Denver, they were up 3-0.
But that's when you put your guard down. You say you don't, but mentally you do. I want to ask you about what I asked Scal about. Am I making too much of them not closing it in Game 6, the 13-point lead dwindling in 3 minutes, as opposed to saying, hey, I seen the Warriors at their worst. When, Guru? When Dallas had him down 19 in Chase. When Memphis had him down double digits and they couldn't close. Like, I don't forget that. Am I being too...
Yes.
Because what if Boston can, like a tube of ketchup, what if they can grind and squeeze you out and make that Warrior team show up?
In the fourth quarter?
Or just in the first? Like,
Well,
that's why I don't think this is
there
going to
will be moments like that, I believe. I believe there'll be moments when the Warriors, are kind of locked up for periods of time. Is one of them going to be the last 6 minutes of a game? And you know what? And here's
that comp was great.
Here's where I'm a little different about, man, Boston. Boston has trouble closing out. Boston almost let I don't think Boston's that great offensively.
Okay.
So, they're going to have trouble closing out the Warriors.
All right.
They just are. Because I don't want to say it's isolation, But, man, they just put the ball a lot of times into Tatum's hands, do something. Smart's going to take a three.
Take turns.
Jaylen Brown, this, that, and the other
Take
thing.
turns.
It's like Warriors defend that pretty well. Like, to me, Boston's going to have to make some shots.
No doubt.
Late in games that maybe are a little unforeseen for them to win this series.
Scal said no Tice. I see him playing.
So,
Daniel.
So, Scal, who's seen him play 100 times this year. Brian Scalabrine, who's on the Boston Celtics network.
Just a gut feeling I got, Steiny. So
well, I'll tell you what.
If he gets 12 minutes tonight, tomorrow I'll do my victory lap.
Okay. So
I love the Everclear. Whoever pulled that, I feel that just made my day.
Good band too, Everclear.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, they have one good song. I forget what.
Well, maybe that's why.
I just remember their name. Let's go to. How about Mystic? Mystic's in the Dro. What's up, Mystic?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Just listening to this show and almost having an accident. I think somebody's been drinking Everclear and freebasing cocaine. Because listen to this. First of all, just real quick, I got 3 quick things to say. One, the idea that Steph Curry needs an MVP in the finals is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's something that Max Kellerman came up with when we were debating whether or not Kevin Durant or Steph Curry were the best players on the Warriors a couple of years ago. And I've never heard of any player being graded on whether or not they have a finals MVP to decide how great they are. It's retarded. Then number 2, I think that there's some hate still for the Warriors because they play quote-unquote pretty boy basketball. They don't play the way that everybody was taught to play with a big man, throw it down and kick it back out. They changed the game, turned it totally upside down, and people are still mad about that. See Charles Barkley, for example, and all these other ESPN clowns, Kendrick Perkins and all those dudes. And then number 4, the last thing is, the Warriors are going to win this series. They're going to win it in 6 games because Boston can't shoot. Yes, you have teams that are great defensive players. You have 2 teams that are great defensive teams, but Boston can't score. Their offense is horrendous, and when they hit those sluggish moments where they're not scoring, they're going to get torched. I don't want to hear about Marcus Smart guarding Stephen Curry in the regular season when the team wasn't even healthy. Forget all that. You're going to watch them go out in 6 games. Book it. And last, this is the best Warriors team that you've ever seen. Better than the Durant team. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Wow.
Come on, Mystic.
Mystic? I got everything on his list.
Relax, Mystic.
And Max Kellerman
better than the
who
Durant
started
Warriors.
this. That's where you focus on.
Well, no. That's where you hey, what did Max Kellerman say? I can feed off that. I can feed off these guys like a parasite.
That's the lowest hanging fruit, but it's the one that's most watched. They just do the stuff that you just like, are you kidding me? Well, I guess it works.
And then you bring it in here.
Never.
To get under my skin.
No,
I can't stand it.
That's not hard to do.
No. Actually, you know what? It's all an act.
Don't say that.
Most of it is.
Because then people think what we do is scripted, and what we do is art. What I do is art. What are you laughing at?
It's not art. What you do is not art. It's not art.
Well, call me Picasso.
It's freelance. It's ad lib.
Yeah.
It's
Please.
it's improv, but it's not art.
Oh man!
No, I think there was a band called Everclear.
The fact that you don't know they didn't do good.
They have one really good song actually.
Father of Mine.
Yes,
song.
That's a good tune, man. It was about an absentee father. Absolutely.
But you're front running if you didn't know that. Like, they had a song called Absentee Father. You're acting like that's how this happened.
To his credit, he said they had one hit song, so they weren't that well known.
Spadoni loves you.
And rightfully so. You ought to get a taste of that. Hey, Ryan McDonough, Odyssey NBA Insider coming up next. Tell you what, your boy's fired up. Cut it, Spadoni.
That's when you don't want to play ball, but they want you to play ball, but you didn't play ball.
Tomorrow, we are giving you another chance. KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage.
Make who?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let's get right to it. Joining the show, Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough. Insider Calls brought to you by BetQL. Bet smarter on Boston Golden State with expert picks, spread analysis, betting trends, and more. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. Appreciate it. And here's where I'm going to start. The theme of today's show was, what questions do you need answers to in order to formulate an opinion on who you think is going to win this series? And the one question I'll start out with you is the one thing we've seen when the Warriors are at their best during their big run here is they can sometimes render the opposing team's big men not useless, but they can really expose them. Where do Horford and Robert Williams fit in terms of can they play and be effective against the Warriors?
Yeah, really good question. Always good to be on with you guys, especially as we approach Game 1 of the finals. I think that's an interesting part of this series. And in fact, I think Robert Williams' most impactful and important series for the Celtics was actually the one they just came out of against the Miami Heat. His impact when matched up with Bam Adebayo was significant. When Bam was on the floor and Williams was off, Adebayo had a field day with the Celtics, and then Williams did a nice job limiting him. I think you'll see less of Robert Williams this series. Maybe the matchup is when Looney is on the floor, he is in, and then when Looney's off and the Warriors go small with Draymond at the 5, then Williams doesn't play. He is banged up. That's something to keep an eye on. He's listed as questionable. He had knee surgery a few months ago, and that's something the Celtics have been managing throughout the playoffs, where he's been available for some games and not for others. So I wouldn't expect to see him as much. I do think Horford will play. He's a crucial part of what the Celtics do. So I think Horford will start and play a lot. And Horford's versatile. Even at 35, he's able to play in big lineups or small lineups. So I think of the two, Horford will be the more impactful player in this series.
Always good to talk to you, Ryan. We're excited, and we've been sharing notes like, hey, Steiny, what's your biggest question going into this game? And I've done the same. But if we were to ask you that question, how would you answer it? What's your biggest question mark you have about this series?
Well, I'll give you two. One on each side is, do the Boston Celtics have enough perimeter defenders to match up with the Warriors' firepower? You guys know better than anybody all the guard potency they have with the shooting from Poole, with his emergence in addition to Curry and Thompson. Marcus Smart, I'm sure, will guard the primary ball handler, primary playmaker for Golden State and Steph Curry. Smart has done relatively well at that, as well as anybody can reasonably do against Steph. But does the Celtics have enough guys? Keep in mind, Smart has been injured as well. He has missed time in the playoffs. He is not currently listed in the injury report, which I think potentially bodes well for the Celtics. But in order for Boston to have a chance in this series, Smart needs to stay healthy, and he also needs to stay out of foul trouble, because I just don't think Boston has enough perimeter defenders without him. And then on the flip side, I'm looking at Jaylen Brown to potentially have a big series for the Celtics. And the reason I say that is because Andrew Wiggins, who, as you two know, has been phenomenal throughout the playoffs, really on both ends, and has emerged as a rock-solid two-way player. I think he will be the primary defender on Jason Tatum. That's what I'm fully anticipating. But who on Golden State guards Jaylen Brown? I think there's a big question mark there. Andre Iguodala in the past would have been that guy. He's obviously 38 years old and has been injured. He isn't the same player he once is. So I think that makes Otto Porter very important. Looks like he is going to play, went through practice. So, can Otto slow down Jaylen Brown? But that's one of the challenges for teams that match up with the Celtics. Not many teams have two wing defenders good enough to limit their two best offensive players in Tatum and Brown. So I'm kind of looking at some advantages, disadvantages on both sides with the matchups.
Ryan McDonough joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an Odyssey NBA insider. Let me ask you a little bit about Marcus Smart and his defense. And I've been asking this question to people who watch a lot of the Celtics. Guarding Steph Curry, there's kind of two things. There's when he's got the ball and when he's running around. Is there a difference between Marcus Smart and his effectiveness when he's guarding on the ball as opposed to when maybe he would be chasing Steph Curry around screens and such?
Really good question, and I think there is. I think Smart's ability to guard Curry on the ball is probably up there with just about any player in the league. But Steph Curry is the best I've ever seen at moving without the ball, especially moving as soon as he gives the ball up. And as you guys know, when you're guarding a great player, the tendency, it's human nature, is you're so focused on guarding Steph Curry, multi-time MVP, going to the Hall of Fame someday, that he releases the ball, and it's just human nature to relax mentally and physically for a moment, and then Steph takes off and relocates, as your listeners in the Bay Area know so well. So is Marcus Smart able to physically and mentally stay with Steph and chase Steph around? Golden State does a great job of screening for him, especially Draymond, when they play that two-man pick-and-roll game or dribble handoff game. That's just phenomenal, the chemistry those two guys have. So that's really going to be a challenge for Smart, especially coming off 2 consecutive 7-game series. In the semifinals in the Eastern Conference, they beat Giannis and the defending champ Milwaukee Bucks, and then another hard-fought 7-game series having to go down to South Beach and beat Miami in a game that came right down to the wire. So I think tonight, in particular, Game 1 sets up well for the Warriors. They've had some rest. We'll see if they are rusty in Game 1, but certainly it seems like they needed the break to get healthy. And then Boston, Smart in particular, and their other high-minute guys in Tatum, Brown, I think they're probably a little fatigued coming into Game 1 tonight.
Ryan, I need your help. This whole week's been about how did they get here? How did the Warriors get back here? And you talk about Steve Kerr winning in his first year, and he did inherit a great team with the homegrown talent of, Dre, Steph, and Clay. But do you think nationally this guy gets his just due? I know he's a top 15 coach, and rightfully so, but I think he gets lost a little bit with the greatness of Steph and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green.
I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. In fact, with the Warriors' great run prior to the past couple of years, I think there were a lot of people who, were critics of Steve Kerr saying, well, of course he won. Look at the talent he had, especially when Kevin Durant came in 2016, when the salary cap infamously spiked and Golden State put together an even better team from the one that won 73 games a year before. Said, well, of course Steve Kerr wins with that group. He can win with anybody. And then, frankly, there were certain people around the league who, the last couple of years when the Warriors struggled, said, look, I told you so. Without this super team, he's not an elite coach. Well, I think he's certainly proven that he is an elite coach. The teams in the 6 finals in the last 8 years, not many people outside of the Bay Area picked them to make the finals before the season. As you guys know, if you look at the preseason predictions, most of the people had some combination of the LA Lakers or Phoenix Suns, maybe even the Utah Jazz winning the Western Conference. Not many people picked the Warriors, and they've been consistently excellent. So I think he's probably the best in the NBA at letting the players go and having them have a lot of freedom, and you see that, and I think their offensive ball and player movement, the cuts and the off-ball relocation is terrific, but also having some parameters, some boundaries on it. He is a player's coach, but there is a method to the madness, and we've seen how guys in that locker room have responded to him, which, as you guys know, in the NBA or just even in pro sports today, in general today, it's really unusual for a coach to have that kind of command over a team for almost a decade.
Ryan McDonough joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an Odyssey NBA insider. Ryan, the Warriors, even from the beginning of the year, played a little bit of zone consistently over the course of the season. And in the playoffs, they have also. Now, they were going up against 3 great individual players, Jokic, Morant, and Doncic. Assuming they play a little zone just to play a little zone, is there any reason why they might have to use it more than they think against Boston? Like, what is there anything that Boston could do to cause the Warriors to say, you know what, we might have trouble guarding them with our conventional defense?
The challenge with playing a zone against Boston is Boston's role players are also their best three-point shooters. So a lot of times, as you mentioned, in a zone you load up because you're facing individual greatness and brilliance on the other side, and you want to slow down Nikola Jokic, Ja Morant, Luka Doncic, somebody like that. Against Boston, if you play zone to try to load up on Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, then Al Horford and Grant Williams are actually their leading 2 3-point percentage shooters in the playoffs. playoffs. Peyton Pritchard shot it okay, 36% in the playoffs, but he's capable of getting hot. He's pretty streaky. So that's the risk you run. A lot of teams, especially these star-dominant and star-heavy teams, you load up on one guy, try to take him away, and say the rest of these guys aren't good enough to beat us. That's not the case with Boston. This will be the best team that Golden State has played. This will be the deepest team that they played. I think that's one of the Celtics' advantages, is their depth. And for Golden State, getting healthier as well, I think that's why this series is so fascinating. Yes, Steph Curry and Jason Tatum and the stars will get most of the headlines, but I really think these teams are relatively evenly matched, and I think it may come down to guys, whoever stays healthy, whoever stays out of foul trouble, and whoever gets the best performance from their low-end starters and the guys in the rotation who come off the bench.
Ryan, I almost messed up my partner's blood pressure this morning because I told him everywhere I'm looking for finals coverage, especially on TV, national radio, it's about Steph and this finals MVP. Does he need it? We had the great Robert Parrish on yesterday, and he just thought that was ludicrous that people would even say that, like he needed that. When you hear talk like that, what comes to mind?
Who cares? Really, honestly, as a 15-plus year executive, when I was in the Celtics front office, we went to Eastern Conference Finals 3 times, the NBA Finals twice, and then won the championship in 2008. And in that 2008 title run, Paul Pierce was the MVP and deserving of it, but you could have made an argument that Kevin Garnett, who was our defensive anchor, defensive player of the year that year, two-way player, backbone of our defense, and best rebounder, that he deserved it. Ray Allen hit a ton of tough shots. You could have made an argument that he deserves it. Frankly, guys, I think any one of those guys, if you asked Paul, Kevin, or Ray, do you care who won the MVP? And no, they'd much rather obviously have the trophy. So for me, that's not something I think about at all as a member of the media now and a former executive. And knowing Steph Curry and the way he is, and Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, and the entire organization, I don't think that's something that crosses their mind for 1 second. Let me put it this way. If the Golden State Warriors are holding the Larry O'Brien trophy in a few weeks and Steph Curry is not the MVP, I think everybody, including Steph, will be very happy with that.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ryan. Really good stuff. Look forward to talking to you again.
Always great to talk to you guys.
Real quick, you got the Warriors in 7? Do I remember that correctly?
No, I got the Celtics in 7. I know that's unpopular, so I will stay out of the Bay Area for the next few weeks. I'll delay my trip to wine country and out your way until July, and if I'm wrong, I'll come back on with you guys and say I was wrong.
It's kind of a tough one to call. A lot of people are going 7 games, so that tells you it should be a great one. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Ryan McDonough. Insider Calls brought to you by BetQL. Bet smarter on the Boston Golden State series with expert picks, spread analysis, betting trends, and more. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ooh, he's got the Celtics.
Man, you and I got it. All 3 of us.
I'm ready to change.
He said you had 2 good questions.
What's new?
The
only weird thing is it wasn't 3 for 3. Although I could tell he was thinking he was going to say good question again, but he realized that he'd done it twice.
That dude. Dude. Nobody else even brought it up or remembered, but 3 of us got a 7-game series. So I'll say this to the masses out there: this has like a good pot of gumbo, every ingredient and fixture for one of the best final series ever.
Is it?
That's how.
Is it sacrilegious for me to say I love gumbo, but I just don't like okra?
Oh, I'm with you. I hate okra.
Yeah, I don't like okra.
I kind of just put it on.
Doesn't
the plate.
doesn't need.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I get you. And my kids and the wife. So this is when she's mad at me. What's for dinner? Okra and smoked sausage. I don't eat that. So it means you're on your own. So the kids
we have a couple of those.
I'll go to Subway.
In our house, in our household. Yeah. Island chicken is one.
I've never heard of that.
It's chicken with a
gravy.
No, it's like it's marinated in something that, of all the marinades out there in this world, it's just on the low end.
All right.
That's all. So, look, I'm out with the island chicken. Let's go to Rhonda. Rhonda's coming to us with a solution here. I like solutions. Hey, Rhonda.
Hey.
Help me, Rhonda. Mm-hmm.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Listen, I really enjoyed you all fussing with each other. Just so you know, it makes for great radio. Because you guys are like, you know what buttons to push for each other. But I want to, as you're talking about the MVP versus the team, it's just showing the changing of the time. So check this out. back in the day, we used to love a team. I was from Pennsylvania. I loved the Philadelphia 76ers. We love teams. And now what they do is they love players.
Yeah.
I know a guy, his favorite player, he just loves, his favorite player, whatever team that player goes to, he just likes that team. So that's what happened, changing time. And also when people are wondering about Steph Curry, when he slaps his chest and points up, for you guys to worry about whether or not he's worried about the MVP, you're just saying you don't know him. Who else makes shoes and puts a Bible verse on? All he's saying, my game, God's glory. So he doesn't care about MVP. He's the most unselfish player you ever met. Yep. He's a unanimous MVP back in the day. I mean, he's the best shooter in the world. I just like to challenge one day. I was shooting fast because I never wanted my shot blocking fading before Durant and Curry were even thought of. But anyway,
Rhonda.
I just overall.
Hey, Rhonda, let's play a quick game. Yes. Who was the MVP in '83 when the Sixers won it?
Oh,
Finals.
I know.
I'm going to say Dr. J, but I have no idea.
Nope, it was Moses Malone. See, it doesn't matter. Point well.
Moses Malone. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Rhonda, real quick, everything you said about Steph, I agree with you. But does it make me a bad person that I know he doesn't lose sleep on it, but because I know there's a fixture or a sector of people that talk about that stuff, Rhonda, I just want it probably for him more than he wants it. That don't make me a bad person.
Guru, no one in the world can think you're a bad person. You laugh more. You're so passionate. There's no way no one thinks you're a bad person. What it makes it think to me is that you did your homework. You're listening to what people are talking about. You just happen to bring it up. But when you brought it up to Steiny, you're like, hey.
He was hot.
Why in the world would I talk about MVP versus what team is winning? It's just so stupid. I get it, Steiny. I get that part.
You're the best, Rhonda.
This is the changing of the time.
Yeah, you're right about that. No, see, you did it. You said you hit the nail on the head.
Now cut that, Spadoni.
I appreciate it. Basically, what you said was, you're worried. Am I a bad person because I know the Jackals are going to be out there if Steph doesn't win it, I just would feel so bad if Steph didn't get it. And it's like, well, of course you would, because you protect him. This is the epitome and the definition of how you protect Steph Curry.
Every time I think I want you to speak at my funeral, you say things like this and I change it because I'm the guy that said in 18 he should have made the shot against Toronto when they celebrated and you said it was too difficult of a look.
Tough shot.
So just with that, we talk about the chef, but we should have brought that up when we saw him. That tells you I'm not a protector.
No, you are.
I know this. Listen,
you said I'm gonna feel bad.
I like your voice. You got a good thing going. It sounds like little Cindy Marshall Brady. The bottom line is, I know what the streets are talking about. I know what TV. That doesn't supersede me thinking, or hey, John Dickinson, because I talked to JD. I said, I can't. All I care about this series is the NBA Finals MVP. No, I just want that for a good person that don't give a rat's ass about it, and that's Curry. But ain't no way they win and he's not getting it. No way.
If you ever want proof that Dr. J's overrated, Finals MVPs, 0 for Dr. J.
Choke artist.
Mm-hmm. See, here's the thing. Use it when
Moses
it suits you.
was MVP of that 83.
Of course he was.
Oh my, they swept him.
That's the reason that they were great. He was the MVP the year before that. People don't even realize that. Philly got to the Eastern Conference Finals the year before that.
Moses.
Actually, I think they got to the finals. Yeah, 82. The Sixers got to the finals because Boston didn't. So the Sixers lose in the NBA Finals, and they signed the MVP. Sounds a little similar to something that happened out here.
Oh, wow.
No, seriously.
No, I see the parallel.
Mm-hmm.
But this team out here didn't need who they brought in.
Well, they did after Draymond
Guru
went
is
crying.
soft as a marshmallow. Those are the type of things that stay with you. Because I'm not.
Yeah. All right, this guy called before and I didn't get to him. Let's go to Spaz. Spaz is in Oakland. One of the reasons I'm reluctant is just the name.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
you.
Spaz.
Come on, y'all don't miss me. I used to call all the time.
But why let me ask you a question. Why would you refer to yourself as Spaz? It's a nickname for spastic. which is
Whoa! It's like my music name. That
Okay.
I had. I was like
artist.
13, so.
all right. I got
Yeah.
you. Can we make it like Spazzy D or something?
Look at this.
He said, "Spazzy." I just want to tell y'all that I love y'all show. I appreciate y'all. Just two things real quick. I want to comment on this Game 7. I don't think it's going 7. I mean, I'm not saying we just going to blow them out, but I've seen the Celtics be too inconsistent this postseason, back and forth, just letting teams hang around. I don't think we're going to let them, they're not going to be doing that to us. It's going to be a wrap. And lastly, about the MVP thing, I've been a Warriors fan my whole life. They used to give out free hot dogs and free T-shirts if we scored 100 points. Like, that's where I came from. I don't care who win the MVP. Let's get this title, baby. Love y'all. Keep doing what y'all doing. Y'all stay blessed. And shout out to Robin. Y'all tell Robin call in.
Wow. We hadn't heard from her.
Hey, how about this? This is just great producing from our guys. He remembers back when. You know who else remembers back when? Draymond Green.
I remember walking downtown Oakland giving away tickets to the game as a rookie for one of our little team activations or community things that you have to do. And like certain guys had to go on the BART and give tickets away. Like I remember that. It wasn't that long ago. And so a much less respected franchise, but we're able to change that. That's what it's about.
I actually remember that.
That's
like Festus Ezeli would be on BART. Was it Festus?
Man.
It was probably about 10 years ago. 10 or 11 years ago.
That's Drake. Started from the bottom, now we're here. And that's what that was. Started from the bottom.
Right, but that was around before Drake ever came. That
Right,
notion,
but
that theory.
The point is, the Jefferson's moving on up.
Exactly.
They were giving tickets out. You ain't doing that now.
So Drake's just copying off of moving on up, essentially.
You're not going to bait me. I know what you're doing.
I'm just telling you. Walk it, talk it, walk it, talk it.
He was featured on that.
Worst song
That was a feature,
time.
with the Migos. Yep. Shout out Quavo. Or Quavo.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
He's from the A. He is.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, my God. Did you get serious all of a sudden?
I got somebody that listens to me daily. And, I tell you, I run Game Film Bag. So I got some crutches I'm working on.
Okay.
Yeah, so if like Willard saw me Space Cadet earlier.
Right.
I was working on what I'm working on, so it didn't,
so there's things you're working on to be better on the air.
Yeah. And to help you.
Okay.
All
right.
So if you see things, just know, he's working on.
Well, no. So I can just. That's cool to know. I can rest assured that you're working on.
Like I laugh.
Interrupting me.
I laugh a lot. I'm trying to dial that back.
That's not the problem.
Oh my
with your broadcasting. There was a great one once. Gary Radnich still is great. He used to say, "Laugh into the mic."
Oh,
you don't want to laugh at
that.
Remember you used to do that in the beginning? You used to laugh and you used to turn your mic off. And I'd be like, what are you doing?
Try not to laugh a lot. But yeah.
Yeah, 925, Drake. He's overrated. He's overrated.
Stop. Thank you.
All right, coming up next. We got a half hour left in the show. I see some calls. We'll get back into it. I want to talk a little bit about the Warriors offseason again and how it seemed like it wasn't very dramatic, but it sure got the job done. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in an accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations, and we're here to help. It's as easy as taking a photo of the damage, uploading it to our website.
And I thought it was going to be
My gosh.
walking,
Almost
talking,
like dead,
talking.
dead air. Spadone, what's up? Something's missing right now. Oh, something's missing, all right.
I can hear you.
What's going on?
I'll explain behind the scenes right now. So Nahegan just came into the boardroom and said, last time the Celtics won the title in the 80s was the same year Top Gun came out. And now the new Top Gun came out this year. And I was like, I should come back with Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins.
No, you shouldn't.
And I choked. And,
he admits
there
it.
you go.
Maybe come out. What's that? Loggins and Messina. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey. I think that's Loggins and Messina.
This is better, though.
This is
Is it?
I didn't like how they did the brother in this, the one brother in the field.
They had one?
Yeah. Tom Cruise
What
went in
happened?
on him. He didn't fire.
So he wasn't. It was Goose.
Yeah, it was Iceman, Goose, and
Goose was overrated.
Maverick. Yeah, you're right.
Let me tell you something.
I am Iceman.
Cocktail was better than that movie.
Dude, that's my girl.
Who?
Weird Science. She played in Weird
Kelly
Science.
LeBrock? I don't think
No,
so.
Kelly Preston.
Yeah. Right. Kelly
Preston.
LeBrock was Weird Science. She's different than Cocktail.
Elizabeth Shue was who you're thinking of in Cocktails.
No, I'm
It's actually
you
got
guys
two
trying
wrong.
to tell me what I'm talking about.
So there are two mistakes
Okay.
there.
Kelly Preston was in
what?
Cocktails.
Kelly Lynch. And Gina Gershon.
Oh, Gina Gershon, yeah. She was also in.
I'll do my own research.
I can't remember.
Yeah. You did something to your hair.
I wet it. I always wet it
You're
when it gets
sharp.
too long.
And you ain't got it cut yet.
I know.
You look good.
I was going to get it cut this afternoon till the boss came in and said, "Hey, Steiny, I'm going to need to talk to you for 5 or 10 minutes after the show. Is that cool?"
And I
What are you
want to
gonna
know
say?
what
Hit the
about.
pike?
It didn't include me.
That's what
You're
worries me.
doing a great job.
That's actually what worries me.
You're doing a great job.
I'll tell you what, if he sends me into game 1 of the NBA Finals in a bad mood, I'm going to be hot. I'm going to be hot. Let's go to Tennessee. Tennessee is in Oakland. Wants to talk to the Goo. What's going on, Tennessee?
Hey, Goo.
Hey.
Hey, just wanted to say I've been listening to your spicy takes for a real long time. All of you never felt the need to call in until Goo said he should stop laughing. Do not stop laughing. You're doing great. We love it. You keep doing you, Guru.
Wow.
There you go.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was something I wasn't going to stop, but, tail it back a little bit.
Yeah, good call, 510.
Shouldn't stop.
Yeah, thank you, Tennessee.
I thought you got rid of him.
Yeah, I don't get rid of guys. I don't know how to hang up. I just know how to get them on the line.
So did your quarterback that you're not good at the audibles, they got to whisper into your ear?
Now, did you not hear me? I said, I can let people on. I have no control over Spadone's mood.
Yeah.
About when to get somebody off the air. Oh, I was going to say, we have no clue when to get somebody off. Oh, yeah, it's funny.
Now, we're going to get back to Wiggins. This just came. This is gold. This is what it's about. 925. Last time Kendrick Lamar dropped an album, the Warriors won a title.
Okay.
It's been forever and a day since he's done it. He dropped one just about 3 weeks ago.
Now, when you say album, you mean song, probably. Right?
No, this album.
How many songs and how long's the album?
Now, those are things I don't have at my disposal, but it's at least 10 songs.
Right, and it's
a
probably
great
like
album.
33 minutes.
Oh no, Steiny, he's an artist. He ain't doing that.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about rappers. They need to lengthen their songs. The
Fabby
problem
Davis is listening to us.
Well, then make a song that's 6 minutes long. Not these 2.5 minute things.
They get
because
paid
you can't
now.
think of the second lyric.
No, they get paid now by just giving you a little and then reeling you in. Yeah, I learned it. They don't do the old. What's your boy and my boy Jay-Z and
I'm old school. You put out an album, it's got to have 8 songs, and it's got to be over an hour. Mm-hmm. By the way, Kendrick Lamar apparently, according to 510, dropped albums in 15, 17, and 18.
No, he did not. That's oh, okay. That's when they won.
15, 17.
Well,
oh,
okay.
yeah, good call.
Yeah.
He also came out with Section 80 in 2012, but that's not relevant.
Steiny, you don't know anything about rap. What do you know? You didn't know about
Big
me.
homie's gonna be fine, bro.
Thank you.
Fabby Davis, I
Let
talked
me
to
tell
him.
you
Steiny.
something, 415. I was at Rick James concert, 1981, baby.
When my boys talk about you, I do throw that out. Like he was at
War,
the concert. Who
Atlantic
else?
Star,
Houdini,
and Commodores.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm
Fabby
sorry.
Davis.
No. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Fabby Davis having invited us to his after hours at his spot. Fabby Davis.
He didn't invite me.
He told me to tell.
That doesn't count.
He didn't actually say it that way, but I got a +1.
That actually does not count. Unless he's like, yeah, bring a friend.
I don't get out on weeknights when we got to work.
Why? We don't work till 12. That's one thing I'm starting to realize is, I like to get into bed about 8:30.
It's like, what are you
And then it's
doing?
like, it's 9 in the morning. I'm like, I got a good 12 and a half hours of sleep. It's too much. That's too much. Who do you want to go to? Shaka, Polo, Damien. Let's go to W in Oakland. Haven't talked to him in a while. I don't even know who he is. W, how you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Game 1. Yes.
It's game 1. I'm just checking in with y'all, seeing what y'all got on this game line. It's +3.5. I'm just seeing who y'all taking. But I do got some insight I'm trying to give y'all, but I want to hear y'all opinion first.
I think the Warriors win tonight.
Yeah, I got the Warriors by 6 tonight. But we got them in 7, both of us in the series.
All right, I'm going to tell you this. It's going to be Boston in 5, and I'm putting $20,000 on Boston to win game 1. And if you want free money, take the money line.
Please.
Okay.
All right, W.
Do we bite or
20,000's worth? First of all,
20 rack.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Who out there believes W's laying 20 racks as you? I like that.
If you have that, you ain't betting because you don't need to. You already got money.
Well, you can't use that.
That's how I always looked at it.
So Michael Jordan, who's got a betting gambling problem. I mean,
yeah, he was. That was at a competitive.
He calls it a hobby.
Thank you, but no, he was competitive.
Oh, you think?
Nobody could handle him on the court, so he tried to keep doing it.
I got
It's adrenaline.
Yeah. Steiny had to pull over to tell you Rick James and the Commodore. It was Earth, Wind, and Fire. It's not rap. Yeah. Let me tell you something. You weren't even alive back in 415. Back in the day, we called it rap. Mm-hmm.
Rick was a poet, man.
Yeah, there you go. Buffalo, New York. What else you want to know about him?
I saw his, what do they do on VH1? See, I'm out on that.
Heartbreak Dizzy is in Oakland. What's going on, Heartbreak Dizzy? Mm-hmm.
Fellas, what's up with my guys? Man, how you guys doing today?
Oh, dynamite. Except I got to talk to the boss after the show. Other than that,
I just wanted to call and chime in about the Warriors, man. I'm confident about tonight, man. I got Warriors for sure, like I said last time, winning in 5. Oh yeah, real quick, man, Guru. I heard you talk about my boy, Mr. Fab. I'm one of his partners. I'm gonna be with him tonight. You officially got the invite. Anytime we.
There it is.
Man, you guys are always welcome to come through, man.
Hey, we gonna meet you tonight, Steiny. What's up?
Appreciate it.
You got curfew.
So he's got. They're gonna go. They go to the game and then they go.
Yeah, he's got his club. It's after hours.
Where is
testing
it?
last
You
night.
know where it is?
On Broadway.
Oh, so it's not the battery.
Yeah, let's do it. No, it ain't the battery. It's his battery. I'm going. I'm tired of going at
No, you're
home
not.
and
No, you're
watching
not.
the
You won't
reruns of
go.
Three's Company and getting into bed to get up, and we had work to 12.
Let's go to Damien in Oakland. Hey, Damien, how you doing, man?
I'm good, Steiny. But look, man, I'm gonna put a full disclaimer. I'm the guy who wants to see Steph Curry win the Finals MVP, but I'm gonna tell you why.
There we
First and foremost, let me say this. He ain't winning it if the Warriors don't win. So it's not like we would rather him. We care more about him winning than we do the Warriors winning. It's just we know that from watching him that he is the most valuable player, even if everybody else outscores him or does all this other stuff, because his presence on the floor makes it possible for everybody else to do better than they would when they're not playing with him. Kevin Durant included, Kelly Oubre included, Andrew Wiggins included, Harrison Barnes included, Mo Spates included. All these people who got paid to go somewhere else need to be giving Steph Curry some of them dollars, because they would not have won it, or they would have not have got them contracts had it not been for the freedom that Steph Curry allows them on the court. What we are missing in this playoffs, though, and this is what's going to help me get my wish, is these Curry flurries that were so much a part of the last Warrior runs. We're going to get some of those in this series, and everybody is going to see Steph Curry is the best the Warriors have had, Kevin Durant included. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Damien. Appreciate it. By the way, I got a question for you.
But the Curry flurries.
What about him?
When I would put on that,
Hasn't been cold here lately. By the way, is it a splash or is it a flurry?
it's
I mean,
a Curry.
one's water,
when he
one's
goes on a
ice.
bender like Luka was doing.
Well, then they call it a heat check, so I don't know how many elements are going here.
Hey, I got a question for you. So, did you see that? You see that thing in Forbes that LeBron James is a billionaire?
It's incredible.
Well, so help me out here.
That is incredible, man.
Well, help me out here.
Okay.
So I'm looking at Steph Curry. In his career, he's made $250 million on the court. All right? Let's do a little math here. That's $250.
I'm uncomfortable with this.
Why?
Because
there's another man's pocket.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
But where are you going? You're at 250.
Can somebody please tell me all of Steph Curry's action off the court? He's got Subway. What else has he got?
Under Armour.
Under Armour. Brita. Right?
Look at
Brita.
You've already done this.
What else has he got?
Oh, he's got that crypto company, doesn't he? Or he's a part of it.
Yeah, crypto. I want to say he's got some kind of clothing thing, too.
Wow.
Anyway.
You can look up this stuff. Look at
does he have Callaway?
Chase Bank?
How the hell is he not a millionaire? He's squandering his money.
Billionaire,
yeah.
Billionaire.
Yeah, he's there.
Any billionaires out there, how hard is it to get from $250 million to $1 billion? I mean, come on, it's just the right investment here, right investment there.
Elon Musk.
Go out in the street, little bit of action.
Man.
Hertz, State Farm. You know what? Curry sounds like he needs a money manager if he doesn't have a bill by now.
Nah, he had too many clubs in his hands coming out of Dick's. I believe he was at Dick's. Sporting good.
CarMax or Carvana.
Right.
Oh, yeah, CarMax. Him and Kelly Oubre.
Wow. Tsunami.
I cannot believe he still has a sponsorship. Kelly Oubre.
How's he feeling now? I want to drink a beer and watch the game with Oubre and our boy that left the Warriors to take less money, Bazemore.
Kelly got paid, though. He's chilling.
Well, you know
I
what?
can't think of two guys I'd rather not watch a game with.
No, I'd interview him like, how much does it? I'll go Roy Firestone. Does it bother you?
Well, he just said it does. Bazemore, there was a story on Bazemore that it bothers him.
He's uninvited.
So you don't need to invite him.
He's uninvited. What about Oubre? Spadoni said he got paid. Money ain't everything, guys.
Thanks, Goo.
For some players, it is, though.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's go to Polo. Polo's in Redwood City. What's going on, Polo? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good.
All right.
Yourself?
Oh, dynamite.
Fired up.
Okay. Okay, here's what I have for the Warriors game. I have Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, the most important pieces in the finals. Why I think Klay Thompson can keep up with Jaylen Brown, and I need Draymond Green to outscore Horford.
That's a good one. I like that one. I like that one, Polo. Because earlier I compared a little bit of
Horford,
Draymond, and Horford. Because Horford goes games where he doesn't score. He's not scoring.
But when you get like Ryan talked about the good the good Boston team, Horford's a part of that, I believe. But he's more polished on offense than Draymond, Steiny. But Dre will take a three if it's there. But if they had a shooting contest, I'd bet on Horford. But Horford, he's been good. How old is 36?
Tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not waking up 1-0.
By the way, here's some breaking news. That is so far from breaking news that anybody with 2 ears and 2 eyes knew. Jeff Van Gundy's got COVID.
And is there a cover-up? Because we knew he had it the way he sounded.
There was no
Sunday.
Doubt.
This is a bad. But Bream is back. People thought he's out too. No, he's back.
Well, Woj is out. Adrian Wojnarowski.
Mark Jones is in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Breen's out tonight.
Mark Jones and Mark Jackson.
Who else?
It's just those two.
Dan Issel?
No.
I hear Dan Issel.
Two brothers on the call.
Who's
smoked the
who's sidelines?
Lisa Salters.
All right, she just got extended.
What happened to our girl from Oakland?
Allie LaForce?
No, Andrews.
Malika?
Yeah.
Which one? Malika does the studio stuff.
She'll be pre and post, I believe.
Yeah, she's in studio.
I got a tape. I'm the dude that's going to be at the game with Dibs and the rest of the gang here, and then I'll go home and watch it.
You're going to be the guy at the game who's skulking around looking for people to handshake with.
Now you going
Hi,
Shasky
Malika.
on me.
Hi, Malika.
No,
I've been watching you. You've been great. You're great.
I want to watch the
Hi, Kendra.
Oh, I don't.
You
do
guys
that.
are great.
Yeah. No, because then
hey,
it gets
Jalen Rose, big dog.
Listen.
What's up, Jay Rose?
Okay.
I can see you doing that.
All right. When you're good looking, things get misconstrued.
Oh,
so you can't talk.
I got to bring this up.
Oh,
because I didn't understand this one from earlier. We were off the air. Guru goes, Steiny, if I see Stephen A. Smith today, I'm walking the other way.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And I'm like, why? That's your guy. And he goes,
not today.
I'm not dressed well enough.
All right. I've seen him
Guru
before.
says, I'm not dressed well enough.
No.
He's got a jacket on with a nice white shirt under. I think he looks
with
fine.
Sneakers, LeBron sneakers, because I left my shoes. I'm supposed to be fitted. Bonte, well, he's on TV. He'll be fitted. If they see me, I'm going the other way. That's the dude I talked to with Steiny. Bonte, help me. It'll hurt the show, Steiny. I'm going to be upstairs.
Shaka in Berkeley. What's going on, Shaka? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Good. You better if you see it, man, look for the island. I'm good, man. Don't look down at this money on the ground, man. You better go up there and tell him who you is, man, because you're a fan favorite out here, man.
We love you.
Yeah, we love you, Shaka.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Shaka. I couldn't understand. We had a bad connection.
You sound like the dude from Waterboy, like that no one can understand.
Is that the Adam Sandler movie?
Yes, correct.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the 925 means? Guru, who you calling good looking? Question mark. I was referring to myself.
Yeah, it was the PGA Superstore in East Palo Alto.
Oh, yeah. I think it was Palo Alto. Shout out EP. I got folks out there.
He's got Holy Moly. That's right. I forgot about that.
I'm
That is a
uncomfortable
great
with
show.
this one.
Let me tell you something.
Great in ratings.
Have you got
I'm
a
assuming.
number? No, we don't got numbers. If we're going to do something, we need to see it all the way through.
He's
I don't
not
like
managing
this.
his money
Steph,
well.
Listen, please.
Steph, you are not managing your money well if you're not a billionaire by now. I would have turned that into something. Actually, I don't know. I can't even fathom that kind of money. But somebody who's got that money, what's it?
Mayweather.
How hard is it to go from $500 million to $1 billion? Because it sounds like it's kind of easy.
Yeah, man.
And then somebody would say, you know how hard it is to get to $500 million? Well, you got to do it again.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how hard it is to get to $500 million. I mean, 500,000.
Where you watching the game? That's what
Barely
people
to
want to
50.
know. Where Twitch is
It's a
asking.
great question.
You should already know.
I don't. My buddy Dana.
So what if you're caught in the wrong place before tip?
Couple things. Well, I'll
Got the
okay.
Odyssey app. That's what you got.
Yeah.
Gotta listen to
link
the
it to
game.
us.
Come on,
Good
shout out
call.
Get
Tim
that boy a
Roll.
raise.
Come on.
My buddy Dana,
Ali?
he was in Vegas for that golf match. So
What
he's not
was
getting
that?
back till
Yes,
5.
And it was during the day?
Yeah.
Like it was a weekend? They blew that. They just admit it. You botched it.
I got to tell you something. And I'm not.
You
I'm
got a
not-
meeting with the boss.
I know. I'm not totally
Just
joking.
threw
It's
you
like-
off. Yeah.
Because you know what? He didn't smile or anything.
And then he said, I don't got to talk to you. He looked at me. Text me what he said.
But here's the thing. You were hurt. Like, no, I'm getting talked to. You get to leave here. So clearly you're not in this one. But that bothers you.
Well, you could be getting an endorsement or something.
Endorsement.
Baby Shaq
Who wants
over there.
me to endorse anything that they have?
Fireball.
Fireball. Dude's back there on fire. I have never been this excited, Steiny. Warriors get game 1.
Yeah.
Because if I tell you it's a must, you're going to throw something. That's fine. I'll duck. But you just don't want Boston to feel like what they set out to do, they did it in game 1.
This is a legacy game. Do that one more time, Spadone.
Mayweather broke, Goo? Mayweather ain't broke.
Give me that one more time. This is a legacy game. That's what I think about
That's
that.
pretty good.
Yeah. How much we got here?
Got about minute 30. Cedric Maxwell.
Cornbread.
Coming on. And Ramona Shelburne as well. Damon Ratto.
She wrote a real good piece today in ESPN about the Warriors.
Man.
And how they kind of stuck together, and they got back to where nobody thought they'd get to. I haven't read it, but
and it kind of talks about
Lucas
the
tried to
too.
jam it down my throat.
Well, I don't want to ruin it.
I told Lucas, find me one thing in here I don't know.
He texted us,
And he
emailed
said,
us.
What was the thing he said? He said something about Myers and that Myers convinced Durant, hey, help us out, do a sign and trade.
That's
as
Wiggins.
opposed-
Like, that ain't getting enough. I know where it is. That ain't getting enough run.
It was D'Lo, but
who ended up being who?
Right, but you gotta fill in the blanks.
What were we up against it?
We're not actually. We still have 45 seconds.
Who they got? Oh, we know who they got.
Yeah, apparently, there's a big difference between 250 million and $1 billion. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hook up with Dibs.
Where you guys going?
I'll fall off into the Chase Center. If I see Stephen A., I'm going the other way, man. Yeah. If I see anybody, I'm going straight to my seat if I got one.
It's kind of sad.
Yeah. Goo, you'll
have a seat.
Goo can
in the
stand
hockey
toe to
press
toe
box.
with Jalen Rose, though. The hairline Goo is immaculate for you.
Mine's actually better now.
I think so too. Don't be scared.
Look, Steiny don't like when I'm confident.
Will Steiny ever admit to not liking the Warriors? I love the Warriors. I love the Warriors. 510. I just can't stand fans like you. How about that?
Game 1.
Go Warriors! This is a legacy game.
The NBA Finals.
Nothing easy.
Game 1 is tonight. and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Here we go. Game 1 of the NBA Finals tips off in exactly 3 hours from right now, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that's pretty much the focus of the show. That's where we're going to keep this conversation for the next hour and a half. It's yours truly. It's Ray Ratto. We're going to be joined by Cedric Maxwell later this hour and Ramona Shelburne a little bit later on today, talking about the NBA Finals. Warriors Live, of course, begins at 4:30. We go to 5:30. We throw it to the arena at 5:30. That's when Tim Roy takes over. And then basketball takes over Planet Sports at 6 o'clock tonight. Ray, I'm excited. I love me some basketball. Turn your mic on if you want to be excited, too, about it.
I'm more keen on Giants-Marlins. I think that could be a showdown.
Huge series. Huge series starting in Miami. Let's put our focus on that, shall we?
Okay, no. I think we're done now.
Oh, man. I tell you, this is, I'm a little giddy. I love basketball. I truly, truly love basketball to the point where I don't think anything could have made me as happy as the little bit of news that Mark Grandy passed along. I said, I really hope tonight we get the Warriors either in their home whites or wearing gold, because I want the Celtics in green. I want the Celtics in Celtic green on the road in the NBA Finals, and he took me to a website that has all the color combinations that we will see in the NBA Finals. And I can tell you, we got white on green in the first 2 games of these NBA Finals. The Celtics will show up wearing black Boston uniforms, which I really didn't want to see in the NBA Finals, but I guess we'll see them in Game 5. I can live with them in one game.
You got to sell stuff.
You got to sell stuff. You're right about that.
I mean, I to the extent that uniforms move me, I not only want the Celtics in green, but I want them without the black
trim.
Yeah. Just, in fact, I want them in satin shorts that basically, stop right above your rear end line, the way Bill Russell wore them 100 years ago.
I want Ime Udoka chomping on a cigar. Like, give me memories. Wrap it in nostalgia and sell it to me in the NBA Finals.
Get the coaches back in coat and tie. With the tie undone and you're basically looking like you came out of a bar fight before you got to the arena.
Tweed jacket, you got your professor patches on the elbows.
Yeah, and not because it's fashion, it's because you wore them out.
Corduroy pants. Yeah, look, I love me some NBA Finals, man, and this one is dripping with a little bit of history, with opportunities for history that I didn't even really think were available for the Warriors. Do you realize that if they win an NBA championship, they will have won the 3rd most championships in the history of this league? I couldn't believe that. I mean, because they have walked around in clown shoes throughout so much of their history, but that just shows you, we talk about gravity. The gravity of Curry, Clay, and Thompson pulling the Warriors.
Curry, Clay, and Thompson?
Curry, Clay, and Thompson. Curry, Clay, and Draymond. The gravity that they have pulled the Warriors into all-time great franchise status with just this run, it's really something else. And I'll tell you, just looking at all the little moving parts and interesting factoids and, the NBA Finals, when you have 2 teams that have been around for, the 76 years of the NBA. They're celebrating year 75. You have 2 original teams. You have 2 original teams meeting. The amount of history that is, well, they haven't shared too much, but the amount of history that is stacked into this is really something else, all the little different factoids. And I think maybe the most interesting thing that I have found has to deal with Andre Iguodala. Andre Iguodala has an incredibly unique opportunity that I think guarantees his participation in this NBA Finals. Andre Iguodala, if he does check into a single minute of this NBA Finals, will have played in more NBA Finals than any human ever who never put on a Celtics or Lakers uniform. I mean, I don't know if Andre Iguodala is going to be a Hall of Famer. I think it's a tough argument. You can make the argument either way. But when you come up with a stat like that, like you got to be a Laker or a Celtic, basically, to reach the NBA Finals this many times, or you were Andre Iguodala. He has been a part of an awful lot of winning formulas, and I think things like that get taken into account when they're talking legacy, and it's really something else. Only 17 players in the history of basketball have played in more NBA Finals series than Curry, Clay, and Draymond. And again, Iguodala is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Staggering experience that they bring into this. Draymond is playing his 140th playoff game tonight. Clay, his 140th playoff game tonight. Curry, 129. Looney, 59. Iguodala, the next time he checks into a playoff game, will be his 174th playoff game. Not a single Celtics player has ever appeared in the NBA Finals before. Say what you want about experience. When you got all of it and they got none of it, I think it matters a little.
I think it matters right up until about minute 2. And then all of a sudden, all that stuff wears away.
Right. Basketball
because
game
basketball
happens.
is basketball in the end. And you've got two teams that know how they are meant to play, have played it at a high level for a long time. I mean, the Celtics have been the best team in the league since the start of February. And so I don't think they're going to be starstruck by this. I think the question that they've got is that for being a team that everybody thought was clearly the best team in the East, why did they have to go 7 to beat Milwaukee and then 7 more to beat a crippled Heat team? You know, that in the back of your mind, you sit there and wonder, well, are they for real? And I have a feeling that they probably are for real, because I think the Warriors are the kind of team that gives their defense a chance to truly shine without, the hard screen and the hard foul away from the basket, away from the ball. It's going to be more pure basketball. And I think as much as that may help the Warriors, I think it helps Boston too, because they got worn down playing that sort of gut bucket basketball that they did against the Heat. I think this will be less physically taxing, in terms of getting knocked around, but more physically taxing in terms of running. So I'm fascinated to see how Boston deals with that level of change between one series and the next.
An awful lot of endurance is going to matter. Which team can outlast the other in grind it down half-court sets? Who can get the right shot off at the right time? Who is able to slow down Jason Tatum goes a long way to making this a smoother or bumpier ride. If Klay Thompson can just straight up outproduce Jaylen Brown in this series, that makes it so much of an easier ride. We got to talk about Andrew Wiggins, that upward trajectory, how important Otto Porter could reveal himself to be and how important he has already revealed himself to be. And are the Boston Celtics being overvalued a little bit? I think that there's some of that out there too. This is going to be a fascinating night of basketball. It should be a fascinating series of basketball. It feels like an even fight. It feels like we got both fighters in the same weight class, but boy, the experience that one of these fighters has, and it doesn't look like they're old enough in their careers where you would call them like a punch-drunk fighter. The Warriors do have 3 older players who, thanks to modern medicine and incredible conditioning and a lot of professionalism, are about as young a version of old players as you can offer up in modern sports. We're seeing great players extend their careers past what anyone thought was a real credible, tangible, hanging on to your prime abilities. And we see it across all sports these days. So the Warriors they've met a very special time in the history of sports, and they have risen to the challenge time and time again, and they've used all modern medicine techniques, all the cautious coaching in terms of, hey, we don't have to play this guy in fourth quarters tonight. We're not going to go chasing triple doubles or 40-point or 50-point performances. We're going to err on the side of caution. We're going to pull players out of games, maybe even a minute or two early than we need to, because that's who we've been over the last few years. All that stuff that might have frustrated you in that moment, I hope adds up to really paying off in this moment.
And the tread they saved playing 70 fewer games in those 2 dark years. Because of the 10 games both years they didn't play at all, and the playoffs that they didn't get to play. So they bought a year, essentially.
We got trends. We got a head-to-head matchup that'll certainly be easy to keep your eye on. Steph versus Marcus Smart is where an awful lot of the series is going to take place. And we are going to take an awful lot of calls. 888-957-9570. Speak now on your Golden State Warriors or hold your peace in this NBA Finals. We want to hear from you. We've got Cedric Maxwell, who is, along with being a 2-time NBA champ and a Finals MVP, is the current Celtics radio color analyst. Ramona Shelburne, friend of the show, she drops on by, and we'll be in Warriors Live in a little more than an hour from right now here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. And again, we do have Warriors Live tonight, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, starting at 4:30. It's the ultimate hub for all things sports, live games, shows, news, highlights, all in one place. Xfinity Sports Zone. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game, Game 1, NBA Finals, 6 o'clock tonight.
The NBA Finals.
Ball to Richardson, blocked by Draymond. Curry got it to Draymond on the break for a dunk. Tatum, they bring over help. He'll shoot anyway and rattle home a 3, and Boston's got the lead.
Game 1 is tonight.
Oh, my God.
The Warriors pissed off America when they jumped the line of contention to be a dynasty.
My fault.
And it all happens here on 95.7 The Game.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't.
Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
We are officially getting closer and closer to Game 1 of the NBA Finals with each passing minute, moment, and I got to tell you, the minutes and moments that you choose in life matter. What are the Niners doing today? Just real quick. What are the Niners doing today announcing the retirements of Frank Gore, one of the great Niners of all time, one of the great running backs of all time, number 3 all time on the running backs rushing list, for goodness sakes. And I guess Alex Mack is officially calling it a career, the center for the San Francisco 49ers, certainly with less fanfare than Frank Gore, who, again, an arbitrary date is all that needed to be picked. Why would you give those guys such little bit of a spotlight and so little attention and do this on Game 1 of the NBA Finals? What are you doing? Like, do this tomorrow, 49ers. Do it Monday next week. Do it Monday of this week. Why today? Why today? That's just so stupid. And I understand they think that the NFL is the epicenter of everything, and in many ways it is. But you don't do it out of classiness. Means we're not going to try to get any bit of the stage when another team is standing on it.
Yeah, maybe everybody wanted to take Friday off.
I guess.
That would make more sense than any other explanation.
Didn't do it on Monday because it was Memorial Day. Should have done it on Tuesday then. There's just any other day other than Thursday. Come on.
But that's a PR problem. In fact, Mac's retirement is more honest to me than Gore's is, because Mac is retiring from actually playing.
Right.
And his last team that he played for was, in fact, San Francisco.
Right. Frank Gore is retiring from memories.
Yeah. I mean, I really hate those. It just, why? Why don't you retire as a Jet too? And then retire as a Titan? Knock yourself out. Retire as a Colt.
Retire as a Seahawk, even though you didn't play for him.
Just retire. Retire from every team in the league.
Retire from 95.7 The Game. Just be like, I'm never hosting any more shows. Can't argue with that.
Well, but you got plenty of places you can retire from. I think the difference is there are no rafters here. There's just some creepy drywall.
We do have one other NFL reference to work into today's show, and here it is. Like, the Celtics better be bringing the 1985 Chicago Bears defense with them if they expect to win this title. And I haven't seen it yet. I got to be honest with you. I've read an awful lot of the numbers and the previews and the analytics about how good this defense really is. This defense is so good, they're a Jimmy Butler 3 away from not even being here. So how good really are they? I think they're being overvalued just a little bit here. And I say this with all respect in the world to a team that's put together a very solid season. But they're not great. They're not even close to great. I mean, if the Warriors tonight quickly are looking at take your breath away, like peripheral vision blocks coming out of nowhere, you didn't even see them until they were in your if tonight the Warriors are flirting with like 10 turnover quarters time and time again, like, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But outside of that, I mean, this better look like Richard Dent and Mike Singletary in terms of defensive excellence out of the Boston Celtics if they're going to do anything here.
Well, I think they've shown you tons of that. Yeah, those last 2 series went 7 games, but they've also won 6 games by holding the other team under 100, which is Chicago Bears level defense in this modern NBA. They don't let you score. And the only real wild card is, well, how much are you going to score? Because I think that, I could easily see them holding the Warriors a couple of times under 100, because they can do that. And they've done it to nearly everybody at one point or another this year. So I don't think their defense has failed to show. I think there have been times when their offense has been sort of meh, but they weren't known as a great offensive team when they got here. This is one of the, if you take the 2 teams' aggregate records and combine them, this is one of the lowest combinations since the NBA went to 82 games. There's 104 wins between these 2 teams. So neither team is great. The question is, who's going to get to play their style more often. And you'll know that if you can see the Warriors running down the floor. Because the Warriors are running, that's not what Boston wants.
No.
If the Warriors are forced to walk the ball up the floor or run time in a possession, then you'll know that the game's being played at Boston's pace. Doesn't guarantee a win, but that's one of the little fights between teams that I think will be fascinating if you're a basketball nerd. It's how fast is this game being played?
To me, Marcus Smart, in order for the Celtics to win this, has to be Gary Payton. And I'm not talking about the kid. I'm talking about Gary Payton, like 9-time All-Star, like peak 1995 level Gary Payton.
He could be that.
He could be that. He could be that. And even if he is that against Steph, that's still not going to be enough. Because there are a lot of different ways for the Warriors to win this NBA Finals. There is only one way for the Boston Celtics to win this NBA Finals. And that is being the, oh my God, I'm retracting everything I just said over the last few minutes level of defense that makes me, like our breath is taken away by halftime tonight. If that's what they got, then all right, the Warriors are probably in all the BPI index trouble that ESPN says they're in. But until I actually see that, I don't think I'm going to subscribe to it. And the person on the Xfinity mobile text line who says, look, Steve Kerr's got a losing record to Boston. That's how good they are. Well, it's not an overwhelming losing record. And in all of those games, how many times were they missing either Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Klay Thompson? I mean, I remember Boston's maybe most impressive win over this was they were the team. Or no, wait. The Warriors went to overtime, won in Boston, their 24th in a row, then lost in Milwaukee, right? That's how they did it? Yeah. So there you go. The most impressive win the Celtics have had in this series was actually a Warriors win after all, the way that I remember it.
Well, I mean, all that stuff's in the rearview mirror.
Totally.
It doesn't matter what Steve Kerr's record against the Boston Celtics is. It's got no relevance because even the 2 games they played this year, you can't draw a lot from. It's one of the things that is most overplayed. And when you have 4 days between games until the start of a series, everything gets magnified beyond rationality. I mean, this game tonight may not look anything like the 2 before it, and it doesn't matter what the last time they played looks like. I mean, that's 3 years ago. All you've got, I mean, the finals is very simple. It's your version of you now versus their version of them now. That's it. All the other stuff is just nonsense conversation that leads you nowhere.
I think there are some trends. I think there are some things that you look at and you say, well, not only does that apply to this team, but it's got a lot of NBA history, might, and weight to it that is worthy of consideration.
But it's just all conversation pieces because the Celtics have not played a team like the Warriors, and the Warriors only barely got a glimpse of how Boston plays, and that was only for a couple of games against Memphis. But Denver doesn't look like Boston. Dallas certainly doesn't look like Boston. These are 2 teams that are playing each other, and while they've scouted each other, they don't really have it. Neither team has a real good template on each other. So in terms of the playing of the games, which is the most important thing, they're going in as close to clean as you can get.
Amy, with an EY, in Rodeo. I know. She says, what kind of impact are the coaches going to have here on this game? You're talking about all the players, but what about the coaches? So honestly, once the game begins, I'm no expert in what Ime Udoka's really brought out in his team, but Cedric Maxwell is, and we're going to have him on here in about 15 minutes so he can tell us about Boston. I'll tell you this, Steve's done his job. He has coached this team up, and now, really, I think there will be no particular play that Steve draws up, that it matters more than the lineup and how he chooses to deploy his reserves. I mean, that's where Steve Kerr will make an impact tonight. The game plan's out. They know what it is.
Yeah, no, both teams know exactly what the other team runs. The only real difference in the coaching is not in the coaches. It's in the fact that the Celtics and Ime Udoka have been sort of hand in glove since February. The Warriors and Steve Kerr have been hand in glove since 2014. And that helps maybe a little bit in that Curry and Green and Thompson and Iguodala know what they want to run because they've heard it all over and over and over again.
Right. Steve will not be drawing up a play during a timeout that the team is unfamiliar with.
He's more likely to inspire them by breaking a clipboard than writing on one.
Without a doubt.
But no, so that probably is the only real advantage, because there aren't any surprises anymore. It's really down to what players play better. I mean, it's probably maddening for a lot of people who like to analyze stuff down to the granular level, but the series doesn't start till 6. Nothing's happened until then, and then everything happens. It's that simple. Everything that isn't part of a game is largely irrelevant, no matter what people say. You know, the only thing that can be an issue off the court is an injury, and I'm talking about recovering from same. But that's it. Everything else is boiled down to essentially 18 hours of basketball if this goes the route. That's it.
Well, let's do it.
Okay,
let's do it.
Let's make them play now.
Let me ask you this. Of the 18 hours of basketball that could be out there, how many minutes do you think Andre Iguodala will actually play? Do you think he is a 10 or 12-minute player in any of these games? Do you think he might show up as a guy who got 20 minutes of court time?
I think he could. I mean, look, part of this is, you know, how healthy is he to go? Because Iguodala's value,
well,
which is basically
damn well be perfectly healthy at this point. I mean, a guy he hasn't played basketball this year, basically.
You know, maybe the injury that he's been nursing is, you know, far worse than we've been led on to believe. But if he plays at all, I don't think it's going to be just ceremony alone. They're going to find value in him. Yeah. And part of that is based on the fact that they want to show the Celtics the same number of defensive looks that they showed Dallas, that they showed Denver, that they showed Memphis. The Warriors don't just say, this is our best defensive guy, he's going to play against your best offensive guy. Here's our second best defensive guy, he's going to play your second best offensive guy. They do stuff defensively. And it's fairly, you know, it's not arcane because, you know, it's nothing that's new to basketball, but they show you so many looks that, you know, players will get worn down, and that's where Iguodala's minutes will matter, because he'll give Boston a different look for when he can play. And if it's 6 minutes a game, okay. If it's 15 minutes a game, maybe if it's no minutes a game until they really need him and then he gives them 25, you know, that wouldn't surprise me either. You know, Steve Kerr is very proud of the fact that his defense is not a really physical defense, it's a thinker's defense. And that's because they'll show you box and one, they'll show you triangle and two, they'll show you straight 2-3 zone, they'll show you man on one side, zone on the other. They'll do essentially everything you can do. And their trick is to hide it until you've brought the ball up the court, and then they turn it on you.
888-957-9570. And again, one more note to just go back, because I see some questions on the Xfinity mobile text line about the point that I brought up about Andre Iguodala, who, if he does check into this NBA Finals, Andre Iguodala can become the singular player, a club of one in the history of the NBA with the most final appearances without ever seeing his name appear on a Celtics or Lakers roster. Here it is. So after tonight, only 17 players in NBA history will have played in more NBA Finals series than Curry, Clay, and Draymond. And again, their teammate Andre Iguodala is one of them. They are appearing in their 6th NBA Finals tonight. Andre Iguodala with a chance to appear in his 7th NBA Finals. And again, he's just one of 3 players in history who isn't attached to the Lakers or Celtics with 7 or more NBA Finals. 7 NBA Finals in the history of basketball. Kobe, Cousy, Ori, Elgin Baylor, and Andre Iguodala should he check in. Now remember, Ori also played for the Spurs and the Rockets. 8 NBA Finals. By the way, everyone on the list, after you get past 7 NBA Final appearances, every single one of these players was either a Laker or Celtic, if not for their entire career, part of their career. Havlicek, Casey Jones, Tom Sanders, Frank Ramsey, Michael Cooper, and Derek Fisher. 9 NBA Finals. Jerry West, Magic Johnson, Tommy Heinsohn. 10 NBA Finals. Kareem and LeBron. Again, LeBron only with the Lakers for one of his titles, but there you go. That's the list. He's on it. His name is attached to the Lakers roster in a way that Andre Iguodala's never has been.
In a way that he regrets today.
No, he does not. He's a billionaire. I just read that story today.
He's a billionaire, which is fine, but he had to endure a lot this year.
He did have to go through a lot this year. Still, though, 10 NBA Finals for Kareem and LeBron, 11 NBA Finals, Sam Jones, 12 NBA Finals, Bill Russell, 13 NBA Finals. Never in the course of human history has anyone done that. So it's unbelievable. I mean, it's really something else that Iguodala has been this much of a part of winning formulas in his career. And it sort of makes me rethink my position on where does he end up in the Hall of Fame conversation. Because if you thought it was close, I think that might be the tipping point.
Yeah, I don't know how close it is, and I don't know that today is the day to sit there and hash over it.
It's not. It's definitely not.
Just remember, he couldn't have done it without the Heat.
Could not have done it without the Heat, baby. The bubble. 888-957-9570. This is DTF. San Francisco, what's up?
It's DTM, Damon. DTM.
Oh, DTM. There we go. DTF is something different and a little aggressive.
Yeah, DTM. Long-time texter, first-time caller. I've been texting you for years.
Thank you.
Always enjoy the show in the car, for sure. I want to ask you, why do you think I called you today after all these years of texting?
Because we're ready to go and put it on the record. Who do you think wins the NBA Finals, and how do they do it?
Okay, because the Celtics are in the finals. I was going to call you in 2018, but the Celtics scored 79 points in Game 7 at home, so that didn't happen. Being a fan is actually more about pain than about glory.
Oh, we remember the bitter more than the sweet. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have 3 keys and 3 predictions for you.
Give it to me.
Number key is health. Obviously, if a star gets hurt, I'm not reinventing the wheel here. If a star gets hurt, it's a big deal.
Indeed.
Player was actually had a lot of good points yesterday with about Robert Williams. If he's healthy, the defense is a whole different ball game. There's a lot of things aren't happening down low, and his availability, and he could play. And obviously, if Clay or Steph or Tatum or Brown get hurt, that's a big deal. Number 2, 3-point shooting. Obviously, the Warriors have an advantage here, but it's a 3-point shooting contest. Hello?
Yes. No, we're listening. You're right about that.
It's a 3-point shooting contest. That's the NBA now. It doesn't matter if someone goes 0 for 25. They're going to still keep on shooting threes. So, if the Celtics can make some threes, it's going to be, if they can get 40%, it's obviously going to change the game because the Warriors are going to be shooting the threes, and see that. Third point, defense. Basically, same point. If the Celtics can run the Warriors off the 3-point line, then that's going to change everything. Because, I don't think, with Robert Williams in the middle, he's going to be eliminating a lot of those drives by Poole and drives even by Steph. But we'll see how many minutes he can get on the court and if he's effective, right?
Right.
So that's big. And then my 3 predictions.
You got 3 keys. You got 2 predictions. We got to go. We got to go quickly.
All right, cool. The MVP, Jaylen Brown. And the last prediction, Celtics in 6. And I'll call back either way to either gloat or goat, okay?
Fair enough. Thank you very much, DTM. Finally making a call in because the Celtics are in. I respect that. I respect it. We'll see if he's right. We'll see if he's wrong. Jaylen Brown, if you think Jaylen Brown's going to be the MVP of this NBA Finals, you got to plop down a little cash on that. You could buy yourself a new car. You put the right dollar down on that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of prediction there. That's a value bet, not an odds bet.
To me, if Klay Thompson can outproduce or just cancel out Jaylen Brown's production, It definitely gets easier for Golden State to figure this out. Brown is 17-5-2 over 79 career playoff games. He's good. He's a good player. If Gary Payton II shows up and can cancel him out a little bit offensively, I think Boston's got a little bit of a problem. Andre Iguodala thrown onto Jaylen Brown if he's cooking. I think that creates a little bit of a problem for the Boston Celtics. Again, the Warriors, the minute something's not working for them, they're going to have a plan B and a player who is probably well equipped to execute plan B. I don't know how many different plans the Boston Celtics actually got put together here.
Well, I don't know if plans is the right word, but options are in my head. And maybe it's the same thing, but the Warriors don't need Stephen Curry to be great to win a basketball game.
They don't.
But they need somebody to be. And they need one of their three guards to be that, because you're not going to get a ton of offense out of Draymond Green. You're not going to get a ton of offense out of Kevon Looney. You're not going to get a ton of offense out of Kuminga or Porter or Payton or whatever. One of those three guys has to be good. And it doesn't matter which one. Because if one's really good and the Celtics have to adjust to that, it makes opportunities for other people. If none of them are good, then the Warriors lose. I mean, that seems self-evident, but the Celtics can do that too.
The Warriors need to turn the machine back on. And more than anything else, you're right. Like, everyone has to chip in. This isn't Curry needs to go for 40. It never is. This isn't about Clay going for 30. It never is. This is about the band being back together. And look, I know that this was turned into a little bit of a dirty word in this postseason, but front running is not a bad thing. The Warriors are glorious front runners. Get out to a lead and hold it. They are really hard to catch up to when they can open up a little bit of a lead on you. So get the machine going. And it doesn't matter who's got the most points going in the machine. The whole point is it's operating and everyone's getting good looks. That is when this franchise turns into a victory machine, if I can quote the name of a book. By the way, Cedric Maxwell, longtime Celtic player, broadcaster, joins us next here on 95.7 The Game. And on NBC Sports Boston, he actually said this about the Golden State Warriors.
Absolutely, they can beat the Warriors, and they'll beat them because they will defend them better. I think one thing, they have a little bit more size when I think about Tatum and Brown on the wings. And then you have Marcus Smart at the initial point of attack. I love this opportunity that the Celtics have because they're tuxedo players, and they don't want to be touched. I mean, you think about it, they want to play a clean, smooth basketball game. Very much like this team that I played against the Los Angeles Lakers in '84. The fact that they didn't want to be touched. We want to play finesse. We want to play showtime. Well, when you knock a guy on his ass a couple of times, then the whole tenor changes how they play. And I think the Celtics have to play that way of being physical, knocking Curry around. And here's the thing that most teams have done. They've involved Curry in every one of these defensive possessions. And I think that slows them down just a bit.
I have heard the exact same point made by everyone since 2014. Rarely is it the correct point to make. We're going to talk to Cedric Maxwell about that and many other things as we get to know the Boston Celtics a little bit better. Right on the other side of this break, we want to remind you that you can win tickets to Game 2 of the Finals by tuning in tomorrow morning. Willard and Dibs will be joining Bonte and Shasky at the end of the morning roast, and 5 people are going to qualify, and 1 lucky listener is going to win tickets to Game 2. Don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Take the under in the Bronx in Game 2. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Angels rookie Reed Detmers threw a no-hitter earlier this season, and Yankees starter Jameson Taillon has a sub-2.5 ERA on the year. That combination leads the BetQL model to take the under in tonight's nightcap. They have under 8.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
5X480.
Game.
Well, I do hope that it's happening at some point in time during this series because I think Cedric Maxwell would be a fountain of knowledge about the Boston Celtics, but unfortunately, he just canceled because here's how inexperienced and over their skis the Boston Celtics seem to be. They're getting to Chase Center late. Bay Area traffic. We talked about the flow of traffic, Ray, affecting this series. I think you meant on-court traffic more than Bay Area traffic, but Bay Area traffic probably undefeated. The Celtics bus is arriving a little bit late at Chase Center, so everybody's already off their game and off their access, and that's good. I like the Warriors to cover greatly tonight. As a matter of fact, it might be a sweep based on the late arriving bus. It is too bad. I wanted to talk about Cedric Maxwell calling the Warriors a bunch of tuxedo players. Well, the Tux doesn't even fit Cedric well enough to join us right now. We'll talk to him a little bit later on in the series, I hope. Ray, turn your mic on.
Oh. I'm going to bet that the Celtics players have been there at the arena for a while because the only buses that leave this late and get caught in traffic are the ones with broadcasters.
Don't ruin the narrative, Ray.
Well,
Celtics are screwy as of right now.
Okay, if that's what you want. If you've got to make that up, please enjoy.
Feels
but
good.
No, I just, I cannot imagine there is a player preparing for an event like this who isn't in the building 3 or 4 hours ahead of time.
I would agree with you there. I don't think tonight's Cedric Maxwell's arrival time will have that much of an outcome.
Yeah, I don't think Cedric Maxwell's probably riding on the players' bus anyway, if there was a players' bus, and I'd bet that most of the players, probably, took their own transportation here.
Maybe. Are you ready to look into the stars to see what we might have unfold for us? Because Andrea, our astrologer, who normally works exclusively in painting Major League Baseball, has decided to give us a call to let us know whose moon is rising and how the zeniths are. How are you, Andrea?
Good. How are you doing?
Excellent. Thank you so much. What do you got for us today? What do the stars tell you about the NBA Finals?
No, I branch into other sports. Put a chart in front of me, I can do it. And you know what's so interesting? Steph Curry, March 14, 1988, 1:51 p.m., Akron, Ohio, born at the same hospital as LeBron James. Jason Tatum, March 3rd, 1998, St. Louis, Missouri. Check this out. They're both Pisces, born 10 years apart, so a decade. So it's a battle of the Pisces. So I looked through the forecast. So Mars is a crucial planet for an athlete, rules energy, assertion, aggression.
Sports talk radio host as well.
What was that?
Sports talk radio host as well.
Yeah, there you go. You're an Aries, right? You're no stranger to Mars. Yeah. So that said, Mars is about to go into the 10th house of career for Steph Curry.
10th.
So that gives him a lot of energy. And also Venus in Taurus, having a Venus return, so very favorable, good leadership. And, very competitive, certainly. But check this out. Jason Tatum, he's also having a positive aspect to Mars. Not as positive as Curry, but definitely is optimistic, extra energy, will serve him well. But obviously, I give the edge to the Warriors, go Dubs, and I think it's so interesting. They're a decade apart, and Curry on the media day was saying, well, we still got a lot left in the tank. It's like sports can make you feel old. He's only 32.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, teams age like rock bands on tour. They really do, even faster. Andrea, thank you. No one had a 10th house rising in any of the analysis that has been put forward that I've seen. So that alone, again, between Cedric Maxwell's bus being late and the 10th house rising in Mercury or whatever, there's a lot going on, Ray.
I'm just going to say this. If she isn't living in Vegas, then she doesn't have that much faith. Because if she's got access to the occult,
the occult,
yeah, she should be in a sports book now, doubling down on everything.
Hey, she might be. She might be. She didn't say she wasn't gambling heavy in Vegas.
True that, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be spending any time on the phone with anybody if I knew what was going to happen based on the stars.
If you could read the stars, your value to this program would just shoot through the roof. It really would.
From 0 to 0.1?
0 to 01, exactly. You want to talk about trajectories and rising houses and zeniths and all that good stuff? Andrew Wiggins, keep it up, man. If Andrew Wiggins keeps this up, Boston's got a little bit of a problem in my mind. When you get difference maker Andrew Wiggins, that means points, that means free throws going down. Warriors get hard to beat. Defense, Andrew Wiggins, look, he absolutely made Luka work, but here's the dirty little secret about the Western Conference Finals no one wants you to tell about Andrew Wiggins and Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic absolutely cooked Andrew Wiggins. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. He did. Luka Doncic scored early, scored often. I don't want to say scored easily against Andrew Wiggins because Wiggins put a very good effort in front of him, but Luka got his. You need to make, Andrew Wiggins does, make Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Horford work just as hard for everything that they get. And when we talk about two-way Wiggs, I'm not interested in two-way Wiggs being a massive defensive presence tonight. I want my two-way Wiggs served up with rebounds. Forget about 24 points, Andrew Wiggins. Give me 18 points and 11 rebounds. 11 rebounds out of Andrew Wiggins. That's the two-way Wiggs I'm looking for tonight. He's playing 40 minutes. He's got 5 fouls to give before he's in foul trouble. He's going to be out there basically the entire game. Give your best effort to slow down Boston. Everything you can do defensively, you do it. Stay right, stay proper. But he needs to rebound. If Andrew Wiggins is crashing boards, if Looney's getting rebounds, the Warriors are that much closer to winning game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff with Doncic is a little misleading in that nobody stops Luka Doncic. What you get to do if you're really good, and I think Wiggins was really good against him, is make him work incredibly hard for it. And the Celtics have nobody like Doncic for the same reason that only 2 teams in basketball have anybody like Doncic, and that's Brooklyn and Milwaukee. So Doncic is sort of off the table for me. Wiggins had a very good defensive series, I thought. I mean, he didn't get used. I mean, I think Luka Doncic found out how hard it is the farther you go to be the guy that he expects himself to be. So yeah, I think with Wiggins, he's going to be fine, because the one thing he's been all year, even when he was missing free throws and not shooting very well, he's been an elite defender the whole season. He didn't get that all-star placement just because he was charming. He's had a hell of a year for them, and he's done it, first of all, with the one thing that you can predict more than offense, which is guarding your guy. And I think he is among the least of the Warriors' worries because of that.
Well, he's been the steadiest performer throughout the entire year. He has been. He's been in the lineup, giving you what you can come to expect from him each and every night. And then he's really hitting, the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals for the first time in his career. There hasn't been a stage that he shrunk on yet. As a matter of fact, he's getting better the bigger the stage. Well, and that's what you really hope for when you talk about, he was a max player, and he was the number 1 pick in the draft. Is he the 16-game player that Draymond Green famously talked about? He's kind of proving himself to be that.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. I mean, it's being the number 1 pick in the draft doesn't matter. Being a max player doesn't matter. Is he a definitive boon to the Warriors? The answer to that is an unequivocal yes. That's all you need to be right now, because the cap doesn't matter, the future doesn't matter, the past doesn't matter. All there is the right now. And he's been as good a right now producer for this team as anybody.
The only way that the past really matters to Andrew Wiggins is the sequence of decisions that brought him to the Golden State Warriors. Ramona Shelburne wrote quite a good column about that on ESPN.com. She'll be joining yours truly and Ray Ratto in about 10 minutes here on 95.7 The Game, which means we are getting closer to our 4 o'clock hour. She's coming by around 4:10. At 4:30, Warriors Live begins tonight. At 5:30, we are going to send you over to Chase Center, where, of course, the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy, takes over. And then at 6 o'clock tonight, we have Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And here are a few trends that I want you to keep an eye on while you're watching this tonight. If trends matter to you, by the way, I hope you think it's very trendy to be welcomed about a minute early to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco for some reason. It's an Odyssey station, which means you should download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, least tedious, and most up-to-date Warriors coverage.
There you go. Lucas just told me in my ear that Ramona might be closer to 4:15. So whenever she's ready to join us, we will say hello. Maybe her bus is late to the arena. Maybe she's rolling with Cedric. Who knows? By the way, I want you to be rolling with tomorrow's face-off between the morning show and our mid-morning show when Willard and Dibs sit down with Bonte and Shasky for a little morning roast, and Willard and Dibs crosstalk. 5 people are going to be qualified, and 1 lucky listener is going to win Game 2 tickets to the NBA Finals. Awaki Wisana? Seriously, that's the second time I've done that today. I'm getting a little Elmer Fudd on this read. I got to be honest with you. You don't want to be Elmer Fudd on Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Why not? Elmer Fudd is a classic.
He is, but he was considered soft enough to where they went out and invented Yosemite Sam to be a little bit more of an intimidating foe to Bugs Bunny. So if you got to be a Bugs Bunny foe, you want to be Yosemite Sam, not Elmer Fudd.
It doesn't matter. Both their records are the same.
Offers.
Yeah. They're both the Washington Generals.
Are you ready to get some trends to keep an eye on here, Ray? You ready? I know you love trends. Here we go. A win tonight would give the Golden State Warriors a 10-0 playoff record at home this postseason. Hey, look at it this way. I think we all know that Chase Center isn't necessarily an 82-game player, but it's been a 16-game player, if I can borrow from Draymond once again. It really has been. Chase Center, the Warriors are undefeated in the postseason. They are 10-0 at home. No team has if a win tonight makes them 10-0. Excuse me, they're 9-0 at home. A win tonight would make them 10-0 at home. No team has ever won more than 10 playoff home games without a loss. So no one's ever gone 11-0 at home in a playoffs. If the Warriors do get to 10-0 tonight, Ray, historically speaking, that's a really good place to be because there have only been 4 other teams that in any one playoffs ever went 10-0 at home, and they all went on to be NBA champions, every single last one of them. The 77 Blazers, the 86 Celtics, the 87 Lakers, and the 1996 Chicago Bulls. So a win tonight from the Warriors puts them into, well, no team that's ever done that well at home has ever lost an NBA title. There's that. I think we also have seen the Boston Celtics get pretty tight in fourth quarters. Certainly their offense, that's why they have, seen a couple of Game 7s now. When it comes to getting late, the Celtics get tight, and that's when the Warriors get loose. Golden State has outscored their opponents by 25.4 points in 100 possessions of fourth quarter basketball. That is the best mark for any team in any quarter this postseason so far. So when the Celtics kind of start gagging is when the Warriors play their best. I think that's a little bit of a trend to keep an eye on. As a matter of fact, the Warriors have won 4 of 7 games that they've trailed after the third period, but are 8-0 when leading after 3. So if the Warriors have a lead after 3 quarters tonight, I'm not saying it's in the barn, but historically it's in the barn. This is where I come back to it's really good for them to be a front runner. The Warriors are great at protecting a lead.
Being ahead is better than being behind, is what you're suggesting.
However, being behind is hardly a fatal flaw because they are 6-4 after trailing by double digits in a fourth quarter. They are 5-2 in games where they're within 5 points in the last 5 minutes. Again, the Warriors have ways to win whether they're up or down, but being in front is obviously a very good place for them to be after 3 quarters of basketball. They're undefeated when they are.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a measure of a couple of things. One is the obvious: the Warriors are indeed great front runners, but they also played teams that had not been on this stage in a long time. I mean, Dallas hadn't been in a conference final in forever. Memphis, their average age is 9. And Denver was playing with one guy. So I think a lot of that is probably due more to the fact that the Warriors are just better than they are. And I think this is the one matchup where you can have an argument about who the better full team is. So I don't know that particular trend is going to matter as much unless the Warriors take not just a lead after 3 quarters, but a commanding lead, because Boston's got runs in them that I don't believe Denver, Dallas, or Memphis really had. I think for that to work, and it's a valid enough trend, they've got to be up 15, not 1, because they want to be ahead with about 95, 96 points in the barn after 3 quarters. They want this to be a track.
Oh, if the Warriors are in that 90-point range at the end of 3 quarters, everything's going smashingly well.
Oh, yeah. Well, the pace is going smashingly well. I mean, that's the thing. Is the one thing we know that separates these two teams is that the Warriors want a high tempo. The Celtics do not, or at least are far more comfortable when it's not.
Well, and I just think that if you're looking for the single easiest key to keep your eye on in this game, you have it by the guys who have defined their franchises. This is Steph versus Marcus Smart in so many different ways. Curry is the longest tenured player with any one NBA team. We know that. 13 seasons here. Marcus Smart has now been with the Celtics for 8 years. They define their respective franchises' identities. The Warriors can win this series. Not easily, but they can win this series without that matchup being won by Steph Curry in obvious fashion, where I don't think the Boston Celtics can. I don't think the Boston Celtics can. If we're talking about how Curry whipped Smart's rear end in this series, they're NBA champions. If Steph Curry whips Marcus Smart, they're NBA champions. If we're talking about how Smart held Steph Curry down game after game, quarter after quarter, shift after shift, it doesn't automatically give Boston a title. It doesn't. It gets them closer for sure. It makes the uphill battle for the Warriors that steeper. They're more than halfway there if he's whipping Steph Curry, but they're not in the barn. And that's when I'm talking about options. This is where the Warriors have a machine that needs to be running tonight more than any one player putting up a gaudy performance, except for maybe even Draymond Green. And tonight I want Apocalypse Now Draymond. I really do. I want Colonel Kurtz. I want full-on crazy Draymond Green without getting ejected, of course. Without getting ejected. His career playoff averages are 12 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.5 steals, 1.4 blocks per game. DEFCON 1 Draymond, without any ejections, gets the Warriors in great position. Again, I can't remember the last time we walked away going, Draymond was awesome tonight, and the Warriors also lost that game. I can't remember it. Maybe you can. Maybe you got it. Maybe you got that circled. Maybe you got that highlighted. I don't have it. I can't remember it. I can't flip through my mental Rolodex and figure it out other than, what? Game 7, Cavaliers. We will not speak of any. We're just not going to talk about that today. But that's it. Draymond had a triple-double. He was awesome that night, and the Warriors lose.
They only need him to be, he doesn't have to get, because if he's hyped up, he's too hyped up.
Right, under control.
Yeah.
But still DEFCON 1.
Well, you're going to get DEFCON 1. I mean, that's automatic. That's who he is. That's how he plays. He doesn't need any motivational tapes to be ready to play. If he's too ready to play, that's when he's going to get in Mark Davis's ear, and Mark Davis will tee him up. Have no problem doing it.
By the way, who are our officials tonight? I haven't worried about that yet.
Mark Davis, John Goebel, and I'm trying to think of the third. It is not Scott Foster.
It's not Kane Fitzgerald.
It's not Kane Fitzgerald. Zach Zarba's in the replay center. So
he could still screw it up.
He could, but it would be more difficult. I don't think the Warriors are going to have to worry about that. If they worry about that, they're worrying about the wrong stuff.
Yeah. Well, again, if this is a...
James Williams is the third. I'm sorry.
If this is a series where you're watching the Warriors pick up off-ball offensive fouls, that's your I think moment. If they're getting called for trying to run through every screen, and this is what the Celtics do, they're great at shutting down your free-flowing traffic. Marcus Smart is really good about diving over and under screens. If he's doing it, but the Warriors are not, it's one of those, okay, this might be longer than you think.
Then that's the Warriors' fault because they know how to do all those things. If they're not getting around screens properly, it's because they're not doing it correctly. And I don't think that's very likely to happen because I think they're too smart. I I think if they get beaten to spots, that could be a problem. But that's not an official's problem. That's a them problem. I think every problem the Warriors will have in this series will be a them problem. And I think every problem that the Celtics have in this series will be a Celtics problem. Because the thing they both do is the one thing that you're in control of at all times. Just defend. And if they're not defending well, it's because they're not defending well.
If two defenses have, if we both say this is a great basketball game defensively, that sort of cancels each other out, right? So now it's about what I think is, how did Otto Porter play tonight? Because when the Warriors have a fourth shooter on the floor, when the Warriors have a fourth contributor, it's one of those really hard to stop scenarios. And look, Otto Porter Jr., he could end up winning this game tonight. He could end up winning this series. I mean, it sounds nuts, but the Warriors have outscored their opponents by 15 points per 100 possessions with Otto Porter Jr. on the floor. That is the best on-court net rating mark among 100 players who've averaged at least 20 minutes in the playoffs. He has had the best cumulative plus-minus. He's plus 91 off the bench. And that is a healthy margin over the second place. When I look at the Boston Celtics, I'll give you Marcus Smart. He's a great player. Jaylen Brown is drifting away from good player into the territory of very good player. Jason Tatum is an outstanding basketball player. Al Horford is an experienced, hard-to-deal-with basketball player. Robert Williams III, when fully healthy, is a handful. He is less than fully healthy, and I'm thinking maybe even less than a handful to deal with in this series. After that, you're talking about Peyton Pritchard and Derek White. I'm not worried about either of those guys. I'm not. Derek White's played well. It's been a really nice midseason trade. Flipped Romeo Langford and I can't remember who else. Protected first rounder to the Spurs for Derek White. It's a really good move by the Celtics. Peyton Pritchard. And then after that, you're telling me Nick Stauskas is your eighth guy?
If you're talking about Nick Stauskas, then you'd better talk about Nemanja Bjelica, because that's how likely those two guys are to get in the game.
Well, before you say that, Nemanja Bjelica was all over the Game 5 win against the Dallas Mavericks. Now, I don't know what Steve saw that made him think, I'm going to play him 20 minutes tonight, but he did, and that paid off. Bjelica was very, very good. He had 6 rebounds in 22 minutes, 5 points, and look, he was picking up Luka. I said, let me air quote that. He was picking up Luka. But Bjelica, I think, has played himself a little bit back into Steve Kerr's favor, and if size is an issue tonight, he's one of the levers I think Steve pulls. I think Bjelica's playing minutes tonight, like real minutes. I think they need him to go up against a big Boston team.
He's not going to play very much because Porter was out in that game. Most of those minutes are going to go to Porter. So Bjelica, I don't think, is going to be a factor here unless injuries crop up again. And I'm not trying to dog Bjelica, but clearly the more important minutes are going to go to Porter than
sure. But I mean, how many players do you think check into tonight's game in the first half alone? I mean, I would not be surprised to see 11 players.
Oh,
in
top
the first
9.
Half. I mean,
10 and 11, you'll see if something goes awry, and that won't be till the second half. But I'd say first half, it's most likely that the most you'll see is 9, because you're going to see some Kuminga.
Yep.
You're going to see some
Kuminga,
Poole,
Porter,
some
Poole.
Moody.
Those are given.
And maybe a little Damian Lee.
Okay,
not a lot.
So
but that's to get to 9,
right?
And Lee is optional. So really, it's maybe closer to 8.
Andre Iguodala, if he's ready to go, I think if Gary Payton is ready to go, you're going to see him. I think
until I know that
get
those guys are going to play, I'm not counting them. The answer gets different if they say absolutely yes, they're ready to go and we're ready to use them.
Shams is, I believe, reporting that Gary Payton II is very, very close to playing and being cleared tonight. That was what I saw earlier this morning anyways. Any follow-ups on that, Lucas? Grandy, do you see anything else about that?
Nothing yet. Latest I heard was he's still just questionable, going to come down to likely a game-time decision. So,
well then, I
wouldn't
go pushing anything, obviously. Guy's coming off a broken elbow.
No, until they say he's fully active and ready to go, I'm not going to count him in my calculation.
How about this? I have an update for you as you ask for it. Steve Kerr, I believe, is talking right now, and all three are available to play.
Okay, well then maybe you don't see Moody very much. I still think they'll go to 9, but the names of the 9 will be different. And there's no guarantee that Iguodala will play even though he's available to play. I mean, he's going to be entirely situational.
Well, the situation is it's the NBA Finals, and you have Andre
I'm talking
Iguodala.
about situational in the game.
Right, but he checks in before Damian Lee.
Well,
if they're both healthy and available,
I would take Damian Lee off the list if those guys are available.
Yes,
I would probably greatly reduce Moody's chance of playing, and probably greatly reduce Bielitsa's chance of playing.
Yeah.
So.
And
you still end up with 9.
Juan Toscano-Anderson is back
I didn't. I never mentioned his name.
Human victory cigar status?
Yeah, I never mentioned his name, and he only played a minute 43 in Game 5 anyway. So I still think it'll be 9, but it'll be a more formidable 9 if all three of those guys are available.
What's Al Horford look like tonight? What's Grant Williams look like tonight? What does Robert Williams III look like tonight? Without 2 of those guys playing great games, I don't see how Boston is winning this NBA Finals. I think that they're being overvalued. When I start looking at both of these teams and I start putting their names together, 5-on-5, Warriors starting 5, Boston Celtics starting 5. If you're telling me that every single one of those players is playing 48 minutes, 7 games, drop dead, drag out fight, that feels balanced and that feels like tough matchups for everybody involved. The minute you start getting into a depth chart, I love the Warriors. I love the Warriors in this game, in the series. I just think Boston's being overvalued, unless they really are the Detroit Bad Boy Pistons defensively for the next 4 nights in a row, and you're changing my mind, and it looks like every single thing the Warriors. If the Warriors could nothing's easy. Nothing is easy. Doesn't happen at all. By the way, we're just told that Ramona still at the doctor. Ramona's very pregnant. I think she actually just went on maternity leave from ESPN, and she was going to give us a favor. Hey, how are you? I tell you what, if she can now join us in Warriors Live, we'll say hello to her there. We'll talk to Ramona for a little bit.
Let's peel the curtain all the way back. She said she has a network hit at 4:45, and obviously that's she's getting paid by them.
Yeah, sure.
So we're gonna find a spot to hopefully mix her into our show if we can.
Okay, we'll figure it out. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make in-show adjustments the way we're expecting Steve Kerr to make some in-game adjustments.
Unless her water breaks, she'd better be on the phone.
We'll tell her you said that.
Oh, I'll tell her I said it. Tired of coddling pregnant women.
It's a strong position to take in 2022.
She's she's one of the greats. But it would take that for her to skip.
It would.
But that's the only excuse that I will accept.
We got ourselves an NBA Finals. I'm so ready. Here's the thing. We do have another hour of radio, Warriors Live. We're going to have a little bit of the Steve Kerr interview that we had earlier this week tucked into it for you. We will be going over a whole bunch of trends, a whole bunch of just what I think are interesting factoids coming into tonight's game that, it is all talk. It is just flapping gums, and we get to stop talking about it and actually watch this thing get played tonight starting at 6 o'clock. And then tomorrow's show, that's going to be interesting. Ready for that one. And then, just looking at the schedule, we have 3 days to wait. We don't get a Game 2 until 5 o'clock on Sunday. By the way, make a note of that. Every single NBA Finals game in this series that has been scheduled is a 6 o'clock start, except for Game 2. Games 5, 6, and 7, if necessary. I don't think we have start times for those, or there might be a Father's Day start time that is also a Sunday start time, which makes it 5 o'clock again. But it's 6 o'clock all the way around, except for Game 2, which is 5 o'clock. And then I'm guessing, by the way, if this does go 7 games, do you realize that that's a hell of a Sunday sitting on your couch? It would be June 19th, which is Juneteenth. It's also the final round of the U.S. Open. It's also Father's Day. That's a hell of a Sunday. And a Game 7 of the NBA Finals. It's almost overwhelming.
Especially for the members of your family who will have to pretend that you matter to them.
Me?
Well, you as an example of all other fathers. Father's Day is an afterthought. Father's Day was only put there by the thugs at Hallmark because they wanted to double down after Mother's Day.
Yeah, my kids are 3 and 1.
They're clever children.
I'm not jaded by Father's Day, not yet. Sorry. I haven't even gotten the first official handmade card. They've been too young. I'll get a Jillian scratched it out and Jack smeared it card. Ozzy, worthless. He's not going to do anything.
She'll jump up and down on a little ink pad and have him walk on something for you.
Something. I made a really nice Mother's Day banner and I hung it up and she's like, "You wrote that?" I'm like, "Of course I wrote that. The children are 3 and not even 1 yet." And I was like, "Isn't it romantic?" She left it up for about a week. It touched her heart. But yeah, Father's Day, I just want to be left alone, to be honest with you.
But that's the thing. Most fathers want to be left alone on Father's Day. That's why it's an afterthought.
I'm not going to
It's a holiday in which no one has to participate, and ideally nobody does.
I'm not going to get a wide brown tie or anything like that given to me. I don't wear ties. Maybe a new T-shirt. I don't know. We'll see what they got in store for me. Probably not much. What's the best Father's Day gift you've ever received?
Being left alone. I mean, Father's Day is a day when you want nothing on your mind.
Is that what you tell your kids? Today, I would just want your absence.
Oh, no, they know that, but that's not a Father's Day thing.
It's just daily.
That's daily, yeah. If you have a problem, please take it up with your mother. And for the most part, they do because they know I am not only disinterested, I am useless.
Xfinity mobile text line says, "Damon, thank you for your optimism. It seems like the entire world is picking the Celtics. I'm tired of hearing it." Look,
then don't listen.
Yeah, well, no, listen to us. Stay listening.
Well,
to
no,
us
don't
matter
listen
what.
to the entire world.
Right, but here's the deal. I see why an awful lot of the sports world is excited about the Celtics showing up on this stage. It feels like they've been knocking on the door. It feels like they're ready. It feels like they've had an incredible second half. They feel like a worthy opponent. And there's not a lot of times the Warriors, really had a truly worthy opponent in the NBA Finals, with all due respect to Cleveland. 3 out of 4 times it looked like this is going to be Warriors loud. And it was. It was. So I think that Boston is being a little bit overvalued, just a little bit oversold by a media that's dying to lean into 2 things that never lean in the Warriors' direction. That BPI that ESPN has got is not a friend of the Golden State Warriors. It doesn't measure heart, doesn't measure experience, doesn't measure know-how. That's where the Warriors lead the planet. The Warriors lead planet sports in knowing how to win outside of Tom Brady himself, right? And they really do. They lead the planet. And they're not factoring that into the BPI index that has them, an 86% chance of winning this series. And I think that the media, even though the Warriors have not participated in the last 2 postseasons, they're ready for a little something new. And let's face it, the Boston Celtics are a big brand, a real big brand. They can sell the romance of the Celtics returning to glory. And by the way, this is a big moment in the Boston Celtics history of the Celtics with a win they will have more NBA titles than any other franchise ever. They're tied at 17 right now with the Lakers, whose bubble title pulled even with the Celtics. So here's how it's going to go. Warriors Live is about to start. Ramona, maybe, maybe not. Steve Kerr around the 5 o'clock hour, the best of our conversation from earlier this week, getting you and everyone ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals, which begins tonight at 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. That is it for Damon and Ratto. Warriors Live, though, it's officially next, and we're ready for it. Brought to you by Lucky and Lucky California, bringing you quality brands that deliver incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties for less. This week, select varieties of their Craven cookies, 2 for $5. You are guaranteed to love them. Try them at Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
Tired of paying more and getting less? T-Mobile believes customers deserve more, like more savings, so your family saves 20% versus AT&T and Verizon. It's like expecting this and getting this. And with our new T-Mobile Price Lock Guarantee, you won't have to worry about price hikes. While AT&T and Verizon are raising their bills, at T-Mobile, we won't raise the price of your rate plan, so you can worry less and get more. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff. So you'll pay for this, but we'll give you this. And now, for a limited time, there are even more ways to save when you switch to T-Mobile on Magenta Max. And when we say more, we mean a lot more, like up to $1,000 more. Visit a store today and get up to $1,000 when you switch your whole family to T-Mobile.
20% savings with 2 to 4 lines on essentials versus comparable plans. Features may vary, or get up to $1,000 back for 5 switch lines on Max via $200 virtual prepaid card per qualifying line. Allow 8 weeks. See T-Mobile.com for price lock and other offer details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877.
whatever this stretch is, it's one of the, top 5 best ever?
Yeah. And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Do you realize that if they win an NBA championship, they will have won the 3rd most championships in the history of this league? I couldn't believe that.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Welcome to the NBA Finals. The Warriors are in familiar territory, having been to 6 of the last 8 finals.
The one-time darlings are now a dynasty.
While the Celtics try to restore glory to their historic franchise.
And time has run out, and the Boston Celtics have done it again.
And it starts now. This is Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
I mean, it sounds big, doesn't it? It's because it is. Welcome to Warriors Live from the NBA Finals. Here we are once again. Pretty amazing. All things considered, where this team was in February, where they are tonight, doesn't get much better than that. Welcome to the NBA Finals, Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto. We have moved things around. Again, you got to adapt, survive and adapt. We're going to have our conversation with Steve Kerr to jog past you in just a little bit. And Ramona Shelburne will be joining us right after our 5 o'clock hour. At 5:30, we're going to get you out to Chase Center, where Tim Roy officially takes over. And then at 6 o'clock tonight, it all starts with Game 1, Warriors and Celtics. And Ray, it is really kind of pretty cool, all things considered, that in this landmark 75th anniversary season of the NBA, we're going to see one of its original franchises winning a championship. The Warriors and Celtics have played all 76 NBA seasons. The Warriors did win the first ever NBA championship as the Philadelphia Warriors. And obviously, when it comes to winning titles, the Celtics know a thing or two about that throughout their historic history as well.
Yeah, it's 2 franchises, one of which is considered a crown jewel. The other it's sort of a nice ring. It's not at the Celtics level yet or Lakers level, but the gap between those 2 teams and everybody else is considerable, and the Warriors are among that second tier. And not just because they've been around for 76 years, but because they've had more than their share of successes over the years. It seems like they haven't, because essentially the last 50 years have been more grim than not. But they've been an elite franchise as much as anybody has, if you're not Boston or Los Angeles.
Yeah, no, look, this is what they're looking at. A 4th NBA championship in 8 seasons and a 7th overall with the 7th title. Golden State would pass the Chicago Bulls for sole possession of 3rd place all time in terms of most championships won in this league. The 3rd most is like being the first among a group that'll never be able to touch the top 2. I mean, let's face it, Lakers and Celtics have won nearly half the championships ever played for in this league. That's how historically significant Boston is, and the Lakers, and here are the Golden State Warriors, now worth more than the Los Angeles Lakers, and in a position to, go to a place based on this group that no one thought that they could have ever. I mean, that's how significant Steph, Clay, and Draymond have been. They have closed the gap between an incompetent franchise and the 2 most competent franchises the league has ever met. And now they're about to surpass what was the high watermark of what we thought would be basketball excellence, basically in our lifetimes, the Chicago Bulls. It's extraordinary. They're doing things that only either the Lakers, the Celtics, or Michael Jordan have ever done.
Well, going back in history has its limitations, but this much is true. The Warriors have put their name on an era of basketball, because this is 8 years. This is more than 10% of the life of the league, where they have been either one of the 2 best teams or the 2 years where they didn't matter at all. But 6 out of 8 essentially is an era. There was a Spurs era. There were several Lakers eras. There were 3 distinct Celtics eras. There was a Bulls era. The Warriors are an era. I mean, that's probably the best way to put it, rather than try to, are they better than the 76ers? Are they? Doesn't matter. They've had their own era, and very few teams have been able to say that.
A lot of people are already approaching this as, look at how young and exciting Boston is. And in many ways, they truly are. Are they ready to be the NBA's next dynasty? Relax. Winning one of these is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, winning 3 is significantly harder. So, you're not a dynasty until you've at least won 3 in a short amount of time.
Right. And look, I've always thought that magical word three-peat was an at-the-door requirement for talk of a dynasty. But the Warriors have kind of redefined what I think a dynasty is based on 5 consecutive NBA Finals appearances. And then really, I think a strong argument to now be made that but for a torn Klay Thompson ACL, they could be playing for their 5th title, their 6th title, their 6th NBA Finals appearance in 7 years, the 7th in 8 years.
And the Durant injury, because,
I think
if
Durant,
only one of them had happened, I think they could still have stolen that Toronto series.
I do too. And here's the thing. That's like Kevin Durant is such a moving part that I'm moving him right out of the conversation, because here's what we now know. Steph, Klay, and Draymond, just the 3 of them being healthy together equals an appearance in the NBA Finals. That's basically what we've seen since 2014. Steph, Klay, Draymond plus Steve Kerr equals see you in the NBA Finals. So why wouldn't that have happened last year if they were all healthy? That could have absolutely happened. You want to, say, let's go back to Game 6 against Toronto, and Danny Green doesn't commit one of the more maybe history-changing and altering fouls ever. Danny Green helped Klay Thompson tear his ACL. And without that, even if Steph Curry has an injured wrist in 5 games, whatever it was, into the following season, the first year at Chase Center, I wonder how he returns, when he returns. Because at one point, that year went so cockeyed, they said, we're not going to bring Steph Curry back into this. There were reports that he was, shooting again and ready to go. But they held him back, of course. So does that change the arc of that season? Could this have honestly been 8 trips to the finals in 8 years, but for a Klay Thompson torn ACL? Because I think we have all learned in real time, this team does not need Kevin Durant to reach an NBA Finals. He certainly helped them win 2 of it. By the way, Klay Thompson would have already knocked down a milestone that hopefully he reaches tonight with just 2 threes. Do you realize that Klay Thompson needs only 2 3-pointers to pass LeBron James for second place in playoff history in terms of 3-pointers made? LeBron's got 432. Klay Thompson needs just 2 to reach 432, and then he will trail only his teammate, Steph Curry, who has hit 530 playoff threes. This is Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost with no strings attached. I don't even think the Golden State Warriors have played their best basketball of the year. I don't. They haven't. And Steph Curry, honestly, would you believe me if I told you that he's made more threes in this playoff run than any other player in the postseason? Doesn't feel like that, but it's the truth. He's knocked down 63s in this postseason. That is more than anyone else in the league. Anthony Slater pointed out earlier today that he's got 99 assists. That's the 5th most in the league. Curry has been fantastic. And the Warriors have an NBA high 116.1 offensive rating in the playoffs. That, boys and girls, is a whole lot of Steph Curry. We'll see if Klay Thompson gets hot tonight, if Andrew Wiggins begins to return to his, role as dirty work extraordinaire. He leads the playoffs with 42 offensive rebounds. Andrew Wiggins grabbed some boards tonight. Jordan Poole, huge X factor tonight. Excuse me. Huge X factor. He's had scoring nights of 27 points, 27 points, 29 points, 30 points, 31 points, and that 31 came in game 1 against Memphis. So let's see how he looks. By the way, real quickly, time for an injury report before we get to a conversation that Ray and I had with Steve Kerr. Ramona Shelburne will be joining us early in our 5 o'clock hour as we continue here on Warriors Live. Our injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Good news, Andre Iguodala and his neck problem. Gary Payton II, who was dealing with a fractured left elbow, and Otto Porter Jr. are all available. They're playing tonight. Well, they're available to play tonight. Robert Williams III, his left knee soreness has him available tonight, and we are ready to get going here. Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Steve Kerr stopped by earlier this week. Obviously, we had an awful lot to talk to Steve Kerr about, and I am starting to choke up here. I'm so excited about the NBA Finals. We started by asking Coach Kerr if Boston is truly indeed the best defense that his team is going to face so far in this postseason, and if so, what, Steve, do you think makes them so good?
Well, they are definitely the best defense we will have faced. I think, the speed and athleticism and the size at every position is what stands out. You got Marcus Smart, who's the Defensive Player of the Year, as a point guard on the ball, but also able to switch, and he's so strong he can guard low post guys down on the block because of that strength. And then they have a whole bunch of switchable wings, guys who can guard multiple spots, and they're probably the best switching team in the league. They're a little bit like we were 3-4 years ago when we just switched, from Clay to Kevin to Andre to Sean Livingston to Draymond. I mean, it's just a very switchable lineup, which makes them best in the league.
Well, having said that, are we about to watch the most switchinest defensive NBA Finals of all time?
Yeah, we'll do plenty of that too. Not as much as they will because, we don't have that kind of size and versatility across the board like they do. But we have some and certain lineup combinations. We will do plenty of switching, and we were the number 2 ranked defense in the league for a reason. Also, we were pretty good as well all season long. So pretty fitting that in the finals the 2 best defenses will square off.
Have you had to spend more time prepping for this series because it's Boston, or is it just sort of you do a little bit today, you do a little bit tomorrow because the layoff's been so long? Is Boston harder in terms of time spent to prep for than anybody else you faced?
Not necessarily. In fact, I would say offensively, the first 3 series that we had were more complex. Boston doesn't really mess around and run a million different plays. You kind of know what's coming. They're very efficient with what they do, very straightforward. Our first few rounds, we were very focused on individual players. Jokic and again with Denver, Doncic with Dallas. I mean, basically the whole offense ran through those guys. Ja Morant, Memphis. Similar. The ball was in one guy's hands so often, but this is a little different. As good as Tatum is, and he's a top 5 player in the league, undoubtedly. It's sort of a different style. They're just more downhill at you. They're gonna move the ball and they're gonna attack you. And you got to be able to guard the ball. You got to be able to stay in front of these guys because it's not just Tatum, running everything. They get ball movement, and then they get guys like Jaylen Brown and Smart coming downhill, getting to the rim, and they got a lot of guys who can shoot. They're bigs with Horford and Grant Williams. They can shoot threes, so very good three-point shooting team, very athletic team.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr with us here on Damon and Ratto, 95-7 the game. Is there a comparison point between the Boston Celtics? I know you're probably just watching tape on the Celtics, not looking backwards at the teams that you've gone through here, but that's what we're using as comparison points. Are maybe the Celtics most similar to the Memphis Grizzlies without Ja Morant, which creates, like you said, that balance? There isn't one either attack point or ball-dominant player. Is maybe the Memphis series and how it felt when Ja exited the series more of a preview to what we could see out of the NBA Finals?
I think the similarity to Memphis is the athleticism and the rim protection. You know, that's where Memphis was really tough with Jaren Jackson coming in, block shots. You know, you got Robert Williams in this series coming from the weak side. We played them in March, and he came over and wiped like 3 layups off the board in the first half. It just kind of set a tone. And so I think the size and athleticism is similar. But, you know, Memphis without Ja, they didn't have Jason Tatum. You know, Tatum, like I said, top 5 player in the league. Now, the offense, it's not as driven by one guy. You know, the ball moves. You know, Marcus Smart handles the ball quite a bit. Derek White handles it quite a bit. Ball moves well. But Tatum is their guy who they're going to run the offense through late, for sure.
Steve, at the beginning of this run, you had Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and they were the young guys who needed the veteran help around them. That's why Barbosa and Livingston and David West proved so valuable. Now they are the core guys. Is it easier for you when the primary focus of what your scoring is and what your identity is become those veterans? I mean, it's got to feel an awful lot different. It changes the dynamic of the team, does it not? I mean,
it does. I mean, I think if you look back all the way at 2015, our first trip, felt to me like it took us a couple of games to really get centered. Young group, first time in the finals, a lot of nerves. I didn't feel we played very well the first few games. So I think it is helpful to have our core group here, you know, right away from game one, knowing exactly what's coming, and hopefully that means we'll get off to a better start.
Are 2 days between games to your liking, or is that one day too many off?
No, it's to my liking, and I'm guessing Ime would say the same thing for Boston. I mean, you know, the conference finals were a real grind going every other day, including while you're traveling 3.5 hours and back. I mean, those were difficult games, and I think this is much better for the quality of play, where I think the only time there's only one day in between is between 3 and 4 in Boston. So I think it's great. I think it's very helpful.
You brought up Ime Udoka first, so I have to ask. I'm sure you're not in the business of giving any advice to your opponent, but you know you went to the NBA Finals in your first season as a coach, and Ime Udoka is certainly in the same boat this year. How much did it feel different to you? I mean, given all your finals experience, maybe you had that in your back pocket where Udoka didn't necessarily have that as a player. What is the difference for a coach in the NBA Finals beyond the media responsibilities that you're pulled all over the place to do?
Well, there's obviously a bigger spotlight. There's a lot of fanfare. You know, I think that's the biggest thing to adapt to. It's just how different everything feels. And yet the game is the same. And so it's really important for players and coaches just to get into the flow of the game quickly and disregard all of the, the fanfare surrounding the event, because everything feels different from, practicing in front of 500 people to, practicing on the main floor instead of your practice facility, to the incredible media obligations that you have. It's the finals are a different beast, but when the game starts, you got to just lock in on the game because the game doesn't change.
The Celtics are the only team in the NBA who's got a winning record over the Warriors since you've taken over as head coach. Obviously, none of that is in the postseason, which is what we're talking about now. Is there any rhyme or reason to that?
Well, they've been really good. I mean, you look at the Celtics. I know there's been a lot of focus on the fact that they haven't been to the finals, but they've been to the conference finals, I want to say 4 times over the last 6 years or so. So since I've been here, they've been very good. They've always been really well coached, first under Brad and now under Ime. They've always been very good defensively. So they've had excellent teams, and we've had great matchups with them. I mean, we've had really interesting games, but I think the main reason is just because they've been really good, and we've been really good.
Is there a team in the 8 years that you've been doing this that Boston is most like? And if there isn't, who comes closest?
I think defensively they're similar to Houston a few years ago, when Houston put their all-switching lineup on the floor, and they had P.J. Tucker and Eric Gordon and Chris Paul. They just, switched everything, and they had a lot of size and strength at every position. I think that's what the switching will remind us of, is that Houston matchup.
as we wrap up, we just want to say, and I don't know if you've ever thought about it like this, but do you realize that you have now, as Steve Kerr, you've participated in the NBA Finals in 4 straight decades? Have you given yourself to even think about that? Besides your, predictable, boy, I'm old comment, what really comes to mind when you think about that and how incredible of a basketball life you have lived and continue to live?
Well, I had not thought about the decades. That's a little scary, but this is my 11th time, which is kind of insane. So all I think about is how lucky I've been to be part of teams that had Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. I mean, I've lived this incredibly charmed basketball life. There's no way around it. I don't take it for granted. So a lot of guys who were way better players than me never made the finals a single time, and lots of great coaches who never had the privilege of coaching in the finals. So I know exactly how lucky I am.
Well, and we're pretty lucky to have had a front row seat to basically all of it. I mean, maybe not as a player for Steve, where you're sitting in front row, but if you're a Warriors fan, hopefully you've been around for, since he's taken over, because it's been pretty good around here since he has one of the most successful coaches in NBA history. He's having a hell of a year, and we'll get to that a little bit later on today. But it is time to let you know real quickly that you're listening to Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game. Ramona Shelburne's going to be joining Ray and I coming up in just a little bit. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost with no strings attached. It's time for you to take some experience to the bank, brought to you by our friends at Fremont Bank. Playoff game counters going into game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's really extraordinary where the Warriors are. Draymond Green tonight will be playing his 140th career playoff game. So will Klay Thompson. Steph Curry, believe it or not, is of the three the guy who has played the least amount of playoff games, only 129 for Steph. We know he's missed a couple of rounds due to injury in his career. Kevon Looney, 59th career playoff game tonight. And should Andre Iguodala check into any of the next 7 games, it'll be his 174th career playoff game, and Andre Iguodala is listed as available tonight. Unbelievable, man. What a game we got, hopefully coming up here on 95.7 The Game, and that is Taking It to the Bank, brought to you by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. So, Ray, are you ready? Ready to go? You feeling it?
Don't say go, because I will.
You feeling it? You feeling the NBA Finals? Are you feeling the weight of tonight starting to creep up on you just a little bit?
You won't like this answer, but no. I just want the game to start.
But you're ready for the game to start. Normally, you're even indifferent about that.
No, I know the game doesn't start for an hour and 6 minutes. So I want the last hour and 6 minutes to be gone.
Well, what if I told you that we are going to spend some of that with one of your favorites, Ramona Shelburne, who's going to be joining us to talk about how they kind of cobbled this all together after the absence of Kevin Durant created this huge space. They filled it first with D'Angelo Russell. And then D'Angelo Russell, of course, became Andrew Wiggins. And we have both been talking about how important he has been to the Warriors.
How important he has become, because I think at the time they viewed him maybe as just another placeholder en route to something that they'd like better. But they found out over the passage of time that for what they need, there might not be better. They might have to just live with that contract, and they'll do it happily because they see what he provides in terms of services to a team that needs exactly what he does best. He's not going to be a number 1 draft pick. He's not going to be a max player, but he's going to be vital.
He's like one of
and that's more important than either of the first two.
He is a huge piece of the puzzle that the Warriors are putting together. How they found their pieces to begin with is an awful lot of the Ramona Shelburne piece that we've been talking about. She will be joining us next here on 95.7 The Game, and we're looking forward to that here on Warriors Live. Again, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached.
You're listening to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here at the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sports.
flavors, official treat of MLB, all part of the new DQ All-Star Summer Blizzard lineup. DQ? Happy tastes good.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Now, back to Warriors Live, ahead of the NBA Finals, presented by Xfinity on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up at 5:30, we have Tim Roy taking over from Chase Center. 6 o'clock tip-off of Game 1 of the NBA Finals coming up tonight here on 95.7 The Game. How did we get here? How did the Warriors get here? Well, to talk about that, one of our best basketball friends is nice enough to join us here, a little Ramona Shelburne. When she's getting ready to, by the way, have her own little Larry O'Brien trophy, another one running around. Ramona, are you officially on maternity leave? Are we bothering you?
No, not until next week. He's coming Game 3 of the finals.
All right.
Well, legitimately, it's scheduled for next Wednesday.
Well,
he comes early. I don't know.
My gosh, Mazel, have a wonderful, wonderful birthing experience to you, and thank you so much for joining us here to be able to share Ray Ratto's joy so close to this moment for you. That's really something, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm actually. It's actually good to to talk sports because if I'm not talking NBA Finals, I'm just sitting around waiting for the baby to come, and it's uncomfortable and you're hungry and cranky, and much better to talk about basketball.
Hungry and cranky is right up my street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the benefit that you have from being neither in Boston nor in Golden State.
Yeah.
How does this series play out to you as just pure entertainment? Would you expect this to be a great final, a good final, or kind of a disappointing final?
I'm going to say good. I don't think we can call up the great yet, because I feel like these games, Ray, are going to be 97 to 91. Kind of defensive struggles, maybe a little uneven for a bit. Boston's really good defensively. I think they're going to do some things to the Warriors, make them uncomfortable. It's not going to be one of those 120, 115 games, right? I mean, unless something goes wrong, right? But what we've seen in the conference finals is we've seen a lot of blowouts, which is usually not very entertaining, right? I'm hoping we don't see that. I'm hoping this is a little more evenly matched. But I don't know. How do you feel about a good defensive struggle? Does that interest you? Not really, huh?
Well, if it stays in the 90s, I can live with it. If it dips into the 80s, then it looks too much like Pistons Pacers for me.
Yeah. So there is a danger of that. I think that's a high degree of danger of could go into the 80s. I just think it comes down to can Boston score enough? Is their how good is their defense really? Can they muck things up for the Warriors? I thought Dallas had a really good defense, and then look what Golden State did to them. It's just...
Ramona, I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing so many people and pundits, err on the side of Boston. The ESPN BPI says that, the Warriors almost have no shot to win this. I just think Boston's being a little overvalued. I mean, anything short of them coming in here with less than the 1985 Chicago Bears defense, I don't know how they get to this NBA title. I really don't. They are a Jimmy Butler 3 in about 8 seconds of defense from not even being here.
I know the thing that gives me pause about Boston, honestly, is that they took 7 games with the Heat. That shouldn't have been close. They should have beat the Heat pretty easily, considering how many injuries the Heat had, and just even the talent level. Boston's way more talented. So I guess that gives me pause, what's going on. And plus, there's a sort of cumulative effect of playing 2 straight 7-game wars. I mean, that's, they got to be a little tired. They didn't get much rest. They went straight from Game 7. I think they went home to Boston, and then they flew back all the way across the country on Tuesday. So, I mean, look, they're young guys. So Jason Tatum's 24. My goodness, he's so good at 24. So they certainly could do it. I don't worry too much about 24-year-olds and their endurance, right? But like, they've had a tough road, whereas the Warriors have been sitting around for a week.
In your experience, have you found, as I have, that teams that are ostensibly more tired tend to look really good in game one, and then the heavy legs really start hitting in game two? Or do you think that it works the other way around, that the tired team will display its weariness immediately?
I think the tired team has like one last gasp for game one. Like game one is usually when they come out all fight. I mean, they're excited. They haven't been to the finals. It's a young group. They had a breakthrough win. But I honestly think the game one game is pretty important here, because to me, this is where all the adrenaline kicks in for Boston. And then the tired legs will come out later in the series. The thing about these finals, though, Ray, you got a lot of time in between games. I know there's a long flights and stuff in between games, but it goes Thursday, then you have 2 off days here, and then you don't play again until Wednesday. I mean, there's been some time for recovery. So as much as I think fatigue is going to be an issue, like the schedule really does help out with that.
Ramona Shelburne here on 95.7 The Game, all over ESPN, obviously, and today, front page ESPN.com, your piece about how this was all put together. The grueling, expensive, and risky reconstruction of the Golden State Warriors was the headline that was attached to it. I think another headline that could have been attached to this here, Ramona, is that Bob Myers' likability has been a huge factor in the Warriors' overall success.
I mean, likability. I mean, like, relationships matter.
Yeah.
I know that sounds... But, like, he's one of the main reasons Kevin Durant came in the first place, and he's one of the reasons Kevin decides to do the Warriors are solid on the way out. Like, he really didn't have to do that. I know he didn't like the idea of being traded, because he's, like, the best player in the league. Nobody wants to be traded. And he didn't have to. Like, it didn't really do anything for him financially. They kind of threw in a future pick to make it worth their trouble, but that pick hasn't even conveyed. And it was going to be a future first, but it was top 22 protected or something, and it never conveyed, and so now it's a 2025 second rounder. That's all they got for helping the Warriors out and doing the sign-in trade for Durant, which got them D'Angelo Russell, which turned into Wiggins and Kuminga. Like, wow. And it's all just because, I don't know, Bob Myers asked nicely.
Yeah, cool. Basically, you say that Rich Kleiman says, we wanted to do the right thing, and we wanted to do right by Bob.
Yeah. I mean, another thing, Rich, he goes, you mean the solid we did him on the way out the door? Yeah. Did him a solid. Like, they didn't have to do it. It didn't hurt or help Durant. It just was, if you feel like being magnanimous. And I think that's a testament to, I don't know, I'm kind of like that in business. I don't know, Ray's not. Ray, this is like totally not how you would operate, right? Like, you can't relate to this at all. But, like Rich Kleiman, he's a business guy, right? He's got his boardroom stuff, and there's a sort of, like, there's not, like, you just kind of keep it moving. And so they made a business decision to leave. It doesn't really look so good in retrospect, as we, he's still sitting there with Kyrie and trying to figure out what they're going to do out there. But at the time, the Warriors looked like they were in shambles. Clay was hurt, and Kevin was leaving. The team was old and expensive, and kind of understood why he left. I mean, I now I don't, but it was, at the time. But that's good business. You always want to leave people feeling okay on their way out the door. And the Warriors have been good to him too. He hasn't really played a game, but I think they've honored him at Chase Center. There's a whole wing of the place over there that's devoted to him. It's not going to be snakes and cupcakes and people hating on him when he comes back and plays there.
Moving past the Durant component, how much was luck a factor in getting them from the moment that Durant was traded to now? Because the thing that I've never been able to sort of wrap my head around is the idea that they somehow knew that D'Angelo Russell was at best a transitional piece and that he wasn't going to fit, and that Kelly Oubre was, not going to fit from the start. That it could not have been, in my mind, that they knew a lot of this would fall the way it did when they were doing it. So how much of this was luck in the end?
I think they did have a sense that Russell was a transitional piece. I mean, even at the time, I felt that way. And I think we even wrote that at the time, like, if it doesn't work. Like, Oubre, that was something they took a swing for. I didn't even get into that in the story because that's yet another thing they did that took on a bunch of money they didn't have to do. But they sort of jettisoned a lot of players by the end. They ended up getting under the luxury tax that year. So it was like, as much as these were big, expensive gambles, they sort of got out of them when they had the worst record in the league. The luck part of it is probably that Kevin wanted to go to Brooklyn because the only team they could have done a sign and trade with that would have had those kind of dividends is the Brooklyn Nets, because D'Angelo Russell was also a free agent, and the Nets were going to have to renounce his rights because he was a restricted free agent. They needed the room to make the room for his salary to make room for Durant and Kyrie. Like, if he would have gone to the Knicks, which is where everyone thought he was going all year, they wouldn't have had a move like this.
Well, and
it's just lucky that they wanted to play in Brooklyn. That's the luck.
And Minnesota was sort of interested in Russell. And look, he's paid off for them. They're a better team with him than they certainly were when they were in their Andrew Wiggins era. And look at how Andrew Wiggins has now helped continue this era of the Golden State Warriors. As we get focused here on Game 1, I'd love you to, little Mad Libs, if you will. If the Golden State Warriors win the title, blank will have happened. If the Boston Celtics win the title, blank. Please finish.
Klay Thompson will have been Klay Thompson of old if the Warriors win. I think he's the key to the series for them because he's going to be so important scoring-wise. There's going to be a lot of – they're going to make it hard on Steph, really hard on Steph, I think, defensively. So Klay's got to have big nights, big Klay nights. I picked him as my MVP if the Warriors win. If the Celtics win, I think it's Jason Tatum finally comes of age. Like, he looks like he's there. He's just not there every night. And he's going to have to really be the man if they're going to win this.
Is there a scenario in your mind where neither of those things happen? Because one of the things about the Warriors, it seems to me, is that they don't need big nights from a specific guy as much as they just need big nights from somebody. Right. And I think Boston, maybe it's got a narrower sort of gauge for that, but they could still get a big game from Jaylen Brown here or there, or Al Horford goes unminded. Is this more of an ensemble versus ensemble series than most? And if so, how radically different than the norm could you see the MVP going?
It is ensemble versus ensemble. You're right, because you can look at the Warriors and when they're good, they look like the most aesthetically pleasing offense in the league, right? I mean, as much as you get Steph and Klay going, but also just the ball movement and the way they distribute, and they can have 30 assists, and everybody can be scoring. They look great, and when they're bad, it looks like they're playing 3-on-5, right? Because Draymond doesn't want to shoot, and then you got Looney out there, and he's only going to shoot if he's got a putback, right? And there's nobody guards them, and both teams can look like that. Right? Jason Tatum is an unbelievable young player. I've gotten to know him a little bit in this year, and I didn't realize how good he was until this year. And I had to study him a bit more and get to know who's around him and how he operates. He's really one of those quiet players that can all of a sudden you look up and he's got 35 points, but he also can disappear in a fourth quarter. So you're right, Ray. It's not always him. Every once in a while you'll have a big Marcus Smart game or whatever. But I think if it's like that, if it's ensemble versus ensemble, I think we got your game in the 80s. I think we got your defensive struggle that you were worried about.
All right, 77-68. I can't wait.
No, we don't want that much of a rock fight.
No, it's not 1994.
We got a Van Gundy hanging on to somebody's leg if that happens. Ramona, thank you so much for joining us. All the luck, all the love to you and yours in a very big couple of weeks for you. So thank you so much.
Funny, right? I'm like, it's an NBA Finals, baby. Here we go.
NBA Finals, baby. Thank you so much. Mama Shelburne.
Thanks, guys.
Mama Shelburne here on 95.7 The Game. Great to catch up with Ramona, and again, good luck to her. Speaking of
also
babies,
lucky for her that she's not on the road for this, because the broadcasters are being ripped by COVID.
Yeah, stay away. Be careful. And there's a lot of that going around. Speaking of babies, by the way, Jonathan Kuminga is going to make history when he checks into this series. He'll become the first player ever from the NBA G League Ignite program to reach the NBA Finals, and the 19-year-old will be the third youngest player ever to appear in the NBA Finals. Only Darko Milicic, who appeared when he was 18, and Jonathan Bender, a few days younger in his 19-year-old age. Kuminga will be the third youngest ever to go ahead and appear in the NBA Finals, and the first ever from the NBA G League Ignite program, which is, certainly a feather in their cap.
Well, and he's likely to be better than either Milicic or Bender was.
I would think so.
They peaked at 18.
They did. By the way, time for us to take a little peek at Who's Cookin', brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, and that is officially Steve Kerr. What a year Steve Kerr is having. He's putting the finishing touches on a memorable season, to say the least. In December, he was named the new USA men's national team head coach. In February, he gets named to the 15 all-time greatest coaches in NBA history list. And here in June, a chance to become just the sixth coach in league history to win 4 or more NBA championships. Phil Jackson, number 1, Red Auerbach, number 2, John Kundla with 5, Greg Popovich with 5, Pat Riley with 5. That is really good coaching company to officially join, and that's Who's Cooking, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. What do you think of this year's coaching job by Steve Kerr?
It was the one where you finally got to see fully what his philosophy is, and that all the assumptions that people were making in the 2 dry years, and even the Durant years, were, well, he's either got all the horses or he's got none of the horses and they fail. This was a year that he had to sort of insist that his philosophy works even when he wasn't at full strength. And I think all the people who said, you got to give more time to Kuminga, you got to give more time to Poole, he figured out the best way to use both of them. And I think it eliminates people who complained about the way he used James Wiseman the year before. I think in a lot of ways, this was his hardest job, and as a result, probably his most rewarding, because I think ultimately the things he believes to his core were most in evidence this year, more than any other year. And I think when he looks back, when he's pounding down his 9th beer, he's going to say, yeah, they finally know what I've known for years, that I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think that'll be an easy line to draw. I think drawing a line between best coaching jobs will V into just 2 categories. Not to say that he wasn't responsible for the titles won when Kevin Durant was here, but that was an overwhelming amount of talent. The fact that Kerr showed up and won as a rookie head coach is something else back when this started. And this, if this is an NBA championship for the Golden State Warriors, I think will go down maybe as the best puzzle he's ever assembled as a head coach. By the way, Ime Udoka has led the Boston Celtics to the NBA Finals in his first season as an NBA head coach. He's got the chance to become just the 4th person in the last 8 years. It's incredible. 4 people in the last 8 years to win an NBA championship as a rookie head coach. He joins Steve Kerr and then 2 guys who have beaten Steve Kerr, Tyronn Lue and Nick Nurse. Mm-hmm. So what a weird little weaving in and around all of that for them and rookie head coaches around the success that Steve has had and others against Steve have had. So it's a remarkable story. It truly is. And now I've been kind of saving this one to the end. It's time to tell you what's on tap.
It's time to find out what's on tap. Tap Plastics. Presented by Tap Plastics.
Now, I do love the jingle. I really do. But could you just turn it down a little? Because who's on tap is this guy.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He came into my life. Now everything is less blurry.
This is a moment for Steph Curry that is officially the stuff of legend. Steph Curry is 4 wins away from a completely untarnished NBA legacy, no matter how much you want to criticize it. A series victory would give the NBA 75th anniversary team member and three-point king all-time 4 NBA championships to go along with 2 MVP awards. This is a short list of players that if we were battling an alien species for the right to the planet, you would send to win that game. The short list of players with at least 4 NBA championships and 2 MVP awards is the definitive list of basketball royalty. It's Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Tim Duncan, and LeBron James. Will Steph Curry join this list? And that's what's on tap, presented by Tap Plastics, the ultimate destination for do-it-yourself enthusiasts. There is no more argument to be made.
Well, and the best thing about that list is that it doesn't say anything about Finals MVP.
No.
Because it's such a pointless thing when you're talking about someone's importance historically. I mean, I don't know how many times people went to look up Michael Jordan's Finals MVP. You don't need that. It's a valueless notation.
Well, he won them all.
Well, nevertheless, maybe he did. I wouldn't even look it up to know. I mean, but the point is, that's about the 45th thing you would bring up. Because the first thing you think about with him is he got 6 rings.
Well, but let's face it, Michael Jordan had, but one all-star that he ever played with in Scottie Pippen. And, it's been more of an ensemble around Steph, which means if the Warriors are going right, it's not up to Steph Curry alone to win anything. It's a team, it's a machine, it's a system, and we're about to send it out to Tim Roy at Chase Center, getting you ready with network pregame. And then, of course, we have tip-off tonight of Game 1 coming up at 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Game 2, Sunday at Chase Center. That is a 5 o'clock tip-off. Game 3 in Boston is next Wednesday. Game 4 in Boston is next Friday. Enjoy Game 1 tonight here on 95.7 The Game. For Ray, for Ramona, for Lucas, and Grandy, I'm Damon Bruce saying enjoy Game 1. And remember, sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. This has been Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live, working vignettes.
At 7-Eleven, 6 days of coffee equals a 7th cup free when you scan the 7-Eleven app. Drink coffee twice a day, that's 2 free a week. Math tastes good. 7-Eleven, you brew you. Terms and conditions apply. See 7-Eleven.com for more details. At 7-Eleven, 6 days of coffee equals a 7th cup free when you scan the 7-Eleven app. Drink coffee twice a day, that's 2 free a week. Math